This is the story of a boy who always wanted to live for himself and didn't like school education and its hectic rules and regulations. The story begins when a horse steps up and rides the boy, but he is lost in his thoughts. He refused to go to any place of learning ever again because he always hated the education system. His name is Lihan, and the man accompanying him calls his name and asks him to see toward a side. It seems like they have almost reached their destination. They are heading toward the Empire's best magic school, Einregard. The knight assisting him, Alrarlong, is very happy to assist him because he thought he was useless as an old knight. But when he gets the task to assist his young master, he gets to watch him grow up into a fine young man and enter Einregard. But Lihan is lost in his thoughts. In the end, he is unable to break off his connection to school, even in his new life. In his past life, on graduation day, his friend came to him and congratulated him for graduating. They are now finally done being slaves, and he is happy that they survived under those professors. He remembers his graduation period when, most days, his professor came to him and asked him to start attending the facility hiking club every weekend. Still, he refused, saying he didn't think he was worthy of participating in such an honorable club. They often gave him a bundle of assignments and ordered him to finish by tonight, and he used to spend sleepless nights. They used to eat kimbap for weeks and were exhausted by this kind of food. His friend now appreciated him at their graduation ceremony and said he was especially amazing, and he replied that he just did as best as he could in his position. His friend smiles and says according to him, he is very suitable for this life, and asks him to repeat grad school again, but he replies this would be going a bit too far. Lihan rudely replies that he doesn't care what it seems like, but that he just did his part. However, he refuses to be a part of any place of learning in his future life. He wants to live for himself and doesn't want to be in another place like graduate school. He is lost in his thoughts when a fast-driving bus appears on the road. The driver seems worried because the bus brakes are not working. He shouts at Lihan and asks him to move out of his way, but when he notices his arrival, it is too late. The bus strikes him, and both his education and degree end up being nothing but a useless piece of paper. He dies very unpredictably, but his resolution stays firm even after reincarnation. He reincarnated into a child named Lihan Wardenaz, but the weird thing is that he remembers everything about his past life. He was born as the third son of House Wardenaz, the leading magic house of the Empire. He still can't believe that he has reincarnated into another world as a noble, not to mention being the third son of a rich and powerful family. He is happy to know this and thinks he is being rewarded for attending grad school in his past life, and now this is his chance to take life easy. But at that point, he was surely mistaken. It is revealed that House Wardenaz has a few rules about their children, and rule 1 is that the first son inherits everything. At that point, Lihan wonders what will happen to them, the other son, and he is informed that excluding the first son, all other children have to figure out their own path in life. He was very young when he decided to learn swordsmanship, and the knight, Alrarlong, was surprised when he personally asked him to teach him the sword. Lihan replies he is doing this because he thought it would come in handy, and most importantly, he has nothing better to do. Thankfully, the family provided support for anything they wanted to learn. Alrarlong asks him if he wants to take this chance to walk the path of the sword. But Lihan makes his decision and declares that he wants to become a magician, which seems to be the most stable path for him. Alrarlong is surprised when he talks about stability, and Lihan wonders if that is too unambitious of an answer. But he is surprised when Alrarlong sits near him and says he is very touched by his cleverness. He tells him that the majority of noble children are delusional, but he is incredibly ambitious at a young age. He is happy that Lihan is already planning a reasonable future. Lihan thinks he is saying this because of his past life experience, and once a person experiences grad school, he can't help but become a realist. A skilled magician was always welcome, from the Order of Knights to the Adventurer Guild to even the Imperial family. To achieve this purpose, Einregard was an institution that produced those talented people, and was known as the Empire's greatest magic academy. Lihan is once again ready to try and endure the study torture for a few years, and Alrarlong encourages him, saying he is sure he will be fine. Even the Patriarch complimented his talent, but Lihan didn't believe this because the Patriarch didn't let him practice magic because it's dangerous for kids. But thanks to Alrarlong's words, he agreed to this. After that, he informs him that from this point on, neither attendants nor horses are allowed, and he has to go alone to the academy. In the meantime, Lihan observes a carriage beside him, and the guards ask them to move aside since they are assisting the daughter of a duke. They try to open the gate, but the guards refuse and say the students have to go all alone. Lihan is surprised to see a large number of students there. He is surprised to see many guards along with a girl and wonders how they can enter when Einregard is a place they are supposed to enter alone. A boy beside him doesn't like this and worries about how he will survive without his servants. Lihan is surprised to see his reaction but has nothing to say to console him. The boy tries to persuade him, saying servants are like hands and feet to him, and they are simply asking them to cut their own hands and feet. He is also unhappy to know that they even accept slaves as students in the name of equality and states he will put in a complaint using his family name. He goes to a guard for his complaints but uses manipulation magic on him and repeatedly says he repents for his complaints. Lihan is shocked that the guards don't hesitate to use such magic, even to noble children. The rumors he heard about the academy aren't true since he heard that they treat the nobles well. He has also heard that the place is full of monsters, and they even bury the students in the mountains out back if they die. Suddenly, the gate opens, and a green aura covers the students, welcoming them into Einregard. They hear a voice in the surroundings, and it calls them stupid ironheads. Lihan is impressed at such tremendous magic pressure and knows that this voice belongs to the rumored headmaster. He observes that everyone around him is frozen from the pressure. The headmaster seems angry and says he already told them to come alone, but he doesn't care if they don't abide by the rules. Because if they don't want to listen to him, then he will force them to follow them. With this, all the extra servants, carriages, and horses fly in the air, and the students stay there alone. The headmaster then calls the students, asks why they all are standing around like they are stupid, and asks them to enter the gate. All the students enter the academy and see a skeleton image of the headmaster. This is their first day at Einregard, the greatest magic academy in the empire, and all the students have very bad feelings about what is coming to them next. The students then start walking in the hallway and are unhappy when the headmaster calls the Ironheads. Meanwhile, a girl takes his name and calls him Lihan of the Wardeness. He turns toward her, and she introduces herself as Yoner Maken. Like the Wardeness house, the Maken house is also a house of magicians. Lihan greets her warmly and asks why she called him. She tells him that His Imperial Highness wishes to see him. The Imperial Prince waves toward him, and a famous rumor comes to his mind that Einregard is a place of development and socialization. All the students are already trying to build connections on their first day. Lihan wonders why Yoner Maken calls him his Imperial Prince when the Emperor has over 100 children. It is revealed that even in the Imperial family, only the firstborn was of interest, but the Emperor doesn't support his children at all, and life is even worse for them. In places teeming with children of great houses, such as there, the imperial family is of lower standing than even Yoner's Maken house. He wonders why she is acting like this. She again asks him if he is coming with him, and he hears other students talking about Maken, wondering why she is helping some no-name prince. However, he shakes his hand with Maken and thinks it's better than making enemies. He exclaims that nothing bad can come about from making friends. She is happy that he agreed to her request and tells him he is the first to accept her request. Lihan is shocked by this and slaps his head anxiously, thinking he has messed up. The Imperial Prince, known as Gainando, is the 97th Imperial Prince. There is a talk that he can be the 101, but he strongly insists that he is 97th. It's clear that he didn't want to go into the hundreds. Lihan was observing his surroundings when Gainando called him and asked if he was listening to him. Lihan apologizes to him and asks what he just said, and he points toward a guy and abuses him, saying he denied his proposal. Lihan observes that he is really immature and says the boy must not know how regal of an existence he is. Gainando doesn't understand what he meant by regal, and Lihan concludes that he is not immature, but an immature idiot. He tells him regal, meaning that he is someone who is invaluable and of high and prestigious class. Gainando gets happy and says it's a word that suits him. However, he points toward other students who refused his proposal and are talking with Adenart now. It is revealed that Adenart is the 44th Imperial Princess, or somewhere around there. Lihan thinks she has the elegance that is expected of a member of the Imperial family, so, of course, people would follow her, unlike someone else. Gainando asks him if he will take care of Adenart for him later since he is tall and pretty well built. Lihan shuts him up, saying regal people don't harass other people, and when he talks about punishment, Lihan adds that regal people don't do that either. He then asks him what he should do now, and Lihan advises him to forgive them generously. But if he still wants to do that, then he can directly challenge them to a duel. Gainando gets scared of the duel name and says they don't need to go that far, and he will forgive them since he is a regal prince. Megan listens to their conversation, and then appreciates Lihan because he was able to curb his stubbornness when even she, his relative, couldn't do it. Lihan says he understands they are relatives, but he can't stop his curiosity and asks her why she is going this far to care for him. She was about to tell him the reason when the headmaster appeared there, and the green aura again surrounded them. He asked them if they were enjoying chatting. A boy talks loudly and says he is the same lick they saw at the gate. The headmaster gets angry when he calls him a lick and says he is in existence, which results from a great magician willingly becoming undead to overcome death. The boy is scared because he never expected the headmaster to be a lick. The headmaster then asks them why he thinks he is calling him Ironheads. Adenart replies that it's because the symbol for this year's freshman class is steel. The headmaster liked her answer and gave 10 points to her dorm. Adenart asks him if there is a point system for dormitories, but he replies shockingly. The headmaster says if they want to become a magician, then they should first learn how to tell lies apart from the truth. He reveals that the symbol for this year's freshman class is steel. Steel is a material that changes depending on how it is crafted. It's a valuable material with a variety of uses. The headmaster states that it is genuinely material that suits the freshmen. The students get excited when the headmaster starts laughing and says they fall for it again. He makes fun of them and says the reason why their symbol is steel is because they are all idiots and have nothing in their heads. Lihan and the other students are shocked at this insult, and he thinks even though the headmaster is mocking them this much, no one can talk back to him. He observes that it's more than just difficult to move in a place this dense with magic energy, but he thinks it's a bit better now since he has gotten used to it. The headmaster calls the students and says he was being too harsh to all of them who have traveled a long way to get there. Meanwhile, he notices that Lihan is able to move in this density. He then calls all the students and asks them to look to the door on the left. A door opens in front of them, and on the other side of the door, there is a vast arrangement of food with long dining tables. The headmaster asks everyone to enjoy the feast and relieve themselves of the fatigue that builds up during their journeys. The students are happy to see the delicious food and sit on the chairs, hoping this won't be a joke this time. They have white bread smothered in thick slices of cheese and butter. Besides that, there is a well-fed chicken coated in oils, butter, spices, and flours, which has then boiled off in wine for a delicious chicken dish. Furthermore, a gratin is covered in bechamel sauce, and fresh fish is grilled over charcoal in the Eastern style. Gainando chooses fish for his meal and thanks the headmaster for the meal. But as soon as he puts his fork on the fish, the food disappears in front of them. The headmaster laughs loudly since they again fell for it. Lihan has heard that a man loses something when he becomes a lich, and he is sure that the skeleton headmaster lost quite a few things. The headmaster then talks to them and says the academy is a birthplace for magicians, and the biggest impetus behind a developing magician is thirst. Suddenly, some pieces of bread and uniforms fly in the air and approach every student. The headmaster informs them about their uniforms and meal, which consists of only a piece of bread and some rice. Gainando is shocked to get this type of treatment and screams sadly. But the headmaster gets happy and says that's exactly the response he wanted from them. He asks them to learn magic and acquire delicious food for themselves, but he will only give them food that keeps them alive. He asks them if their uniforms and wands look like trash to them, so they need to use magic to acquire new clothes and wands. These are all the laws of the academy that they need to earn something to get it. He then hears a student talking about going outside to get these things in good quality. The headmaster listens to their conversation and says he also wants this response. He declares that freshmen are not allowed to go out and are not allowed to ask a senior either. After that, he wishes them good luck and hopes they become great magicians. With this, the introduction sessions are dismissed, and the headmaster leaves from there with his green aura. Lihan grabs his head out of disappointment and wonders if every single place has crazy professors like him. He is fully aware of those kinds of people. Before his reincarnation, the professor in the next laboratory had that same glint in his eyes as the headmaster. His eyes were filled with madness, and he remembers that madness clearly. Gainando comes to him and asks if he heard the professor, and how he dares to treat them like that. But Lihan is lost in his thoughts and thinks that the Lich headmaster is better than that professor. Gainando continues and asks him how they are supposed to live with such uniform and awful food. But Lihan talks to himself and thinks not only about food, but also about clothes, which means this place is definitely better than his past life. He thinks about the family he belongs to in this life, the House of Wardenez, that there is little known about them in noble society. It was because they only focused on studying magic and never participated in social activities. Due to that, misunderstandings about the house only grew. Gainando gets tired of talking to him and says not even his servants live with this kind of food and clothes. He then puts his hand on his shoulder and says he should visit his house when he gets the chance. Lihan thanked him for the offer and asked if they should head towards the dorm, too. It is said that Einregard accepted students regardless of their status, so long as they had talent. However, in order to prevent disputes among these sensitive teenagers, the dormitory was divided into 4 towers according to their status. The first one is called the Tower of the Arrogant Blue Dragon, and only the honorable lineage of the dragon may enter there. Renowned nobles such as the Imperial family and Lihan go there. The second is called the Tower of the Eternally Burning Phoenix, and only those who have dedicated everything to the holy flame may enter there. It is a solemn and honest tower where only priests from various religious orders may go. The third one is called the Tower of the Lightning-Rending White Tiger, and only those with the foresight to strike down anything may enter. The bloodline from the House of Knights entered this tower, and these people were prepared to walk 2 paths, as a knight and a wizard. The last one is called the Tower of the Past and Future Seeing Black Turtle, and only those with endless patience may enter there. However, various people went there, such as civilians, servants, slaves, clowns, beggars, merchants, and emerging low-class nobles. Compared to the other dorms, they are easily ignored because of their low status. As such, the freshmen are mostly intimidated. However, there is always an exception. In Lihan's eyes, they were the perfect business partners. He stares at some students, and they wonder if he wants something from them or simply looks down on them. Meanwhile, Lihan has a thought that he should be friends with them since the best way to earn money is by doing business, and to be good at it is to get field experience. Suddenly, they all hear a boy humiliating them and ask his friend about why the academy has accepted such lowly people like them. All the students start looking at that boy, and he again questions them if he is wrong about their status. Lihan steps up, thinking about how they dare to mock his future business partners. He interrupts that boy and calls him a lowlife because they all set everything they had aside before coming in there. He asks him why he forgot what the headmaster said and shows such cockiness. All the other students like him, and they recognize him as being from House Wardnaz, and his morals are as expected from a great house. The students who just humiliate the weak students are now getting embarrassed by getting such a reaction. Lihan smiles and observes that the whole atmosphere is nice now, and now he just needs to greet them. Suddenly, the same boy from before asks other students not to make eye contact with the Wardnaz boy because they are dangerous people. He claims that Lihan belongs to the house where the patriarch is a dragon, and he also heard that they are the bloodline of an ancient spirit. Lihan is shocked at such a reaction, and he has never heard such rumors about his family. He calls Makin Yoner and asks if he looks scary, and she praises him, saying he shows dignity like a noble. Lihan didn't know of his family's notoriety at the time. Gainando calls them and asks if they can leave the Imperial Prince alone. They step toward him, and Lihan asks her if he can listen to the rest of what she is saying. Yoner reveals that the reason why she is letting him be childish is because of his mother. She tells him a story of the palace when she was very young and ran in an imperial banquet from here and there. She had a glass of juice in her hands and suddenly slipped, damaging the Empress's dress. She got scared, and all the people around her thought the Empress wouldn't forgive her. But she was shocked when Lady Empress picked her up in her arms and treated her affectionately. At present, Yoner tells him that the Empress is very rich, and she gives him an allowance for being married to her son, Gainando. Lihan is surprised to hear about money and thinks if this is the case, then he should also be friends with him. After that, they visit the academy, which is so big. It is surely spelt academy, but a lake, forest, and mountains exist. Lihan thinks the headmaster wasn't kidding when he said to get it all on their own. He then hears some students talking about the Tower of the Blue Dragon. He calls Yoner and asks what they are talking about. She also seems confused and asks if their dormitory isn't over there. He asks her why everyone is looking toward the other side, but he also gets shocked toward the side other students are seeing already. They have an old, pathetic building in front of them. Gainando is again angry and says his servants' quarters are bigger than this, but they yet expect them to live in such a place. Lihan observes the surroundings and thinks it looks like a tight fit for this many people. However, they enter the tower, and Gainando keeps getting increasingly disappointed. As soon as they enter the tower, darkness is everywhere, and everyone around Lihan disappears. Suddenly, he hears a voice welcoming him and also calls him a small magician. Lihan is all alone in that dark place and now understands what is happening there. As expected of a magic academy, he concludes that the dorm is a magic tower. He asks the voice about where he should go, and the voice appreciates him since he adapts quickly. It tells him that he can only go to his personal room and the iron break room, which is exclusive to first years. Lihan asks the voice if there are other places he can go to in the future, and it agrees. He says some places only require him to know the name, while others require him to know something extra. But at that moment, he couldn't get further information because the headmaster prohibited it. He asks the voice to take him to his personal room, and the voice welcomes him to the academy and takes him to his room. He then finds a book about Einregard in his room and reads that, except for core subjects, the remaining classes can be freely picked. The students can decide their classes after trying them out for a month. He also reads a quote written by the headmaster, and his real name is written down, Osu Gonadalt. He closes the book and thinks it doesn't seem as strict as he was expecting, and this is much easier going than grad school. The room had almost everything he needed. At that moment, Lihan is the only one satisfied with his room, while the other students scream because they think nothing is there. Lihan reads the book and decides to attend the classes the others are signing up for. He goes to the break room and finds Yoner there. She tells him she wants to learn alchemy because she has always been interested in it. Her dream is to set up her own workshop and provide products to the imperial family. She asks Lihan to work with her, and he asks for some time to think about it since alchemy isn't an easy business. It is said that the empire's alchemy industry is highly competitive, and from spreading bad rumors about the competition to monopolizing potion ingredients, countless guides brawled over market share. Yoner then asks him about the subjects he is interested in, and Lihan thinks he wants to take less competitive subjects that are easy to get good grades in. His priority goal is to become an imperial officer and, in other words, a government worker. Regardless of the field of focus, the things that matter the most are grades and qualifications. He looks toward Yoner and thinks a passionate girl like her would feel let down if he said that. He then tells her that he is planning on deciding to try out various things over the next month because he doesn't want to rush important decisions. In the meantime, Gainando approaches them while crying and says there is a problem with him. He tells them that there is a thief in his room because the room is completely empty. Yoner and Lihan are shocked at his statement because the room was empty by the academy. The next day, they join their first class, Basic Magic Comprehension, which is a core subject for the first year, and the lecture times are different for every dorm. He closes the schedule book and wonders what is happening with everyone around him. Yoner tells him that they are hungry, and their beds are so uncomfortable that they don't sleep well. Lihan didn't face this kind of problem and wondered if it was really this hard for them. He compares this life to his past life when he asked a senior about meal times since there wasn't any time for meals. The boy gave him a protein bar and said it was his ration for the day. When he stared at him, he hid his face and said he had to eat the same thing. He made sure that a feast was waiting for him when he finished his degree. He had to spend his weeks eating ramen and triangle combat. At present, he smiles and thinks this life is definitely better than his past life. After some time, they head toward the lecture hall and are happy that it's on the first floor. But they get shocked to see inside and rush back outside and fall to the ground. They stated that they were sure that this was their lecture hall, but inside, there was a troll waiting for them. It is revealed that trolls are ferocious and dangerous monsters that are infamous to even the most sheltered nobles. The students are shocked to see a troll in their lecture hall who is wearing proper clothing. She can speak and also welcomes the students and asks them to take a seat. All the students sit in their respective seats. The troll introduces herself as Garcia Kim and says that she is a half-troll. She also understands that they are scared of her, but says they don't need to be afraid because she doesn't eat people. But she licks her lips and says she won't eat them unless she gets very hungry. Lihan and Gainando are scared of just thinking that she will eat them if she is hungry. Garcia observes their expressions and says it is a joke, and she regrets it already. However, she starts the first lecture and predicts that the majority of the students wouldn't have ever used magic before. That's because magic is extremely dangerous, and as such, only adults are permitted to use magic. Garcia looks toward the students and states all of them are magician seeds who have received the title of Steel. This lecture aims to teach them what magic is and also to help them find which kinds of magic they have an aptitude for. She tells them that the magician's path is a rough and rigorous journey, and she wishes to become their compass. The students seem to like her and think the professors aren't like the headmaster, which is a relief. Garcia asks them to start with the basics, and she will tell them about what the magic actually is. Adnart raises her hand and answers that it's the undertaking of a magician to change the world with their will. Garcia likes her answer but adds something from her side. She states that it's using magic energy, mana, as the fundamental force to change the world. Those who have enrolled in this academy are talented enough to feel and recognize this magic energy. However, to use magic, they have to go beyond that. They have to call magic energy with their own will and delicately weave it together, and only then will magic be cast. She tells them a common belief that magic requires a chant or emotion to cast it, but the more important thing is their will. She advises the students not to forget these instructions and later on realizes that she went on for quite a while. She then asks everyone to stand up so that they can try this on by themselves and have a better understanding. She asks them to take out their wands and gather magic energy, and Lihan takes out his wand, thinking they are finally using magic. Garcia also swings her wand and says that while maintaining that magic energy, she wants them all to create an image of light in their heads. Yoner follows her instructions and thinks it's quite hard to control magic energy. She feels like pulling on the reins of a wildly charging horse, and if she loses her concentration for even a second, it will disperse. Garcia smiles and says while they all concentrate on preventing the magic energy from dispersing, she will chant her spell. She creates a bright yellow light with her wand and tells the students that their chant can be whatever comes to their head, but they just need to keep in mind that a short chant might be easier for keeping focus. Lihan makes a list of steps in his mind, the first step being to gather magic energy, the second being to transform magic energy with their will, and the last one being to chant a spell. After that, Garcia throws her light toward all the students, and they have to control it without panicking. Some students can't control it, and they leave their wands out of hand. Gainando is also worried because her wand is moving on its own. Garcia notices his condition and uses her magic to save him. He gets up disappointedly, and she tells the students that if they finally control it, then the magic can go wild and hurt someone. Although, she asks them to practice in peace since it's the professor's role to stop something bad from happening. She encourages Gainando and asks him to try it again if he is left with some magic energy. Gainando does it for the second time, but it still doesn't work, and he bows his head disappointedly. At the end of the class, 1 out of 3 students gave up, and 2 out of 3 students remained. Garcia thinks Luminate might be the simplest spell, but it normally takes over a month of practice to learn it. However, she won't tell the students because it's something that they must overcome themselves. After that, the result of the third attempt was 50-50, and in the fourth attempt, the majority of the students gave up, and only 3 students remained. The practice continued, and in the 5th attempt, only 1 student remained. On the 6th attempt, there is also 1 student remaining. After that, Lihan gets up and asks Garcia if it is necessary for him to continue because it seems like he is the only one left. Garcia observes him and thinks they are only at the 7th attempt, and even a freshman has a lot of magic energy. They should normally hit their limit on the 5th attempt. Let's go towards some basic knowledge about magic energy. And it is heard that in the East, a certain tribe calls it Kai. A scholar who likes to show off might call it Etha, and some stubborn priests call it divine energy. However, a power with a variety of names was the source of a magician's strength. As they had to use the magic energy within, they each time cast a spell. It was a matter, of course, that young, novice magicians often faced magic energy deficiency. But Garcia is surprised that Lihan's complexion is fine despite it being the 7th attempt. She asks him for his name, and when he tells her his name, she is impressed because he said his name first, not his house's, earned favor from the professor who saw a student put equality in action. She smiles and asks him to step forward for a second. She then asks him to give her his hand, and Lihan puts his hand on her hand. But as soon as she touches her hands, she finds herself in the sea of mana. She gets into consciousness when Lihan again calls her and asks if there is an issue with him. She holds herself and smiles, saying there is no issue and asking him to continue the class. Meanwhile, Gainando asks Yoner to save Lihan. Otherwise, the professor will attack him. Garcia asks him to come and see her for a second after the lecture is over. She then talks with the students and says it's easy for them to run out of magic energy, but they don't need to get impatient because of it. As they practice, their amount of magic energy will increase, and they will use less each time. She shares some past experiences of students, such as students with a lot of motivations losing control while practicing and getting hurt, so they need to be careful about this. She calls Gainando and says she doesn't eat students, and he apologizes to her since she heard what he said to Yoner earlier. She then ended the first lecture and thanked the students for the class. After that, Lihan goes to see her in the office and asks why she has called him out separately like this. She tells him that she heard about him prior to their lecture from the headmaster, and Lihan is shocked that Psycho Lick noticed him. She observes Lihan's expressions and asks him not to get worried, and says the headmaster may seem like he has a few screws loose, but he is a kind person. The students aren't aware of the fact, but the headmaster has a sharp eye for people. Every year, he gives the professors an explanation of the new students. The previous day, the headmaster asked all the teachers to be careful of that beastman because he was more than capable of burning down the dorm multiple times over. He also referred a girl who is a half-demon and asked them to be careful with holy magic near her. The thing he said about Lihan was that he had the qualities of a massive fool. Garcia is surprised at his comment and thinks about a saying in the East that a massive fool can also be a massive genius. Garcia now looks at Lihan and wonders if the headmaster wants to say that he sees the qualities of someone who will greatly succeed. But after observing him, she now has great expectations from Lihan Wardenaz. She comes out of her thoughts when Lihan calls her and thinks she can't tell him about this at all. She reveals the reason for calling him. There is because he has too much magic energy. Lihan is glad to know this, but wonders if this is something she needs to see him privately about. Garcia then adds that he doesn't have just a little more, but he can't even fathom its limits. She reveals that the amount of magic energy they have is one of a magician's determining factors. If someone lacks magic energy, they need to use convoluted methods to draw out more magic energy, so having a lot of magic energy means they are free of such restrictions. In other words, it signifies Lihan's great talent. He is happy to hear this and thinks that if what the professor is saying is true, then there is nothing but a rosy path ahead of him. However, he is shocked when Garcia says it's a shame for him. He asks her what she meant by this and if this isn't good enough to have a lot of magic energy. Garcia says this might be true, but he has too much energy. She picks up a glass of water and compares magic energy to the water in this cup, and this small amount is easy to control. However, Lihan has to control an amount as large as the sea, and that would be difficult to control. Lihan understands what she is saying now, that the difficulty of controlling magic energy and the core principle behind magic are at an unreasonably high level. Lihan sits on the ground anxiously and grabs his head with both hands. Garcia then gives him a bracelet and asks him to wear it all the time. Garcia tells him that it's a bracelet that absorbs magic energy and that it should help him out for now. Lihan asks her if there's no problem as long as she has this and thanks her for this generosity. But he is again shocked when she says there was no need to call him if it was such a simple problem. She tells him that the bracelet will help a bit if he uses a lot of spells to deplete his magic energy. He is allowed to practice on his own since there won't be any accidents due to mage energy depletion. He then comes outside, and now his future looks bleak to him. He thinks he will have to make sure to keep his grades up starting now. He asks Yoner and Gainando if they have any classes they are considering taking, and Yoner replies that she will take Alchemy. She asks them if they want to join her, but Lihan is surprised when Gainando comments that Alchemy is meant for servants. Yoner clenches her fists out of anger and asks Lihan to step aside for a minute. She moves him away and then punches Gainando, hardly warning him not to ask for a potion again when he ends up in the hospital. Lihan was scared at her angry expression, and at that moment, he knew a thing or two about fighting thanks to a sword lesson from Ulrar Long, and in his eyes, that was a 10 by 10 punch. He thumbs up for Yoner while Gainando falls to the ground badly. After that, they head toward their basic alchemy comprehension class, and Lihan asks her if it is okay to hit Gainando that badly. Her expression seems serious, and she straightforwardly replies it's fine as long as she apologizes to him tomorrow. Lihan predicts it must not have been the first time she's hit him. They find a lot of students from the other towers, and there are especially a lot of students from the Black Turtle Tower. He doesn't really care that they are here, but their gazes bother him. Lihan is at the point that peasants normally have two kinds of reactions when encountering a noble. They either fear them because they don't want to get entangled with them or show hostility. A girl whispers in a boy's ear and forbids him to stop staring at Wardenaz, but the boy remains stubborn and says even the Wardenaz house can't do anything inside the academy. Lihan continues to walk and thinks if he acts over-friendly, then it might just backfire. After a while, an old man appears behind the students, and Lihan wonders if he is the new professor there. With a lick headmaster and a half-troll professor, it wouldn't be strange to see some other bizarre professor. However, they are surprised that their new professor is just a normal dwarf. The introduction starts with his name, Urgulm Jumdar, and he asks them to just call him Professor Urgulm. He points toward a huge building in front of them, but they are gathered in a field without a single desk. Adnart raises her hand and says they have gathered there to feel nature's mana, and understanding what powers exist in nature is important for alchemists. But she is surprised when the professor says this is not the reason they have gathered there. Yoner asks Lihan if he knows anything, and he assumes it's maybe because it's a good place to gather materials. The professor immediately turns toward him and says he is correct. He praises Lihan for being quite the smart ironhead, while Adenart gets jealous of him. Lihan thinks his shot in the dark was the correct answer and hopes that Adenart doesn't feel a rivalry towards him over this. Professor Urgolm asks everyone for attention and reveals that the reason why they have gathered there is so he can teach them the most vital requirement for alchemy. He is sure that the students thought the thing required for alchemy was exceptional intelligence and precise magic control, but that is far from reality. Yoner makes notes about the lectures, and the professor reveals that the most important ability for alchemists is material collection. Adenart again raised her hand and said they could easily cultivate the materials by themselves or request it from others. She is at the point that saying the most important skill is gathering materials is weird. The students behind her also agree with her and wonder why they should acquire the materials. Professor Urgolm gets angry and shouts at them by calling them ironheads, saying they don't know anything about the real world. He claims that they can't even cultivate 10% of the materials they need by themselves, and the ones they purchase are all unusable. He states that the reason they travel with adventurers is that they are bad at digging up herbs, and they destroy almost 50% of the valuable herbs when they dig them. The students are just quietly listening to him, and the professor adds that alchemists should know how to acquire their own materials, and if they can't acquire them, then they can't become great alchemists. He gives them enough explanation and says they are now going to an actual practice. A picture appears in front of every student, and it has weird material in it. The professor assigns them a task to bring him this material. It is said that Einregard, with all of its prestige, also had plenty of unsavory rumors, and one of those rumors was that people died while learning magic. They have been assigned to find a corrupted grass that is used when making antidotes, and Lihan asks Yoner if she has worked with it before. She replied that she had used it before enrolling in the academy. Lihan seems worried and thinks magic is dangerous, and that accidents can happen. He wonders why the professors are sending them off to a place like this. They think it will be dangerous for just the two of them, and think of adding one more person to their group. Lihan thinks of Adenart and asks if they should ask her Imperial Highness, but Yoner says she is a strict princess, and she finds her very difficult. Lihan replies they don't care about this when they are only looking for herbs, but it seems like they are already late since it looks like she's finished forming her team. Lihan is sad because she avoids him and groups with the people of the Tower of the Black Turtle. Yoner replies this is because her Imperial Highness was famous even before she enrolled. She is famous even amongst the other members of the imperial family for her remarkable intelligence and talent, and she is a star power that the public loves. Because of that, people follow her regardless of status. Lihan asks her if Gainando has made the group, and she replies he is alone and resting in his room quietly. Lihan observes the surroundings and concludes that those who have already formed teams have left, and now only students from the Black Turtle Tower remain. He doesn't care if they hate him, but it's just way too dangerous if it's the two of them, and they need someone who has the ability to cover their weak points. Lihan looks here and there, and then finds a girl on the other side. He is sure that he will make a group with her. She is known as Nilia of the Tower of the Black Turtle. She is a dark elf and a member of the Shadow Patrol, a patrol force in the northern parts of the Empire. It is said that the Shadow Patrol is a group of skilled hunters and scouts who are active in the northern mountain range and know the mountain range like the back of their hands. She also looks at the picture and says it's not hard at all. It's her first time hearing about corrupted grass, but it won't be hard to find. The forest was like a playground to her, and she was surprised because there were a lot of skilled freshmen, but in this task, she would surely have the upper hand. Meanwhile, Yoner and Lihan approach her and introduce themselves from the House of Macon and Wardnaz. She asks them what they want from her, and Yoner asks her to traverse the mountains with them. She gets suspicious of them and asks what their real plan is. She clenches her fists out of anger and thinks all nobles are the same. They insult people like them by calling them slaves, and even if they show them the best hospitality, they complain that they treat them badly. Lihan comes up and says it's dangerous to go around alone and asks her what she will do if a monster comes out. She acts rudely and says she doesn't want their help. She is surprised when Lihan says she doesn't think they will use her as bait if they throw her away. She gets embarrassed and says she just wants to go by herself, but Lihan insists and says it's dangerous to go alone in the forest. He warns her about the trolls they might face in the forest, and that not only she doesn't know what will happen in the forest, but she also has to collect the materials and transport it. They make her scared and say she isn't an idiot who thinks she can do it by herself. Their plan works when she turns her face and agrees to accompany them. Wardeness smiles and says he already knows that she is smart, while Yoner is surprised at his manipulating skills and wonders what they teach in the House Wardeness. After that, they start their search, and Nilia jumps from tree to tree and helps them with the directions. Yoner really likes her hunting skills and asks Lihan how he noticed them. He replies that her leg and calf muscles were well developed, and she had calluses on her plan, which means that she uses a bow often, and it's evidence that could only be found in experienced hunters. Nilia listens to his comments and wonders if he is able to know about her with just those clues. She stares at Lihan and thinks he has a strange air about him, and it's not normal for him to be able to read straight through a person. But Lihan changes the topic and says it was just a joke, and he chose Nilia because she had a Shadow Patrol insignia on her waist. He asks Nilia if she is listening to him, but she refuses and says she isn't. Yoner asks her to match her pace with them and move on together. Nilia refuses to go along with them, but Lihan reveals that the only one who can differentiate herbs there is Yoner, and if she collapses, then the two of them will have to do it. Nilia asks him what his role is in this task since she is a guide, and Yoner can find the herbs, but he can't do anything. Lihan thinks she will get mad if he says he is taking a free ride, so he exclaims that his role is to protect the two. She then observes him and comments that he is pretty well built, which means he is probably from a house of knights, and asks her why he is in the Blue Tower. Lihan replies that he is not from a house of knights, but from House Wardeness. Nilia is shocked to hear that he is from House Wardeness, and Lihan is more shocked by her expression. She seems scared of him, and Lihan asks Yoner if something is wrong with his house. She replies that most noble houses have false rumors attached to them, but Wardeness's house tends to be an extreme case. She tells him about the rumor of House Wardeness that their head is a dragon. During the Undead Frenzy incident, he used his breath to burn all the undead to a crisp, and the Wardanza bloodline made a pact with an ancient spirit. Because of that, they received incredible magical abilities at the cost of losing their emotions, and the Wardeness have no mercy. Furthermore, the Wardeness magicians, who showed up to quell riots, made a city disappear. Lihan is surprised at this scary rumor and wonders if it is roughly the image of if something happens, they become monsters who sweep everything away. He asks Yoner if the magicians have no choice but to show up when a big incident happens. She understands this and asks him not to give it too much thought. Nilia observes Lihan and thinks she doesn't know anything else, but the rumor about them losing their emotions definitely seems fake. After that, they continue their journey, and Nili jumps through trees to trees and tells them directions. Suddenly, she notices something and jumps to the ground, asking them to stop. She shows them some big footsteps of an animal, and it seems like it just passed through it. Since the prints are so shallow, Nilia thinks it was controlling its strength in order to hide its tracks. She seems very interested in seeing the being that just passed through, but she observes that Yoner isn't interested at all. She gets sad and thinks no one other than the villagers is interested in things like this. But she is surprised when Lihan shows interest and asks if she can learn anything else from these tracks. Nilia is surprised and asks if this is interesting to him. He says he is from a great house. According to him, this should be wild. However, she gets up and asks them to be careful when they discover these footprints. Not only does it have large claws, but it will also be difficult to predict what sort of creature this guy is in there. She heard that all sorts of monsters roam about there in the Magic Academy, and Yoner agreed with her since she also heard this kind of rumor. It is said that Einregard is a land that's rich in magic energy, so it affects the land, and many different types of monsters show up. There are also monsters created from experiments and monsters formed from thrown-away potions, such as oddly shaped slimes. Lihan seems scared and thinks it's definitely a lack of safety awareness, and Nilia calls them and says they will change their plans and move as they follow these tracks. This way, they would be less likely to suffer an ambush. Lihan asks her if he can also learn how to read tracks, but she says it won't be easy, and he will probably give up later on. But Lihan promised her to do his best as long as she teaches him. She smiles and says she will see him try it then. After a long walk, they finally find the required plant, the corrupted grass, but it's unfortunate that they only found 2. They hope they find rest quickly, and Yoner asks them to keep moving since they can't see each other in their surroundings. She turns backward since Nilia and Lihan seem quiet and don't say anything. But she is shocked to see a considerable boar monster in front of them. Lihan can feel its magic energy, which means it's no ordinary boar, and Nilia asks them to be careful because this is basically a monster. The monster is ready to attack him, and Lihan is worried because they don't have any weapons along with them, so it's getting dangerous. He takes out his wand saying he should use it. The size of a magic stick can change to fit the user's wish, so it's easy to carry it around. He turns the staff into a stick and is ready to attack him. Nilia is surprised at his cleverness and thinks he really belongs to a house of magicians. The Empire's great house of archmages, the Warden's house, and Nilia think Lihan may have learned a few spells before enrolling. She asks him if he is confident enough to face that boar and asks him to grab Yoner and run if he fails, and she will act as a distraction and lead it away. Yoner and Lihan are impressed by her since she was thinking about them so much. But the fact is that she is the only one who can do it. Lihan is ready to attack the boar and asks them to take care of him on the off chance everything goes horribly wrong. Nilia wonders what kind of magic he will be used to defeat that boar. He grabs the staff tightly, and this takes him back to the past when he was around 10 years old. The knight told him that the sword may be the king of all weapons, but he must not rely on it alone. He asked him to learn to wield a variety of weapons so that he could be prepared for any situation. Only those who achieve understanding during this process learn to infuse mana into their weapons, which is called the state of aura. However, Alrarlong was sad to think Lihan would be disappointed once he knew the truth, because only a small portion of gifted people could reach that state. Lihan was exhausted, wondering if he had to go that far for aura, so he decided to become a magician and live in the office. He told Alrarlong that there is meaning to training the self to project his own body, and at that moment, he thought that his young master was different from those other nobles who chase after impossible dreams. He promised himself to teach him about aura no matter what and asked him to do another 100 stabbing motions. At present, Lihan knows how to use Sora, and he stabs the staff in the boar's mouth, inducing aura in it. Yoner and Nilia are shocked to see that the boar falls to the ground in just one attack. The Einregard staff is very sturdy and can be used as a club, but despite that, it's impossible to defeat a monsterized pig with it. The reason it was possible is because he subconsciously used mana. It's still far from the aura stage, but he has begun adapting in order to survive. Nilia then takes out his staff and says he has defeated it. Yoner seems exhausted and wonders if they really need to go this far on their first day. She is still surprised that they throw freshmen in a place like this. Suddenly, they hear a noise from the other side, and they assume that there is another boar on that side. Nilia looks from behind the bushes and tells them that there are some students with the boar. They decide to observe them quietly since there's quite a number of them. He is sure that they will be able to handle it with no issues. A student named Asan Dalkad comes forward with his staff and says he will take care of the boar. Yoner recognizes that he is Asan from House Dalkad. Dalkad is a house with a reputation for its excellent and accurate work. If House Wardenaz has served as an advisor beside the Emperor for generations, then House Dalkad has served as a chancellor and treasurer. Lihan thinks that if he were Dalkad, he might be quite a trustworthy person. From the looks of his posture, he seemed to have learned swordsmanship. He brags that he can read the movement of the boar efficiently, and he will never be able to break away from his predictions. By saying this, he rushes to attack the boar, but it changes his movement, and he is barely able to put a scratch on his body. Asan gets scared because his calculations are wrong. The boar attacks him and throws him away. It then turns toward the other students, who are already scared of him. Princess Adenart comes forward and stands in front of them. Nilia and Yoner are also surprised to see her stepping up, and Yoner asks Lihan about what they should do now. He stays quiet while Adenart stands in front of him. She thinks her movement should be perfect and takes out her staff with the hope that it can kill the boar. But before she can cast her spell, Lihan attacks the boar from behind and makes him fall with just one attack. Luckily, he didn't get caught, and Nilia asks him if he realizes now how important it is to approach a headwind. Lihan thanked her and asked her to continue to give him good advice. Adenart thanks him for his help, and Lihan just smiles at this. Nilia asks Yoner why they are being so formal when there is a rule to drop formalities between classmates. Yoner acts carelessly and says she doesn't know about this. Adenart acts humble and says she will make sure to repay today's debt. But Lihan immediately asks her for a favor, and she wonders what he will request from her now. Lihan requests her to recommend to him a class where it's easy to receive good grades since she has a lot of connections. Adenart is surprised at his sudden request and wonders what he really means. She wonders if Wardenaz really asks her a subject to get good grades from. She also assumes that he may be trying to test her. Lihan again calls her and asks if she knows something, but suddenly, they hear a voice saying he knows what kind of lectures he is looking for. Lihan gets an ominous feeling, as well as a tremor he had felt in his past life with his professor. He feels the familiar atmosphere when his professor puts his hand on his shoulder. Professor Yurgulm calls him from behind angrily and says that's the alchemy class. Lihan tries to calm himself and thinks he is not the same immature student he was back then. He then holds himself and says it seems to definitely be a good class if there's enough passion and affection for it. The professor also calms his own thoughts and asks if this is really what he thinks. He says he will make that passion and affection for himself. Lihan gets scared and says he doesn't think he is ready for another class. He hears some students whispering about him that the professor already likes him when they have just started the classes, while Lihan thinks they don't need to be jealous over something like this. The professor then looks toward the boar's corpse and says the class ends for the day. He reveals that the group that went elsewhere wasn't about to meet these guys, and Asan asks him if he purposely led them this way. The professor turns backwards and says they should not think he just gave them a task to dig up the herbs. Today's goal was to let them face various situations as they search for herbs, whether they catch it, avoid it, run away, or hide from it. And it's an alchemist's skill to take action against these kinds of unexpected events. He again calls the students ironheads and asks if they get it now, and they all just get embarrassed. Yoner calls the professor and asks if they don't need the corrupted grass, and she is sad because they really went through a lot to get them. The professor is shocked to see that they really found the grass because they didn't expect them to really find it. He hugs them happily and says they have passed the first test he gave, and he is happy that all the talented students are there to attend this class. He also warns Lihan to attend his class at any cost. Otherwise, he won't be kind to him. Lihan sighed disappointedly and agreed to join his class. However, he tries to make him happy, and he will give his best because alchemy was already his dream. The professor thinks there must be something mature about him because kids of his age tend to be rebellious, but not him. Yurgulm calls him and says that he will give him a special privilege since he defeated the boar and procured some corrupted grass. He tells him about a cabin near the forest and allows him to come and go as he pleases this whole semester. However, Lihan is shocked at this because he thinks the professor must be planning to assign him some kind of miscellaneous work. The professor understood him and said his explanation was lacking. He asks them what they think the new students want the most, and Lihan replies food. Professor Yurgulm exclaims that the students just look a bit sullen right now, but they will be rioting within a week. As a matter of fact, there is a limit to how long they can last with such food, and Lihan thinks everyone in his tower is from the nobility. He informs them about the fresh cooking ingredients in his cabin and the spices and vegetables he hand-picked by himself. Lihan gets happy and thinks it's a pass for an unlimited buffet. He shakes hands with the professor and says alchemy is truly the best subject. All the students are angry with the professor because he purposely unleashed a boar on them. They don't want to retake this class. Meanwhile, Lihan had the same thoughts and wanted to complain about the professor, but his opinion had not changed anymore. At this moment, his main priority is to secure ration from Professor Yurgulm's cabin as much as he can. After that, the three of them dragged one of the boar along with them to the Piarfoser's cabin, which was quite a tiresome task. Lihan has learned how to prepare an animal from all Rarlong, but it will be tough for him to do it alone. Yoner offers her help to him, but Lihan doesn't find her expressions suitable and asks if she will be alright. She replied yes and asked him to share some of the meat with her. Milia is shocked to see that they really want to dismantle the boar since they are nobles, and she is sure that neither of them has experience. Lihan and Yoner look toward her with serious expressions and ask if she doesn't want to eat meat. She is shocked at their expressions, but then agrees because she is also hungry and wants to eat something. She comes forward and says she will show them the skills of a huntswoman. Milia is a literal pro at this, while Yoner is from a house that's familiar with handling materials. Lihan is sure he can do this with the help of these guys. Meanwhile, the professor offers them some tools that will come in handy while cutting the boar. They have big knives in their hands and now have to cut them into small pieces. Milia is still surprised to see Lihan and thinks he is better than she expected. She wonders if they even teach stuff like this in the warden's house. After removing the skin, Lihan instructs them that they will have to cut the meat into parts and hang it on a branch. He also teaches them not to throw the intestines since they can make sausages with them. Lihan seems tired, but he doesn't know how long this hellish life will go on, so he wants to take long-term storage into account. After some time, when the professor comes to check on them, Lihan is smoking the meat. However, he tells them they can't store meat because meat can quickly spoil, no matter how good the weather is. Therefore, smoking is an excellent choice. He is impressed by Lihan, who is already at this point when it's only his third day at the academy, but he is more surprised to see that he can smoke meat so proficiently. Lihan keeps surpassing Uragolm's expectations, and when he continues to stare at him, the students notice him. Lihan asks if he is hungry, and Uragolm replies that he is a bit peckish. Lihan then asks him for some bread and butter, and he agrees to do so. After that, when Uragolm came up with bread and butter, Lihan made steak with the meat. The table is ready to eat, and there is also jam as a special bonus from Professor Uragolm. Nilia, Yoner, and the professor start eating the food. Yoner really likes the jam given by the professor, and he asks them to eat as much as they can because it won't be every day they will get to have it. They don't know what kind of wizardry Lihan has pulled on the meat, but the texture is divine, and they really like it. They have well-cooked meat, sweet jam, rich buttery bread, harmonious, gentle Greek, and new friends. The third day was no breeze, but they ate, drank, and laughed to their fill. Even after smoking, they have a lot of unprocessed meat left, and Yoner asks Lihan about what they should eat with it. Nilia calls them from behind and asks if they can share the food with their friends in the tower. Yoner and Lihan come up with a plan and ask Nilia if she is saying that they should sell the meat at the tower. Nilia just requested that they give them the meat free of cost, but Lihan and Yonder want to sell it because many of the Blue Dragon Tower students have a lot of money, so it won't be a problem. She is surprised to see them and wonders if all the nobles are like them. Lihan, with the motto of working like a dog to live in prosperity, and Yoner, with the slogan of saving every coin for the workshop, were the outliers, but Nilia has no way of knowing that. She asks them if they are really planning on selling the food for money, and they counter-question if she wants to join them. But she refuses and says she will just gift it to her friends. They give her a share of the meat and ask her to go away, but she will regret it. Yoner also agrees with him and says friendship is temporary, but gold coins are forever. The professor is enjoying their conversation and thinks these three have both talent and passion, but they also seem to be potential troublemakers. He sits under a tree and thinks they sure will be a headache for the academy. The Tower of the Arrogant Blue Dragon is located far away from the main building and always welcomes the students with the scent of fresh leaves. Today, something is different for some reason, and when the students come outside, a fresh smell of meat welcomes them. Lihan and Yoner are preparing the meat in front of them and ask if they have eaten yet. The students are shocked to see them with this much meat and ask them what they are doing. Lihan asks them to sit down and eat because they have prepared the meat for them. They get happy and are about to rush in when Lihan puts his condition that the meat costs 1 silver coin for one person. They agreed immediately and enjoyed the beef since it had been a long time since they had it last time. Even the girls have tears in their eyes and don't Lihan is giving them something precious. They cheer up for him and enjoy the feast. Lihan and Yoner are so happy because they didn't expect their business to go so well since they are charging 3 times more than what it would cost outside the academy. Greed is dripping out of their eyes, and their first business in the academy is so profitable. Meanwhile, Gainando comes outside after hearing the noise and asks them why they are so loud. He seems very thin and feels like he is going to starve to death. Suddenly, he is shocked to see a lot of meals in front of him. Lihan calls him and asks him to come and eat, while he is shocked and asks him if he really can eat the meat. He happily picks up a fork and knife, says he won't hold himself back, and thanks Lihan for the meal. He is about to start it when Lihan grabs his hand and asks him for 1 silver coin. Gainando surprisingly asks him if he is taking money, while Lihan manipulates him and says a noble's honor wouldn't permit free things. Gainando replies he doesn't have any money because of the headmaster, but Lihan takes out a credit agreement written by him and asks him to sign the amount and his name there. Gainando grabs the paper tightly and signs the paper while crying since Lihan is so nice to him. He wonders how he ended up becoming friends with someone this nice and is happy that he has an eye for people. Lihan and Yoner are happy with their business, while Gainando starts enjoying his food. Just like that, it was a happy day for everyone. The next day, Lihan goes to a new class in basic magic character education, and the students don't seem satisfied because, according to them, nobles like them don't need these types of classes. They call themselves perfect people, and it's shocking for Lihan that they genuinely say that. Suddenly, a green aura wishes them good morning, and they get scared by thinking it's the headmaster again. Lihan shockingly looks backwards, hoping that it won't be the headmaster, but they are sad to know that the professor in charge of character education is the headmaster. The headmaster observes the students looking good, which means they have eaten something. He thought it would take them a month to acquire food. A boy tries to argue and asks if they really have to find food for themselves, but the headmaster shuts him up with his aura and says they shouldn't be bothered with those trivial things. However, he is happy that the Iron Heads learned so quickly. He thinks new students enter every year, But the students of the Tower of the Blue Dragon are always the slowest. The fastest was the Tower of the Black Turtle, followed by the Tower of the White Tiger. Compared to them, the Tower of the Blue Dragon, which is filled with high-ranking nobles, has never done anything difficult in their lives and was always the slowest to adapt. But this year, they have already adapted this much, which is lovely. He looks toward Lihan, the center of attention for all this. Lihan notices the headmaster staring at him, so he turns to the other side and thinks he shouldn't make eye contact with him. The headmaster just praises him in his mind and thinks he knew he was different from the moment he saw him. He never expected that someone so free would come from that rigid house of Wardenaz. The headmaster believed that a free mind is the core of a magician and pushed his students to the extreme because of it. A student gathers his courage and asks the professor if he can tell him the significance of this class. The headmaster likes his question and asks him what he thinks is significant. The boy replies that he doesn't know about this, and the headmaster states that it's because when graduates from there cause trouble outside the academy, the emperor blames him for it. The students are shocked to hear such a reason, and the headmaster tells them that their seniors caused so many problems for him. Therefore, this character education lecture is going to be an excuse for when an envoy comes later on about his seniors being bad people so that he won't get punished for it. He loudly asks the boy if he understands him, who gets serious and replies yes. Lihan also listens to him quietly, and the headmaster says magicians are an erratic bunch of people, and it will only piss him off even more if the students say they aren't one of those people. He asks the students to open up their books and read page number 1. The first clause is that the students won't harm civilians with magic, and they must read this clause louder and louder. The students seem scared of him, but the academy is filled with their voices saying they won't harm the civilians with their magic in any way effective. After some time, the headmaster ends the lecture and hopes that today's lecture has grounded them with a kind heart. He then asked for 2 volunteers to help him with the lectures. All the students lower their heads, and Lihan also looks toward the other side because he knows it's an annoying task. The headmaster gets angry and says it will be more painful if no one volunteers, so he gets up and says he will do it. But he gets scared when the headmaster says he must like standing out. Lihan smiles and says he just thought it would be an honor to assist a professor he respects. The headmaster knows he just sprouts empty compliments, but according to him, opportunity only comes to those willing to go out of their way to grab it. Lihan smiles and thinks the headmaster knows that he volunteered for the benefits. Gainando seems worried and asks him if he is insane since no one knows what the crazy headmaster will make him do. But a student puts a hand on his shoulders and asks him not to stop Lihan, saying that he hasn't gone insane but has sacrificed himself for them. Gainando gets emotional and says he should also rise for his friend. He tries to get up, but his legs don't move with him. He holds his courage and is about to say his name, but Asan gets up and says he will also volunteer with Lihan. The headmaster calls him the Ironhead from the Dalkat house and guesses that his family's always been proficient at paperwork. Asan thanks him for the compliment, and Lihan wonders if he is aiming for the same thing that he is. He stares at him when Asan looks toward him and says he will repay him for helping him before. Lihan calls him and says he doesn't need to go that far, but Asan smiles and says the Dalkad family always makes sure things are even. The headmaster is happy to see that the students get along with each other, but says they have to do work now. He gave them some safety rules for the following lecture, and they had to make copies by hand according to the number of students. Lihan and Asan are shocked to hear about such a task. At night, when all the students are sleeping, Asan makes notes, and at the same time, he regrets offering himself to volunteer. He is angry at the headmaster because he makes them do something unnecessary when he can do this in the blink of an eye with his magic. Lihan sits beside him and is surprised to see them so angry. He now understands the headmaster's intentions. He is sure the headmaster is thinking something like using magic if it makes them mad so much. But they can't even use Create Light, the most basic of magics, so he wonders how they are supposed to use writing magic. He is sure that the headmaster left a hint somewhere if he has even an ounce of conscience. He starts searching here and there when Asan calls him and asks what he is doing. He replies that he is looking for a hint to solve this situation and that he may pocket anything that might be useful. Asan asks him if it is okay to do this, and Lihan replies there's no rule that says they can't do this. Besides, this is the headmaster's lecture hall. Asan likes his idea and says thievery is okay every once in a while. They decide to split up and search together. After some time, Asan doesn't find anything of note, nor does Lihan find anything. They don't think there would be something, but suddenly, he finds something in a drawer. The green aura comes out of it, and Lihan calls Asan and says he feels a strange magical energy there. They grab the handle of the sword and open it, but are shocked to see the headmaster coming out of it. Lihan asks Asan if this is an illusion spell, but the headmaster looks at them and says the fact they opened this drawer means that they stopped doing meaningless labor and actually used their heads to think. He hopes it happens sooner rather than later, or they are so pathetic for doing it for so long. There is a first circle spell called low-level manipulation in the drawer, and he asks them to learn it quickly. The headmaster pays them farewell, and Asan gets up angrily. Knowing this is the headmaster's hidden intention, he shouts loudly at such a stupid method and doesn't understand why he wants to teach them like this. He asks Lihan to come with him, and they will file a complaint together. If both of them go together, then even the headmaster will react. But he finds Lihan looking at the paper consciously. Lihan then apologizes to him and says he can't help him, but he asks him to think that the complaint won't work for that crazy headmaster. Asan also remembers the headmaster's attitude and says there's a 95% chance he will fail. Lihan is still surprised that he thinks there's even a 5% chance of succeeding. They decide to practice the low-level manipulation spell, and it is written that the important components of casting magic are will, chants, and gestures. The following is a good chant for low-level manipulation: move, move, and manipulate. Lihan practices the spell multiple times on a leaf, but it doesn't seem to work. Asan gets tired and is out of mana when Lihan asks him to take a break. They find magic really tough, and it looks like a simple motion, but magic energy gathers differently every time. Lihan tries to concentrate and thinks of it as his last chance, just like he did his assignments in his past life. It feels like there is only 1 minute left until the assignment is due. His spell should be as straight as a tranquil bamboo tree, but as gentle as a feather. He casts the spell and asks the feather to move it. He is shocked when the feather starts moving and hangs up in front of them in the air. The feather is floating, and now he has to get it to move towards the paper calmly. He tries to move it, but the feather moves quickly, and it passes through the window swiftly. Asan shockingly looks at him and asks if he sent it flying out the window, and if it also cut an apple from the tree. They again read the paper and discovered that this magic had 2 points of difficulty. After chanting, without pause, they must continue to concentrate and control the objects. However, since Lihan has finished the most difficult part of chanting, the controlling part shouldn't be as difficult. He again casts the spell, and this time, he acts slowly, and there is no need to rush. Suddenly, they get scared when the headmaster appears and asks them if they have reached the quotes yet, or if he has to write the rest using his magic. Lihan gets scared of him, and the feather falls to the ground. The headmaster hopes that he will come to realize his kindness. Lihan rushes blindly and unintentionally hits the headmaster. Asan is shocked to see that a newly admitted student would snipe the headmaster and call him so cool. Lihan asks him to be quiet, and the headmaster again appears there and says it seems like he has learnt the spell quicker than he expected. He acknowledges that he is a tiny bit better of an ironhead, and Lihan wonders if he will pass this test by the headmaster. He finds the headmaster in a good mood and decides to test out his luck. He calls him the Honorable Headmaster and asks him for some tips about how to control that spell better. The headmaster says he has succeeded in chanting and asks him if he is having difficulty with the control. The headmaster talks to him nicely and says many freshmen are like that, so they don't need to worry. Lihan is relieved that the headmaster is talking to him nicely, but he starts laughing and says he is lying. He tells him that chanting is difficult, but controlling will become easier after a couple of tries. Lihan is the unusual one since he sent it flying like an arrow, but he has to figure out what he should do next. Lihan smiles and thanks him for his teachings and bows before him with the determination that he will improve further, while the headmaster really enjoys teasing him. He then looks toward Asan, who looks more expressive in his reactions, and tells them that magic improves more when they use it more. Therefore, they don't need to be afraid. He then puts pressure on them and asks them to go and enjoy their lunch. Lihan finds it difficult to stand straight and falls to the ground in the cafeteria. The headmaster has used teleportation magic to send him to the cafeteria. He wonders if he sent Asan somewhere else, while he doesn't know that he was sent to the infirmary for magic energy recovery. It's way past lunchtime, so there is no one in the cafeteria except Lihan. They have again served with some rice and bread. But Lihan has no problem since he still has some of the smoked meat he kept from last time. In the meantime, Adenard appears behind him, and it seems like she has been looking for him for a long time. He gets up and asks if she needs something from him, and she gives him some documents he required last time. Lihan remembers when he asked her about some subject selection and thanked her for her generosity. He first finds the list of popular lectures that include basic alchemy comprehension, basic imperial linguistics, and basic dance and socialization. Lihan thinks it isn't easy to get good grades list, but popular lecture lists. More importantly, the subject of Professor Uragom's alchemy comprehension is popular amongst all, which is good either way since he has decided to take up that subject. He then calls Her Highness Adenart and says there is some misunderstanding because what he requested was a list of lectures that are easy to get good grades. But the list of popular lectures is the exact opposite of what he asked. Adenart doesn't understand what he meant by this, and Lihan replies that a popular lecture means many impressive people join them, so it will be difficult to get good grades in such subjects. In contrast, unpopular lectures have less competition, and thus it is easier to get good grades in such subjects. Adenart understands what he meant by this, and this is shocking for her because Lihan is really looking for easier lectures. At first, she had a different opinion about him and thought he was behaving the most like a nobility should, but now it seems she saw him incorrectly. She takes out another piece of paper and says when she was organizing this, she had also written this down to show him the lecture to avoid. She gives him a list of 4 unpopular subjects, including basic swordsmanship, basic physical training, basic magic combat, and a spaced repetition approach. Lihan really likes it and can already smell the unpopularity. The first one is basic swordsmanship, and it is rare to see people come all the way to the Magic Academy to learn swordsmanship. The next one is basic magic combat, a spaced repetition approach. Combat was of little interest for the students who came to the academy in search of truth. But Lihan doesn't care about these things when his only purpose is to get good grades. He thanks Her Imperial Highness for the favor. She is still surprised but doesn't ask him anything and takes her leave. The next morning, he is walking in the tower and thinking about being rejected by every student. Ganando was surprised that he wanted to take unpopular classes on purpose, and there were no nobles who could do this. He also asked Yoner, but she refused and said she already had classes scheduled for those times. He then went to Asan and asked why he was trying to throw his time away into the garbage bin. Lihan understands their point of view and thinks they probably won't know what will hit them soon. Originally, no matter the cool, the concept of consideration for the students doesn't exist. They definitely know that students attend their lectures, but they are people who don't care. Therefore, in order to focus on lectures someone likes, they need other lectures where they don't have to do jack shit, which is the proper choice and distribution of focus. He then stands outside the basic magic combat and wonders why this spaced repetition approach is being held in the lecture room in the basement. Although the stairs looked plain, he couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. There's a famous saying that every imperial citizen knows they must never thoughtlessly enter a magician's tower. Even if it looks ordinary to the outsider, there are stories about being trapped in the tower forever after entering it. Lihan used to read these kinds of fairy tales in his childhood, and his point of view was that they were over-exaggerated. Ulrarlong replied those were a bit exaggerated, and people who entered the tower could never escape. But if it were realistic, then they would be dead. Now, Lihan feels such kind of fear and thinks that he can say that Einregard is the manifestation of a magic tower. But no one has ever dared to enter such a place. Even the most curious freshman rarely ever explored the academy. However, he gathers his courage and thinks it's still an academy at the end of the day, so it should be fine. He thinks nothing happened to him on the first floor of the main building or the dormitory, so it will also be acceptable. Suddenly, the headmaster appears there and asks him if he is going to the first basement level. Lihan gets scared at his sudden arrival, but quickly realizes that this can be an opportunity for him. He calls him the esteemed headmaster and says that it's an honor for him to see him. He bows before him and says he is on his way to the first basement level and asks him if he can perhaps impart some of his teachings to him. The headmaster quietly replies he has nothing to teach him, but he will surely bring a flower when he finds his corpse tomorrow. Lihan wants to abuse the headmaster for this, but shows patience and doesn't say anything to him. He acts like a gratitude student, an existence that can give a smile despite resentment and malice bursting forth from within them. Even though the headmaster scared him, Lihan thought it was pretty normal, so he decided to visit the first floor basement. However, he still gets an ominous feeling from behind the door. He stands outside the basic magic combat, a spaced repetition approach class, and wonders if he should go inside or not. Meanwhile, he sees some students there and thinks they have come to join the same class. He gets relieved and thinks he is not the only one among the students who wants to join this class. But he is shocked to hear the students talking to each other that they have mistakenly entered the wrong class. They head back, and the boy asks the girl if there are any students who are taking this lecture, and she replies that even the guys from her tower got scared and quit. Now, Lihan is the only one remaining there and is more scared than before. He enters the class and finds there are already 3 students in the class. However, this is better than no one, and he is somehow relieved to see them. A boy whispers in another's ear that Lihan has come to their lecture by accident. Lihan thinks it's not like he came there because he knew what this class was, but all the people are treating him like this. He sees an orb on the desk and wonders what this is because it's his first time seeing such a thing. Suddenly, he gets scared by the professor's voice, and he asks him to sit down. He shockingly turned his face and didn't notice his presence at all. The professor has a pale skin, a melancholy gaze, and long canines, which means he is a vampire. He gets up and introduces himself as Vladi Bagrek, and he is the professor in charge of basic magic combat, a space repetition approach. He requests everyone to take care of him. He then picks up the orb and tells them that the things on their desks are orbs made out of star spirit stone. It's an orb hat is sensitive to magic energy, and when a constellation is at a certain spot, it releases a holy energy. A star spirit stone is an ore that transformed from absorbing that energy. He then asks the students to stand up from their seats and pour magic energy into the orb in front of them. Lihan picks up the orb wondering if he will be able to do this when he failed at even the basic Luminate spell. But he is surprised to see that all the students succeeded that easily, and he finds out that these orbs aren't just ordinary start spirit stones, but they are real artifacts. Looking at those initials, it seems like the professor has made them himself. He heard that a well-made artifact goes for a lot of money. Suddenly, a student's orbs move speedily and rush toward the ceiling. But it stops exactly near the ceiling, and the professor reveals that these orbs are connected with their will so that they may control it. But he also places a restriction on it to prevent it from destroying the lecture hall. The girl is relieved to know this when suddenly, her orb returns and hits her stomach. She gets unconscious, and Professor Vladi reveals that those restrictions weren't placed on the students. He requests the students to take care not to break the orbs. He then instructs them to make the orb float again, and Lihan follows his instructions, thinking that the professor ignored the girl. He thinks this professor is a bit difficult as well. He asks them to try and draw a circle with its help, and Lihan finds this a difficult task, even if it's just an artifact. It's not moving how he wants it to. Meanwhile, a student successfully draws a circle, and the professor asks him to do it again. The students wonder if this is all they are going to for the class. After some time, Lihan calls him and asks how long they will have to draw the circles, and he replies that they can draw one perfectly. A student calls him and asks him permission to use the restroom, but he replies they don't need to ask him. 2 students get up and leave the class immediately. The girl also wants to accompany them, but before she can say something, she falls to the ground and gets unconscious. Lihan knows she is acting and wonders if she really needs to go that far with her acting. He goes to her and asks if she is alright, and she tries to speak but can't. Lihan observes that she isn't acting, but is really out of mana. He takes her up on his shoulders and tells the professor that she seems to have collapsed from using her mana. The professor asks her to continue drawing circles when she recovers, and Lihan is shocked to see this, and it looks like he will be the only one listening. After that, he continued to draw the circle, and asked the professor how he had graded his scores in this lecture. He replies that the scores are given in order following the basic rules, starting from first place, regardless of how many students are in the class. Lihan thinks this class is a jackpot for him. If he holds out until the end, then he will get a high grade without a doubt. This is the ultimate class he has been looking for. He really likes the magic ball in his hand that can get him good grades. He thinks he only needs to draw the circle with the help of this orb, and it's more than welcome to the professor. Meanwhile, the professor is surprised to see that he is still there. Every year, freshmen enter this class like a rising tide, but they all escape like a low tide. There were 0 students in this class last year, but Professor Vladi didn't mind one bit. After all, the contract with the principal was to give lectures every year and not gather a lot of students. In fact, he continued to stay alone in the empty classroom every day and repeatedly went back when class was over. However, a unique freshman appeared and broke that routine. He is a mature and handsome boy based on his behavior and accent, and it looks like he is from a great house. Vladi didn't know of Lihan's magic energy capacity, but he didn't have difficulty seeing how special he was. He thinks it will be nice if Lihan continues to stay, and then he will be able to go on to the next chapter for the first time. After the class, in the break room, Lihan goes to see Yoner and Gainando and says he has really useful information for them. He tells them about a lecture they shouldn't miss and will have their grades assured just by sitting there. Gainando asks him to elaborate more in detail about what the professor teaches in that class. Lihan tells them that they just need to have their mana flow into the star spirit stone the professor prepared and keep practicing drawing a circle. Gainando asks him what they will do next, and he replies that he didn't hear anything else. Yoner and Gainando give expressionless faces and ask him what is so important about that. Lihan replies the main important thing is that he will get his grades. Yoner is shocked to hear this and thinks Lihan is really out of the ordinary. She thinks she is not one to talk, but he is really crazy for any profit. Lihan then gets up and says if they guys are going to be like that, then he guesses there is no other choice. However, he has got a class, so he is going and will attend the lecture for sure. They ask him curiously about the next class he is taking, and his answer is more shocking to them. He states that he is going to take basic swordsmanship at a magic academy. On the other side, at the southern main building front yard, Lihan stands outside and wonders if this is the class he is looking for. He is surprised to see a lot of students in this class, and more importantly, they are students from the White Tiger Tower. White Tiger Tower students are all mostly from night houses, which means they are all good at swordsmanship and have a serious attitude toward it. Lihan thinks magic combat was kind of served on a silver plate for him. But this is also fine because he has steadily learned swordsmanship for all long. Meanwhile, the students are surprised to see him and whisper in each other's ears that he is from the Blue Dragon Tower. They are also aware that he is from the Warden's house. They wonder if he is there because he has learned a bit of cultural swordsmanship from his tutor, which means he underestimates swordsmanship way too much. Lihan has already heard that they all have great pride in their swordsmanship, but they are more hostile than he thought. However, this doesn't matter to him because they are all teenagers. Meanwhile, a student calls him from behind and says he is from the Warden's house, belonging to the Blue Dragon Tower, and Lihan replies with what he wants from him. The orc student says he has come to the wrong place because this is a serious swordsmanship lecture, and is not a lecture that will teach him in baby steps. Lihan acts calm and thanks him for the information, but that student gets angry and asks him to understand that this is not the sword swinging that they nobles usually do. He says he can get seriously hurt if he gets into a spar, and all the students there won't go easy on him. Lihan again acts careless and says he will be cautious not to injure them too much when he fights them. The orc student is surprised at his reaction and gets angry at him. In the meantime, the teacher appears there and asks all the students to gather around. Lihan is surprised to see a new professor in the academy who has thin white eyebrows and is an elf. He introduces himself as Professor in Girdle and will teach them swordsmanship this semester. This time, Lihan is not surprised to see an elf as a swordsmanship professor. The professor then starts the lecture and says they all have learned swordsmanship, and now they are there to improve their skills either or keep them from rusting. He will help them train the swordsmanship they each have learned instead of teaching from the very basics. In the meantime, an elf student calls Lihan from behind and puts his hand on his shoulder. Lihan really likes the boy and wonders if he is also an elf, but he seems very popular among the girls. The boy asks him if he is Lihan from House Wardenaz, and he is just curious about why someone from a house famous for magic would learn swordsmanship. Lihan replies his reason is obvious because there won't be that many people attending the class, so it will be easy for him to get good grades. The boy is surprised, just like others, at his reason, and Lihan thinks that rather than causing misunderstanding by speaking frankly, it will be easier for both of them if he pretends to be doing it solely for the grades. The boy introduces himself as Giselle from House Marathi and says that he can call him only Marathi. Lihan thinks he looks soft, so he shakes hands with him and greets him with some courtesy words. They shake hands and think this is just like he can expect from House Marathi. The house is known for having strict rules and protecting the north in a harsh environment, a place that will use any means or methods up their sleeves if it means achieving their purpose. That's the type of house he had thought they were, but Marathi seems completely different from the image he was expecting. He then thinks about Nilya and thinks the rumors are not always true. He hopes to forge some good relations with him in the future. This is the general description of the Blue Stone swordsmanship, a swordsmanship that all along taught Lihan. As one could infer from its name, Blue Stone swordsmanship is sturdy and simple. The training process was so difficult that the nobles were reluctant to learn it. However, Lihan was able to overcome it, and the reason for that is if someone approaches it with the mindset that they can overcome it, they will be bound to do so. Meanwhile, the professor observes that Lihan is suing the blue stone swordsmanship, and is happy to see that his basics are solid. He asks Lihan about the house he belongs to, but is surprised when he tells him that he is from House Wardenas. He is surprised his foundation is this good despite being from that house. He asks him why he is learning swordsmanship, and Lihan replies that swordsmanship is a vital skill for a nobleman. The professor really likes his reason and just gives a signature expression like the other professors. Lihan thinks he can wave his grade goodbye if he says something wrong there. So, he thinks of a new answer and says vitality was his initial thought. But the profundity that he discovered about swordsmanship as he progressed was that he couldn't stand not reaching this place. This time, the professor really liked his answer, and he carelessly thumbed up because Lihan let out what he was thinking to himself. Now, his attitude becomes good with him, and he keeps his background in magic aside because he is such an earnest swordsman. The professor thinks his attitude is better than that of some of the students from the Tower of the Tiger. He takes out his sword and says he has realized something thanks to him, and now he will take him seriously. He asks Lihan to take out his sword, and he seems shocked since this isn't what he intended to do in this class. After some time, Lihan fell to the ground in a pretty bad shape, and the professor stood in front of him and said blue stone swordsmanship is a boulder-like swordsmanship, and it's strong that no matter who it may be, it will not falter. The professor helps him to get up and advises him to keep his instructions in mind. They end their lecture there, and he asks the next student to come forward. Lihan's whole body is all stiff and numb, and he doesn't even remember how many times he got hit. He appreciates the professor that he was so good at aiming for the gaps in his defense, and he got hit the whole way through till it ended. He sits against the wall for some rest, while the professor calls the next student to fight. However, Lihan admits that this class is no joke because the students from the Tower of the White Tiger are the ones who will become knights in the future. But the professor is so strong that he deals with them so easily. If Alrarlong is a swordsman who's like an immovable rock, then Professor Ingirdle is like flowing water despite having a prosthetic arm and leg. He quietly watches him fighting all the students and, at the same time, giving instructions to them. He asks a student if he is using the Purple Cloud swordsmanship. Then he needs more changes. The crux of the twin swords is their difficulty and complexity, so he needs to be more thoughtful as he wields them. The next student uses the Summit Moon swordsmanship, which is faster and sharper, so he asks the student not to be shy and to throw his whole body into it. Lihan thinks he is truly a great professor who knows each student's swordsmanship and even gives them one-to-one personalized advice. He observes other students around him chatting to each other, and he feels like he is the only one who got hit multiple times. The professor again calls Lihan and asks him to step forward when class is over. Lihan anxiously goes to him, wondering what he wants to say to him. The professor then calls Durju of House Choi, and the orc student from before comes forward. They both stare at each other for a while, and Lihan abuses him in his mind and thinks his name is Durju, and is the one who picked up a fight with him. The professor then asks them to duel with each other, which is shocking for every student present there, including Lihan and Durju. They wonder why the professor called those two of all people, and it won't be a fair fight. Durju smiles and seems confident about his winning. The professor gives them the wooden swords while Lihan just observes his evil expressions. It's obvious that he's looking forward to this duel, just because he has been going easy on them. He grabs the sword, thinking he has no intentions of stepping down since the situation has come to this. He remembers his childhood and thinks he could have spent his time playing around. But the reason he spent his time getting beat and learning swordsmanship was just for moments like this. Now, he is ready to face his opponent and has no intentions of backing up. Professor Ingirdle chose the two for a reason, and it was because they were the most skilled among the students. It is a fact that swordsmanship is impossible through theory alone, and only after practicing thousands of times and through real combat experience can they begin to see the path of swordsmanship. For example, suppose a skilled person aims for his opponent's neck. But if he only has that skill, his opponent won't easily fall for it. They use theory as the base, and understanding and application are the supporting factors to bring out the full strength of swordsmanship. Now, not only have these two students reached that stage, but they are also able to put faint traces of magic energy into their swords. Therefore, this only means that they have exceptional talent as knights. The professor instructs them to be in their positions, and he looks toward Lihan with amazement because he has that level of swordsmanship despite not coming from a house of knights. He thinks Lihan must have received a tremendous amount of pressure from his family, but he's so serious about it. He has tears in his eyes for Lihan and thinks he's just a praiseworthy student. He promises himself to guide his path of swordsmanship by any means necessary. He then declares to begin the duel, and everyone looks forward to this duel. Lihan and Durju face each other, and it is well known that Choi House's Summit Moon swordsmanship is quick and fierce. On the contrary, Blue Stone swordsmanship is heavy and strong. The professor is at the point that since those two are complete opposites, they have much to learn from each other. Meanwhile, Durju calls him and asks if he is not going to come to him, and when he doesn't reply, he rushes toward him first. He is about to hit Lihan with the sword, but he thrusts his foot in the sand. Durju's vision blurs, and he blocks his sword. The students are surprised to see that Lihan threw sand at him. A student comes forward and asks the professor if this is allowed, but he is shocked to see his happy expressions, and it seems like he is really enjoying this duel. He asks the students not to mind the means and methods because there's only life or death in battle. At this moment, Lihan knows exactly what those words mean, and the professor looks toward the other students and thinks it will be hard for them to understand it right now. Since they were born in houses that value honor, it's obvious that they have never learned this. Furthermore, he observes that Lihan has the mindset of ignoring what others have to say for the sake of victory. But according to him, he is a true swordsman who only cares about his win. Soon, he overpowers Durju and backs off, but he is shocked at his shallow tricks. He lowered his guard because he thought too much of his house and underestimated him. However, this benefits Lihan because his opponent still can't think straight, and he has to go on the offensive there. He increases his speed and attacks him offensively. He admitted he was a skilled student when he saw his movements earlier, but he doesn't know how to win using shallow tricks. Lihan smiles and intentionally puts his shoe on Duryu's to make him lose his balance. He wants to create a scenario where he can win easily. Durju realizes that Lihan will go this far to win at any rate, so he suddenly uses a hidden trick under his sleeves, rolls down the ground and reaches a distance. Lihan is shocked to see that he has gone that far. Durju seems exhausted, but thinks he shouldn't be worrying about his face right now. The professor is the only one enjoying the duel, and even claps to appreciate them. He again rushes toward Lihan, saying he won't forgive him for the humiliation he has done to him. Lihan swiftly moves his sword using his magic energy and starts fighting him confidently. The professor observes them and thinks they are better than he thought. He knew they were skilled, but he was surprised to see that Durju could display Summit Moon swordsmanship at this level. However, the harder he strikes, the more quickly he loses his stamina. On the contrary, Wardenez is staying calm and only responding to his opponent's movements. Lihan just observes Durju's movement and thinks he's way too excited right now. Suddenly, Lihan exerts a lot of pressure on him, and he feels his body get stuck and is unable to move. Lihan controls himself and thinks he shouldn't reveal his emotions just like this. Now, it's his time to seize the opportunity and win because his opponent has let his guard down. Durju's decision-making has dulled from experiencing an unexpected situation, and because of that, he made unnecessary movements. Furthermore, judging by the mana in his sword, it's clear that he's approaching his physical limit. Now, it's his turn to use some of his mana because he won't get tired by using a little bit of it. This fight is just a matter of time, and Durju has used enough time, so it's his turn now. The fight continues, but Durju doesn't land a single strike on Lihan. He seems exhausted and wonders if he is putting in enough strength. But his opponent seems calm and isn't getting tired at all. He's just maintaining his poker face, and Durju feels like he is trying to stab a boulder with a needle. He feels like he was just playing into his hands all this time. He gathers his strength and gets up again because he can't lose someone like him who doesn't even belong to a knight's house. Suddenly, the professor thrusts his sword into the sand, and at that very moment, the sword is on Durju's neck, declaring that the duel is over. He calls both of them to come to the front. The professor looks at Durju and thinks if he was just a bit more calm, then the results would have turned out differently. But he crumbled under his own pressure, and it must have been difficult, considering his young age. On the other hand, Lihan already exhibits the unique aura of a high-ranked noble. He announces that 2 students have shown fantastic swordsmanship today, but victory isn't absolute. He hopes for the victor to stay humble, the loser to stay devoted, and for both of them to grow. He asks both of them to shake hands, but Lihan judges his personality, and he is not the type to stay still. He plans to attack him if he comes at him at once. But he is surprised when Durju forwards his hand and says it was a good fight indeed. He also apologizes to him for his rudeness earlier, and now he is more than qualified enough to take this lecture. Lihan is surprised at his apology, and it doesn't look like he is trying to lower his guard for an attack. Lihan also shakes hands with him and says he probably only said that because he was worried, too. The teacher claps for them while the students behind him get jealous. The professor stares at them and asks why they aren't clapping, and as a result, they clap immediately. The same night, all the White Tiger Tower students gather outside, and Giselle from the House of Marathi seems to call them and asks Durju if he, as a student of the White Tiger Tower, plans to leave Lihan alone after that kind of humiliation. Durju replies that he just lost because he was lacking and thus has no intention of taking revenge against him. But the other students try to provoke him and say he lost because Lihan kicked dirt on him. They make him sure that it isn't his fault, but Durju is still at the point where he is lacking. Marathi smiles and says it's not important right now, but the more important thing is their tower's honor and pride, which was trampled on because of Lihan. He stares at Durju and says the House Choi has to take responsibility for this matter. Durju seems under pressure because House Marathi is the center of influence in the night houses. He asks how he wants him to take the responsibility, and Marathi flicks his fingers and says it's simple. If he lost on his own, then he would just have to face Lihan with numbers. Durju finds it embarrassing as a knight, but Marathi calls this just the nonsense of losers. The students whisper to each other, wondering why they need to go this far for just a little duel among the students. Marathi listens to them and says he finds some students who disagree with him and asks them to call him directly. All the students turn their faces because no one dares to say anything to him directly. But Durju bravely says he is against this and doesn't intend to take revenge of any type. Marathi calls him a coward for backing off like this and says he will need to find someone to take Durju's place. A student comes forward and asks Marathi for a chance. Soon, Marathi makes a team against Lihan to beat him up. Durju is worried about him, and even if he has faith in his skills, 1 versus 3 is too disadvantageous. Furthermore, the 3 of them are Night House members who train daily. He clenches his fist and thinks he shouldn't sit still like this, and this isn't how a knight should act. No matter what his decision now might influence him in the future, he will surely stand by Wardnaz's side. He hurriedly runs toward the Blue Dragon Tower to inform Lihan about the situation before the other students gang up on him. He can hear the fight's noise from the distance and thinks they are beating Lihan. Suddenly, a stone passes near his head, and an elf student falls near him to the ground. He is shocked to see the other 2 students seem scared of him, and Lihan asks them to come to him if they want to die. Durju doesn't understand what is happening there since he came all the way long there for his help, but it seems like he was wrong. A while ago, the 3 of them surrounded Lihan with their staff in their hands. They asked him if he thought nothing would happen after he had tarnished an honorable duel. They want their revenge and want to make him feel like he won't ever be able to come back to that lecture. Lihan wondered if they were really doing this to this extent just because of what happened in the class. He got annoyed and wanted to just scare them off or something like that. He stared at them angrily and tried to show off his family name. He asked if they were doing this despite knowing of his house, but they got angry and also called him a coward for threatening them with his family name. A boy asked him if he really thought it would scare them, and judging from their reactions, Lihan just assumed they had someone backing them. He is sure that they must have someone they are trusting in. There is surely someone behind the scenes, someone who is powerful enough to handle the situation easily. He wonders if they really think that they would be looked after if something were to happen. He thinks they wouldn't be doing something like this if he had half a brain. He directly asked them who ordered them to come to him, and if he is from some great house, that's hard to ignore. They got startled, and one of them asked others not to listen to him and to surround him. They surround him closely and don't intend to give him a chance to escape. Lihan thought 3 versus 1 was way too much for him. He remembered Alrarlong's advice, which he told him to just run if something like this happened. However, at that moment, his escape route was blocked, and he wondered what he should do at that moment. Suddenly, he saw some pebbles on the ground and made up a plan to use them. Their sizes weren't too different from the quill he used in his class and cast a spell on it. At present, he takes out his wand and casts the same spell, which results in all the pebbles hanging up in the air in front of him. The students are shocked that he already knows how to use this kind of magic. They wonder if Wardnaz is really different from the others, while Lihan is relieved that his spell worked at the right time. This much magic should be enough to scare them. He just needs to maintain this mood and get out of there. He asks them to get out of there and slowly moves the stones with his wand. Suddenly, a stone hits one of the guys, and he falls to the ground. The others are now more scared to see him, while Lihan is also shocked because he didn't intend to harm him. He thinks practice is necessary for this kind of magic, but he has done damage to his opponents. However, the boys are more scared of him now, and one of them tells others that he is throwing stones so fast that they can't even react to it. They don't believe that he knows such powerful magic at such a young age, even if he is a wardeness. Lihan just stares at them angrily and thinks it's different from what he intended to do, but now he just has to go with the flow. He stares at them and makes a poker face, asking them to feel free to come to him if they want to die. They get scared and run away while lifting the injured one on their shoulders and leave him immediately. Durju still stands there watching all this quietly and wonders what he just watched. Lihan calls him and asks if he has also come there to fight him, and he replies no. Later on, they sit near the fire, and Durju tells him the whole story about Giselle Marathi, who tried to threaten him and also sent some boys to beat him up. Lihan can feel that the White Tiger Tower is quite different from theirs. All of the houses in their tower are quite powerful, so it felt closer to a social gathering than anything. He is surprised to see that the White Tiger Tower has already established a pecking order. Durju makes his sketch to show Lihan what Marathi looks like, and he is surprised to know that he is the same guy he met in the class and acted friendly towards him. He thought he was a nice guy, but it looks like he is different from his appearance. Durju states faces and personalities aren't related one bit, and he thinks what they say about the good-looking guy is true. Durju again calls him and asks if he is even listening to him. He is lost in his thoughts, and wonders the reason why Marathi approached him. He then talks to Durju and says it's strange that they are doing this because of a single duel. He replies that the duel is just a pretext, and there are a variety of real reasons to attack him. First, he is from the House Wardenaz, and if he is able to defeat him, someone from a great house, then his authority amongst the first years becomes that much stronger. Lihan asks him if he thought of him as a trophy to increase his authority, which doesn't feel good at all. Durju lowers his head and says he is worried about this because Lihan will likely keep showing off his good side, and when that happens, the students of his tower will hold animosity towards him. Giselle Marathi surely knows how to incite those emotions and how to provoke them against him for his benefit. Suppose Lihan is going to continue to take the swordsmanship lectures. He can just ask him to be careful. After some time, Lihan goes towards his tower and remembers Durju's instructions for him to stay safe from Marathi. He asked him to try to avoid classes that students from the White Tiger Tower take, because then, Giselle wouldn't be able to do anything either. Lihan thought it wasn't a bad proposition but didn't plan on taking it. The first reason is that it's hard to find a good lecture on his standards like this. The second reason was pride because he thinks how he dares to play politics with him. He goes to the break room and seems injured. He tells his tower mates that students from the White Tiger Tower attacked him for the sole reason that he was a student of the Tower of the Blue Dragon. He started crying just to see what kind of response they would give him. The students are surprised to see his condition and get angry, as he expected. A boy gets up and says it's not the time just to be sitting around like this and asks everyone to gather in this room. He exclaims that it might be different if it was Gaynando, but they laid their hands on Wardenaz and will not accept it. Gaynando is shocked that he dragged him into this fight. Lihan is happy to see that they are much more heated than he thought they would be, and they call all the students and ask each other to take out their weapons. Lihan asks them to calm down and says that they don't need to go this far, but they seem determined because they all owe him something. They get emotional just thinking that there wasn't a single one of them who didn't eat the meat he brought. They believe if it weren't for him, then they would have all starved to death. Lihan was just trying to overcharge them, but he had no intention of picking up a fight with the White Tiger Tower students. Soon, the two columns of boys gather in the hall, and they make a slogan to slay the White Tiger Tower people. Lihan is surprised that his judgment was off, and he misjudged how much the Blue Tower hated the White Tiger Tower. He is unaware of the fact that it's natural to hate someone the more they consider them their peer. The students hurriedly grab the things they can use as weapons and are ready to attack the students of the White Tiger Tower. Suddenly, Asan appeared from behind and loudly asked them to wait. He asks them to listen to him carefully before they go over there. He is the one acting consciously and says they can't act rashly because everyone in their tower is from a knight household. They can't win by just fighting them head-on. Lihan is relieved that Asan is rational and tells his friends that he is right, so they should listen to him. But his hope disappears when Asan says they should ambush them. A boy cheers up for him and says they can expect this from House Dalkad. Lihan disappointingly grabs his head and thinks he is an idiot for trusting them. Lihan tries to calm them down and says he isn't planning on asking them to get revenge for him. He says he wants to deal with this himself because this involves his honor. A boy calls him and says it won't be easy, considering how deceptive, evil, cheap, and dirty those people are. Lihan just listens to him and wonders if he even breathed between his insults. He takes a deep breath and says they are children of noble houses, and it would be embarrassing for them to stoop to their level. They seem to calm down a little bit, and Lihan now will bring up what he wanted to bring up from the start. He calls the students and says if the White Tiger students instigate, they should cooperate when responding to it since they are more likely to gang up on them, considering how cheap they are. The boys really like his idea, and one of them says they should group up when they retaliate. Lihan remembers today's incident and thinks he won't have to worry about them lynching someone. The meeting was dismissed, and the students left to talk to each other about ideas to provoke them. 2 students are saying that they will share the following lecture with them, and it's time to show off their true powers. They remember and seem confident about the spells they have mastered until now. They are talking about some spells for creating light, and Lihan realizes that he is the only one who hasn't learned that spell yet. The next day, Yeoner comes out of her room and gets scared to see Lihan in a very bad condition. She asks him what is wrong with his face, and he replies that he couldn't sleep because he was practicing magic. Yeoner asks him to remember that they are not allowed to practice on their own, but Lihan has a special case since he got permission to learn the magic on his own. Lihan tells her that others can already successfully cast the Create Light spell, but she replies it's her first time hearing about this type of spell. Meanwhile, Kainando appears there, and Lihan asks him what he is doing. They wish him good morning, but he is lost in his thoughts. He quietly takes a meat stick from his pocket and takes it near the fire to warm it up. Yeoner is embarrassed to see him doing these tricks for food since he is a member of the imperial family. He is warming the meat when Lihan quietly sits behind him and says they won't try to steal it so he can eat it calmly. Gainando is scared at his sudden arrival and asks when he arrived. Lihan replies he came up there the moment he carefully pulled out his sausages. He hurriedly pulls out the sausages because it's about to burn up. Lihan also observes the other students and the situation seems quite serious to him. Everyone is starving, and it's only this bad because they sold them food. Yeoner thinks the situation probably would have been worse if they didn't do that. Lihan thinks they should prepare food for them since they don't have a lot left in their reserves now. They even try to steal food from Professor Yurgom, but he is very stingy. Whenever they try to take some food from his cabin, he calls them back and takes back all the jam and bread they have taken. He asks them just to eat food for themselves and not to take it away with them. They both are sad at thinking they won't be able to steal food at this rate, and they have to come up with another plan. After that, they go to their basic magic class, where Professor Garcia is waiting for them. Professor Garcia Kim, a troll, is quite interested in her students, so she's able to easily notice the subtle changes between them. Firstly, now that it's been a week since the students enrolled, they were all starving. Secondly, she could feel the pressure building between the members of the different towers. It was obvious that they would have a strong sense of rivalry against each other with different backgrounds, but the Blue Dragon and White Dragon had the worst relationship. They even stare at each other, and it seems like they will start the fight at any time. Professor Garcia calls the students and asks them to sit in their seats. According to the headmaster, students become stronger the more they compete with each other, but Professor Garcia doesn't fully agree with him. She wants all the students to get along nicely with each other. She asks everyone to be seated and tells them about the spell they learned last time. She asks them if anyone has successfully cast it. Lihan raises his hand and thinks he is barely able to succeed after staying up all night. He is exhausted, but he can't be the only one behind. But he is surprised to see that he is the only one who cast that spell, and no one raised their hands. He calls a boy and asks if he hasn't learned the spell since he thought he had already learned it. The boy smiles and says he got the general idea of how to do it, but he wasn't successful. He smiles and says it won't take him too long since they are nobles, and Lihan is disappointed that he stayed up all night for nothing. He thinks these nobles like to brag way too much, and he falls for it. Professor Garcia appreciates them 2 students who have successfully learnt the spell, including Lihan and Adenart. Lihan looks toward her and thinks it looks like he has another opportunity to get close to her Imperial Highness. She stares at him angrily, and he doesn't understand what he has done. Asan calls him and says it seems like her Imperial Highness believes in those strange rumors about him. Lihan asks him what rumors he is talking about, and he replies that all are malicious and unpleasant rumors, and that he is not after the truth but is desperate for grades. Lihan is surprised because it's absolutely true, but why do they call him false rumors? Lihan is surprised and thinks there's nothing to say when they are not wrong, and all the rumors Asan is talking about are actually the truth. But Asan looks furious for some reason, and is disappointed with her Imperial Highness. According to him, the person who spread the rumor is the biggest issue, but he can't believe that her Imperial Highness believes that nonsense. Lihan asks him to calm down and says she can believe the rumors if she consents it's her own will. Asan is shocked at his statement, and Lihan's respect in his eyes has increased more, and he thinks he is just magnanimous. Their tower has a lot of children from great houses, but none of them has ever perfectly displayed how a noble should act as well as Lihan has. He thinks his father surely sent him there with the intent that he would meet people like him and learn a lot of things. He starts crying and praises him, saying that he is truly amazing and great. After that, Lihan and Adenard use the spell of light and create it to show the professor. Their lights collide with each other, and she really enjoys it, saying it's rare to see a student successfully casting a spell in their first week. She is very delighted to meet such talented students. Meanwhile, all the other students quietly listen to their appreciation and get jealous. Professor Garcia calls them and says there is no reason for any of them to worry. She tells them that illuminating is the most basic spell, and that it's a beginner-level spell intended to help them get a feel for magic. She asks them not to worry about it if they haven't been successful yet. Lihan observes that there's no one who listens to her. There's no way any of them would listen when their moods are like this, and they can fight at any time. Professor Garcia calls the students and asks them to calm down and return to their seats. They get up and walk toward each other's seats, saying it's just light magic and that none of them guys can do it. Professor Garcia calls them and asks them not to get too down, saying that they will be learning elemental magic this semester. The students of the White Tiger Tower are happy to hear about the elemental magic, and the professor exclaims that when they learned the Create Light spell, they should have also subconsciously learned the trick for elemental magic. It is said that elemental magic has simple attributes such as water, fire, earth, and wind, but it also has more difficult attributes such as darkness and gravity. Elemental magic has the property of becoming the foundation for other magics, such as summoning spirits or imbuing attributes into artifacts. To compare, it's like transitioning from the 4 fundamental arithmetic operations to high school level math. Furthermore, just by learning basic elemental magic, they are able to be treated as a high-level talent no matter where they go. Lihan sits on the chair and is really looking forward to this lecture. Professor Garcia announces that they are going to test the various types of basic elemental magic. Each of the students will have a different element that suits them, and the students are relieved that they don't need to learn all of the elements after all. Some only want to learn the fire element, some want water, and others want different according to their personalities. Suddenly, candles appear in front of every student, and they are surprised that it's burning and a yellow aura comes out of it. Garcia asks them to cast the spell the same as they did before, but this time, they will be creating fire, not light. They have to be careful since, unlike light, fire can burn them. Gainando makes up a scenario in his mind and thinks of making fire, but then he gets scared of being burned in his imagination. Professor Garcia tells them the chant coming from their heart, ablaze, and it creates a pillar of fire in front of them. The students are amazed to see this. Lihan also likes this fire pillar, and he is compelled to agree that magic is really incredible. The professor then asks the students to try it now, and they try to cast a spell on the candles placed in front of them. Lihan looks toward the candle and thinks there must be a reason the professor gave them the candle. It's most likely because having it close to them will make it easier to create an image. His entire focus is on the candle, and he is about to chant the spell. The professor stares at him shockingly, and a bluish aura appears from his wand. She stops him and says they should hold off on his casting ignition magic. Lihan gets worried and asks why he should do this, and she replies that it will be dangerous for him. Lihan now thinks about it and remembers that he suffered because the light was too strong. Even if he can't control the light, blinding himself is the worst that can happen. But he doesn't even want to imagine what will happen if he loses control of the fire. Professor Garcia says they will try to fire magic when he is more in tune with his senses, so before then, and she asks him to practice the Create Water spell. She presents him with a plate of water and says it's not as dangerous as fire, and it is also one of the first elements that people think of, just like fire. Lihan doesn't like water because he thinks it's not as strong as fire. He thinks fire magic and lightning magic are better for offense, while earth magic and metal magic are better for defense. However, water magic is quite ambiguous to use, and if he has to choose its upside, he just thinks it can be used to create drinkable water whenever he wants. According to him, he can't use water magic anywhere, and it's just for safety. Asan looks at him and says he's jealous because he can't believe he gets special lessons from the professor. Lihan wants to ask him to shut his mouth, but he holds himself and tries to act calm in this unwanted situation. He then focuses on water, casts the spell Surge on it, and tries to raise it up. He wanted to learn to create fire spells. It creates a splash of water, and Asan is shocked to see the water rising so much higher. Lihan is also shocked to see water waving in the air in front of him, and it only took him 3 tries to raise it this high. Professor Garcia is really happy with him and praises him for his great effort. She says it seems like he has an affinity for water. She calls all the students and tells them that Lihan has successfully cast elemental magic. They all cheer up for him and are amazed to see his huge size. Meanwhile, the students of the White Tiger Tower seem jealous and quietly listen to all the praise Lihan is receiving. Professor Garcia observes them and tries to encourage them, saying there is no need to become impatient just because they weren't successful. She gives them Lihan's example and says they all have an element that they will have an affinity for. For example, a student who was raised in a smithy would have an affinity for fire, and a student who was raised near a river or sea would have an affinity for water. Similarly, for those who live in windy areas, they would have an affinity for wind. The more familiar they are with that element, the easier time they will have creating an image. Meanwhile, Lihan finds his affinity with water strange because he isn't close to any water. The closest thing he remembers is his professors drowning him with work in graduate school. He observes Adenard is staring at him, and her gaze stings at him. He turns toward her, but she suddenly turns in another direction and pretends she didn't see him. Lihan is pretty sure it felt like she was looking at him. His concentration diverts, and suddenly, the water wave falls at him. Professor Garcia smiles and says it's easy for his spell to lose its form if he loses concentration. She instructs him to try to maintain its shape for his next attempt. Lihan observes changes in his body and thinks Professor Garcia is the light of this school, and she is the classical teacher. He thanks her for the help but wonders how long he should try to maintain its form. Professor Garcia replies normally, it would be until his magic energy is all expended. But since that would never happen for him, he just needs to try to maintain it for the rest of class. Lihan is shocked at this and thinks it's more like punishment than a favor. He tries to talk to her, but some other students call the professor for help, and she goes toward that side. He clenches his fist out of anger and thinks he almost forgot that Professor Kim works at this insane academy as a professor, where they all seem to have a screw or two loose. He is very angry at the professor, while she looks at him from a distance and thinks it's mentally difficult to maintain magic for an extended period of time. Since it's practically the same as narrowly maintaining a tightrope act, this is a necessary lesson for Lihan. The fact that he was able to create such a large glob of water in only 3 attempts means that his talent can't simply be explained by affinity. Furthermore, the amount of magic energy he has could be compared to the greatest magicians in all of history. Therefore, Professor Garcia wants to refine this gem even more, and she is sure that Lihan will do a great job. Lihan has tears in his eyes and thinks all the professors are from the academy. Their misunderstanding grew deeper by the day since the professors wouldn't listen to any of the students. The same evening, Lihan complained to Professor Yurgolm about what happened in Professor Garcia's class. He asks him if he doesn't think she went too far, but he seems not to listen to him attentively. He tells her about her Imperial Highness and that she also succeeded with the Create Fire spell. Yoner was happy when she found out that she had an affinity for wind, while Gainando ended up burning his staff. He is sad because, for the entire lecture, he only stared at water. Professor Yurgolm replies it's just because Professor Garcia likes him, and he is pretty sure this is the reason she made him do that. Lihan is surprised and asks if this is the reason he is maintaining the fields on this God-given Friday. The professor smiles and says he complained so much when he was the one who asked to do it. Not long ago, Lihan came to his cabin and said he came again to help with the cabin maintenance. However, he asked him for some food in exchange, and the professor agreed immediately and said he could give him that much. He then collects some food and asks permission to take it, and he can count his initiative as bonus points, but the professor asks him to put that down. Lihan puts the food down, and the professor stares at him and thinks he can't lower his guard around him for even a second. Lihan works in front of him while he drinks his tea, wondering how a guy like him came out of House Wardenaz. He then asks Lihan about any tension that happened with the White Tiger Tower recently, and he replies that the mood between them and the White Tiger Tower isn't that good. The professor comments that the tension is the same this year, and Lihan thinks it seems like it happens every year. He then says that he gets the relationship between their houses isn't good, but fighting at the academy is going a bit too far. They are already busy enough learning magic, so they shouldn't be fighting with each other. The professor laughs loudly and says at least he has a brain, and asks him to ignore the students of the White Tiger Tower if they try to pick a fight with him, and it's a much better use of time to practice magic instead. Lihan is surprised at his instructions and tells him that he has already fought the students of White Tiger Tower, which is really shocking for him. Lihan gets embarrassed and asks the professor not to look at him like that, and it's not like he wants to fight. Professor finds it strange because fights don't normally happen in the first week, and asks him what happened when they fought. Lihan replies they picked a fight with him just because he took the swordsmanship class. Suddenly, the tea slips out of his mouth, and Lihan gets up and asks if he is alright. The professor shockingly asks him why he took that lecture, which means he basically trespassed on their territory. Lihan replies that he is allowed to register for whatever classes he wants, while the professor gets calm and says the damage has already been dealt with. He observes Lihan looks fine despite getting into a fight, and he doesn't know about their magic skills, but they are quite good at the blade. Lihan smiles and says he had a hard time when they fought him 3-on-1, and the professor is shocked to hear that he fought with 3 boys at once. He then gets up from his place, and Lihan asks him where he is going. He asks him to stop for today, and he will make him some food. He gives him some vegetables and thinks he should be nice to Lihan because he might come back to see him one day after becoming the greatest swordsman in the empire. The professor makes food for him, and Lihan enjoys the delicious bread. When he ate, he asked the professor if he had been managing this by himself before he came. The professor replies there were students before him, but it must have been because they were all lazy and had no talent that they ran away. According to him, this much work is just the basics for an alchemist. Lihan shockingly remembers the basics he has learned so far. He dusted the entire cabin, cleared the brazier and confirmed the ingredients, managed the fields, and checked the fish trap in the river. The professor asks him if he is right, and Lihan respectfully replies he is right. He has tears in his eyes and thinks after his time in graduate school in his past life. He thinks of chores like this as things that students should obviously do, but this isn't right, and he can't leave it like this. He then asks the professor permission to grow something in the empty space in the fields. He gets happy and asks him what he wants to grow, and he replies he wants to plant things like napa cabbages and leeks. The professor allows him and asks if he wants to sell those things, and Lihan counter-questions him about how he knew about this and asks if his seniors already did this. The professor slaps his hand disappointingly and says he is the first one to do this. However, he allows him to do whatever he wants, and Lihan thinks eating those vegetables by the students wouldn't be that good, and he thinks of some dish he can make out of this. He asks the professor if he knew of any dishes that could be made from napa cabbage and leeks. He replies he can make jjigi with these 2 vegetables, and Lihan really likes his suggestion. Jjigae is the Korean word for stew, and it seems like a delicious dish. It is said that the empire, with its massive size, has a variety of food cultures depending on the location. If the Warden's house is located in the west, it has a Western-style diet with pieces of bread and cheese. Similarly, the east has rice, noodles, gochujang, and doenjang in their diets, and they seem to like this kind of food. Lihan asks the professor if he likes jjigis and replies that he likes them but tries to avoid them. Lihan asks him the reason while doing dishes, and he replies it's a dish from the east, and he hates some dwarves from the east. Lihan asks if something happened to him, and the professor reveals that some of his distant older relatives live in the east. Lihan has no idea how much they nag him whenever they meet. He murmurs some of his aunt's dialogue she used to say to him when they met. Lihan observes he really doesn't like his relatives, and he heard that the east was more strict, but he didn't know it was that bad. The professor then calls him and asks what he is going to do this weekend, and Lihan counter-questions him if he wants to call him for work. The professor also questions him if he looks like someone who would work with him on the weekend. Lihan is surprised that these professors don't give him work on weekends, while in his past life, as a graduate student, he had to work on the weekends, and there were no days free for themselves. The professor angrily asks him if he doesn't have the time to come to him on the weekend. He asks him to think about what the starved students are going to do, and Lihan replies they will burn the school. The professor gets up and says he is wrong because the cornered students are going to look for a way to eat and survive. The black turtles will look for fruits and berries, and the white tigers will hunt. Lihan asks him what the blue dragon student will most likely do, and the professor replies that those students are always a step behind. Still, there are always skilled students amongst them, and they will eventually find a suitable method. However, he looks toward Lihan and says this year is going to be very different from the previous years. Lihan then asks him about the Tower of the Phoenix, and the professor asks him to put them in a separate category entirely. Since they aren't kind who'd waver from hunger, the Tower of the Phoenix is made up of apprentice priests. As they have always practiced asceticism in the temples, even in these awful conditions, they would only pray. Lihan thinks their devotion is amazing and says he will also go hunting this weekend with his friends. He also says if the White Tiger Tower students try to fight again, then this time, they will be the ones pushing them back with numbers. Professor Yurgolm is sweeping the ground and says he guesses he doesn't have the option to avoid them, but he probably won't run into them. It's quite possible that they will also take another path, and Lihan asks what other path he is talking about. The professor turns toward him and says they will most likely choose the escape path. It is said that the Magic Academy's campus is an iron fortress surrounded by enchanted walls. But even so, students try to escape from the academy every year. Lihan also thinks about what he can get from escaping, and it's obvious that he will try it. He can get new clothes and shoes, bread, butter, cheese and jam, or a whole bunch of other daily necessities. He finds a lot of reasons to escape from the academy. Suddenly, the professor notices his expression and asks him if he is again thinking of doing something weird. The professor asks him to snap out of his mind. And the reason the tigers are the first to attempt it every year is because they are the most simple. Lihan asks him if anyone was successful, and he replies that a few of them were successful. Professor Yurgolm realizes that he told him some evil thing, and now he won't listen to him at all. He then acts careless and asks him to try if he wants to, since the best time to go through adversity is when someone is young. Lihan makes sure that he will never ever do that, but the professor knows he is telling the lie. The same night, 3 students wearing cloaks try to scare Durju, and one of them asks him to comply with them if he wants to get back in one piece. Durju recognizes Lihan and says he doesn't need to go this far. Lihan removes his cloak while laughing and asks if his method isn't very effective. Gainando and Yoner are also with him, and he asks him if he knows Durju, but he says they have to threaten him. Durju makes fun and says if a squirrel like him threatened him, then he would only think of it as nonsense. Gainando gets angry and asks him how he dares to call him a squirrel. Lihan removes the curtain from the window and calls Gainando to calm down. Yoner also calls him and asks why they had to go this far to come to this place. Lihan replies that he is doing this because the other tigers might misunderstand Durju if he's friendly with them, and they already treat him as an outcast. Durju is surprised that Lihan has thought this far for him and thanks him for his generosity. Lihan comes near him and says it's nothing for someone who is going to become his mole. Durju asks him what he meant by mole and why he gave him that dishonorable title. Gainando just looks at them quietly and listens to what they say, and Lihan tells Durju that he gave him this title because he thought he would tell him if Marathi was planning something suspicious. But Durju is still at the point where he doesn't have a more elegant and honorable title. Gainando interrupts and asks if the mole isn't perfect for him, but when Durju stares at him angrily, he claims this word is wrong. Lihan also agrees and says that a word like a mole is unsuitable since it's for honor and justice. Lihan calls him and says from this point on, he will be a whistleblower, and it's a lonely role that faces injustice. Durju is shocked at this new title, but in the name of injustice, he agrees to this new name, whistleblower. They both shake hands with each other and look forward to the future. Yoner surprisingly sees them wondering what Lihan has taught from his house. He then comes to the main reason they gathered so early in the morning on the weekend, plotting how they could escape from this academy. Gainando and Yoner agree immediately, while Durju seems shocked at this and asks if he is serious. Lihan already knows Durju would be against it, so he has already prepared 10 ways to convince him. But he is surprised when Durju tells him that his tower's students also plan to escape. Even though they are from night houses, nobles are still nobles, and the students from the Tiger Tower never once had an empty stomach. Therefore, their hunger was even more relentless. They can't bear more hunger and think they can't go on like this. They decide to hunt in the forest just like the students of the Blue Dragon Tower did. They seemed very motivated and wanted to go to the forest to hunt some animals to fulfill their hunger. But Moraid appeared there and asked them to calm down. He asks them if they think hunting there will be easy, and what Wardenez caught was a beast that the Alchemy professor purposely released. Similarly, if they want to catch something like that, they will have to go deeper into the forest. But they get worried because they aren't familiar with the terrain at all. A student asks him if he has another method, and he replies yes and says they are going to escape the academy. He makes sure that he will make this escape so that they won't even think about eating meat from those beasts. The student seems happy at this and asks if he is serious about the plan and how it will be possible for them to escape. Muradi replies he has already made up a plan, and he doesn't plan on monopolizing it, so they are welcome to follow him if they want to. But he makes them sure that they have to follow his orders if they want to follow him. Furthermore, he warns them not to forgive them if his plan goes wrong because of foolish disobedience. He leaves the students, wishing them good night, and Durju listens to their conversation quietly while hiding. Lihan now asks him if he is allowed to join if he listens to Muradi's orders. Durju is shocked at his question and asks him how he can say that after what Giselle Muradi did to him. Lihan acts cool and says he doubts anyone would actually be bothered by something like that. But he knows that things have gotten complicated from now on. Originally, he planned on devoting time to finding an escape route, but judging from their professors' personalities, escaping won't be easy. However, Muradi said he had a plan, and he didn't look like someone as simple as Gaynando, but someone who was clever and cold enough to use the students in his tower the moment the semester started. Lihan is sure that he has something he's confident in. He thinks for a while, and then declares that they won't have any other way except to follow Muradi and see what plan he has in his mind. Durju is shocked to hear this and asks if he is serious, but Lihan counter-questions him and asks if he has any better idea than this. Durju tries to shake his self-respect and asks if he doesn't think it's a bit dishonorable, but Lihan asks him to think about it for a while. Right now, Muradi and he are in opposition to each other, and there's a famous saying that goes like this: someone has to know his enemy to know himself. He puts his hand on his shoulder and asks him to trust that this is another strategy to know his enemy. Durju doesn't understand why he is always compelled to agree with Lihan and wonders if this is because of his face since it's too convincing. He agrees and says there must be a strategy behind this, and Lihan knows that he will understand. He then says he needs him to monitor Muradi and wants him to come to him when he finds out about his escape plan. He encourages him, saying he isn't just only a great warrior, but also an honorable whistleblower. He pushes him outside the room and says his mission has started now, and he asks him if he can do it. Durju asks him to trust him and he will handle everything. He then closes the door from inside, relieved that he handled Durju for now, but he needs to replan the escape. Suddenly, he gets scared to see Yoner and Gaynando stand beside him. Yoner curiously asks him if he learnt brainwashing magic before he enrolled in the academy, but Lihan counter-questions her about how he can learn that. The next day, Yoner, Gaynando, Nilia, and Durju gather in a classroom, and it is officially their first meeting on escape. Nilia, who doesn't have any idea about this, is shocked and asks him if he is trying to leave the academy. Lihan calms her down and says he has a plan. She gets quiet and thinks Lihan of House Wardnez wouldn't do anything without a plan. She asks him about this plan, and Lihan shows them Muradi's sketch and says he is his plan since this guy knows how to escape. Their plan is to follow him and steal his method, while Nilia is shocked to hear about this kind of plan. She is about to refuse to join them, but Yoner calls Lihan and asks if their plan is possible without Nilia. Lihan replies they can't do anything without her, and the core of this strategy relies on their ability to trail someone and a hunter's instincts, so the only person who can do both things is Nilia. Nilia blushes at such praise, while Yoner says they can't force her to join them, but she agrees and says she has no choice because she is the only one who can do it. The same night, Muradi gathers all the students who decide to join him in escaping and makes a powerful speech for them. He calls him honorable compatriots and knights who vowed to follow his orders. He declares that they will escape the academy through the master plan he has made. The students cheered up for him, saying they always believed in him and that they would get out of this hell just because of him. Muradi trusts the map he has in his hands and thinks there's no way the plan will fail as long as he has it. 1 month before entering the academy, Muradi calls Einregard's old students and asks them for general information about the academy. However, he didn't like the information they gave to him, and he asked them to bring him something more useful which would help him. The students apologized to him and left his room. Suddenly, he found a map on the ground and found out that it was a map for escaping Einregard. At that point, he thought this would only be needed by losers, but he is glad he brought it. He now understands why something like this had to happen, and the obvious reason was the headmaster. He gathers his group, and they all follow Muradi while he is following the map in his hand. Meanwhile, Lihan and his group are also following them, and seeing how they are going into the mountains, he doesn't think they are taking an ordinary path. He asks his friends if they are ready, but Gaynando seems scared and asks why they are going into the mountains, and climbing the mountain is hard for him. He says there's a door near the castle gates so that they can use it. Lihan calls Durju and asks him to take care of Gaynando. Gainando still doesn't understand and asks why he needs to be taken care of. Lihan says nothing needs to be said about Nilia's ability to navigate the mountains. He and Durju are also confident in their stamina, while Yoner is also comfortable with the mountains since she gathers herbs, but there is only one student who will bother them. A few moments later, Gainando is exhausted and asks them for water. Durju lifts him on his shoulders. Lihan is also sweating because it's not easy to trek through an unfamiliar mountain path, and if Nilia's wasn't there, then they wouldn't have been able to track them at all. Lihan has a memo-taking habit tempered by graduate school, and following this, he takes out pen and paper and records today's incident. Suddenly, Nilia notices something and asks everyone to stop there. She tells them that the students of the White Tiger Tower are acting strange, and they all stop all of a sudden. Gainando thinks they have stopped because they must arrive at their destination, and this is easier than he thought. Lihan doesn't believe it would be that easy and thinks something is wrong. Suddenly, he gets that creepy feeling that he is always near the headmaster. Nilia gets scared and asks if this is some monster, but she has already checked for them. Lihan feels the aura near them, and the headmaster must have caught them. He appears there while laughing loudly, and the students of the White Tiger Tower also get scared. The headmaster is happy the students fell for his trap on their first weekend. The students are scared to see him, and he reveals that they have brought one of the fake maps that he has scattered around. Marathi is also shocked to hear this and says he got this Mao before he arrived at the academy. Suddenly, the map disappears from his hands, and the headmaster declares that they all have learned an important lesson today. He advises them not to trust the map they don't know the origins of since they never know if it's a treasure map or a trap made by an evil lick. He laughs at the students loudly, while Marathi is shocked and scared of the future that is going to happen to him. Meanwhile, Lihan and his friends watch them while hiding, and they are lucky that the headmaster hasn't seen them there. However, he abuses the headmaster in his mind and thinks he is just having fun harassing them. The headmaster then calls the students of the White Tiger Tower and says they will now begin the return. The rules of the return are simple. They have to run while avoiding their pursuers. Many skeletons have appeared there and rushed to attack the students. The headmaster asks them to use any methods, and they can even take down their pursuers, but they will be guilty if get caught. He laughs at them loudly and says he will consider them innocent if they appear in the classroom the next day. The students are really scared to see them, and all of them want to run to save their lives. Nilia watches all this and asks Lihan and others to run to save their lives. Lihan grabs her hand and asks her to get quiet by putting her finger on his lips. She seems scared and asks him how she is supposed to calm down since they might die if they get caught. Lihan calms her down and says they don't notice them, and even if they do get caught, the worst they can do is drag them into a room and give them corporal punishment. Nilia is shocked to hear about corporal punishment and asks him if he is talking about the punishment in those rooms with torture devices that they can never escape. Lihan leaves her with Yoner, who tries to calm her down while observing the pursuers, wondering how they should get out of there. Meanwhile, he hears the students of the White Tiger Tower decide to fight them because they have realized that they won't end if they just run away. They make slogans of their honor and chivalry and decide to face them, while Lihan wonders why they are shouting about honor and chivalry in a situation like this. Meanwhile, Durju calls him from the behind and says he only sees one possible way for them to get out of this situation. He says they have to put their house differences aside and work together if they want to make it out of there. Lihan appreciates Durju for an excellent idea and agrees to work with those guys and run away while they buy them time. Durju is shocked because this isn't what he meant, while the other cheer up for him. Lihan says they will have to break through where their numbers are thinnest. Thankfully, the tigers are buying them time, but they don't find any openings there. Suddenly, he observes that the headmaster is summoning more pursuers, and he says that they would be innocent if they made it out, so he thinks it is a test of sorts. But the headmaster never planned on letting them go in the first place. There might be a possibility that he might actually think this is an appropriate difficulty for them. He thinks of just surrender, and judging by how those guys who scattered have already been captured like this. After a while, he observes that the persuaders aren't interested in his direction at all. He looks toward the headmaster and wonders if he doesn't know that they are here. There might be a possibility that the headmaster isn't actually there, and the lick they are seeing is just an illusion, just like back then in the classroom. If that's just a clone or an illusion of the headmaster, then all they have to do is run in the opposite direction of the white tigers. He calls his friends and says he thought of a way to escape from there, and they shockingly ask what the plan is. Lihan says all they have to do is go up and run in the opposite direction. 30 minutes later, they reached a cave, and Nilya checked traces for any monsters, but there was no one. Lihan uses his spell to create light and lighten up the cave. They all then sit on their cloaks and seem very tired. Yoner puts her coat on the cave's door and says there's no way the skeletons could come all the way there, and Nilya also says she doesn't see any signs of them chasing after them. Durju is involved in the conversation and says the real problem is how long those summons are going to last, and maybe the correct choice was for him to break through them. Lihan says there is no way they can break through those numbers, which was a problem that never had an answer. He takes out some food and asks them to eat for now, and Gainando is the one who is more happy. Nilya checks for her water bottle, but she is out of it. Lihan uses her spell surge and produces water for her. She is amazed to see the magic of water, even though she has only heard rumors about it. She fills her water bottle and thinks she should also learn it since it would be convenient for her on the hunt. Yoner calls them and asks if anyone can make a fire since it's very cold there. Nilya casts her spell ablaze and puts fire on some wood logs. She is happy that it works on the first try. She smiles and says she is jealous of Lihan's water magic and wants the water attribute more than the fire one. Lihan is surprised to hear that she is jealous of his water attribute when he wants fire. He asks her to be thankful for her magic since not everyone is lucky. After some time, they come out of the cave and see that the pursuers are still chasing after the tigers. He calls the headmaster a psychopath, and Nilya asks him if it is okay for him to insult the headmaster like that. Lihan puts his hand on her shoulder and says the magic stems from a free mind, so she should never suppress herself in how she expresses herself. She gets courageous, and this time, she also abuses the headmaster and Lihan. She hopes that wolves come to take him in the night. Suddenly, they hear someone's noise, and Nilya hugs Lihan, thinking it must be the headmaster. But it is Morati and one of his friends, and he asks them about what they are doing there. Lihan removes the cloak from the cave and asks them to come in and hide. Morati also has some other companions with him, and Lihan asks them all to come and get some rest. Gainando isn't happy about their arrival and says they don't even have anything to eat, so they shouldn't be there. Durju keeps him quiet and thinks Lihan has the right to ignore them, but instead, he treats them kindly and offers them water. According to him, Lihan is more respectable than before and truly knows honor. Morati stares at him, and it looks like he wants to know the reason why Durju is with the students of Blue Dragon Tower. He abuses Lihan in his mind and wonders how those Blue Dragon Tower students get there. He wonders if those guys also found a map, and they can't imagine a world where the headmaster can tail them. He looks toward the glass of water and wonders what he should do now that they have received help like this. He wants to forget anything and be friends with them, but he remembers his family's motto that they must not forget any grudges. However, there's a hidden meaning behind it. Kindness is only to be repaid when he can remember it. He decides to create goodwill with Lihan and is about to say something when one of his friends collapses and falls to the ground. Gainando and Durju are also scared to see him and ask Morati why he just suddenly fell over. Another one comes near him and says there must be something off because he is the only one getting tired like this. Suddenly, they also fall to the ground and get unconscious. Morati is shocked to see their condition and asks what is going on there. He looks toward Lihan and from his expressions, he finds out that there was something in their water. Lihan throws the rest of the water on the ground and says it's too late for him. Morati tries to threaten him, but he also falls asleep. After that, Lihan claps happily and says they have settled on one thing. He knows he has gone too far, but if someone hates him for no reason, he will surely just give them a reason. Durju comes to him angrily and asks what he has done just now. Gainando also shouts at him and asks why he drugged the water, and he also drinks it. Yoner and Nilya smile and ask them not to worry because they only fell asleep and they didn't drug their waters. Gainando is shocked that they knew about this. Lihan thinks he didn't tell them because the two would give it away with their expressions. He says he wouldn't go this far if it was just because of his personal matters, so this was all necessary. Morati is sleeping quietly while Lihan asks his friends to calm down, and they will have to leave these guys near the pursuers. He picks Morati on his shoulders and is about to go outside when Durju asks him to stop from behind and asks why he is going this far. Lihan asks him if he knows Morati's personality, and he gets quiet at this. He then asks them where they found the drugs, and Yoner knows something about this. Some time ago, they went to the forest and she found sleep grass in the bushes. She told Lihan that it makes someone drowsy when they grind it and mix it with water. Lihan asked her to take some, and it would probably be helpful for them. At that moment, she didn't realize they would be using it like this. After some time, they put all the White Tiger students on the ground near the pursuers. After that, they appeared and took them all along with them. Lihan and others are watching them while hiding, and he says they should disperse soon now. He says they should get to the rest of the work, and Yoner asks him what kind of work he is talking about. He says they should investigate the nearby area, and they can't just go back like this when they have come this far. They have to check how far the academy's wall extends, and if there really is a way to escape, then they should find anything. Durju also agrees and says they will go together this time. They start walking in the bushes, and Gainando seems exhausted. His feet are stuck in the branch of a tree, and he is about to fall when Yoner saves him. Lihan worriedly asks him if he is okay, and he replies he is just hungry and hurt. Lihan observes that Durju is also too tired to help. Nilia asks him to brighten things up, and she doubts that they will get caught if they are this far out. She asks everyone to try faster than usual since they are in the dark. Lihan casts his spell to create light and lighten up the whole area. They start walking, but suddenly, they hear a voice from behind someone asking them to turn off the lights since it makes it difficult for them to sleep. Lihan shockingly turns behind and asks who just called them. Nilia and Durju also seem scared of this voice, but a tree calls them and says he should be the one asking questions. He then talks to them about some riddles, and if they answer his riddle correctly, then he welcomes them as guests. But if they get it incorrect, then he will treat them as intruders. The first riddle is that a dwarf lit up 5 candles at night, but 2 of the candles blew out from a strong gust of wind. The dwarf got furious and closed all the windows of the room. He asks them how many candles are still lit up. Lihan thinks it's a pretty trick question, and if they take it at face value, then the answer should be 3. But candles all eventually go out with time. Therefore, once it becomes morning, no candle will be lit. He is still thinking about the answer, but Gainando begins excitedly saying the answer 3. Lihan tries to stop him, but he is shocked to hear Tree's voice that he is correct. Gainando gets proud of his successful answer, and the tree says the answer to this riddle is that the dwarf would use magic that prevents the candles from going out. The tree says he will treat them all as guests, but it would be a shame to end it like this. He asks them if he can ask for another riddle, and he will give a present to the student who gets it correct. Lihan says he is ready for the riddle, and they are really excited about the second riddle. The tree says there is a man who is big in the morning, becomes smaller in the afternoon, and becomes bigger again at sunset before disappearing at night. He asks them who he is. Nilia asks them if anyone knows who that can be, and Yoner replies she doesn't know about this. Lihan calls him and asks if it is a shadow, and the tree answers that he is correct. Gainando asks him if he knows the answer, and Lihan just thinks it was a popular riddle from his previous life. It was known as the Sphinx's riddle that Oedipus, the king of Thebes, answered. It's a bit different from that riddle, but the answer didn't stray too far from human. The tree appreciates them and says they are all clever students. Suddenly, a light appears and surrounds them, and they all fall to the other side, and it welcomes them into its world. They are shocked to see that beautiful sight in front of them, and spirits are everywhere around them. The tree offers them some special drink and says they must be tired from coming all this way. Lihan thinks the drinks smell like vegetable juice, but when he takes a sip, he is surprised to have some refreshed feeling. He can feel all his muscle aches going away, and it feels like a glass of cool ice water he drinks after a run on a hot summer's day. Lihan feels so refreshed, while Yoner and Gainando are still wondering if they should take it. The tree tells them it's a tree sap and asks if it suits their taste. Lihan replies it's delicious and asks him for more sip. But the tree pulls the glass and asks him to introduce himself before he does, and he still has yet to hear his name. Lihan introduces himself and tells him his house name, which is quite shocking for him. The tree also has heard about the rumors about his family, but judging by how he said his name first before his house, he will indeed become a great magician. He asks them what brings them there in the middle of the night, and Lihan is scared at such a question, while Gainando also spills out his juice. Lihan holds himself and says they were enjoying a midnight stroll, but the tree knows the truth and asks them if they are searching for a way to escape from the academy. It also knows there is hardly a week since they were admitted, and is surprised that they are trying to leave him already. Lihan replies they had a few things come up and asks the tree to give them a piece of advice. Durju and Nilia also enjoy themselves with other spirits. It replies there is a method to leave, and it is merely impossible for the freshman to do so. Lihan asks him if he can tell them about how far these walls stretch, but it replies it is also something impossible for the freshman to find out. Furthermore, the wall is enchanted, and he will regret it if they carelessly place their hands on it. Lihan clenches his fist and thinks it's going to be impossible to escape through a gap in the walls. The tree advises them not to recklessly attempt to leave the campus for now. Furthermore, the forest is calm now, and the slumbering monsters will awaken in a few weeks. Lihan respectfully thanks him for the information, and the tree observes that his eyes aren't wavering at all. He knows he will dare try to escape the academy, and watching him might be fun. He then remembers he promised to give him a present, and suddenly, the ground starts shaking again, and a tree's branch falls near him. Lihan remembers Professor Garcia told them that artifacts are practically a magician's hands and feet. The magic staff is the most vital amongst those artifacts. The current freshmen are unsatisfied with the wands they received from the school, but at this moment today, Lihan becomes the first freshman to get a new staff. The tree asks him how his wand is, and Lihan replies it has a comforting and refreshing feeling. The tree stares at him for a while and thinks he is not an ordinary boy, as expected. It is revealed that spirits dwell within that staff, so it should be difficult for a child of his age to detect that. He tells him that he will learn more about the powers dwelling within that staff as he uses it more. Lihan asks him if he can't tell him right now more about its characteristics. But the tree refuses and says there is a need to tell him, and he will learn with time. The tree thinks Lihan reminds him of the lunatic of House Wardanza, whom he met a century ago. After some time, he asks them to leave, and he says farewell, and they all throw back into the forest. The tree also instructs them not to use magic around these premises. He specially instructs to Lihan since his magic is too powerful, and it would wake the surrounding trees. They all fall to the ground and get up while crying. The tree asks them to remember the riddle it has been asked, and this will be their answer. After that, all of the undead had already disappeared by the time they left the spirit's domain. It all felt like a dream to everyone. They descended the mountain when the sun was up and dragged their weary bodies to bed. He was barely sleeping when someone knocked at his door forcefully. He opens the door with sleepy eyes, and Asan first apologizes to him for this interruption. But something urgent has come up. He informs him that the psycho headmaster is outside holding an event. Lihan remembers what happened last night and wonders if he is trying to track down the students who were plotting to escape. Lihan thinks he should act more normally than usual in these situations, and Lihan says he will wake up everyone and then go inside. They come outside and are surprised to see all the arrangements in the ground. Lihan wonders what is going on there, and this seems like a practical festival. It doesn't look like an effort to track down the one behind the escape. He wonders what the headmaster is plotting. Meanwhile, the headmaster again appears there and calls everyone for his attention. He informs the students that the priests from the Empire have come to visit the academy this weekend. He asks the students to clap for them, while Lihan is shocked to see that the headmaster is welcoming them this warmly. One of the priests thanked the headmaster for making time for them when she was sure he was already busy teaching all of these young students. The headmaster smiles and says it brings him great joy that he esteemed priests and requests them to relay the message to His Majesty that they need some funding to uncover new ancient magics. The priestess replies that it isn't their jurisdiction, and Lihan remembers this type of scene from his past life and thinks no matter what world he is in, everyone's bound to act like that when trying to secure a budget. The priestess then greets the students and says it's an honor to meet all of the students. They reveal that they are humble servants representing various religious organizations, and they are extremely happy to have an opportunity to introduce their religions today. Lihan observes them and thinks they aren't normal priests, but all have a tremendous amount of mana. Their mana also has a different feeling to the mana of other magicians. Suddenly, the headmaster catches him deep in his thoughts and asks if it is intriguing to him. Lihan understands that a priest's mana is unique enough to be called divine power, and the headmaster observes that he has the ability to sense mana. Lihan can observe his stare at his face, but he is really scared of his gaze. He wonders why Lihan tries to hide his talents, and there isn't even a handful of students there in this academy who can sense mana like him. Lihan says he still thinks he is very lacking, but the headmaster says he wants him to start confidently showing off his talents. Lihan wonders what the headmaster wants to say to him, regardless of whether it's his first time seeing priests. The headmaster knows he has less experience than normal, considering he is from House Wardanaz, because, like him, he also has no interest in faith, and they are too smart to believe in gods. Lihan thinks about his father. He also considered divine power to be the result of fanatical beliefs. With all the strange rumors about his house, he is sure there are even rumors about his house ostracizing priests. He decides to hide his house name around those priests. The headmaster also observes the surrounding students with him and thinks no one would love to join these pathetic religions. Suddenly, Lihan looks toward the food in front of him and asks the headmaster about what religions he recommends for him. The headmaster is surprised that he just said the word religions, meaning he plans to join multiple religious organizations. Lihan looks at him with a smiley face, while the headmaster is really impressed by him and thinks it's been a long time since he was impressed. He obviously knows Lihan's intentions right now, which is to join multiple organizations to extort from them all. The headmaster finds it ridiculous, but he really likes his idea. He then thinks for a while and first recommends him to the Church of Frisinga because their doctrine teaches them self-sacrifice, so they will warmly welcome him. Next is the Church of Colosso, which worships a god who loves chaos and change, so they won't care if he believes in other gods. Last is the Church of Capilio. They worship the god of swordsmen and swordsmanship. They will surely welcome someone odd like him. Lihan is surprised to notice that the headmaster knew he was taking swordsmanship lectures. He doesn't like the headmaster's attention based on his past life experience and thinks it's never been a good thing. The headmaster then calls him and says he is going, and Lihan thanks him for his advice. The headmaster says he has to go check up on the kids in the punishment room, and Lihan shockingly remembers the students of White Tiger Tower and realizes that they are still in the punishment rooms. The headmaster laughs loudly, and Lihan thinks he should be more careful from now on. Meanwhile, Lihan calls him from behind and asks where he is going. Lihan replied he was going to go visit the Church of Frisinga, and after that, he would go to the Church of Colosso and then the Church of Capilio. Yoner is surprised that he is going to 3 churches at the same time, but anything can be expected from Lihan Wardenaz. Lihan notices a basket in her hand and asks her what is inside it. She offers him a sandwich, and Lihan asks from where she got something so precious, and she replies she got all this from the Church of Fremen and that they worship the god of alchemy. Moreover, her house donates a lot to them, so they even recognized her and gave her more food. Lihan is shocked that there was an option like this, and he didn't know about it. He regrets what his house has been doing all this time and has never donated to such a place. He then asks for leave from Yoner since he is very busy while visiting the churches. He then goes to the first church, where 2 priestesses are talking to each other. He calls them and respectfully says he has come there to learn the teachings of Lord Frisinga. They warmly welcome him because he comes and speaks to them first. Lihan replies he has been interested in this church for a long while, but the students behind him are surprised that he is going there. The sister asks him to come inside, and she calls a girl named Tiziling and asks her for some help. Lihan is surprised to see a half-demon girl there and has a load of bread in her hand. It is revealed that the half-demons are the rarest of the half-races, and if one's ancestors had made a pact with a demon, then there is a chance that they could be influenced by it. Because of their appearances, people often ostracize them, resulting in the vast majority of them being reserved. The sister introduces them to each other and tells Lihan that she is Tiziling, a freshman in the Phoenix Tower. She is surprised that there were believers other than Tiziling in the academy. Lihan calmly replies coming to this religion is natural if he knows what nobility is. He thinks about the most important things when becoming a member of a new religion are to see what someone can receive and what they have to do. He observes the surroundings, which look quite humble, but the artifacts around him are actually filled with radiating mana. He wonders if the Church of Frisinga has ties with artifact creation. Meanwhile, a sister welcomes another priestess, Miss Mayrid, and informs her that there is someone who wishes to become a new disciple. As soon as she steps in, Lihan feels a lot of pressure on his body. Miss Mayrid's appearance is so heavy that she leaves heavy footmarks on the ground. She introduces herself, and Lihan thinks that the ground is shaking despite her being that small. She observes his expressions and asks him not to worry because she is aware of the artifact he has equipped. She points toward her hands and says she uses a cursed artifact to multiply her weight multiple times. Lihan asks her why she has worn something like that, and she replies she has done this for Lord Frisinga. Lihan is surprised and asks her if Lord Frisinga carried the pain of the world by himself, and they want to share some of that pain with him. All of his followers do this by wearing these cursed artifacts. Lihan is shocked to hear this and loses his mind for a second to think the headmaster recommended him. Miss Mayrid observes what he thinks and says this path is exceedingly difficult, so she will understand if he doesn't wish to walk it with them. Lihan is about to leave, thinking he shouldn't hesitate to get rid of them as soon as possible. But Miss Mayrid calls him and says she has prepared an artifact to welcome him. But it makes sense, and even if it is an artifact, it only absorbs his mana. Lihan is surprised to hear about this and wonders what kind of curse it has. His weakness is that she has way too much mana, and this kind of curse is actually helpful to him. He turns swiftly and asks Miss Mayrid what it has besides the curse. He asks her if it has other effects, too, since it's cursed. Miss Mayrid is surprised at his U-turn and is about to tell him its other features. Just like how every action has a reaction, artifacts often have a more powerful effect the more influential the curse is. Miss Mayrid's artifact has the curse of increased weight, but also the curse of increased divine energy. She reveals that it has invisibility magic imbued into it. But that's not important because the more significant issue is its curse that absorbs the mana of the wearer. Lihan hurriedly grabs the box from her hands and says he is more than prepared for it. Miss Mayrid is shocked to hear this because she thought he would obviously turn away. She is so ashamed of herself and feels so much smaller of him, wondering how she didn't recognize this brother's sincere faith. Lihan acts happy and thinks invisibility magic only seems like a windfall. Miss Mayrid welcomes him to their church and asks him to take the artifact. It's a belt that honors Lord Frisinga, a belt with the invisibility effect. As soon as he picks up the belts, the priestess surrounds him from both sides. New believers always suffer from the artifact's side effects, so they are sure it will happen this time too. Lihan takes out the belt, wears it around his body, and asks Miss Mayrid how he can activate the invisibility magic. The priestesses are shocked that he is absolutely fine and ask him if he doesn't feel anything. Lihan asks Miss Mayrid if there is a problem, and she holds herself and says it's nothing. She tells him that the chant is written on the guide inside of the book. She is happy that Lord Frisinga has sent them an amazing disciple. She gives him the chant, and Lihan starts reading it. He declares that he has concealed himself into the night, and with this, he disappears in front of them. He can see others, but they can't see him. He is happy that the spell worked, and it's not just partial invisibility but full invisibility. It's powerful, as he expected, and to release the curse, he chants the spell that he reveals himself in the day. He appears in front of them and wonders if this thing is ever cursed because he doesn't feel anything. He is greedy by nature and thinks he should just equip more artifacts. He calls Miss Mayrid and says he wants to shoulder more of Lord Frising's burdens, and she gets emotional to see his devotion and love for Lord Frisinga. She asks him not to overexert himself yet, since it's too early. Lihan refuses and says he wants to shoulder more weight. He argued for a while, but he wasn't able to get any more in the end. He smiles and thinks this is going to be a huge help for him when he tries to escape. Miss Mayrid lectures him at the beginning of the Church of Frisinga, and he gets up, thanking her for the lessons. He doesn't listen to any of the things she tells him, but the core of it revolves around the fact that he has to equip cursed items. Before he is about to leave, Miss Mayrid calls him and offers him a basket filled with food. She has prepared this for him in case he needs it, and Lihan thinks it was really a good idea to come there because this kind of warmth in his heart is rare these days. He picks up the basket when the half-demon girl Tisling calls him and offers her basket to him. He asks her why she is giving this to him when it's her share, and she replies she is someone who serves Lord Frisinga, so luxuries such as these are too much for her. Miss Mayrid tries to stop him, but she doesn't listen and gives her share to Lihan. Surprised, he thinks this is what they can expect from the Tower of Phoenix. They are completely different from the rest of them. Meanwhile, Miss Mayrid calls him and asks him for permission to do something. She asks him if he can take care of Tisling since she is pretty harsh on herself. Lihan replies that he is in a different tower and can't do this job. Miss Mayrid offers him another basket with more food, milk, jams, and cheese this time. He agrees immediately and says he will surely take care of her. After that, he takes Tisling's help to hold the third basket and asks if he can call her sister Tisling while she asks him to call her whatever he wants. He starts a conversation with her and asks what type of students the Phoenix Tower has since they don't really interact with the other towers, so they are all curious about what they do during their free time. Tisling replies they all pray in their rooms in the morning, in the afternoon, and even at night. Some of them even go into the forest or mountains to pray all night. Lihan asks her if they have permission to do that because Einregard's dormitory has a curfew during the weekends. Tisling replies their tower received permission due to their unique position, and Lihan seems jealous that the priests don't have to stick to a curfew. He hits the idea that he just needs a priest's robe to go outside at night. He asks Tisling if he can get a priest's robe, but she doesn't understand his meaning and says his curse won't get any weaker just because he wears a priest's robe. Lihan clarifies his intentions and says he just wanted to understand Lord Frisinga's will more. She agrees and says she will prepare a set for him by the next time they meet. Lihan thanks her and thinks the foundations of escape are building up brick by brick. He then asks her what she has been eating these days, and she replies she is completely satisfied with what she is getting right now. Lihan tells her that Sister Mayrid is worried about her, and she even asks him to look after her. He comes up with an idea and says they will eat together every once in a while, and that should be enough for Sister Mayrid to worry less about her. She seems to agree with this, and Lihan thinks there is no way he would ever let someone who gave him such a valuable present down. He is determined that the moment they share a meal, he will feed her like a grandmother feeds their grandchildren on Thanksgiving. At the same time, in the professor's room, the headmaster has called all the teachers for a meeting. Professor Uragolm takes a sip of tea and says it has been tasting better ever since he enrolled. He then asks the headmaster why he has gathered them all there. Professor Garcia asks if he called them for the basic writing training course and asks him if the instructor for that course has been invited. Professor Uragolm asks why they need to discuss the matter when Professor Bendazal is in charge of that subject. She sadly reveals that Professor Bendazal went missing after trying to find a unicorn, and judging by how they still haven't heard from him, it doesn't seem like he will come. The headmaster interrupts and says a professor who could substitute for that course has already been prepared. The professors get up and ask how he can arrange it in that short time, and they appreciate the headmaster for handling the situation so quickly. Professor Uragolm asks him who the new professor is and says they need to be capable of taking over one of the core courses. The headmaster asks them not to worry and reveals that the new professor is Thunderstep Choidar. Professor Garcia is happy and says they can trust someone like her. The other professor also raises her, saying she's an extremely famous explorer and is renowned for exploring both inside and outside the Empire, no matter how remote. At this time, Professor Uragolm is the one sitting quietly, and then angrily gets up and asks the headmaster why he has called her. He lowers his head and then reveals that she is his aunt, and her nagging is so bad that even the dwarves in the east don't like her. The headmaster says he ignored how she is a dwarf, and that the only thing he has done is find an excellent professor. He dismisses the meeting by saying they all should be aware of that fact. The next day, she appears outside the academy with an evil smile on her face, exclaiming that it's time for class. The students come out of their respective towers and seem excited about their new class. This class is called Basic Writing Training, and they have been waiting for it for a long time. Lihan is also relieved and thinks there can't be anything wrong with this class, because it's something that all of the students are used to, so it may be a bit easy for them. Suddenly, a giant bird flies in the air, and the students get scared to hear it scream. They are shocked and scared to see a huge bird in the air, and it's coming their way. It comes toward Gainando, and he tries to run while screaming, but the bird captures him in his paws and flies away. Gainando screams for help, and the students are also panicked at such a situation. Lihan calls them and asks them to get low and not catch their eyes with it since it can be dangerous. The students bow down and lower their heads, while Lihan is the only one who seems confident and thinks things like this don't even surprise him anymore. The bird flies above them, and he wonders where it came from. Suddenly, a student gets up and starts shouting abusive words about the headmaster. She exclaims that this is supposed to be the greatest academy, so why is the security like this? A boy asks her to get low since it's not the time to be acting like this. Suddenly, the bird approaches both of them, and it takes the boy along with it while the girl stays there screaming. Lihan thinks this is why he asked them to stay still and wonders why the bird left the one that was actually making noise. Suddenly, he realizes that the bird attracts different hair colors and has taken those students who have different hair colors. He hides his head and asks the other students to cover their heads with robes since the bird is going for people with shiny hair colors. Meanwhile, a student calls him from behind and praises him, saying he is truly amazing and quick in both making decisions and giving out instructions. Lihan turns backwards and asks who he is. The student behind him is about to introduce himself when the students of the Blue Dragon recognize him that he is from the White Tiger Tower, and misunderstand him saying he is trying to mess with Wardenaz again. They gather, declaring it's not the time to be hiding and they need to do something for Lihan. That boy tries to clarify that he is not involved with Marati's side at all, and that they are all mistaken. Princess Adenart interrupts them and says she guarantees this person is alright and has no bad intentions. The students are surprised to see that the princess is speaking up for him. Lihan calls them and asks if they know each other, and the boy introduces himself as Rowena, a knight who serves the princess. Lihan is surprised because, according to the academy's rules, no one is allowed to bring servants or bodyguards into the school. He thinks there are always loopholes in all rules, and while it is impossible for one to bring along their servant, the academy can't stop them from entering as students. They can bring someone through this method, and Gainando suddenly seems pitiful to him even though they are both royalty. Rowana calls him, asks him for help, and points toward the bird, saying that although its momentum has slowed, they don't know when it might behave differently again. He asks Lihan to command the students and stop that bird. Lihan is surprised at his request and asks what he needs to command and why he will do this. Meanwhile, a student appears from behind, puts a hand on his shoulder, and requests him to do this since he is someone they can trust. Lihan doesn't want to lead them because he knows nothing good has ever come out of becoming a leader of a group. All of the students cheer up for him and ask him to give them their commands, and Lihan observes there's no choice for him, and he has to lead them. Lihan stares at him and remembers a few days ago when he got the news that the leader who's leading the Blue Dragon Tower is Wardenaz and not the princess. He was shocked and wondered how that happened because the princess's commanding abilities had been exceptional even before she got into the academy. But how could someone like Wardenaz lead them? He was sure there must be a reason, and he needed to find out for himself, so he enrolled himself into the academy. Back to the present, he stares at Lihan and thinks he will surely find out his secrets. At this moment, Rowana wouldn't have been able to think of why Lihan bought the students tryst with just some food. He calls the students and asks if they have any shiny objects. A student offers him a pocket mirror, and Lihan replies it will be enough. He points the mirror toward the monster bird and asks him to come over to him since this is what it likes. The bird rushes toward the mirror, and Lihan asks everyone to get ready. He instructs them to stand in a line and form a wall. All the students make a wall behind him, and he asks them to get a little closer to him. As soon as the bird gets closer, Lihan turns behind and casts his spell, Create Light, and creates a sharp light. The bird gets scared of light and flies backwards in the opposite direction. Lihan thinks about the bird's characteristics and that the best way to deal with it would be to surprise and scare it away. The students appreciate him and call him perfect. A boy says he was a little unsure at first, but he is happy to see that he managed to achieve such great success. They acknowledge his wisdom and decision strategy. Lihan blushes at such appreciation and asks them about what happened to Gainando and the silver-haired guy. Suddenly, they hear a scream from behind, and Gainando and the other guy fall on them. Gainando and the boy get unconscious since they are pretty scared. The bird goes back to its owner, the thunderstorm, and she appreciates its great work. She jumps from the tree and stands in front of the students. She greets the students and says it's very nice to see them all. The students are surprised to see her and wonder how she can jump from the tree that easily. Lihan also finds her weird since she came out of nowhere and wonders if this was all she was doing. He also finds her familiar with Professor Yurgolm and thinks they must be related to each other. But it may not be true, and he is just biased at the moment. The professor walks and comes to him. She puts her hand on his shoulder and praises him, saying he has potential, while Lihan finds a similar pressure he felt when he was with Professor Yurgolm. The students start whispering about her and ask each other if she is a professor. Lihan asks her if she is perhaps close to Professor Yurgolm, and she replies with a laugh that she is his aunt. Lihan closes his eyes and thinks he must not stand out more than he already has to the professors. Meanwhile, a boy grabs his shoulder and tells the professor that Lihan is Professor Yurgolm's favorite student and even gets invited to the hut. Lihan says they don't need to say all that, but the professor asks them if they are telling the truth. Lihan turns toward her, thinking it's too late now, and thinks he might as well try to set a good impression. She then claps, asks everyone for attention, and introduces herself as Lightning Steps Zedar. She tells them that Professor Vendazal was supposed to teach but went missing while looking for a unicorn. The students are excited to know that she is the famous explorer Lightning Steps, the one who defeated Viamoth and explored the Spirit's Crater, which no one else has managed to do. Lihan wonders why isn't anyone concerned that the other teacher's missing. She points toward her huge bird and asks if anyone wants to guess why she has come with a thunderbird today. With a body bigger than any bird's, aggressive movements, and a special ability to control lightning, thunder, and whirlwinds, it's indeed a terrifying monster. Lihan wonders why she brought such a monster, and the school really needs to be checked by the Empire. A student asks her if their goal for their semester is to ride that thunderbird, but she laughs and says they won't be able to ride a thunderbird even if she gives them a decade. She points toward Lihan and asks him if he has any guesses. Lihan asks if she wants to see their reaction when they come across a dangerous monster. Rana interrupts and says this can't be the reason because this class isn't called How to Survive Monsters. But he is shocked when Professor Zedar says Lihan is Rig T, and this may be the reason her nephew likes him so much. She exclaims that they will never know what kind of dangers they will face when traveling. Therefore, they all need training. She asks the students not to worry because the core of their class is to learn to ride. She asks the students to follow her since they are going to the stables and asks Lihan to manage all the students. She orders him that she will need his help with her lessons from now on, and Lihan has no choice but to follow her orders. When they are going toward the stable, she tells them about the horse's characteristics and that it is the most basic riding animal in the empire. Someone who can't even ride a horse is going to have a hard time learning to ride anything else. She asks all the students to master the art of horse riding if they want to ride more difficult animals. The students are getting bored because they already know all these things. Lihan observes their boredom and thinks they are all used to horse riding. Suddenly, Professor Zedar stops and turns toward Lihan and gives him a gaze. Lihan's mind gives him a danger signal, and he advises Yoner to be careful since this lesson won't just be about horse riding. After some time, they enter the Einregard stable, and everyone really likes the horses there. All the horses are pure-blooded, and the professor asks them if they will ride them. She takes out a glass from her bag filled with sticks, and says a good horse must be earned. She asks everyone to pick a stick, which will determine the order to choose the horses. The results are as follows. Gainando gets first, and the other students are jealous of him because they think he doesn't know much about horse riding. He then stops in front of a black horse and chooses it to be his riding partner. Lihan and Yoner are surprised to see him choosing that horse when it looks aggressive. Gainando replies a horse should be big and strong. The horse bends down and hits his face forcefully. He falls to the ground and gets unconscious. Lihan and Yoner help him get up, while the other students make fun and say it was decided to happen when he chose an aggressive horse. He goes toward a white horse and says size doesn't matter, but the horse should be gentle. But his horse opens his mouth and bites his head. A boy comes forward and makes fun of the Blue Dragon Tower students since they can't control horses. But he pushes away when the horse sneezes at him. They are surprised to see that there is something wrong with all the horses. The most common thing between all the horses is that they are all so aggressive. Lihan sees Professor Zedar laughing at them and says she has already told them that they all need to learn horse riding. She reveals their first assignment is to become friends with the horses there. They might become friendly if they treat them with love and care. She points toward the scared students and declares it's their goal to become close with one horse. Lihan knows they aren't ordinary horses, and she must be hiding something, so he will pick the one that looks gentler. But the professor appears behind him and asks him to follow her. She takes him toward another stable, where there is a beautiful horse. Professor Zedar smiles and exclaims that she can't just give her nephew's favorite student a random horse. Asan is happy for him since the professor herself picked a horse for him, while the students of White Tiger Tower seem jealous. Professor Zedar laughs and says they don't know anything because this is the most aggressive and picky horse among them all, so they need to put him alone. She exclaims that it's probably easier to tame a monster than this horse. Lihan, out of his greediness, asks if there is any other bonus for him in this case, but she ignores his questions and encourages him saying he can do it since he was fine with the Thunderbird. After some time, she goes to see Professor Uragolm's cabin to greet him, who doesn't seem happy about her arrival. He puts a fake smile on his face and asks what brings her there, but she replies hello should be the first word he should say when he sees his aunt. Lihan also accompanies her, and Professor Uragolm greets her. She enters his home without his permission and says she will get a quick tour of her nephew's home. When she enters there, Professor Uragolm stares at Lihan angrily and asks why he has brought her. Lihan replies she asked him to guide her there. She sees a lot of dust in his room and asks when was the last time he cleaned. She nags him, saying this is the reason he is still unmarried, and the professor slaps his hand because he knows what will happen next. She asks him to find a nice partner or ask how long he will stay unmarried. Professor Uragolm interrupts her and says it's lunchtime, so that he will prepare lunch for her. He then stares at Lihan angrily and asks if he has eaten anything, but he stays firm and says he is so hungry. Professor Uragolm takes him inside and offers him a chair while Zedar exclaims he is a growing kid, so he shouldn't skip any meals. She then asks Uragolm to stay still, and she will cook lunch for them in Eastern style. Professor wants to refuse her, saying he doesn't really like Eastern style, but she stares back at him so angrily that he gets quiet. He is sad and worried because what he was worried about came true. He then talks to Lihan and asks how he has been. Suddenly, he notices something and asks what he has been inside his robe. Lihan takes out the robe given by the tree and asks what he meant by it. The professor is surprised to see that he has already gotten a new staff and can feel the forest spirits from it. He asks Lihan where he got it, and he gets worried because he doesn't want to tell him that he tried to escape the academy. He then replies he coincidentally went to the forest and met an oak spirit. The professor knows that he is trying to run away, but Lihan says he got the staff coincidentally. Professor Zedar is also sure that it was a failed escape attempt. Professor Yurgolm asks him about the riddle the tree gave him and that he is pretty famous in the academy. The spirit may have an annoying personality, but it's also smart. Lihan asks him if his staff has some kind of special effect and thinks the professor is talking as if his spirit is hidden or something. He wonders if this staff possesses some great ability, if it will make him invincible as long as he wields it, or if it may allow him to use spiritual magic. He is lost in his thoughts and thinks he might even gain some ability that lets him absorb a bunch of mana. Meanwhile, the professor appears with a lunch and says the staff has another ability. Lihan excitedly asks her about what it is, and she laughs and says it's good for farming. Lihan can imagine himself farming with a staff, and all her hopes are washed away. Professor Yurgolm tries to encourage him, saying since it came from a tree spirit, then it will probably do wonders when he is tending to nature. It will also help him garden the farm he wants to grow. Professor Zedar calls him and asks what he plans to grow, and he replies he wants to grow anything edible. She warmly offers her help to him and asks him to come with her once he is done eating. After some time, they come outside, and Lihan has some seeds and leaves. Professor Zedar suggests he should plant potatoes and sweet potatoes. She says it will take a while until harvest, but he will be grateful for it later. Lihan plants the potatoes and thinks they are good for farming, and he can earn a lot of money by selling them. Professor Zedar calls him, and he gets up from his place to listen to her. Meanwhile, the plant behind him suddenly grows and becomes a full plant. On the other side, at the Blue Dragon Tower, all the students are very hungry and are badly looking for food, but there is nothing to eat. Suddenly, the door opens and a ray of light falls on everyone. Lihan enters there with a smile and hopes for them. He has a basket full of vegetables, cheese, and milk. The students welcomed him happily and asked if he had brought food for them. He has received a ton of food thanks to Professor Lightning's steps. The dull eyes from a little earlier are now shining with joy, and they praise his family and say he belongs to the greatest family to ever exist in the empire. Lihan looks at them and thinks they have changed so much these past few weeks and are like baby birds waiting to be fed. He puts the food on the table and says they all must be hungry, so he will make soup for them. He takes out a pan and puts it on the fire while she starts cutting the vegetables. Meanwhile, the students are looking at him excitedly and Lihan cooks the food like an experienced chef. Yoner observes him and thinks he looks like an experienced alchemist at work. After making the soup, he tastes the food and really likes it. He then asks all the students to bring their bowls, and they happily obey him. Meanwhile, a student calls him and says there's a favor he wants to ask him. After some time, Lihan knocks at Princess Adenart's door, who is busy studying. She opens the door and asks why he is there, and Lihan offers her the soup, saying he has made it and that she should try it. She picks up the bowl, and Lihan tells her that everyone else has their share, too, so she doesn't need to worry about them. She takes a sip of the soup, feels so refreshed, and finds herself on a farm full of vegetables. Lihan planned on letting her eat in the room, but he was sure that she must be very hungry. She thanked him for the favor and promised to pay him back for this. He then comes down the stairs, where the other students are waiting for him. A boy asks him what the princess said to him, and Lihan replies she seemed to like the soup. The boy is happy and asks him to continue doing that from now on, and they will pay him double the silver coins, just like this time. Lihan, out of his greediness, agrees immediately and says it's an honor for an aristocrat to serve the royal family. He is surprised that the students are looking after her so much, which means the royal family is a big deal to them. However, Gainando is excluded from this type of royal treatment. In the afternoon class, Lihan is the only student in basic combat training, and the professor is watching him quietly. He thinks about his contract with the academy, which only states that he has to lecture at the specified hours, and gathering students isn't part of his duties. But this student is different since he has an immense amount of mana, and he will definitely regret it if he were to lose his grasp on him. He starts his conversation with Lihan and asks if he has any questions, and Lihan wonders if he just realized that he is slacking off. He asks the professor about what this training is for, but he counter-questions him if he didn't read the lecture description. Lihan gets quiet and thinks he asked him if he had any questions, and now he is acting like this. He then changes his question and asks what this training has to do with battle. The professor gets quiet at this, and his silence makes him anxious. The professor then says he had to contemplate how to explain it because it's such an obvious question. He gets up from his place and says he will give him an example to elaborate more precisely. He picks up his pen and induces his magic energy into it, declaring that he can kill him with this pen only. Lihan finds his example rather scary, and the professor tells him that higher circle magic isn't important in combat, and that all he needs is something that he can kill the opponent with. He makes a sketch on the board and says when he rotates the Spirit Star Stone, he is actually training his ability to amplify the force of protection magic. Even if it's the same one-circle magic missile, then the force greatly differs depending on the user. A mage whose fundamentals are lacking will have difficulty utilizing that skill in battle. The heat and noise of a battlefield, coupled with the bloodthirsty atmosphere, will cause great pressure. However, a well-trained mage with a good foundation in magic, even when under extreme situations, won't lose. He creates a lot of magic stars around him and throws them all toward Lihan. He doesn't understand the magic attacks and tries to save himself, but they all strike on the wall and benches in the background. Lihan is shocked to see that nothing has been destroyed, which means he has caused the explosion with 2 magic spells. The professor appears behind him and says he can also do this if he trains a lot. Lihan notices his calmness and thinks he did this kind of magic without breaking a sweat. The professor then asks him if his answer helped him since he feels like he has explained the obvious. Lihan replies yes and thanks him for the answer. He walks toward his chair, and Lihan continues to stare at him. Separate from his lessons, he is seeing him in a new light. He thought the professor was just trying to slack off in lessons, but he guessed all the things he had done had some meaning after all. In that case, there are other things that he can gain there other than academic results. He calls the professor and asks him permission for one more question. He tells him that he managed to succeed using low-level control magic recently, but he is still unable to control it well. The professor assumes that he has more magic than he seems then, and Lihan replies he has more magic, and people told him that before. He is surprised that the professor realized that so quickly. He is sure that he must know something about this then and might suggest a realistic solution for him. He wonders how he will teach him. The professor grabs his hand and casts a spell, Mana Drain. Lihan is shocked at such a spell because he has heard that Mana Drain is a powerful and evil high circle magic that absorbs the mana of their target. He is shocked that the professor is using such a spell out of nowhere on a student. He tries to stop him, but the professor asks him to stay still. Suddenly, he feels himself in a sea of water, and the waves are rushing toward him. The professor hurriedly leaves his hand and falls unconscious to the ground. Lihan calls him and asks if he is alright, but he gets up and says he is fine. He tells him that he tried to reduce his mana so that it would be easier to control, but he failed because there was far more mana than he had imagined. Normally, when one possesses mana above what their vessel can contain, they would lose control over their power and collapse like just now. But since he is a professor of Einregard, he must know his own limits very well. He wonders how much mana he has. It's so much that even a professor like him would collapse. He is disappointed because such an extreme method didn't work on him, and says there is no way to control it. However, the professor says there is a method and asks him if he has tried using low-level control to send an object flying towards himself. Lihan replies no, and the professor says it's the clue. It might seem like he has lost control, but as long as the mage's will and the object are connected, it will be controlled by his instinct. Lihan wonders if the rock flying to the head was his will, and he doesn't even know about this. The professor continues by telling him that instincts are powerful, and if he uses them, then he can grow his ability to control his mana. Lihan praises him in his mind and thinks he is definitely an expert, and he knows he has high hopes for a reason. The professor picks up a ball and asks him if he is ready. He says he will be aiming for his chin, so he has to use low-level control to defend himself. Lihan tries to stop him and says it is just a ridiculous idea, but he doesn't listen to him and throws a ball toward him. He moves swiftly and dodges the first one, but he knows that he has messed up with the wrong person in the wrong school. After some time, he seems exhausted, and there are many balls near him on the ground. The professor says he has succeeded and now has a good grasp of the control. Lihan thanks him for the training, but he is crying over his foolishness in thinking he can trust a professor in the academy. The professor gives his hand to him and says there is no need to thank him since he has resolved this problem by himself. Lihan takes his support and puts a fake smile on his face. The professor then gave him a normal iron ball and asked him to try using low-level control to move it. Lihan casts the spell on the ball and hangs it in the air. The professor then asks him to move it as he told him to. He gives him instructions related to directions, clockwise, counterclockwise, up and down. He does the same as the professor says, asking him to stop by praising him. The professor then says he will be using this instead of the Spirit Star Stone to train, and Lihan replies he is still unable to draw a circle with the Spirit Star Stone, though. He asks him to try it this time using the Spirit Star Stone, and he hangs it up in the air and observes that, unlike before, it's actually easy to do it now. The professor states that powerful experience directly improves the growth of a mage, and since the Spirit Star Stone is a support tool meant for mages who aren't skilled enough yet, he no longer needs it. The professor then instructed him to move the iron ball and draw a circle. He says he will give him a similar trial to the one he gave him just now once his skills improve to a certain level. Lihan is shocked and wants to refuse, but he has no choice. It is said that there are two types of people in the world: people who freeze up when faced with a life and death crisis, and people who react even more powerfully and quickly. Lihan belongs to the latter, which means he's the kind that possesses the potential to become a battle mage. The professor seems impressed by him and thinks he will just need to teach him in a more efficient way. After his class, he goes to see Dueling, who is already waiting for him. She greets him, observes that he doesn't look in good shape, and asks if something happened to him. Lihan is exhausted due to the lecture he had with Professor Velati. Dueling gives him the priest robe as requested, and in return, he gives her a piece of cake to eat. She refuses to eat and says Lord Fressinga is suffering right now, so she doesn't have any right to enjoy the delicious food. Lihan remembers Miss Mayrid's request and thinks it won't be an easy task for him. She is about to leave, asking him to give it to someone who needs it, and just tea is already sufficient for her. Lihan calls her and asks if he can try making tea for her and brags that he is quite interested in making tea. He has heard that priests usually prefer green tea or coffee. That's not sweet at all. Dueling now probably thinks he is making that kind of tea, but this won't be the case. He puts all the essential ingredients of tea in the pot and says he will open up her eyes to a new taste. She calls him from behind and asks what he is doing, but he is adding something to it. Lihan replies that he makes tea using a secret technique from his family. She asks him not to add sugar to it. Lihan acts heartbroken and asks if she thinks his family's secret technique is wasteful. She stops arguing and asks him to give her the tea. Lihan pours tea into the cup and asks her to try his family's special milk tea. She takes a sip of it and gets quiet. She tries to unlock its ingredients. On top of this subtle sweetness, it's also a little spicy and refreshing. She feels its fascinating taste, which she has never tasted before. She seems to enjoy the tea, while Lihan is happy about his successful plan. He then gets up and says he will try making another tea. He adds sugar, nuts, and cocoa powder to boiling water this time. After that, he adds milk and stirs it. Lastly, he adds corn powder and makes Wardina's special cocoa tea. Dueling takes the tea and asks if it doesn't look like soup. Lihan replies this tea contains the traditions of his family and agrees to take the tea with a load of nuts. Lihan thinks it will probably taste like a whole new world to her. He smiles and says he will fatten her up with drinks that aren't tea, but that are still similar to tea. She took another tea and said it was good tea. Lihan puts his hand on their shoulder and says, now she has taken a sip of his tea, so she has to come there at the promised time. She gets afraid of his scary reactions and says there's no need to talk like a villain. She thanked him for the tea and promised to see him the next day. At night, all the students get back to their towers before the curfew time. Meanwhile, Lihan stays outside, wearing the priest robe, watching everyone going back to their respective towers. He thinks all the students must have returned to their dormitories, but he will be heading out in the middle of the night to pray. He looks like a young priest that's full of faith. However, he still needs to keep himself on his toes since he doesn't know what traps are lurking around. After some time, he walked around the first floor, and fortunately, nothing happened on the first floor as he expected. It was his first time coming to this large hall after the admission ceremony. Therefore, he intends to look at places that he hasn't gone to first. Suddenly, he sees a boy roaming around the first floor and thinks he must be a professor. But when he gets closer, he observes that he is a BCAC Turtle Tower student. He is surprised to see that the student is moving around without exuding any presence. His footwork is a trained movement. It is said that Messi Beast men aren't exactly welcomed in the Empire since there's a stereotype that they are either thieves or vagrants. He wants to think that he is just being biased, but this student's intentions seem clear, and he also has a key for the door. He thinks their objectives may be the same, and if this is the case, then he will seek his help. He puts his wand on his shoulders and threatens to kill him if he makes any loud noise. The boy shockingly looks toward him while Lihan smiles and says it might be good for them to cooperate. The boy is then relieved to see him because, at first, he thought Lihan was a professor, but he seems to be a new student like him. Lihan apologizes to him for surprising him and asks him for an introduction first. The boy's name is Radford, a professional thief who belongs to White Crow. Although the students don't ostracize him openly, it can't be helped that he feels a strange sense of exclusion. He wants to prove himself to his peers in the tower, so he starts to look for the place where daily necessities are stored. After a thorough search, he discovers a door that could possibly lead to that storage place. He has made a key easily using his talents. Lihan is really glad to see him and wonders where he has been all this time. Radford exclaims that he used all his rest time to make this key. He then asks Lihan about his identity and asks him if he is from the White Tiger Tower. Lihan smiles and says he is Lihan Wardinas from the Blue Dragon's Tower. Radford gives him the same reaction just as other students did, and he asks him not to be surprised and they should work together from now on. The boy is shocked and asks if it is okay for him since he is someone of high status. Lihan points toward his robe and asks what he thinks he is doing this late at night. He asks him to move quickly since there's no time to lose. Lihan asks him if he is able to open the door, and he replies no because it's protected with magic. Lihan thinks it would be hard to open it with normal methods. He finds a similar pattern on the door and asks Radford to move aside for a bit. Radford surprisingly asks him what he is going to do. He puts the key in the keyhole and then slowly rotates the handle. The door unlocks with a click sign, and Radford is shocked to see him opening the door so easily. He asks Lihan where he got that key, and he replies he stole it from the headmaster's drawer. The day when they checked the drawers, he found the key along with the headmaster's message back then, but he didn't tell Asan about all this. He took it just in case, but it never occurred to him that it would come into use there. Radford is just staring at him shockingly and wonders how he reached the headmaster's office and got that key. Lihan thinks they need to be more careful from now on since he is certain that there will be traps. They enter the door and find a path leading underground. Lihan steps forward and says they should get going. Suddenly, Radford feels something, and he asks Lihan to stop for a while. He lays to the ground and tries to listen to the voices behind the floor. He hears someone's voice below, which means someone must be there. Lihan isn't afraid, but is happy to find out this. He always wondered how external supplies get into the academy and thought they must be using the underground path to transport them. If they move after curfew hours, then the students have no way to find out about it. He asks Radford to head down since the suppliers must be underground. Radford seems scared and asks if it is really a good idea. Lihan doesn't reply and continues to head down, but as soon as they get down, it's getting really dark. Radford is about to take out his wand to create some light, but Lihan grabs his hand and asks him not to do anything stupid. He states that the headmaster has hidden this place, so there's no way he would make it so easy for people to navigate through this. Radford agrees with him and blames himself for his short-sightedness. This guy surprised him again and again, and he wonders who he really is, and it looks like he is used to such situations. He has heard some rumors about him that even the prince and princess can't breathe at ease in front of him. Furthermore, he manages to subdue the Thunderbird with a single spell. He shockingly wonders if all those rumors are true about him. Lihan observes that he is not following him, so he turned back and asks what he is doing when they have reached the underground path already. They both hid behind a wall, and it seems like this floor itself is the storage. He asks Radford to move quickly and carefully from there. They step inside the hall, but as soon as they steps in, all the candles lit up and fire like mana energy appears from it. They again hid behind the wall, and Lihan wondered what was happening there and why all the candles were lit up. They hear someone's footsteps, which means someone is coming to this side. He wonders if that person is the keeper of that storage. That person starts counting the stock: 8 cheese, 5 maple syrup bottles, and 3 bottles of red potions. They observe that he is counting each and every stock, which means they are very strict about keeping inventory. Suddenly, the man appears behind him and asks him who he is. Lihan and Radford are scared because they have been caught. He tries to calm himself and thinks he needs to deal with this calmly and will use light magic to blind him. But he is shocked to see that this person has no eyes. It is always said that when one loses a certain sense, another sense that they have will develop in order to compensate for that loss. But even if that's true, then it's impossible to find them with no eyes. They didn't make any sounds, and there's no way he found them by their scent since there are tons of other smells there. He is still shocked and wonders how he found out about them. That person can sense mana energy, and he can sense two guys in front of him, and one of them has tons of mana energy that looks like oceans. He tries to sense his mana but feels tired and is about to collapse. He apologizes to Lihan and says he must be the headmaster since he has this overwhelming amount of mana. He takes his leave and goes back to his work, and Lihan is shocked that he's just going like this. He wonders why he mentioned the headmaster or if he mistook him for the headmaster. More importantly, he mentioned mana, which means he detected them via their mana. He asks Radford to move since it's resolved for now, but he is sure this is a complex place. They are sad but have to leave these items because if someone checks their quantity, it would be best to leave them alone. First, they intend to look for the passageway from which these items come. Suddenly, Radford starts running toward the other side and says he hears a lot of movement from this direction. He takes him in multiple directions including left and right as well. Lihan follows him and says he is surely getting around really well, even though it's his first time there. Radford thanks him for his appreciation, and Lihan asks him why he has been speaking so formally till now, and he asks him not to worry about that. They almost reached their desired place, but it led them to a dead end. Radford is shocked and wonders how this can happen since he came to the correct place. Lihan observes the voice coming out of the wall, and there is a misplaced brick in the wall. It is revealed that, unlike Radford, who only acted as a thief in a small village, Lihan grew up hearing numerous stories on Earth. Thanks to that, he has got a much richer imagination in such a situation. He presses the brick into the wall, and the wall in front of them opens up like a door. They find another tunnel on the other side. But looking at how big this place is and how bright it is, this must be the passageway leading outside. He asks Lihan how he knew about that brick technique, and he just replies it's because he is a Wardinas. Lihan is happy that he can finally escape the academy. He remembers his last adventure and thinks he suffered so much just for this day. He asks Radford to move quickly, who is now ready to blindly follow his instructions. On the outside, some workers are piling things up in the carriage. It is said that there are a few rules for the workers of Einregard. They must never speak of what they see, and they must never initiate conversations. They must not question, and so even if a priest and a student appear from the other side of the passageway, the workers didn't say anything. Lihan whispers they are strangely disinterested in them, while Radford says they didn't see them. In that case, they don't need to care about them being suspicious of them. He goes to an old man and asks him for a favor to take them with his horse carriage. The old man agrees and says their work is almost done, so they can go with them. They sit in the carriage, and Lihan tries to calm himself, thinking there mustn't be a problem so far. However, how Radford looks at him makes him pretty uncomfortable, but he is just looking at him out of excitement. He observes that workers aren't even talking to each other and guesses that the world is really tough for them. Einregard is the symbol of the Empire and mages, which also means they have a lot of enemies. Not only do they have political forces there, but they also have a lot of important items coming into and leaving this place. There's quite a lot at stake, and Lihan thinks maybe this warrants the workers being so anxious. He still isn't convinced about the part where they trap students in and don't let them go out, though. He is lost in his thoughts when the carriage stops. He comes outside and asks the workers why the horse carriage suddenly stops. But he is shocked to see what is in front of him. Professor Garcia has stopped the carriage, and she is giving some tasks to the workers. Lihan wonders if he just got caught, but it doesn't feel like the case. Radford is scared and tells him about the professor outside. He asks him to get quiet, and it seems like she doesn't know about their presence. He asks him to observe the situation quietly. She also sits in another carriage, having a sack in her lap. Lihan wonders what she is doing there. She was sent by the headmaster, and he told her that the imperial officials should be waiting outside their academy, and she had to pass this box to them. She thinks it's so troublesome having to pass them artifacts every time. She observes the workers staring at her, and they seem to be scared of her. She passes a smile to them, but they get more scared. Suddenly, one of them gets up, picks up his sword, and also asks the other one to raise his weapon quickly. Professor Garcia is surprised and asks if he is raising his weapons just because she smiles. He gets quiet and says it's not the case. He informs her that he hears warning sounds from the vanguard, and this is an emergency situation for them. The workers surround two men and ask them to identify themselves. They seem innocent and say they are just merchants passing by this place. The worker replied that they knew about their truth because they knew they had weapons hidden on their backs. One of them removes his cloaks and takes out his weapon, saying even the porters of this academy are extraordinary. He asks the old man if he used to be a combat mercenary or a soldier. He asks his men to get into formation quickly and prepare their crossbows. They fire their crossbows toward the opponents, but he releases his mana and calls them foolish. He asks the workers if they really think they have come there unprepared. The workers are shocked and realize that they aren't ordinary bandits. They ask them about their identity and what they want from them. They are against mages and say these workers are helping the mages who are bringing the empire to its ruin right now. They ask the workers to surrender their weapons immediately, and they will save the empire from falling to its ruin. The workers are shocked to see them, and one of them recognizes that they are anti-magic. They reject magic and bring about terror. There are 3 of them, and they all rush toward the workers to attack them by saying they will execute them in the name of the Twilight Dawn Squad. Suddenly, Professor Garcia appears there, and she creates a barrier of order, which enables them to get close to the workers. A dwarf worker smiles and says their professor is indeed powerful. She stops them with the barrier, but knows that the situation is far from good. Their opponents are from the Twilight Dawn Squad, which has killed numerous mages. It would be hard for anyone to last long against them unless they were a combat mage. She creates a powerful spell to tell the rest of this and stands her ground against them as much as possible until the headmaster arrives. She sends him a message through telepathy. Suddenly, they take out a device and ask. As soon as they activate it, it starts absorbing Garcia's mana energy. Her mana is being dispersed in no time, and the barrier she has created around her falls apart. The workers worriedly ask her what is happening, and she replies magic isn't omnipotent, and when there are numerous ways to destroy magic, it's rare to see an object like this that would absorb mana in such a wide range. She tells him that they are using an ancient relic, and it's a treasure that's rarely discovered in ruins or dungeons. He is shocked and wonders why these people have this relic. It absorbs the mana as soon as she gathers it, and she is unable to maintain her magic. She wonders what she should do now and how to save these people. Suddenly, a bandit appears behind her and is about to hit her, but she shockingly turns behind because she doesn't know when he gets there. But before he can attack her, he falls to the ground and collapses. Professor Garcia and the dwarf workers are shocked at what just happened. They think he suddenly collapsed on his own while there was no one behind him. Lihan has attacked that bandit, using invisible magic so they can't see him. 10 minutes ago, Lihan observed them while hiding and found out that those bandits belong to the Twilight Dawn Squad. Ratford seems pretty scared, and Lihan thinks it's definitely not the headmaster's trap. Ratford scaringly asks him what they should do now, and he asks him to hide himself at some safer place. He whispers something in his ears and leaves him there, saying he has his plans. He had already heard about the Twilight Dawn Squad, which is an anti-magic organization. If they don't stop them there, they will create a bigger problem in the future. He casts the spell, hides himself in the night, and uses invisibility magic to make himself disappear. At present, when he has taken down one of them, Professor Garcia is shocked since there's no one in the surroundings. Lihan calls her and informs them about his presence. She shockingly asks him why he is there and, before that, where he is since she can't see him. Lihan replies that he is using invisibility magic right now and asks her for commands for now. Professor Garcia ignores his first question since it's not the time to talk and asks everyone to hold their weapons. She informs them that she has already requested reinforcements from the academy, so they will be here soon. Until then, she asks Lihan to hide himself so that he does not get injured. The bandits rush to attack her, and she attacks them using crossbows, but they easily dodge them. Lihan is worried to see this because the enemy's movements are extraordinary, and they are all martial arts masters. He asks Professor Garcia why she isn't using her magic. She replies that they have an ancient release that has absorbed her mana. Suddenly, she realizes that Lihan is still able to maintain his invisibility and relic doesn't affect him. She now remembers that Lihan has an endless sea of mana, which can't be affected by any relic. She requests Lihan to lend her some mana. He gives her his hand, and she absorbs enough amount of mana from him. She casts a spell and creates Petra's indestructible spear, while Lihan is lost in her powerful magic attribute. She throws that spear toward the enemies, and they disperse in the opposite direction to save themselves. But the spear's target is the ancient relic that is absorbing Garcia's mana. It hits the relic, and an explosion occurs there. She is happy to see that her mana is coming back, and that she can take the enemies easily. She creates her flesh-eating lightning magical wolf that attacks the enemies heavily. They get overpowered and run to save themselves. Lihan can observe that Professor Garcia's mana is flowing somewhere faintly. He sees that the relic is still absorbing her mana and isn't broken properly. He tells the professor that the relic is still working, and she gets distracted by Lihan and is unable to track their movements. The enemies surround her from all sides and don't leave any openings for her, so she can't use her magic. They got close when she was trying to attack the relic. Lihan jumps from his place and hits the closest enemy. They are still shocked to see another one knocked down since he fell down, even though there's nothing around. One of them asks the others to calm down since he observes that there's someone using invisibility magic. He throws dust toward Lihan to distract him. Lihan is shocked that they are able to react against an enemy that they can't even see. He observes a man standing in front of him, and it looks like he can observe Lihan's energy. Lihan also feels that his energy is different from that of the rest. He thinks he can't let him get to the professor and has to stop him until the reinforcement. He exposed himself in the morning by casting a spell, and they can now see him. They are surprised that the guy playing petty tricks is just a kid and say they will teach him a lesson for getting in their way. Lihan stares at them and asks if they think he is an idiot since there's no reason for him to fight them. He runs toward the relic to destroy it while they run behind him to stop him from getting to the relic. Lihan knows that it's too dangerous for him to confront them head-on, so he uses his invisibility magic to disappear again. Their leader asks them to catch the troll mage Garcia, and he will deal with the kid. Lihan tries to calm himself, takes out the iron ball Professor Vladi gave him, and throws it toward them. It moves quickly and gets hit by one of them. They ask each other to be careful since he is using hidden weapons, which means he is skilled in combat, so they should not underestimate him because he is a child. Lihan is scared now since the situation is totally different from the lesson, and it feels like his brain is burning away. He needs to focus since if he lets up even a little, his life will surely be in danger. He revises Professor Vladi's lesson in his mind that he needs to shoot out the iron ball, retrieve it, and then rotate it. The things get mixed in his mind, and he feels so much pressure, and he feels so much pain in one part of his head. Suddenly, some drops of blood fall to the ground by his nose, and he is shocked to see that his nose starts bleeding because of the pressure. He wonders if his nosebleed is because of insufficient mana, but this can't be the case since he has worn the belt. He then observes this is because he overworked his mind too much. He removes the blood and thinks he can't let this drag on any further, so he has to destroy the relic as soon as possible. Suddenly, the relic activates again, and Lihan moves quickly so that he can stop them from moving first. He moves his iron ball to attack them, but the man from earlier runs behind him and cuts his ball into 2 pieces. He can smell the blood and asks his men to chase after the scent of blood that's heading toward the relic. They all run toward Lihan while he is so close to the relic, but if he runs, then they will easily catch him. He picks up a sword, thinking when the situation has come to this point so that he will make a preemptive attack. He hits one of the enemies with the sword and makes him fall to the ground. His companion can observe that a sword and wonders have attacked him if the mage has changed his weapon. He calls another man and asks him to go toward the relic and sprinkle the glittering dust around the relic. He sprinkles the dust toward Lihan, and his blood starts materializing after coming into contact with the dust. The enemies can catch up with his movements now, so he thinks he needs to give up on destroying the relic. The enemies call their captain and show him the trail of the mage's blood, and he instructs them to deal with him calmly. They try to follow the scent of blood, but find out that the blood is mixed now. The captain stands in front of them and asks them not to panic, and he must still be near. Suddenly, Lihan appears from behind and attacks his fellows from behind. They both fall to the ground, and the captain is impressed by Lihan's incredible judgment. Despite being driven into a corner, he realizes the mage thought to hide among the injured. He smiles and exclaims that it's been a while since he has met someone like that. He removes his mask, introduces himself as Garrixe, and declares that he will be taking him seriously from now on. He rushes himself, asking if he really thinks he can conceal himself completely with his petty magic. He attacks at the right place where Lihan stands and blocks his attack with his sword. Lihan shockingly wonders how he pinpointed his location, and Garrixe reveals that his trembling breath is way too loud, and he can catch up with it. He pushes him away and calls him foolish, asking if he really thinks they can only track him by scent. Thanks to him cutting their people down, he can actually hear him much clearer now. He gets serious and says he will end this hide and seek now. He releases his aura and throws a large number of hidden weapons toward Lihan, and he jumps backward to save himself. He tries to come forward, but he attacks him again, and would have been in a huge trouble if he was a step closer. He makes a crack in the ground, and Lihan realizes that his swordsmanship is several levels higher than his. He never expected to have such a hard time defending against someone who can't see him. He again rushes to attack him, but Lihan blocks his attack with his sword. But his attack is so much powerful that his sword is about to crack. Lihan shockingly pushes himself backward and falls to the ground. He has realized the situation is out of his control, and wonders if he is at the level of aura that our Laurent mentioned. Garrixe comes forward and says he can hear the fear in his breaths. He takes his sword exact near his neck and says he wants to see the horrifying expressions on his face. Lihan doesn't want to die like this and remembers his knight Alrar Long saying that a trained swordsman is able to infuse mana into their sword. He again holds his sword and thinks he has also trained in magic, so there's no way he can't use it now. He pushes Garrixe back, and he is shocked to see this amount of energy from a kid. Lihan realizes that he has an overflowing amount of mana, so he will pour all of it into his sword and take down his enemy. Garrixe falls back to the ground, and his face starts bleeding badly. He is shocked that just a swing of his sword has such a heavy impact on him. He wonders what on earth that little kid just did to put him in that bad condition. He gets up again, thinking he won't go down like this since it will be an insult to his organization. He intends to kill the guy who has brought humiliation to him. Suddenly, Lihan feels immense pressure that his body is unable to move. He wonders if this is the side effect of him forcefully using a ton of his mana. He sees his opponent getting up and rushes toward him to land his last attack on him. But before he can attack him, his mouth again starts bleeding, and he falls to the ground. He collapses and gets unconscious, while Lihan just stares at him shockingly. He is shocked that Garrixe just threw up blood and fainted, which means his mana-infused attack worked. He lies to the ground and thinks he has survived the attack. He now remembers Professor Garcia and wonders what she is doing. She rushes toward him and asks if he is alright, while he wonders how she made it when she was surrounded by enemies. He sees other enemies' bodies behind her and gets relieved by thinking there is no need to worry about her at all. She checks for his injuries, and she asks him to rest easy now since their most reliable reinforcement is on his way. After a while, the headmaster appears there, and Lihan never expected that he would be happy to see that skeleton in his life. He gets unconscious since they are out of danger now. After some time, they drag the bandits' bodies to the carriages, and the headmaster apologizes to Professor Garcia for putting her in danger when he should have known about this in advance. She asks him not to apologize to her since no one expected the notorious Twilight Dawn squad to be there. Professor Vladi also appears there and says it's not true since it's something that a dean of this academy should have considered. The headmaster asks him to be quiet and asks about the unconscious person behind him. Vladi informs him that he is Garrixe and is quite influential even within the Twilight Dawn squad. He is so good at combat that he has been given the nickname Magic Killer. The headmaster takes charge since he is still alive. He observes other traces of battles, including the Iron Ball, and says this is not the way mercenaries fight. He points toward Lihan and asks if these were all his doings. A healer is healing him right now, and the headmaster wonders what kind of child the Wardina's family raised. Professor Garcia tells him that if Lihan hadn't helped her at the time, then it would have been really dangerous for her. She requests the headmaster to let him off this time round. The headmaster replies that he is not thinking about this, and that he is surprised that a new student is able to use magic in such a tough fight, which means he is extremely talented in magic combat. Furthermore, from what the mercenaries said, magic wasn't the only thing he used to subdue the enemy. He licks his tongue around his teeth and says it's pretty interesting to find a student like him. He declares that he wants him in single succession, a special succession method where everything is passed down to one single person. He wants to groom him with his traditional methods, but Professor Garcia says if he does this, then His Majesty will come after him. The headmaster is disappointed that he can't do this because he was the only one who made the rule that all students are to be cultivated equally. The headmaster agrees to hold back for now since there will be tons of opportunities to teach him. Meanwhile, Lihan is conscious and can listen to their conversation while feeling himself in the middle of a nightmare. Suddenly, the headmaster brought many subordinates and ordered them to clear this area quickly. He also orders them to compensate the mercenaries handsomely for their work this time. He also orders them not to forget to take the ancient relic as well. He then observes Professor Vladi looking at some corpses and asks him what he is doing. He replies he is inspecting the strange postures of a few invaders who look very strange. The headmaster also observes that their body has been cut in a strange manner and asks if this is Lihan's doing. He asks Professor Vladi what kind of magic he has used and how he can reach that level so early. Professor Garcia raises her hand and tells them this is her doing, and she just punches them. The next morning, Lihan wakes up in his room. He doesn't open his eyes and feels a soft and warm feeling from his bed. He opens his eyes, wondering if the situation was taken care of. The headmaster is in front of him and asks if he is awake. Lihan gets scared to see him and gets up immediately. He wonders why the principal is right in front of him. He wonders where he is right now. Professor Garcia is also in front of him and tries to calm him down. She thinks he is shocked by the ambush and appreciates him for his good work. Lihan remembers that the professors came before he passed out. The headmaster also appreciated him and said he did amazing. Lihan thanked him while lowering his head and wondered if they would just pass the matter smoothly. He indeed helped the professor, but the fact is that he was trying to escape the academy. Meanwhile, the headmaster calls him and says he hasn't forgotten that he tried to escape the school grounds. Lihan covers his face in disappointment and thinks he would have succeeded if it weren't for those guys. Professor Garcia apologizes to him because he got caught while helping her. The headmaster asks him how he got through the underground storage pathway. He guesses that Lihan probably picked up one of the keys he left lying around, and Lihan knew it was a trap for him. The headmaster says it must have been extremely difficult to get the storage keeper off his tail. Lihan acts innocent and says he doesn't know what he is talking about, and the headmaster says it's a shame that he is playing dumb. However, he makes sure that he won't be able to use that route ever again, and Lihan can just cry over another failure. The professor looks outside through the window and calls Lihan to listen to him carefully. He admits that he is genuinely grateful for his brave act of fighting against the Twilight Dawn squad in order to protect the workers and the professor. As a token of gratitude, he declares to gift him a renowned sword, Morning Star. Lihan has a sword in his hand and remembers that it is the sword the Twilight Squad's captain had. He asks him if it is okay to give this to a student, while the headmaster asks him to keep quiet. He also gives him a card, and the words outing permit are written on it. Lihan is shocked to see that the headmaster himself gives him the outing permit. He can feel himself using an outing permit at the main gate, and the guards won't be able to tell him anything. He can feel outside air touching him. He bows before the headmaster immediately and thanks him, saying he will do his best to serve him. The headmaster asks him how his body is feeling right now, and he is so happy by obtaining the card that he replies there is no problem with his body at all. The headmaster says that it's time for his punishment since he is fine now. Lihan is shocked at hearing the word punishment, but the headmaster also forbids him from looking at him like that since it hurts him. Moreover, he is not giving him punishment for trying to escape, but a punishment for getting caught. Lihan asks him if he is telling him that he was supposed to just watch it happen and keep hiding. He abuses the headmaster in his mind several times, but puts a fake smile on his face. Professor Garcia feels sorry for him since he got caught because of her. The headmaster looks through the window and says the sun is rising, and he has to think of another way to escape until the next sunrise. He locks him in a punishment room and asks him to find a way to escape the academy. He then turns backwards and observes the punishment room that doesn't look that different from the dorms. He lies on a bed and thinks it isn't bad at all, and is much more comfortable than his post-grad days. After some time, a skeleton guard appears outside the punishment room. He calls his name from outside and puts a basket full of food on him. Lihan is shocked to see 3 times more food than the normal days. He shockingly wonders why his punishment food is this great. The skeleton guard tells him it's Professor Garcia's gift for him since she feels sorry for what happened last night. Lihan asks him to tell her thanks for him, but the guard tells him that he hasn't even sent him the full food she sent him. After a while, he has multiple baskets with a lot of bread, jam, cheese, tomatoes, and many other things. After that, he enjoys the tea with some cookies and relaxes for a bit. He recalls last night and his fierce fight with Carriage, a member of Twilight Squad. He was definitely lucky to survive that. He wonders if he is lacking because he hasn't taken combat lessons seriously, but he doesn't even want to think about it since Professor Velati overdid that day. He takes out another sphere and is happy to see that he can make a perfect circle out of this now and has gotten better because of the fight. At last, he ended up proving Professor Velati's words that an extreme situation is the best way to get better. But he remembers the pressure he faced in the fight and bows his head, thinking he would die if he tried that again. He starts crying and promises himself that he won't carelessly use mana from now on because he was simply lucky this time. He doesn't want to end up in the newspaper as the most stupid death of the year. After a while, he gets up, and it is enough session for his self-reflection, and now he has to see what he should do there. He finds a book on the table, and it has a weird energy. Prior to being put into the punishment room, the headmaster gives him the book and says it will keep him busy during the punishment. He asks him to read that book, while Lihan wonders if this is a gift or a trap by the headmaster. His bad side tells him that it must be a gift because the headmaster is a human, after all, and must feel bad for him. Meanwhile, his good side warns him, saying it must be a trap since there's no way that man would feel bad about anything. The plus factor is that the headmaster isn't a human and technically can be considered as undead. Lihan pushes his bad side and says it's definitely a trap, so he shouldn't look at the book. Suddenly, the book opens on its own, and its text is flowing in front of him. The knowledge starts flowing in his head while he tries to block it using his hands, but all in vain. After some time, he realizes that the headmaster wants to teach him something specific. The headmaster appears in front of him, and Lihan is shocked to see him and asks what he is doing there. The headmaster ignores his question and asks him to say the name of the magic he is thinking of right now. Lihan tightly closes his ears because he doesn't know that magic and has neither learned nor heard of it. He doesn't understand what kind of spell the headmaster is talking about. However, one phrase pops up in his mind on its own, and he tells the headmaster about this spell, Arrogant Steps of Gonadaltes. The headmaster laughs and says he is correct by calling him an ironhead. After that, he gets up from his chair unconsciously, and the book closes on its own. He is still in a state of shock and doesn't understand what happened just now. He stares at the book and wonders if the headmaster put a spell on the book. He lies on the ground to relax and thinks he can't predict anything about the headmaster since he can do anything. However, the knowledge about the Arrogant Steps of Gonadaltes is now clear in his head. Although he doesn't think he can use it right away, it's still surprising that magic can be taught like this. He picks up an apple from the basket and starts eating it while thinking about the insane skeleton headmaster. He assumes there wasn't really any special reason for doing this and remembers that spell. At that moment, Lihan didn't know that the headmaster wanted to teach him personally, but he couldn't because of the other professor's opposition. Suddenly, he hears a noise and gets up from his place. No one is around, and he wonders if he is just imagining things. He feels like someone just hit the wall, and he wonders if there is someone in the room next to him. There's definitely someone, and he asks Lihan about his grade. He is surprised at his straightforwardness, but tells him he is in his first year. The boy then exclaims that he must be working hard and introduces himself as Gold. Lihan knows that Gold is a nickname referring to the 4th year. Lihan thinks he must be older than him and knows more things about the academy. He greets him but suddenly wonders why he is there when he is 4th year. He is forbidden to go outside campus because he is in his 1st year. But this thing is allowed for 4th year students, which means there must be another reason for his punishment. However, he thinks he doesn't ask him the reason since he is the person who got caught while fighting off bandits. The boy starts the conversation and asks him how he ended up there, and Lihan replies he got caught while trying to sneak out of the academy. The boy exclaims that the new students this time are pretty fast. In his reply, Lihan asks him the reason for his punishment, but he doesn't reply. Lihan again calls him and asks him to feel free to talk to him comfortably since they are all just mages after they graduate. He talks to him comfortably and asks what he did to be sent in there. The boy seems confused and wonders if he should talk to him freely since he doesn't know what kind of person he is. However, he tells him the reason that he came there is because he failed a test. Lihan is shocked to hear this and asks if it isn't too much that he just got punished because he failed a test. The boy asks him not to be surprised since it's common. He sits on his chair and tells him that there are materials that are required for the magic test, but he fails because he didn't get them in time. Therefore, he snuck into the headmaster's secret vault, stole the reagents, and got caught in a trap. Lihan observes the main reason that he ended up there is because he got caught while stealing. He becomes sad and thinks he shouldn't focus on the details, and it's easier to live just knowing that all common sense falls apart if they stay in this academy. He sits on the chair while looking at the door and thinks if he doesn't want to end up back in this room again, he needs another plan. He calls the student and says it seems like using the underground route will be demanding from now on. He asks him if he knows any other escape routes. The boy counter-questions him and asks if he isn't asking too much and why he needs to tell him that. Lihan observes this is how he wants to play it. Lihan gets up and calls the guard, and the boy gets scared and wonders what he is trying to do. After a while, the guard knocks at his door, and the boy gets scared and thinks his time in the punishment room will be extended. But the guard gives him some food and tells him that it is from the next room and asks him to eat up. He is shocked to get the food and shockingly asks Lihan how he got it from within the punishment room. Lihan smiles and says these are all presents for him. The boy is surprised that he is able to get such food in the punishment room and wonders who he is. He then gets quiet for a while and then agrees to tell him, and Lihan doesn't expect his presents to be so powerful. His senior makes him clarify that this is just something he heard from the seniors and has never tried it before. Lihan is sad to hear that this information is unconfirmed, but he is not in a position to be choosy right now. So, he replies he will decide for himself after hearing him out. The next day, he walks along with Yoner, and she has come to tell him about the lecture. She is surprised to see that he is still doing homework after experiencing such a huge accident. She finds him really scary at times. After walking for some time, they again reach outside the stable, and Lihan remembers the student told him about the steeple at the top of this academy. People say that a special stable that most people don't know about can be found there. It is revealed that this stable is for flying beasts, and the professor would ride them around, or the place where the officials would have their eagles rest while sending royal letters because those beasts have been bestowed a special blessing. They're able to cross in and out of the academy. Now, Lihan thinks that even if what he said is true, and even if he goes there, he probably won't be able to ride those beasts easily since this is a weird kind of place. However, he decides to take a look since it's not zero probability, and as long as it's not zero, it's worth a try. He opens the stable's door and enters the stable, where the students are shocked to see him. They are scared of their respective animals and ask him why he has come there. He stares at a green-haired student and says they ought to get rid of their nasty habit of judging others by their family. Yoner knows that they are actually acting like that because of the rumors about him. Meanwhile, a student calls him from behind, and Lihan turns behind to see him and finds Radford there. He bows before him out of respect and calls him Sir Wardinas. Lihan gets embarrassed at this and asks him why he is suddenly doing this. He asks him to talk to him comfortably like he did last time. Radford refuses and says he can't do that, and he wants to give him great respect. He is comfortable talking formally with him. Meanwhile, the students whisper about them, and Lihan thinks he is screwed now since it looks like more misunderstandings will be created today as well. Lihan asks him to get up since he is bothering him and asks what he wants to tell him. Radford tells him that he watched everything while hiding that day. Shortly after, when the headmaster and other professors came to help, he looked through the chests in the horse carriage because the workers were distracted. He shows him a box of potions and says he took these things that looked useful to him. He had to hide this within his clothes, so he could only take small items. Lihan and Yoner are shocked to see all the potions because they all look really expensive. He can't believe Radford managed to take all these under those circumstances. He encourages Radford by saying he is incredible, and is truly the best thief. Radford thanks him but wonders if it was an insult or a compliment for him. After that, they sit on a bench, and Lihan asks Yoner if she knows what kind of potions these are. She replies that these potions looks like alcohol, and Lihan gets shocked to hear this since he didn't expect them to be so cheap. Yoner asks him not to worry since they are more than just alcohol. However, in order to find what they all are, they will probably need to do a bit more research. Lihan closes the box and thanks Radford again. He again bows before him and says it's an honor to be able to offer them to him. After a while, Nilia enters the stable, and she is happy thinking that Lihan has come to see her. But she is surprised to see him with Radford, and he asks him if he wants to look after horses with him. Radford agrees and says he is the only friend the two of them need. Lihan smiles and exclaims he is pretty useful, while Yoner exceeds the limit by saying he is way more talented than Nilia. Nilia is shocked to hear this, and when Lihan observes her presence, he calls her and asks when she arrived there, but she disappointingly sits on the ground and is crying. She gets up saying it looks like they have made a new friend, and they don't need her anymore. By saying this, she rushes toward outside, while Lihan tries to call her, but she doesn't listen. After some time, they clarify their misunderstanding, and Radford also tells her that he is not their friend, but just a subordinate. Lihan changes the topic and asks them to look after the horses now. He goes to his horse, and it looks pretty obedient than before. But he changes his thought since it may look obedient and is aggressive from inside. He observes Yoner and Radford who are struggling with their horses, and looking at how the rest of the horses behave. His horse must be more aggressive. He tries to touch his horse, and it angrily stares at him back. Lihan smiles at this, and knowing that it won't be easy to handle, he has prepared something for his horse. He takes out a brush he has prepared for the horse and starts combing him gradually. The horse stays quiet for a bit, and then angrily tries to attack Lihan. He jumps backward and tries to save himself. Nilia sees them and says it's practically a war happening over there. After infinity, he has finally succeeded to sit near the horse and gets pretty exhausted. He again tries to brush his hair and thinks the horse also looks pretty exhausted. He never expected that he would have such a hard time just trying to brush its mane. He wonders if other horses are also like this. Yoner comes outside and says she has finally done, and from her condition, she really looks exhausted. Ratford and Nilia are also happy since their horses are finally listening to them. Yoner asks Lihan how things are on his Ned, but he stays sad and says he is not there yet. Nilia is surprised and says the horse should have opened its heart to him after all that. Ratford also comments that he has never seen any horse like that before. Lihan stares at his horse and wonders if it is actually a monster. If they think about that horrible temple of the professors, and how they all act like tyrants in the name of achieving academic results, there really is the possibility that it's got monster blood mixed in it. Lihan tries to deny his thinking since it's just crossing the line. On the other side, at Professor Uragolm's cabin, he is having tea with his aunt Professor Zedar, and comments that the new students seem to be working hard in the stables. She smiles and exclaims she only chose horses with terrible tempers, but they will open up their hearts soon after seeing the efforts that the new students have put in. She has an evil smile on her face and says if they try anything like whipping the horses, then they will have a real hard time. They both laugh loudly at this since the students will be in a terrible situation because of this. Professor Uragolm asks her about Lihan's performance and says he is pretty diligent, so he should be doing well. She replies that Griffon is a little hard to deal with, but with diligence and a little luck, it will definitely open up its heart. Professor Uragolm is shocked to hear that the tea spills out of the kettle, and it burns Zedar's hand. She shouts at him and asks why he got distracted, but Professor Uragolm shockingly asks her if she just said the horse, Griffon. She puts her hand on her mouth and says she hasn't said this name, but the professor angrily asks her to be honest with him. He asks her if she really transforms Griffon into a horse, and it is revealed that Griffon is actually Zedar's colossal bird. Griffon is actually a monster with the head and wings of an eagle and the legs of a lion. It is a species that is picky and arrogant, and it doesn't easily acknowledge its owner. Depending on the region, its personality can differ, but one thing is certain, it's not something a new student should take on. Professor Uragolm shouts at his aunt and asks if she is out of her mind. He asks her what she has done to his student when he even had to take a break because of an injury. Professor Zedar shouts at him back and asks how he dares to talk to her aunt like this. But he is still at his point and asks her how she can transform Griffon into a horse. She replies that it's safe because she made sure the physical traits are like those of a horse. This is how a common dwarven argument starts that will never end. On the other hand, the students try to take their horses for a walk, and Lihan feels that the horses are way more gentle than before. He has put his mana absorbent belt and bracelets on its neck and legs, respectively, to control his anger. However, seeing as it's fine, even with all these equipped means it must have a lot more mana than he expected. He wonders if it is really mixed with a monster or something, or if the belt's mana consumption is low. He thinks he will have to look for a way to increase that. He walks calmly with the horse while the other students are trying to ride their horses. He stops after a while and asks him if he wants some rest. Lihan is happy that the horse is communicating with him while it used to be so aggressive. They become friends, and he also gives him some pieces of sugar. The white horse doesn't want to admit it, but it feels like it is slowly submitting to Lihan. It really likes the taste of sugar cubes, and it is the taste that it never could experience in the wild forests. The bird starts liking Lihan, but soon it realizes that something is wrong. The ancient wild blood in its veins awakens the ego once again, and he thinks he can't submit like this. Lihan is pretty close to the horse, but he is still worried, and thinks about the ways he should increase the mana consumption. Meanwhile, the horse seems really aggressive, and Lihan, unaware of his mood, asks him to get some rest if he is tired. The next day, all the students go for their basic alchemy understanding class, and it is held in a separate building this time. They wonder why Professor Uragolm isn't taking the class outside. They are surprised that he has called them in the separate buildings today. They slowly open the classroom's door while scaring. They feel more anxious because it's so warm and cozy in there. The students advise each other to be careful since the Professor Mao have hidden monsters in there. They ask all the students to gather around and prepare for a monster ambush. They also follow Adenart and say they will protect her at any rate. Lihan just looks at them quietly and thinks they are all untrusting Professor Uragolm. Meanwhile, Asan, Yoner, and Nilia reach there, and are sure that they won't lose to the monsters. Lihan waves his hand and says there's no need for them to be worried. After a while, the professor appears behind them and asks if they don't want to go to their seats. A student calls him from behind and asks why they aren't learning outside today when he said last time that it's important to gather ingredients out in the field. The professor counter-questions him and asks if he intends on making medicine outside, too. He asks the students not to be worried because he knows what they are thinking. He makes sure that, unlike the outdoor lessons, the indoor ones are very safe and cozy. The students just stare at him quietly, and they know that he is just telling a lie, and they would be stupid if they believed that lie. He begins the lecture and orders the students to pour water into the pot in front of them. He instructs them that alchemy is a composite art, and every single move is essential. Therefore, anyone who tries to skimp on the steps cannot become an amazing alchemist. He also asks them to open their makes, and their task is to make the basic mana recovery potion. The students open their books and read the ingredients and recipe of the potion. Lihan thinks it is going to be difficult. At his glance, alchemy might be easier than other forms of magic, but people think that all they need to do is follow the instructions. But this isn't true because alchemy is like trying to cook a very difficult recipe in a very short amount of time. They have to prepare all kinds of fresh ingredients, and must remember the methods to prepare the ingredients and instructions for the sake of efficient time management. Lastly, the instructions are very precise, and it would be almost weird if they didn't feel like their brains were being squeezed dry. The students fail repeatedly while Professor Yurgolm enjoys all this and laughs loudly. He exclaims that it is happening just like newbies do every year, and it's not an easy task. Suddenly, he observes Lihan sitting quietly at his desk. He gets up, stretches his fingers, takes a knife, and starts chopping the ingredients. He carefully put the ingredients in the boiling water and stirred it gently. Professor Yurgolm is shocked at his actions and wonders why he is so good at this. He thinks Lihan looks like an alchemist who's worked in the workshop for at least a decade. He smiles and thinks geniuses really do exist in this world. Lihan observes his gaze and thinks he must think of him as a genius, but that's not the case. In reality, he just used to do this all the time in his past life. Therefore, he is so experienced in everything. After he has done making the potion, the professor tastes it and happily says he can feel mana surging throughout his whole body. He appreciates him, saying his potion is truly refreshing, and it turns out great. He admits that Lihan has a lot of mana for him, not to feel any recovery despite consuming a completed potion. He calls all the students and tells them that they have a student who made the perfect potion. The students are jealous and surprised at the same time since Wardina's again steps ahead of them. They admit that he is incredibly talented. Asan comes near him to check the potion's consistency and appreciates him, saying he is truly a genius. He tells him that Siana from the Phoenix Tower did a great job, but it's not as good as his. Lihan asks him who Siana is, and he points toward a girl at a distance. Lihan observes that she is a snake woman and is of the Flame Order. He remembers Yoner had already told him about them before, that it's an order that worships alchemy. The priests of their orders are all exceptional alchemists, which naturally means Siana is also exceptional in alchemy. She comes to him and smilingly asks if he is from Wardina's family, and greets him saying it's very nice to see him. Lihan also greets her and asks her to feel free to speak casually with him. He shakes hands with her, and Lihan wonders if it's because she is a snake woman, but her body temperature is pretty cold. She starts the conversation and says she never thought she would meet a priest as exceptional as he is. She asks him if he learned how to make potions in his family, and Lihan is about to reply when the professor calls them from behind and asks them not to chat in the class and go back to their respective seats. Lihan asks Siana to continue talking next time and go back to their respective seats. The professor then starts the lecture and says although all of them are too tired to make potions today, their results are all different. He encourages them, saying they shouldn't get too happy or too sad because this is just the start. He moves forward and says there's a much larger world of alchemy with more complicated and wonderfully strange learnings ahead. Lihan is really pissed off by his speech and wonders how all the professors in the academy are so good at demotivating their students. He then writes their homework and says he wants them to try making low-grade spirit by next week. He will be giving them a test, so they have to be sure to put in the hard work for this. He tells the students that is the potion production method, and all the basic ingredients are in the drawer. Nilia claims it's unexpected since she expected him to tell them to research and derive the method by themselves. Yoner opens the drawer, saying he's a professor, and he guesses he ought to tell them this much. Yoner opens the drawer and says it's strange because the ingredients in the drawer aren't enough. Nilia also observes that there are all the ingredients except for one. Yoner calls the professor and asks where they can find the spirit-befriending herb, but he counter-questions her what she is talking about. He reveals that they have to find that herb by themselves. Nilia and Yoner are shocked at his expressions, and he exclaims that the ingredients in the drawer are just basic onces and the spirit-befriending herb is over there. He points towards the mountains and asks them to go and get it. He trusts that all of them still remember what he said to them in his first class with him, and the students are just shockingly seeing him. After class, Lihan comes to see Xiaoling and again offers her his special tea. She really likes its taste, and Lihan asks him how the taste of Wardina's special tea, while, in fact, half of it is soup. She replies that the texture feels a little thick for a tea, but it's tasty. They both are talking to each other when Siana appears there and greets Lihan. She has some students along with her and says she was actually looking for him. Lihan asks her why she is looking for him, and she replies she has to discuss the homework from alchemy class. She asks him if he needs to make the low-grade spirit-befriending potion, and she thinks it would be nice if everyone gathered the ingredients together. Lihan observes the students behind her seem worried about something. When Lihan looks at them, they change their gaze, and it seems like they don't want to work with him. Siana offers him to work together to find the ingredients, and Lihan thinks finally, the time has arrived when the students of other dormitories work together, and one group reaches out. He likes their idea, and Siana asks him if he will help the Blue Dragon Tower student too. Xiaoling watches their conversation quietly, and after a while, Siana takes her leave and goes back to their dormitory. Lihan again turns toward Xiaoling while the students are relieved that they survived Lihan Wardina's. Xiaoling asks Lihan if he knows Siana well, and he replies that they are taking the same alchemy class. She seems worried but doesn't say anything. Lihan gets up and asks why she stops talking halfway, and it makes him curious. Xiaoling refuses to say anything because it isn't appropriate to talk about people while they aren't here since it can sound like gossip. Even if that isn't the intention, Lihan gets serious, and now he is more curious about what Xiaoling wants to say. But he knows she is not the kind that would say what she is holding back easily. He thinks of another plan to ask her about Siana. He goes toward a statue at the side and starts praying. Xiaoling calls him from behind and asks what he is doing, and he replies he already knows talking behind others is a bad thing, but it will be fine if he is praying in front of God and happens to be there. Xiaoling calls him and asks if he is acting like he can't hear anything right now, and Lihan replies he can't hear anything since he's simply praying. Xiaoling stays quiet, and he wonders if his effort isn't good enough, so he will try something else. He starts talking and acting like he is talking to God and says he almost died from an ambush by White Tiger students once but barely survived. Therefore, he is scared at thinking that Siana and her friends may plan another horrible thing during the ingredient gathering to harm him. But he is relieved that God is looking after him and will definitely send someone to aware him from dangerous people. Xiaoling listens to all this quietly, but she seems sad now. She sits near Lihan and talks to her god Prasinga, and says she is not telling him this to accuse or slander anyone. Lihan thanked her, but she replied that she couldn't hear anything since she was simply praying. Lihan observes from her expressions that she is angry, but he doesn't care since he just needs information from her. It is said that the Burning Phoenix Tower's priests are all honest and good people, but they haven't abandoned all their material desires just yet, even though jealousy and a spirit of competitiveness do no good to one's faith. Last week, in the Burning Phoenix Tower's dormitory, a certain student once made a potion for fatigue recovery, and he was happy that he tried making it. He made it so that everyone could use it and pray for a long time without fatigue. The students really liked his potion, and they could feel their fatigue disappear after taking it. They really appreciated the student for his good work, but one of the students said his potion felt even better than the ones that Siana made. He called Siana and asked her opinion about this. She replied that she was way too inexperienced for her to be compared to anyone. Up until that point in time, nothing bad happened. But the next day, Siana also made a fatigue recovery potion and asked the students to try it. The students tried her potion and appreciated her, too. She went back, and the students were happy for just taking the recovery potion. However, on the next day and the day after, Siana offered potions every single day and asked students if her potion was better than before. In reality, she wanted recognition, and the other priests finally realized that something was wrong. They told her that her potion was better than the last student, and after that, she finally stopped. Lihan listens to all this and says she is surely competitive. Xiaoling continues and says it didn't just end there. A short while after that incident, the priests who made the potion and Siana stopped. Once, he praised her potion, but she ignored him and left quietly. Dueling saw all this and observed that she definitely ignored him intentionally. Lihan is surprised that Sienna holds grudges to this extent, and if she reacted that way just because of a small matter like that, then it must be related to the compliment that he received in the classroom. Dueling is done with her prayer, and Lihan asks her if she can tell him a little more. She refuses and says she is just praying right now and doesn't understand what he is talking about. She leaves there quietly, while Lihan thinks the matter has come to this point, so he needs to be careful in the alchemy class. But he has no idea that he will soon face another impending trial. After that, they have to attend their basic magic temperament lesson, and their today's lesson is that they all have to love each other and live harmoniously. He assigns the students their homeworks and says what they want doesn't matter to him. He reveals that each tower has to bring back the flag that he has placed in their designated tower's new student lounge. The tower symbols are on the glad, so they will be able to recognize it easily. They have time until the next lesson to bring the flag. After assigning the homework, he dismisses the class. The students seem sad and worried on their way back to the towers and wonder how this temperament lesson when the headmaster basically asks them to fight with other towers. They call this a stupid lesson and ask each other why their designated flag is from the White Tiger Tower. Similarly, the White Tiger's designated flag is from their tower, too. They suggest they should try to exchange their flags, but they know the White Tiger students and are sure they won't agree to simply exchange the flags. They decide to leave things to be since doing anything would just be a waste of time. Lihan observes the students' condition and thinks it's not good. He thinks he can't let them act this way already since giving up on the homework would mean giving up academy marks. They don't even know what other crazy homework assignments this academy might give in the future, yet they are already giving up at this level of difficulty. He is determined that he can't let his school marks fly away like this and will do everything possible to get good grades. He calls the students from behind and asks them not to give up, and they will surely go through with this problem, too. A girl calls him and asks if he has a way to do this. They are happy for getting his support and say they knew Lihan would have a way while. He is surprised to see that they changed their attitudes this quickly, and now it seems like they have his support. He is about to say something when Asan stops him and says he already knows what Lihan is going to say. He sets his glasses and exclaims that there's a 95% chance that he thinks they should infiltrate the White Tiger Tower. Lihan replies he isn't wrong at all, and the students cheer him up for his bold decision. They happily want to join him in his plans since the person who would lead them is none other than Lihan, who came up with the plan. Lihan is disappointed that the students don't want to do any thinking, so they leave everything to him. He has no choice but to lead them according to their will. They make slogans about coming after the White Tiger Tower guys and plundering them empty. Lihan quietly sees them doing this and thinks the leading doesn't help in teaching someone to be good-tempered at all. The next morning, he comes out of his tower and starts walking. He looks toward a side where the sun is rising. The deadline for the homework is closing in, and he has two tasks to do. First, they have to infiltrate the White Tiger Tower, and second, they have to find the missing ingredient for Professor Uragolm's homework. He goes to another class, basic combat training, and thinks he has no idea which homework is harder. Professor Volade is waiting for him to close his book after seeing him. He tells him that Lihan is 11 seconds late in his class. Lihan apologizes to him and says he is late because he has to take care of a horse. Professor Volade says there's no need to apologize since he is the one who's losing out for being late. Lihan puts a fake smile on his face and wonders if these professors have learnt how to speak so curtly from the same place. He then asks him to start the lesson immediately and asks Lihan to send the iron ball. Lihan takes out his wand and starts moving the ball in the air. He can now create a perfect circle, and Professor Volade also observes that he has learnt something new from his recent life and death fight. His control has improved faster than he expected. He then praises his effort and asks him to bring the ball back to him. Lihan is surprised at his compliment since it's a rare compliment from him, and puts the iron ball back to the desk. Professor Volade says he has heard about his water magic attribute and asks him to give it a try. Lihan casts the spell Surge and creates a water splash in front of him. He can now maintain this form thanks to Professor Gracia's physical punishment. Professor Volade asks him to condense the water to the size of an iron ball. Lihan gives it a try and creates a water ball in front of him. But its maintenance is harder than he expected since it's condensing, and not just reducing its size. It's pretty challenging. Suddenly, he observes Professor Volade picking up an iron ball, and before he can react, he throws the ball toward Lihan. Lihan tries to save himself from the ball, and also abuses the professor in his mind. He creates a water hole unintentionally, and the ball strikes with it. He is surprised to see that the iron ball collides with his water ball and bounces back before falling to the ground. Professor Velati stays quiet for a bit and is about to pick another iron ball when he shouts from his place and asks him to wait for a minute. He asks if he wants to keep throwing those at him, and Professor Velati counter-questions him why he asks. Lihan replies that it seems a little dangerous, but the professor is at the point where it's effective. He is sure Lihan has experienced it with the anti-magic faction already. He reveals that a crisis sharpens one's focus and instincts, and it increases the control that one has over magic. Professor Velati asks him why he is trying to avoid this path when he already knows that, and Lihan shockingly wonders if he is serious right now. The professor doesn't give him a chance to speak and says it seems like he has been persuaded, so he should try it again. Lihan gives up on arguing because saying anything more will only be a waste of his breath. He again tries to create a water ball with his wand and thinks it doesn't have a form, unlike the Spirit Star Stone and the Iron Ball, so he needs to concentrate even more. He focuses on condensing this while Professor Velati just watches him doing this quietly. He then picks up an iron ball and throws it again toward Lihan. He saw it coming already and dodged it with his water ball. Lihan is confident that he dodges the ball, but it bounces back and strikes his back. He is shocked to see that the ball comes from the opposite side and again comes to Velati's hand. Lihan takes a break due to extreme pain from hitting the ball, but he calls him again and asks him to focus. Lihan seems exhausted, but he knows one thing for sure now: classes with more homework are definitely better than this. After that, in their basic magic understanding class, a student tells others that the alchemy class's homework is to gather ingredients in the mountains again. They decide to go with the other tower's students this time and Professor Ingudal. They look toward Lihan and ask each other if he is going as well, but they can see from his expressions that he is just tired. Lihan stares at them, so they change their tone and say it will be okay if he accompanies them. Lihan wonders if they want to become friends with him, but doesn't say anything to them. Meanwhile, Professor Garcia enters the class and greets the students. The students also say hello to them, and she reveals that they will be learning other types of magic instead of elemental magic. However, she reveals that she won't be the one teaching, but has brought a professor who is an expert. The students are excited to hear that and hope he's a spirit mage. One of them wants to learn spirit magic, the other one wants to learn strengthening magic, while the third one wants to be an expert in healing magic. Professor Garcia calls the teacher to enter the class, and as soon as he enters there, the room's temperature suddenly falls down and the students feel cold. The professor has an extremely cold aura, and he greets all the students and introduces himself as Morton. Lihan and the other students just stare at him, while the teacher reveals that he will be teaching black magic to them. Black magic is known as summoning undead, curses, using dark or poison elements, or using negative energy, etc. Black magic is a type of magic that people are bothered by and try to avoid. The people have a very bad image of black magic in their minds. For example, if someone loses their way in a dark forest at night, they don't find a way to get out of this when a boy puts his hand on their shoulder. They get scared at his sudden arrival, and the boy asks them if they have lost their way. On seeing the light and wand in his hand, they suppose he is a mage and ask for his help to get out of that place. The boy refuses to help them because he is busy, but he points toward a skeleton fellow behind him who can help them. They are so scared to see him that they get unconscious, and the skeleton and the black mage will kill them. This is the type of image that people usually think of as black magic. The new students probably have a similar impression and didn't expect to learn black magic in this academy. A student asks why he has to learn such magic and that people will badmouth him if they know about it. Professor Garcia understands their reason, but she tries to persuade them, saying black magic is deeply mysterious and also has profound values. She is at the point that all of them are unrefined gemstones, so they need to see, hear, and experience a ton of things for them to pioneer their own path. She hopes that all of them can show her the attitude of a true mage who doesn't hesitate to seek knowledge and pursue it. The students got quiet after her speech, and she called a student to be the assistant today. No one raises their hand and gets quiet. Lihan is about to raise his hand, but Gainando hits his head on the bench and asks what he is doing. He warns him, saying he will become an undead soldier later on if he gets involved with a black mage. Lihan is disappointed by his stupidity and asks if he is really a mage. He says he has always thought of black magic as a hidden pearl since there aren't many people studying it, so it will be easier to get good marks. Gainando is shocked to hear that he wants to become a black mage, but Lihan says he is going to the extreme point. He says the life of a black mage probably isn't that bad, and the less popular a type of magic is, the more likely it is that he will be able to do it for a longer time. Therefore, he gets up and declares that he will be the assistant. Professor Garcia is happy to see him, and Lihan knows how she feels at this moment. She feels anxious when no students volunteer, even though she had a hard time inviting a guest lecturer. There are cases where assistants are designated in advance, and it happened a lot of times in his past life. Professor Morton asks him to come over to him, and Lihan comes down from the stairs. He was wondering why the lecture room suddenly felt cold, and it was because this professor was exuding quite a bit of yin mana. While mana is fundamentally non-elemental, its element can be changed to fit certain types of magic. Cold and dark mana are usually considered symbols of a dark mage. Therefore, it's no wonder he is unpopular since he's giving out such mana. Professor Morton observes him, and the first thing he claims is that Lihan has a lot of mana. He thanked the professor for the compliment and opened his hands, saying he would show them a demonstration first. He chants a spell and asks his servants of bones to rise. By saying this, many undead people appear there, and the students are extremely scared to see them. The undead soldiers are rushing toward the students and touching them. They are so scared that they try to push them back. After a while, the soldiers start moving in circles, and the students wonder why they are doing this. Professor Morton calls Lihan and asks if it is a good demonstration. He exclaims that he put great effort into preparing this demonstration for the students. Lihan is also scared but says his demonstration is very interesting, while Professor Garcia is quite happy and thanks him. He then says it's enough with the foolery, and he uses his hands, and all the undead disappear from there. The students are relieved that they are gone now. Lihan looks toward the professor and thinks the magic demonstration was good, but he wonders if he showed them this because he wants him to execute this magic too. The professor reads his mind and asks him not to worry because he won't be asking him to execute this magic since it's pretty tough for a newbie to do this. Lihan is really impressed by him and hopes that Professor Velati can hear what this professor just said. He asks Lihan to try transforming his mana into one with the yin element. Lihan takes out his wand, and Professor Garcia smiles and thinks this won't be easy, even if it's Lihan. It is said that mages have to go through a lot of trial and error in order to visualize the yin element because it is quite a vague and huge concept. When one thinks of coldness, it would become the ice element. Similarly, when one thinks of darkness, it becomes the dark element. The concept of the yin element is so vague that it's difficult to grasp. Professor Garcia says she should look at the other students when Lihan is trying it. Suddenly, she is shocked to see the dark aura coming out of Lihan. She thinks it was impossible before Lihan, but he has succeeded in the first attempt. Lihan's strength is experiencing both worlds, and he just needs to think of weird mathematical images, like hyperbolic geometry or imaginary numbers. In short, his imagination is way more vast than the students sitting there. Professor Morton is also surprised and praises him, saying he is pretty good. He asks Lihan if he can try more of this, and he replies that he will give it a try. Lihan again creates dark magic, and Professor Garcia surprisingly thinks that he is pretty good at this. She is now worried that Lihan may switch over to black magic because of this, and she can't let this happen. At this moment, she has the instinct of a professor who is worried about a multi-talented student getting stolen by another professor. She is about to say something, but Lihan has created a larger aura of magic with the help of his wand. He calls Professor Morton and asks when he should start, but he stares at him weirdly and asks him how much more he is capable of. He asks him to keep going until he can't continue anymore. Lihan thinks the professor has gone completely mad, while Professor Garcia thinks he is just happy to see Lihan. She thinks she should probably stop him right now since there's too much yin mana, and it's starting to affect the other students. She calls Professor Morton and asks him about the next step, but he says it will be interesting to see how much more he's capable of instead of going to the next step. Professor Garcia calmly says they can check that out next time. Professor Morton turns behind and tries to argue with her, but she stares at him angrily and asks him to go to the next step. Lihan asks him what he should do with this mana, and he asks him to swing his staff like him and chant an incantation. He casts the spell of paralysis, and Lihan follows his instructions. Paralysis is a low-rank paralysis curse, like how a limb gets cramped. This spell will cause a slight paralysis and is known as basic black magic. Lihan asks whom he should cast the spell, but the students turn their faces by saying it won't be them. It is revealed that curses are different from other magic and need to be cast upon a target. Professor Morton points toward himself and asks Lihan to cast a spell on him. He is surprised at this, while the students are relieved now. Lihan thinks he always wanted to use magic on a professor, but it looks like he would fall backward from a breeze. He again asks him if it is really okay for him to use magic on him, and the professor replies yes and asks him to hurry. Lihan seems relieved and thinks a new student doesn't need to worry about the professor. He considers himself a baby bird who can peck a big bird without any fear. He then uses black magic, while the professor just stares at him and thinks paralysis at the level of a new student would do nothing to him. Once Lihan sees how easily he blocks it, he will understand just how deep black magic is. He assumes Lihan is in the future and will come to him and ask him to learn black magic. He is sure that the situation will develop like this in the future and wonders if Lihan will come look for him right after this lesson. Meanwhile, Lihan gathers all of his black energy, and Professor Garcia seems worried to see that he is gathering way too much mana. Lihan casts the spell paralysis on the professor, and the attack is so powerful that he isn't able to dodge it. The students are shocked to see him falling to the ground. Lihan also rushes toward him and tries to wake him up, but he doesn't respond. He calls the professor and asks if he is alright, but he doesn't reply. Lihan can see himself in jail for murdering a professor, and it scares him the most. After a while, the professor gets up and sits in front of him. He just shockingly sees him when the professor calls the students and asks if they saw that. And this is what a low-rank paralysis looks like. He appreciates Lihan for his great work, and Lihan thinks he was just acting to spice up the atmosphere. Professor Garcia watches all this from a distance, and she is sure that there is something strange. She just saw a huge amount of mana strike Professor Morton just now. He might be a professor, but he took that on without any defense. She calls him and asks if he was hurt when he fell, and he replies no, but she can see he has closed his fist tightly, which means he is trying to bear the pain. She is certain that he wasn't acting when he fell down just now. Professor Morton really collapsed because of a new student's curse, but acted like nothing had happened to him. He then praises Lihan by saying he has talent in black magic, and he just thanks him in reply. The professor again repeats his words and says he is really talented, while Lihan wonders what he is trying to say by repeating the same sentence. Normally, when someone does this, they mean it sarcastically, and he wonders if he is bad at this. He thinks if he was good from the start, then he wouldn't be a first year. Professor Garcia and Morton turn toward the students and say black magic is a lot more varied than just this. It's not hard to learn low-rank curses, and it's also quite effective. Therefore, if they learn it, it will definitely be very helpful for them. She states that black magic isn't just for threatening someone else, but can also be used for defense. She is at the point where the best way to learn how to deal with a certain magic is to learn that magic. So, they should work hard on learning various types of magic. Lihan returns to his seat and sits with Yoner and Gainando. Professor Garcia and Morton just look at him while going back. She then calls Professor Morton and asks him to be ready for the magic. She uses a spell, mass teleportation, and a huge wave of light appears in the classroom. The students hide their eyes from the light, but after some time, they all find themselves in another place. Yoner seems worried and asks them what has happened just now. Soon, they observed that they were all on the training ground, but no one understood what they were doing there. Professor Garcia appears behind them and says hey, all must be very surprised. She reveals that they need to practice with each other, so she has moved them to somewhere with more space. She asks them to find a comfortable spot and start practicing. The students of White Tiger Tower seemed excited and asked each other to practice quickly. Lihan observes that the atmosphere is way more lively, and students are more proactive compared to at the start of the class. He looks toward Garcia and thinks she is really amazing. She calls everyone and asks them to pair up for their practice. A while later, Lihan and Gainando paired up and looked forward to a good practice session. The rules are simple. They will take turns attacking. Gainando will attack first, and Lihan will attack after that. It's not just attacking, but the purpose is to allow themselves to get hit by a curse and experience it. Gainando remembers the steps and first tries to convert his mana into a negative element. Lihan is surprised to see that he converts his mana easily, and it was really fast for him. He remembers Gainando had so much trouble with other elements, which means he must be talented in black magic. The other reason is that black magic is easy. Professors are also looking toward them, and Morton is really shocked to see another student talented in black magic. Gainando then casts a spell on Lihan, and he feels something weird about himself. Gainando is happy that he has succeeded in his first attempt. Lihan congratulates him and Gainando asks him where he felt numb since he looks totally normal. Lihan replies he doesn't feel anything and maybe he is not paralyzed. Gainando asks if there is any problem with his spell, or if there's a problem with the incantation. Lihan supposes it happened maybe because he was too reserved while chanting the incantation and asked him to make a big gesture. Gainando asks him to prepare for another attack, but before he can do this, Professor Garcia interrupts and asks them to wait for her. She tells Gainando that he didn't fail just now, and Lihan has way too much mana, so the effects were cancelled out. She appreciates him and says he did really well, and Gainando happily thanks her for the appreciation. Another student calls her, so she leaves him there, but Gainando is still at the point where he is not talented in black magic to see there isn't any effect on Lihan. He smiles and says it doesn't really matter because he won't be continuing in black magic. Now, it's his turn to get hit, and Lihan swings his wand to prepare an attack for him. He closes his eyes and thinks he needs to focus on control, because there is no need to use too much mana. He creates negative energy, tries to keep it as little as possible, and chants the spell paralysis on Gainando. Professor Morton is watching him from a distance and is shocked to see that his incantation is so simple. It is a fact that the longer one's incantation is, the more it will help a mage in casting the magic. He knows that it's not easy to make an incantation that's short, even though this is a low-rank curse. He is surprised that Lihan is able to do that when he is learning this magic for the first time today. Lihan chants the spell on Gainando, and it hits him successfully. He feels like he has been struck by an ocean of black energy, and a wave of fear passes through his body. He falls to the ground with a loud scream. The students leave their practice and start looking toward their sides. Lihan stands in front of him and asks if he wasn't supposed to dodge the attack. He gets up angrily and says he did it instinctively without realizing it. Professor Morton seems more shocked when he hears the word instinctively from Gainando. He thinks not only is he fast in the element conversion, but he can also detect the negative element mana accurately. He looks at Gainando and wonders what his name is. He thinks Gainando is a genius that comes once every 10 years or so in black magic. He has the potential to become a great black mage, so there's no way he will lose him. After some time, the class ended without any huge accidents. Everyone threw curses at each other and received curses. The students were happy to have a good time after so long. Professor Garcia claps her hands to seek attention and asks the students if they had a good time. She asks them to give a round of applause to Professor Morton, who helped with this class. The students cheer up for him, and Professor Garcia asks if any of them are interested in black magic and want to continue it in the future. All of them get quiet and change their gaze to another direction. Professor Garcia whispers in Morton's ears and asks him to say something to the class. He calls the students and says he trusts that they know the charms of black magic now, and it seems like there are a few students who are showing some interest already. The students ask each other if they show any interest in black magic, but everyone refuses. Gainando smiles and says this professor is so ridiculous since he is sure that no one would be interested in black magic. Meanwhile, the professor calls Gainando and requests him to come visit his workshop. He is shocked to hear this and asks if he has done something wrong. The students laugh at him and ask him to have fun at the professor's workshop. He turns toward them and asks them to be quiet while the professor points toward Lihan and also asks him to come visit his workshop. If Lihan thinks about just getting school marks, then black magic isn't a bad idea. Meanwhile, a few students call Gainando and grab him tightly, saying Wardinas is getting dragged away because of him. They ask him to go and tell the professor that he will visit him alone instead. Lihan angrily abuses them and says he will make sure to bring them along with him. Meanwhile, Professor Morton takes his leave, and Garcia thanks him for his appreciation. It is revealed that a mage's workshop is like a type of research lab and is a place where students research topics that the professor shows interest in without any rest. It might sound strange, but it's exactly like how Alrarlong described Lihan when he was young. He heard a lot of stories when he was at home, and he felt like it was just like graduate school. He wonders if this kind of hell exists in every world. However, today is different, and he is just a first-year student, and this is just a simple consultation time. He and Gainando have come to visit the workshop, and Gainando seems pretty scared. Professor Morton's workshop is also known as Black Rock Tower, and this place has the same cold aura the professor had. Lihan can tell what's being researched there at a glance. They stand in front of the door when Gainando asks him if he did something wrong for him to call him out. Lihan seems confident and replies it's not because he did something wrong. Gainando gets angry and shouts at him, asking what else it can be, and he is sure it's because he got on his nerves since all black mages are easily annoyed. Lihan ignores his concerns and asks him to go in along with him. Lihan knocks at the door and calls the professor's name. but they are surprised to see that the door opens by itself. Gainando is now more scared and asks him how the door can open by itself, but Lihan asks him to calm down. They enter the tower but are unable to see anything because of the smoke prevailing everywhere. He wonders where the professor is. Meanwhile, he is in his office and can sense their aura from there. He calls a winged man standing beside him and asks him to bring them to his office. His name is Dyert, and he asks him to remember that the headmaster asked him not to approach any new student. Professor Morton agrees with him and asks if they can't do it secretly. Dyert seems angry and asks him if he is out of his mind. He asks him to remember that it hasn't even been that long since he came out of that prison cell. The professor corrected him and said it wasn't a prison cell, but a punishment room. In any case, he orders him to go and bring those students to his office. After that, he swings his wand in the air, and light faces Lihan and Gainando. Suddenly, their surroundings brightened up, and Lihan thought the inside of the place looked more normal than he had thought. He observes the furniture, and it seems like they are all made from bones. To black mages that can control summon skeletons, bone furniture is the most sought-after item. Soon, they find Professor Morton sitting on a chair, and he welcomes them to his office. They both greet the professor, and he asks them to sit over there. They both sit on the chair, and Lihan observes that Gainando probably doesn't realize that the furniture is made of bones. The professor starts the conversation and asks if they know why he has called them there. Gainando replies with yes and says it's because he did something wrong. The professor interrupts him and says he has called them because both of them are talented in black magic. Gainando is shocked at this, while the professor is struck when he says he did something wrong. He asks Gainando what he just said, but he holds himself and says it is nothing. He wonders if he heard it wrong when the professor said he is talented in black magic. He calls Lihan and asks if he has just heard that he possesses exceptional talent. Lihan replies the professor didn't say it was exceptional, but he asks him what he should do when he is not interested in black magic, but he is extremely talented in it. He seems happy and confused at the same time and asks Lihan what he should do now. Lihan just notices his attitude and wonders if he has lost his mind. He offers them some candies and asks them to eat them while he talks. He says because the two of them are talented in black magic, he called them there so they could have a good talk about it. He tries to persuade them, saying black magic is way more attractive than they think. Lihan thinks it's the same repertoire he has often heard from elsewhere. He remembers the professors from his past life, and the popular professors were very proud. They arrogantly refused the children to teach them. In that case, the unpopular professors just witnessed them being arrogant quietly. One told another that the pros of the subject were that they couldn't go any lower since they were at rock bottom. They just wanted to go up, so the students came to them and requested them to teach. Lihan stares at the candies in his hands and thinks the situation feels exactly like that, and he can feel the desperation of a professor in an unpopular field. After some time, they come out of the tower, and Gainando is still happy that he is such a sought-after talent. He asks Lihan what he should do now. Lihan has a blank expression on his face and thinks they have another problem aside from this. The professor gifted them bones and asked them to keep them properly after they went back to their rooms. It was the gift to the two of them, and Lihan tried to stop him, but Gainando asked him to keep moving. He can feel negative energy from the bones, but the professor didn't tell them what that is. He is still worried and wonders what kind of bone it is, or if it is something like the headmaster's book. He also wonders if the professor is trying to get on friendly terms with them by giving them an unknown artifact, like some kind of surprise gift between the couples. Soon, he holds himself and thinks he is the one who came up with the analogy, but it is indeed a horrible analogy. Gainando calls him and asks him not to tell Yoner anything about this. Lihan wonders why he is saying this, but then remembers when he made fun of her, saying alchemy is something that only servants do. He guesses Gainando is worried because people might tease him back for what he said. He agrees to keep it a secret and asks him to make sure he doesn't say anything either. Gainando smiles and says he won't tell anyone since they are friends. Lihan thinks Yoner is also their friend, and he will tell her right after this. The next day, all the students of White Tiger Tower, including Lihan, go to swordsmanship class. The professor asks them to run and not stop, and not to forget to sense mana with their breathing, too. He reveals that their goal is to increase their physical abilities by constantly circulating their mana. It is stated that there are countless ways to use mana, and one of them is to circulate mana throughout the body so that it will strengthen it and not get tired easily. However, this stage is too advanced for these students, and they already get exhausted by some running. Meanwhile, Lihan calls the professor and says he has a question, and when asked, he replies that he needs to do something in the mountains. He asks him for a piece of advice, and the professor stops there, staring at him for a while. He asks him to better give up on that thought, and Lihan asks him if it is this much dangerous to go there. He reveals that there aren't just a lot of dangerous monsters in the mountains of the school, but there are also other unknown dangers lurking that even the professors don't know about. He seems serious and warns him to go into the mountains since it's not wise to go into such a place. The only ones who insist on going despite knowing this are fools. Lihan replies he is not going because he wants to, but their homework is to go into the mountains to get some ingredients. The professor smiles, knowing that it is a homework assignment by another professor, and peacefully allows him to go into the mountains. The other students are so tired that they find it difficult to run, and the professor observes that Lihan doesn't look tired at all. He asks him if he has succeeded at circulating his mana. Lihan replies that he is not tired, and that it's more like he is just discharging his mana. The professor smiles at him and thinks about pulling out mana from the core of the body and circulating that mana into all corners of the body. The most important part there is precise control, but Lihan used another method. He pushes the overflowing amount of mana he has to all the corners, which means it's not circulating but rather discharging. He also heard Lihan did something similar in the battle with the Twilight Dawn squad. Originally, it would have been normal for him to collapse due to complete mana depletion, since it's the same as burning away one's energy. However, if Lihan has an infinite amount of mana, there might be a method that would work only for him. He calls Lihan and says he is not asking him not to use that method, but he wants him to focus on circulating mana in this class. Lihan thinks there's something dangerous that he wasn't expecting. Furthermore, the professor says if he has that much mana, more effort would be required to complete the circulation loop. Lihan is shocked and wonders where this is heading, so he asks the professor to wait for him. But he doesn't stop, says he will increase his training, and asks him to run 10 more rounds. Lihan is shocked to hear this and clenches his fists angrily. He wonders why all the professors like this. However, he acts excited and says he really likes his idea. After that, when he has completed the rounds, the professor says he will tag along when he is going to gather the materials. Lihan asked him to remember, and he just said it would be alright now since it was homework. The professor smiles and says he really likes taking strolls, so he will definitely join them. Lihan doesn't understand why he is doing this, but agrees to take him along. The professor says it will probably be alright since it's just homework, but it's still a dangerous place after all. The same night, Lihan goes to Professor Uraglim's office and finds a note where he tells him that he is going outside for some work. Therefore, he won't be around, and asks him to take what he needs, but not too much. Yona reads the letter and asks Lihan if this is the reason he asked her to come along since there are a ton of alchemy tools there. He also brought the potions he obtained from Ratford and wants to check out the uses of these. He is not as knowledgeable about alchemy as she is, and Yona smiles and says she is also curious about these potions. Suddenly, she sees a farm from the window and asks Lihan if he grew that. Lihan replies with yes and says it's barely the start and it will take at least a few more months, but Yona is surprised and says they look fully grown. Lihan asks her what she is talking about, but he is also shocked to see that they all have fully grown. They are definitely the plants that he planted, but now they all have fully grown. Soon, he turns toward the watering can and says the professor must have added an accelerant to it. But he is wrong because it's just a normal watering can, and his wand is the cause of their rapid growth. But Lihan doesn't know that yet. Professor Zedar also told him that the wand was good for farming, and Uragolm was wrongly accused by her. Lihan says they can harvest it since it is fully grown. After some time, Lihan has taken the food while Yoner has taken the tools. At last, the two of them take food and the alchemy tools that they would need. He also writes a note for the professor, saying they have left some of the produce behind. He asks him to try it to see if it tastes alright. Only Uragolm will be able to know whether that amount was not too much. They checked all the potions the next day and found a Calacanthus potion. They were so busy testing that they did it through the whole night without realizing it. However, they have successfully obtained information related to all the potions. One of them is West Empire grape wine, and the second is Calacanthus potion. Upon drinking it, one is able to sing beautifully like a mermaid. They are only able to find out what these two were. Yoner seems sad and apologizes to him that they could only find out about those two. Lihan encourages her and says these are already great results. Meanwhile, Asan comes to them, wishes them the morning, and asks if they are all ready to gather the materials. Lihan seems tired, but they have no option because plans were made for this weekend. Saturday will be for returning from the forest with the rest of the students, and Sunday will be for using his card for the outside. He is already worried about the traps that await him. Asan calls him and asks if he wants to go to the black market before they go into the forest. He is surprised and asks what market he is talking about. After some time, Asan takes him to a market in the academy, and they are amazed to see such a place there. He wonders what kind of school has the black market. Its size is more like that of a 5-day village festival, and all types of students have come there to buy something. Meanwhile, he hears some students talking about betting, and Radford is the one playing cards with them. He asks them to find the Emperor among these 3 cards, and if they find it, they will double their bet. Soon, he finds Lihan among them and gets up from his place in excitement. The people get scared when he calls him Wardinas and ask each other what he is doing in such a place. Lihan asks Radford what he is doing there, and he replies that he is just gathering pieces of bread. It is revealed that break is the currency that's used in this place. 5 loaves of bread would be 1 quill pen, and 10 loaves of bread can get someone a sugar cube that's as big as a matchbox. The Blue Dragon students are unable to have enough food, thanks to Lihan, but this isn't the case for other towers, and they are still fighting for survival. Yoner goes to a stall and takes a look at the things, and Lihan thinks he also should take a look around. There are actually quite a lot of useful things around, but the food is a little lacking. The daily necessities items that can be found are pretty good, but the most surprising thing is the mana he is feeling from his surroundings, which indicates that there are a lot of artifacts there. They are so rare that many never see even one, but this is possible in Einregard. The students gathered there with their various talents. They have made crude but somewhat usable items. Lihan thinks it would be so much easier to talk casually there if he were a student from the Black Turtle Tower. Radford calls him and asks if there is something he wants to take a look at. He tells him that he has already checked some of these out before, but they were all useless. Lihan points toward a cape and inquires about it, and Radford replies it is called the Cape of Protection. It is able to block attacks from sharp objects, but it only works 50% of the time. Lihan picks it up and asks if it isn't still useful, and Radford is more impressed by him since he sees things in a positive way. Lihan thinks it makes sense why Radford said that they are all useful because he can't tell what effects the majority of them have, and judging by how the mana is waning on some of them, they also have expiration dates. In comparison to them, this cape is amazing. He declares that he will buy this cape, and the students selling it get excited. He asks for its price, but the baby refuses to take the money. Lihan has a sack full of vegetables and other food items and tells them that he brought a few things since he was told they could trade there. He asks everyone if they have something worth enough for these, and all the students are shocked to see this small amount of food. Suddenly, all the students gather around him and everyone requests him to visit their shop. A boy offers him a pickaxe that can have potentially been made by an expert. Lihan pays the boy with potatoes. He is extremely happy to get the potatoes and asks his mates to pick good items like him. They shout at him and say he just picked up that cape out of pure luck. A girl offers him to sell him a bit of potato for a few pieces of bread, but he refuses and asks him to eat that bread on her own. He hurriedly burns fire and starts cooking his potatoes while the students just stand behind him. After cooking it, he peels off its skin and starts eating. The other students are looking at him desperately, while Lihan is shocked to see their desperation just for potatoes. He is shocked to see that they are so starved to act so crazy over a couple of potatoes. He looks toward the students in front of him, and they all are ready to sell their precious items in exchange for some food. He calls Yoner and asks if she can help him with something. He puts all the food in a basket and asks everyone to make some space for him. He declares that he will cook for them all, and it will be free this time only. The students are shocked and excited at the same time because they will eat real food after so long. Yoner really likes his gesture of kindness to them. After that, he cuts the vegetables and starts cooking soup for them. The students stare at the food with mouth-watering eyes. He has prepared tomato soup for them. All of them bring their bowls, and Lihan serves them with the soup. Yoner and Lihan watch them while having food, and it seems like they must have been really hungry. Lihan closes his eyes and appreciates himself. He knows it's a shame to use them like this, but this is for the worst-case scenario. They will have to work together in the mountains soon, so improving his relationship with the turtles who fear him is vital. If he can buy favors from them with just this, then it was well worth it. After some time, they all give him a lot of things in return for the food. He thinks he has received quite a few things that surpass his expectations. He has obtained low-rank boots of stealth, which reduces the sound of footsteps. Another thing is smokescreen chalk, which breaks when thrown to create a smokescreen. In the bracelet of gaze perception, there is a certain chance that the stone on the bracelet lights up when it detects someone looking at him. He is sure those in higher grades made those artifacts, but Lihan wonders why they made such artifacts. There is one thing common in these artifacts: they all have effects to hide things or for stealth. If they are making these when they are allowed to leave the academy, then that means they used to steal using these things. Suddenly, he stops and turns backward. Yoner asks him what he is doing, and he replies that he thought he felt something moving inside the bag. Suddenly, a skeleton's hand appears from the sack, and Lihan seems pretty scared to see this. They all are scared to see such a thing, and Radford says they are repaying his goodwill with hostility. Suddenly, the skeleton's hand emerges from the sack and hits the spot. Radford comes forward to save him, but he stops him and asks him to give him a second. Lihan observes that the skeleton's hand is reacting to the bone he already has in his pocket gifted by Professor Morton. It joins with a hand bone, and it comes out quickly. Yoner is shocked to see that more bones have been added to it, and he asks him what he has been carrying around all this time. Lihan replies it's just something Professor Morton gave him. Meanwhile, the bone starts moving, and Lihan feels something strange. The bone rushes toward him, and he tries to stop it with his hand, but it creates a bruise with its sharp nail. Something clicks in Lihan's mind, and Yoner and Radford assume this thing attacked Lihan, and they should help him. Lihan asks them to wait for a bit and observes the thing. His blood drops fall on the bone, and the negative energy starts flowing within. It puts a hand on Lihan's hand, just like a faithful pet dog. Lihan asks it to sit, and it sits down. He then asks it to stand, and the bone stands up. He gives it instructions, and the bones are doing exactly what he asks it to do. Yoner and Radford are shocked to see this and wonder if Lihan is doing black magic. Lihan smiles and exclaims Professor Morton really gave him something strange. Yoner calls him and asks him to throw the bone away. The bone can listen, and it gets angry when Yoner asks it to throw it away. It goes back to Lihan's cape, and Radford comes to him and tells him a saying famous in their business that no one should associate with black magicians. He points toward the bone and asks if it isn't too much of an abomination. Lihan looks at the bone and gets quiet for a while. Lihan thanked both of them and said his head felt clear because of them. He admits that the bone is definitely weird, but he believes there's a reason behind all of this. Yoner asks him why Professor Morton gave him a bone like that, and Lihan also wonders why he gave him something that's not even whole. Radford suggests the professor may want him to find all of the scattered bones and combine them. Yoner smiles and says there's no way he would do that, but she observes Lihan's serious expression, which means he also thinks the same. She tries to persuade him and says it's ridiculous, but in Lihan's point of view, it does make sense. He is sure that all the professors don't think like normal people. He thinks of Gainando's point of view on this matter, and he will surely say no one wants to collect bones. But if he thinks of the professor's point of view, then he must hope that his students would have fun looking around for bones. He is getting chills because of the horrors of the professor's mind. However, he decides to hold on to the bone for now since it doesn't seem like it would harm him either. They have to go toward their next class, Swordsmanship, and all four towers have gathered around Professor, who will accompany them on their journey to the forest. The professor advises them to be careful since the most important thing is their safety. Lihan thinks they don't know what kind of dangers they will face in these mountains, so going with a professor is a wonderful opportunity. The professor instructs the students from the same tower to form a group and memorize each other's faces as well as how many people there are in their group. He reveals that they will periodically check the numbers as they move. The students get scared and wonder if it is dangerous. They decide to stick close to each other, and the professor thinks they should start moving now. He again requires them to make sure to keep up with him properly. Their journey starts while a skeleton statue is watching them all entering the forest. After some time, they reach a spot which looks quite good. The professor asks all the students to start looking for the materials they need for their class around there. The students split into pairs and started looking for the material. The professor guards them and thinks they have faced no problems so far. He hopes that it will stay that way until they get down. Suddenly, he feels an ominous feeling from the side, and when he looks toward there, he can see two big hands coming toward him. The hands cover him, and he disappears behind the students, and they don't even get an idea. His wand falls to the ground, while the students are unaware of the danger coming toward them so far. After a while, a student turns behind to ask the professor some questions, but she is surprised to see no one there. She notices that there aren't any footsteps, but the professor has disappeared. She calls other students and informs them about the missing professor. Lihan and other students are also shocked to hear this. They come to the place where the professor stood a moment ago, and Lihan seems worried because they are comfortable because of him. The other students are scared and ask Lihan what they should do now. He asks everyone to calm down for now and that there's no need to make such a fuss. There's also a possibility that the professor could have gone somewhere for a moment. The students were relieved after hearing this, but Lihan knew that there was no way that could happen. He needed to calm them down for now. It's not like a monster has appeared, nor have they lost their way. Lihan thinks there's no need to be taken aback, and if they just go back like they are now by following the footsteps they have coming from the way. Suddenly, the rain starts, and Lihan is shocked because all the footsteps will be erased by the water. It seems like nature is enjoying their situation and is making fun of them. After some time, they sit in a place, and Lihan gives everyone a drink. It was a good idea to bring some supplies just in case, but they never expected Professor Ingirdle to do this to them. A student of the White Tiger Tower comes to him and thanks him for his help. He then asks him if the story about that legendary stew that he made for the Turtle Tower is true. Lihan asks him what he meant by legendary stew and assumes that the tomato stew he made last time was exaggerated into some legendary stew. He goes to Adnard and tells her that it was just a rumor, and he comes to Lihan again and says Her Imperial Highness also wishes to help as well. Lihan wonders why she isn't saying this by herself, but doesn't say this and says her help would be appreciated. Yoner feels really cold, and Lihan asks the princess if she can make something like a campfire. He asks Adnard, and she picks up her wand and blows fire in the woods. The fire blows, and a yellow and red spirit appears in the air. Lihan is surprised to see that she is using spirits, and the students are also surprised because they haven't learned how to summon spirits yet. They wonder if she learned how to do it by herself. Lihan thinks it's an entirely different reaction from when Professor Morton summoned skeletons, and he fought 0 times but lost once to these students. Soon, they all feel warm, and it's easy for them to stay in the woods now. Meanwhile, it seems like someone is watching them from a distance. Yoner feels ripples in her juice but doesn't understand why it's happening. Suddenly, they hear a large sound, and it seems like something big is moving around. Lihan gets up hurriedly because the sound is getting closer. The yellow circled object is moving toward them, and they turn behind to see what that thing is. At this moment, the students of all the towers are in the same boat, and they have to fight for their survival. A big yellow-eyed monster appears behind the students, and it seems like a rock monster. Rowena calls everyone and asks them not to move rashly. He knows this monster thing named Golem and tells everyone that golems act according to set rules. As long as they don't touch them, they won't attack them. Unlike wild monsters, golems are artificial monsters crafted by magicians, and these entities are born by the magician inserting a magic core into a sculpture made from a material of their choosing. The problem is that when their cores are broken in battle, or if they are discarded after being destroyed, and through chance, they combine with miscellaneous objects. There are cases where a golem that doesn't listen to orders is born. Lihan thinks the good thing is that even those destroyed golems have to abide by their original rules, but there's a possibility that it could have the rule to kill all freshmen. Suddenly, it moves its big arm and tries to attack the student, and a loud noise prevails everywhere in the dark forest. It creates a line with its hands, and Yoner asks if it is telling them not to cross it. Lihan is now curious to see what would happen if they try to cross the line. He steps forward to confirm it while Asan shouts at him from behind to stop him. Lihan replies he won't be the one doing it. He takes out the skeleton's hand from his coat. Asan is surprised to see that strange thing, and Lihan tells him that it's a summon, but he ends up getting it because of odd circumstances. He orders the hand to go forward and back, and it obeys his orders and moves toward the golem. The golem attacks it as soon as it crosses the line and breaks the bone into various pieces. Lihan now clearly understands that it will attack them if they cross the line. Asan seems scared, says they have been trapped now, and asks Lihan what they should do. Suddenly, all the broken parts of the bone join together, and it returns to Lihan. Lihan pats it like a dog and calls it backward. Rowena shockingly sees all these things and wonders if summons normally reform this fast. He is sure that resummoning costs a lot of time and mana, but Lihan does this in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, he hears some students arguing with each other, and Rowena tries to stop them since it's not the time to fight like this. They are students from the Blue Dragon Tower, so they ask Rowena to be quiet and move away. Nilia and Yoner are also worried to see them fighting like this. She goes to Lihan and says he should try to stop them. Lihan is so lost in his thoughts that he doesn't even listen to her. She shakes his hand violently and asks what he is thinking. Lihan gets up and says he just thought and found a hint for how to get out of this situation. The students, who were fighting just now, get excited and ask him the way. They seem happy because the Wardina's wonder has done it again. Lihan reveals that it is a trap prepared by the professors, and Professor Ingirdle is also involved with them. The students are shocked to hear this since they expect him to be their savior. On the other hand, the headmaster and Professor Yurgolm kidnapped Professor Ingirdle, and he asked them to release him immediately. He asks them how they dare to kidnap a professor who was just trying to help some students. The headmaster asks him to calm down, and it's something that he will understand if they explain it to him. The headmaster says if a reliable swordsman like him is by their side, then the students will lose an opportunity to grow. Professor Ingirdle is shocked and wonders if the headmaster is serious right now, but he replies he will understand his intent someday. He then asks them what they plan to do if an unexpected scenario arises, which none of them are prepared for. The headmaster and Professor Yurgolm look at each other and say the students will have to overcome it on their own. Professor Yurgolm agrees with him and says it's something for the students to deal with. They both are happy with their logic, while Professor Ingirdle is disappointed at their thinking. He then admits that he understands their situation, but he wants them to know that he plans on stepping in if matters get too out of hand. They leave him happily because it will be enough for their fun, and the headmaster says it seems like he has also learned the joy of watching someone grow. Professor Ingirdle asks them to be quiet and what they have prepared for the students in the forest. Professor Yurgolm laughs and says it's little more than a bull slightly strengthened with potions. He is a bit more wild than an ordinary bull, but won't cause any problems. They are sure that a bull is nothing compared to something like a golem. But they are unaware of the fact that the students have really faced a golem. On the other side, the students wonder about Professor Ingirdle and what has happened to him. One of them assumes he planned on doing this ahead of time with Professor Yurgolm, and they all are angry at the professors for their selfishness. Nilia goes to Lihan and asks what he plans to do now, and he replies the plan hasn't changed too much. First, they have to come up with a way to get rid of the golem. However, he is surprised to see students' sad faces and wonders if it is too much for them. He calls everyone and asks them to focus and says since this is a prepared trap, so there must also be a solution to overcome it. They agree with him and say there's no way they deployed a golem without thinking twice about it. However, there's something Lihan also wants to test anyway. After some time, all the students sit there quietly and think about any weakness this golem must have. They wonder what they can do to distract it. Nilia calls Lihan and asks about his idea to overcome the situation. But she is shocked to see Lihan has disappeared from the place he was a moment ago. She calls everyone and informs them that Lihan is gone, too. All of them get worried to see where he has gone. Isan assumes he also gets kidnapped, just like the professor. A student says they should get past the golem to find him. Yoner asks them to wait for a second and points toward a place. Lihan is behind the golem, and Isan asks him to get away quickly because it might attack him if he stays beside the golem for too long. Lihan observes the golem is reacting to his presence. Isan asks him what he is doing, mainly how he got there. Lihan points toward his belt and tells them that he used invisible magic. While the rest of the students were confused, Lihan performed a simple experiment. He wanted to see what reaction the golem would give when he was invisible. Fortunately, the golem couldn't detect Lihan, but he was able to cross the line safely. He also found out another piece of information. Once he crosses the line, it no longer pays attention to him. He returns to the students, who are all happy with his achievements. They appreciate him, seeing that he is already using invisible magic. Lihan replies it's just the ability of an artifact. Isan asks him if he is already making artifacts, but he denies this too and says it's not either, but the Prasinga order gave it to him. They are shocked to hear this and ask why he is involved with a place like that. Yoner distracts them and says it's unimportant and it would be hard for them even to use the Prasinga order's artifacts. Nilia assumes they need to keep looking for other ways to get out. Isan asks him to go and ask a professor for help, but Lihan is sure it won't work. He takes out the iron ball and his wand and says they will resolve this problem via another method. He thinks if it's a test, then it should be something a first year can solve. He rushes toward the golem and says he will try attacking the core of the golem, the thing that's driving it. He is sure they should be able to end this if they do that. He throws the iron ball toward him, and it destroys his head in just one attack. The students cheer up for him, but Yoner can see something wrong. Lihan seems very scared because the moment the iron ball struck the golem's body, his connection to it was cut off. He can't use the iron ball. It is said that golems are monsters that move via the mana that comes out of its core. It's natural that it has taken measures to protect its core. If the iron ball doesn't work, Lihan decides to try something else. He tries to use another magic and casts a spell, Arise. On the other side, Professor Ingerdel and the headmaster are at Professor Urgom's home. He is worried about the students and wonders if it is really going to be okay. He wonders what they should do if the students get hurt. The headmaster observes that he seems so worried and says it was way worse back in his days when he was a professor. Professor Urgom says his days were ancient times. The headmaster ignores his question and says there are a lot of interesting new students this time, and they will surely be able to overcome most crises. He trusts Lihan is also with them and won't let his comrades be injured. He asks them to stop worrying, especially when that kid even learned magic from his grimoire. Professors are shocked to hear this and ask if they just heard right that Lihan had learned magic from his grimoire. The headmaster replies that it's not just him, but also Professor Vegrek who gave him personal lessons. He points toward Professor Urgom and says he has also taught him, but he replies they are just at the level of teaching first-year students. The headmaster denies it and says Professor Vegrek has long gone past that level. From what he had heard previously, he was actually teaching him 3-circle magic. It is said that the number of circles determines the difficulty of magic, and the number of processes needed to cast magic is fixed. 1 circle will be elemental magic, and to maintain a shape would be 2 circles. 3 circles will be to control that magic, and true 3-circle magic will do all of those things at once, but if one is able to do them separately, then they aren't far from being a 3-circle. On the other side, Lihan creates a water ball, which is weaker in terms of power compared to the iron ball, and it's also hard for him to maintain its shape. Lihan closes his eyes and concentrates on the ball. He thinks even those crazy professors aren't completely irrational, and he is sure there's a way to get out of this. Meanwhile, Yoner calls him and asks what he is doing and why he is spinning that water ball. Lihan thinks he just spins it consciously because he has done it so many times. Suddenly, a plan hits his mind from the word rotation. He thinks if he rotates the water ball itself fast enough, then it should have a greater piercing power than just shooting it. He has prepared a plan and thinks he just needs to use that water ball like a bullet and shoot it at the golem in front of him. After multiple tries, he finally succeeded in creating a massive bullet from the water ball. Yoner calls him and says she doesn't know what kind of magic he uses, but it's too big. It's about the same size as the golem. Other students are also surprised and wonder what kind of magic he has been learning all this time. They wonder if it is okay for them to leave him alone and if it will be too dangerous. They doubt him since if he screws up and that thing flies toward them, then they will all die. Asan interrupts and asks them not to doubt him because there's no reason for Wardinas to be unable to control a single magic. Nilia also agrees with him and says that Wardinas is not that weak and that he can handle that much. They are sure Wardinas will be able to do it. Lihan seems worried because he is under a lot of pressure. There was something that young mages would say since the olden times that magic is a complete formula and world. Therefore, if one messes with it as they please, they might incur the wrath of magic upon themselves. At this moment, the magic that Lihan thought up is a higher level magic process learned by students in the later years. This is something that first-year students wouldn't have learned, but Lihan had so much mana that he could ignore the usual formulas. When he infused mana to maintain the rotation, the size of the water ball couldn't withstand the amount of mana, and it failed to maintain its shape. Therefore, Lihan started to increase the size of the water ball, and as the size increased, the rotation power decreased, so he infused more mana. He repeats the process multiple times, and it becomes like a vast, monstrous wave. He relieves his comrades that he can control this, but only he knows that he can't do that for too long since it's putting a lot of pressure on his mind. He needs to put an end to this quickly, so he casts the spell Fly Forth and throws it toward the golem. Suddenly, he is shocked to see it flying towards its shoulder, and it would be hard to create that water ball again. It hits the golem and destroys its shoulder. All the students just watch this with open eyes and mouths, and they can see that the golem has been completely destroyed in front of them. They are shocked that the golem was destroyed into pieces even though the water only scratches it. Everyone cheers for his name, and Wardinas and Nilia seem proud since she asked them to trust him, and he succeeded. Lihan surprisingly looks at his wand since he never thought it would be this powerful, even though it barely scratched the golem. He can't tell if the water ball was strong or the golem was weak. But whatever the lesson is, Professor Velati's lessons helped him this time around. He can assume Professor Velati is denying all the facts related to teaching him. Suddenly, he feels faint and sits to the ground. Asan rushes toward him, asks if he is alright, and offers him some help. Lihan refuses and says he can walk. He still sits on the ground and thinks Professor Ingirdle isn't back yet. Suddenly, the bone from his coat comes out itself and acts weirdly. Lihan sees some students running away from a golem. It activates again and runs for their lives. Lihan is disappointed to see them and says they all are so useless. Nilia instructs everyone to split up for now, and they should buy some time by distracting it. They all follow her instructions, and Lihan moves in another direction. Rowena calls him and asks if he can again use the magic he used just now. He also calls the name of the magic Eumidiju's water ballet. He tells him about the name of the mage, Eumidijus, who is famous for using water magic. Lihan replies it takes too long for him to set it up, so they need to get away from there quickly. He uses his invisible magic, hides in the night, and disappears from the site. He then takes out the chalks he obtained from the black market. He doesn't want to use it now, but has no option. He throws the chalks by casting the Fly Forth spell, and they all hit the golem. Soon, the smoke prevails everywhere while the golem is distracted by the chalk. Lihan takes out his sword. This time, he intends to blind it with smoke and aims for its legs. He hits its legs, and some parts of its legs break, but it will be enough to make it hard for it to maintain its balance with such a large amount of mass. It is a fact that the bigger the object, the harder it will fall. Suddenly, Lihan sees someone jump from a side and stand beside him. He seems to be another student, but Lihan hasn't seen him in first-year groups. The boy has fallen right into his lap and seems pretty scared. Lihan still uses invisible magic so the boy can't see him. He calls him and asks how long he is planning on staying like this. The boy gets more scared and asks where the voice is coming from. The boy asks him if he is Lihan Wardenaz, and he counter-questions him about how he figured him out. The boy points toward the golem and says Lihan Wardenaz from the Blue Dragon Tower is the only one who can do this. He thanks Lihan for his help. Meanwhile, the golem reacts to the boy's presence and tries to attack him, but Lihan moves him quickly and saves him. The ground has deepened from the place it attacked, and Lihan asks the boy how he managed to get there. He doubts that the golem just gave him a path through. The boy reveals that he used a mud-dissolving potion, and Siana from the Phoenix Tower told them she knew how to make it. Lihan is surprised to think she has something like this and thinks if they play their cards right, then they can disable this golem, too. He asks the boy where the potion is and replies that they have used it all. Lihan closes his eyes out of disappointment and wonders why the golem isn't retaliating. He observes that the golem is going away from him, and soon, he observes that it is aiming for the injured students. It moves toward a girl who cries for help, and Lihan wonders what he should do since he doesn't have enough time. He needs to stop it right away, but the question is what he should do. He remembers when Professor Garcia told him for the first time that he had a lot of mana and shouldn't use it. She also told him about the fire element, which is quite destructive. Lihan remembers his fire element and casts the spell burn this time. He creates a huge flame and attacks the golem with it this time. The golem starts burning, and the fire collides with its eye, which is the source of its vast mana. The golem destroys, and the students are somehow shocked that he uses his fire element this accurately. Even though most people may think that clay hardens when baked in the fire, this is only true for prepared clay, and if it isn't ready, then it simply crumbles away. The boy is really impressed by Lihan since he didn't think he was aiming for this. He can now understand why the students from their tower are afraid of him. Meanwhile, Lihan is also surprised to see that his attack was that strong, and he can now clearly understand why Professor Garcia prevented him from using this in the classroom. He is relieved that the students aren't injured and everything is fine. Meanwhile, some students rush behind him, and they all lift him up in the air and cheer him. They all thank him for his incredible work. Suddenly, they realize that Lihan belongs to the Blue Dragon Tower, and all move backward because they are from the White Tiger Tower. They get angry with him and ask what he is plotting, or if he is trying to show off by killing the golem. A student in their tower steps up and asks them to stop saying weird things. They should be thankful to him because he helped them. His name is Batrek, and his mates find out that he is limping and ask him about his health. Batrek replies it's just a slight sprain, and Lihan calls him and asks if he can help him smooth things out. After some time, students sit there calmly, and Lihan counts the students and is relieved that no one is missing. He goes to Yoner and informs her about the injured students from the White Tiger Tower. She tells him that the students from the Phoenix Tower are great at first aid. She praises Siana and tells him about her exceptional qualities and that she made healing potions for pain and bruising so well. Lihan remembers the image he has of Siana that she wants him to disappear to get in the first place. However, he thinks of further problems they may face since they have only solved one problem, and there's a possibility of other dangerous animals appearing in the forest. Meanwhile, Siana comes to him and offers him some potions after hearing he fought directly with the mud golem. Lihan is surprised to get offered a healing potion from her and wonders if she has made this potion to make him disappear. He sees evil in her eyes, just like someone tries to persuade his victim before killing. However, he thinks it can just be an opportunity, so he should not doubt her. Yoner tries to clarify her confusion by saying he isn't hurt. But before she can complete her sentence, Lihan takes the potion from Siana and takes it in just one sip. After emptying the bottle, he exclaims that it was the best potion he had ever drunk. He praises her out of the way that Yoner is shocked and wonders why he is acting like this. He continues the appreciation and says he can't believe she has made this potion by herself since there's no possibility for such a talented person like her to be in the academy. He has obtained these flattering skills from graduate school in his past life and continues to praise her. However, it had a good result when Siana got happy after the appreciation. She smiles and offers him all the potions she has. But Lihan picks up 1 or 2 bottles and says they will be enough for him. Siana happily asks him to come to her if he needs her anytime. When she has left, Lihan is relieved that he did well, while Yoner continues to stare at him surprisingly. He is now embarrassed at his actions, while Siana seems happy and also praises him in front of other students by saying Lihan is so well-mannered and has an eye for things, as expected from a great family. Lihan waves at her and is happy to see his trick work, and now it looks like he has not only become favorable with Siana, but also with some of the Phoenix Tower. Meanwhile, Yoner puts a hand on his shoulder and curiously asks if he owes Siana some money or anything. Lihan ignores her question and asks her to go down to the mountains now. The students return toward their tower's range, and one of them can see Professor Ingirdle and Professor Uragom coming towards them. Professor Uragom just smiles to see they are finally back, while Professor Ingirdle rushes toward them worriedly, inquiring about their health. The students are furious at him since he returned when they were safe. Some of them even abuse them and say they will crush them up when they become great swordsmen. Professor Ingirdle asks Uragom to clarify the confusion, but he laughs and says he can tell that they have appropriately learned from the look in their eyes. The students angrily say they have learned very well, while he acts stubborn and says this is what alchemy is. He advises them to continue to keep their guard up since disaster can strike whenever and wherever. The students are shocked and wonder if he again wants to cause a disaster. Meanwhile, Professor Ingirdle apologizes to the students and says he really wants to go with them, but the headmaster forcibly takes him away. The students don't listen to him and turn back their faces by saying all the professors are the same. Professor again tries to justify them, but they say it's too late and they aren't going to trust anyone ever again. Professor Ingirdle seems worried since they are his dead pupils, with whom he has crossed blades, and now they don't like him. Lihan watches all of this quietly and looks at how they no longer trust the professors. They are all grown so much now. However, by judging by Professor Ingirdle's reaction, it seems like he is telling the truth. However, the students don't believe him and think getting kidnapped by the headmaster is such a ridiculous excuse. But Lihan knows it's definitely possible if it's that skull headmaster. Not to mention how Professor Uragom is also minding Professor Ingirdle's mood only means one thing. He goes toward the professor and says he believes him, and that he has also been through so much. The professor hugs him with teary eyes, while Professor Uragom thinks Liha is good at buttering people up. He calls the other students and asks how they passed the trial. Asan excitedly replies it was incredible, and Lihan used a water bomb to destroy a mud golem and also burned the other golem with fire. Professor Uragom is shocked to hear this because he sent a bull for the students, but they faced golems. He asks the students to hold on and why they were talking about mud golems when he sent a bull for the test. He makes sure that he didn't prepare anything other than the bull. Asan and the other students stare at him and ask him to stop already since they aren't children anymore. The professor tries to clarify that he is serious, but the students don't trust him either since the golem didn't appear there by coincidence. They have put a wall of distrust in front of the professor, and he shockingly wonders when the students became like this. He hurriedly goes to Lihan and asks if the students are telling the truth. He asks if there were really mud golems and not a bull. Lihan replied yes and asked if there was any problem with this. Meanwhile, Professor Ingirdle approaches them and asks Lihan to hold up for a second. He then angrily stares at Professor Yurgulm and asks what the students just said. Professor Yurgulm gets scared of him and tries to tell him that it was a misunderstanding. He reveals that he prepared both a bull and a golem, but it seemed that the bull went and disappeared. He calls Lihan and asks him to say it by himself that the mud golem looked prepared. But Lihan disappeared from there. He then pointed toward the other students to ask them, but they all went toward their towers, leaving him alone. Professor Ingerdal again calls him from behind and asks him to continue the conversation. Professor Yurgulm is scared of him and asks him to calm down momentarily. Meanwhile, Lihan and other students run away, hoping for goodwill for Professor Yurgulm. The same day, in the afternoon, the students gather at the alchemy class to complete their assignment, but all of them seem exhausted due to the previous night. A student shouts loudly and says he doesn't understand any of this at all since someone as noble as him shouldn't even have to look at all this stuff. A girl also throws the paper and asks how she is supposed to know the cost of creating a magic spell when they have tons of their family money to use. They all are pretty exhausted and stressed and want something sweet to lower their stress level. At a time like this, there's only one person who can help them with such precious items, Lihan Wardinas. He has arranged a basket full of apple-flavored candies, apricot jam cookies, and sweetened Earl Grey tea. He wrote a note near the basket and demanded 1 silver coin for each of the items. The students happily purchase those things and enjoy the candies. Lihan has put an empty jar near the basket where they are putting the money. He is too lazy to actually tend to it, but it has been working out better than he expected. A student calls the others and asks if this assignment is hard for them. While this is like a dessert to him after that alchemy assignment, he tells other students about the previous night's incident, and other students notice that he acts like he killed the dragon or something. A girl laughs and exclaims she feels bad for him, but they should let him be. Lihan is also present there on the side and notices that all the students think they won't experience what they did. Yoner calls him, asks what he is looking at, and asks him to focus. They are trying to make their potion in alchemy pot. A student puts orc bullflower and a small parasol mushroom in the pot, and the other students get uncomfortable because of the bad smell that comes from it. Suddenly, the pot gets overflowed, and the potion falls due to the explosion. Lihan notices that many students are failing, which means something must be strange. He is aware that alchemy is very precise, so just a small difference can end in failure. But the weird thing is that all the students are failing. They were already aware that it was supposed to be difficult, but it was like the instructions were in the first place. He is shocked at his own thinking since it might be the case that the instructions are wrong. Yoner calls him and asks what is wrong, and Lihan replies he just had the idea that there's a possibility that Professor Yurgulm gave them the wrong instructions to suggest that they figure it out on their own. All the students stare at him shockingly and say it can't happen. Soon, they got angry because it made sense after learning about the professor's attitude. It must have been the case that he wanted to figure it out on their own, and the students have completely adjusted to the school through the past hardships. They are all mad while Lihan is lost in his thoughts since it's not the time to be mad, and they need to complete the assignment even if they want to beat up the professor. He calls Yoner and asks about her suggestion, and she also agrees with him that one of these ingredients isn't right. It must be a trap, and they have to consider the possibilities. However, the issue is that they won't have enough ingredients if they try all possible combinations. Yoner sadly says it will take some time, but he thinks they can resolve it if they look at other textbooks. Lihan clenches his fist and thinks they don't have time for that because he needs to use his pass to get out of school tomorrow. He steps on a chair and asks all the students to stop and gather around him. All the students gather, and he reveals that they have been pranked by the professor once again, and now they have to work together on this. He asks all the students to gather all of their ingredients together and figure out the correct recipe. He intends to go to the other towers, too, to get their cooperation so that they get the correct recipe soon. A song suggests they will have differing amounts of ingredients left over right now, and it will be perfect if they all share. Yoner also adds that it would be helpful if the other towers' students cooperated. They can share their knowledge with the other towers, too. Lihan leaves them there, saying he will be back after getting help from the other towers. He thinks he will have to succeed no matter what for the sake of his precious vacation. After that, things progressed pretty quickly, but the White Tiger Tower refused to cooperate. Meanwhile, Siana from the Phoenix Tower and the Blue Drago Tower work together. After calculations, and after brain-breaking work and all of the sharing, they finally succeeded in their attempt. Lihan is happy that they didn't get it done too late, while Yoner thinks it was hard work, but it was worth it. Siana says they just need to make it according to this recipe. Lihan appreciates everyone for their good work, and they are happy that they are united again because of Professor Yurgolm's trap. They are glad they found the correct recipe quickly, thanks to Wardina's. A student tells others that Lihan needs to get this over with quickly because of his plan tomorrow. The other students asked him what plan he was talking about, and he guessed that they didn't know since they were from different towers. He reveals that Wardina's is going out tomorrow with a pass, but all the other students are shocked to hear that Lihan is going outside. They are really impressed by him and excitedly ask how he got that pass. Lihan now observes that the students from the other towers wouldn't have heard of him getting a pass yet, and now this is going to get really noisy. A student asks him what kind of stuff he is going to bring back from outside. A girl replies he will surely bring food since there are many food items that are small and sweet. Nilya asks him if he will bring some clothes because it would be nice to have clothes that are sturdy and comfortable. Asan wants books and stationery like quill pens, but other students don't like his idea because books can't be eaten or drunk. Asan replies that he needs some books and tells the others that he visited the Academy's library. Usually, it's a place that has a ton of books that have been arranged systematically and would be perfect for reading, but Einregard's library is nothing like that. They have left all the books everywhere, and Asan can't concentrate on reading any book. At this rate, he will faint while looking for books before they even start on their homework. Therefore, they need to obtain the necessary books in advance. The students agree with him since his argument makes sense. Meanwhile, Gainando suggests things like magazines and novels, which are definitely necessary to kill off boredom, cards, and chessboards, too. A student shouts at him and says these things aren't even important, but he replies they are important to him. He gets angry and says they all can say what's important to them, but not him. He calls Lihan and asks what he thinks of what he said, but he uses invisibility magic and disappears. Yoner tells everyone that Lihan has already gone to sleep. After a while, he is on his bed and thinks about tomorrow, closing his eyes and thinks it's an important day when he gets to go out. He has already arranged a bag and thinks he needs to do as many things as possible in his best condition. But he can't sleep because of his nervousness. He is certain there are traps waiting for him on this outing, like there's a limit to the number of items he can bring in or limitations on the weight and size of the items. Furthermore, he may get lost in his way, and the day ends before he reaches the village. It's also possible if he deals with the headmaster, though. Therefore, he needs to learn a magic that will allow him to move as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a book from the shelf moves on its own, and Lihan recognizes that it's the book that the headmaster gave him previously. He wonders why it is moving suddenly. The book opens on itself, and the words start moving with it. They enter his mind, and as soon as Lihan understands them, he finds himself in a deserted place. He understands that it's an illusion that the book created like it did last time. The book again appears in front of him, and the spell name Gonadaltus's Arrogant Steps is written on it. Lihan thinks it's the magic he learned of previously, but he only learned its theory, and now he wonders if he has to learn it now. He also thinks that it recommends this magic to him because it saw him thinking about it, but he doesn't have time right now because he needs to go out tomorrow. He asks the book to send him back, but it stays there quietly and doesn't listen to him. Lihan wonders if it has a similar personality to the headmaster, and he doesn't have a choice then. He takes out his wand, thinking he will learn this as quickly as possible and get out of there. The next morning, he reaches the main gate and finds the headmaster is already present there. He calls a guard criminal while he makes him clarify that he isn't a criminal. The headmaster apologizes to him and says he guesses he has gotten old, so he got confused there. Lihan feels sleepy since he is learning new magic from his dreams. He is surprised that there really are all sorts of training methods in the world. The headmaster congrats him on going out and says it's a reward for his accomplishments, so he should be prepared for it. He tells him some rules for getting out, and the first one is that he must come back via the main gate before the sun reaches its highest point in the sky tomorrow. If he fails to do so, then a pursuit squad will be sent after him. Lihan expected something like this, but didn't think he would go this far. Secondly, the only items he can bring back will be those he can carry, and he can't borrow things like horse carriages, horses, or things he can ride on. Lihan expected this, too, and the headmaster asked him to leave and give this his best shot. The academy's main gate opens for him, and Lihan comes outside. He thinks the rules aren't as strict as he thought, and he was prepared for there to be limitations on the weight of the items. However, the most important thing is that he is finally out of the academy without any danger. He has now gone toward the nearest village for some adventure. After some time, he reaches the closest village to the academy, Phylon. He meets an old man who informs him that all the nobles in this vicinity moved their mansions at the request of the academy, and the nearest mansion will take a few days to reach by horse. Lihan gets disappointed and thinks this is the reason that the rules are so loose. The headmaster has blocked all ways of obtaining money from the start, and it really isn't advantageous to get outside. It is said that the powerful nobles of the empire didn't need to borrow money because they had tons of merchants who offered their wealth to them in order to build relationships with them. Someone who grew up in that kind of environment probably wouldn't even know the concept of borrowing. He goes to a merchant and asks if he can borrow some money, but the man is shocked and wonders if he is really from the Wardina's family. It was inevitable for Arian, the branch manager of the Kako merchants, to be surprised. It is revealed that Phylon is quite prosperous for a town of its size, and this is because of the Magic Academy. Not only is there an overflowing amount of nature's mana in the area itself, but the Academy also needs all sorts of ingredients for its experiments. The Academy offers handsome rewards to hire adventurers to get the ingredients, and the excited mages would be able to perform all the experiments they wanted. Then, they repeat the cycle of hiring adventurers, and the finance officer gets angry when he sees the billings. Excluding a few, everyone was in a circle of happiness because of the headmaster, who was complete in this place. This also means that luck was on Lihan's side because he could get everything he wanted as long as he had the money. He asks the merchant to lend him some money, and Arian thinks he can only stand to gain by lending him money. He thinks he will get the chance to build a relationship with the great Wardina's family, but he is worried about the large amount of money Lihan will ask him for. He wonders if it's something that their merchants can handle right now. He asks Lihan how much he wants, and Lihan stays quiet for a bit. Arian gets scared of his silence and thinks if this means that it's such a large amount that it's hard for him to just spit it out. He thinks even if he has to empty his own savings, he will definitely take this chance to build this relationship. Lihan asks him if he can borrow 20 silvers, and Arian replies in a flow that they can handle it, even if it's a significant amount. But soon, he realizes that Lihan only demanded 20 silver coins and agrees to get 15 coins if he can't handle this much. Arian thinks it looks like he just needed some money to shop for some groceries. When he doesn't reply, Lihan demands 12 silver coins, and Arian asks him to stop reducing the amount. He says he probably needs to buy quite a few things, and he can show him around town. Lihan thanks him and gets up to leave while Arian observes that the snacks are gone. He offers him, but he doesn't see him eating anything. He can see Lihan's pocket filled with those things and thinks he can't be a powerful noble. After that, Arian made plans in order to deal with the young noble. Even if he's a student from the Magic Academy and is just a first year, and now that he finally gets a chance to shop, he will probably spend a ton of money buying everything he can. Whenever he wants to buy something, Arian will then act cool and take the lead. He has made a great plan of impressing a young noble. After that, Lihan goes to a shop and demands items that are easy to store, like canned food and not food that has a large volume. He then goes to a fabric shop and says he needs a thick and sturdy fabric instead. He also demands paper that's cheap and doesn't break easily. He also asks the bookseller for the illusion magic books that could deceive the eyes of magic professors. After some time, Arian and another man have his stuff on their shoulders while he is checking up on his list. Arian is shocked and disappointed because his plan has failed splendidly, and at this rate, he will only become an impressive porter. However, he is impressed by Lihan, who has extraordinary hagging skills despite coming from a noble family. Lihan then turns back and says he has bought almost everything he needs. He asks them about the location of a stable. Arian surprisingly asks why he wants to go to the stable when he can't ride near his academy. Lihan asks him not to worry and states he wants to go to the stable for another reason. Soon, they stand outside the Amor stable, and Arian tells him that it's the biggest stable in this village. He enters the stable and greets the stable owner, Amor, who recognizes Lihan from his uniform and asks what he is looking for. Lihan observes that there are quite a few rides there, as expected of the biggest stables in this area. He asks him if he has people going directly to the academy from there. The man is shocked to hear this and asks how he knows something like that. He reveals that they have merchants and adventurers who are contracted to the academy, and the messenger of His Majesty also uses this place. Amor offers him a seat to sit and asks why he asked for such a thing. Lihan offers him some money and asks if he can schedule something on a certain date to help him escape. Amor just stares at him shockingly, and it is revealed that there's only one reason that Lihan is there, to prepare his next method of escape. The man observes Lihan is in his first year, yet he is so daring with his plans. Even among the tribes that live in the roughest area of this empire, there are very few that are as bold as him. He agrees to help him to see his dareness level, but he also makes him sure that it would be really a difficult task. He reveals that he has guided customers into the academy a few times in the past, but their security is very tough. It seemed like they kept their guard up because they were outsiders. Lihan gets disappointed because nothing is going as well as he expected. The man gets up saying it doesn't mean it's hopeless, and says it's possible if he can find a mount within the academy that's able to fly. Lihan doesn't understand what he meant by this, and Amor states that he learned this through mere happenstance. But though the academy is strict when outsiders leave campus, they're more lax toward people from the academy itself. It probably became like that after campus members kicked up a fuss, and even the professors had to go through some procedures. Lihan now remembers that Professor Garcia came with them much later when he tried to escape last time. Amor says he will obviously be caught if he tries to leave on his own, but if he leaves with him, then he can disguise himself as an errand boy or professor. Lihan likes his proposal, but he wonders how he is supposed to acquire an ownerless mount capable of flight. He wonders if he can steal a mount, and Amor reads his mind and asks him not to think about stealing a mount since there's a 100% chance that there are some traps in the stables. After some time, Amor presents him with corn tea and asks if he has made a decision. Lihan takes the tea and thinks there are a lot of things that worry him. He takes the tea in one sip and decides his final movement since he doesn't have any other options. He tells Amor that he will leave this to him and will head to the academy at midnight, even on Saturday. He has to prepare a mount capable of flight and wait for him at the stables at the academy tower's peak. They will leave together when Lihan is ready, and they are eagerly ready to help him. After some time, Arian runs behind him with all of his luggage on his shoulders and asks him to hold on for a moment. He understands that Lihan wants to take as many things as he can back with him, but none of those stores will help him where he is heading. Lihan replies that he still has to go and asks them to wait for him at the town entrance if their luggage is too heavy. They tried to call him, but he had already left. Orion doesn't understand Lihan's intentions and wonders why a student from the Magic Academy wants to go to that specific store. After a while, he knocks at the door and asks if this is illusion magician Balderon's workshop. A female mage is sitting in there, and she offers Lihan a seat. She asks him the reason he has come there, and Lihan seems nervous and doesn't say anything. She again calls him and asks him to talk freely while her face is sweating to see a student from the Magic Academy in her shop. She is a third circle magician at best, and compared to students from Einregard, she would be a sophomore or a junior. She wonders why he comes to her when the academy has amazing archmages. Lihan tells her that there's a tower he wishes to enter that's protected by a magic spell, and it seems extremely similar to illusion magic, so he is hoping to receive some help from her. She is shocked to hear that he is talking about a tower in the Magic Academy. She observes from his appearance that he looks like a freshman, and not only has he already escaped the academy, but he is also looking for ways to break through their security. She is impressed by his bravery and thinks he will definitely become a splendid magician. In fact, all the magicians have a similar way of thinking. She then replies to Lihan that there are an endless amount of spell variations that can block intruders, and there are so many variations that not even an expert knows them all. Skilled magicians like experienced safecrackers can figure out the structure of a protective spell, and even more talented magicians can use that information to inversely dispel them. She reveals that it requires a lot of experience and knowledge. Even if she teaches him a method, then it won't be easy to do properly. Lihan never expected this to be easy and asks her if she knows a trick, like how he could break the spell itself or something. She smiles and says he is joking, but judging from his expressions, she observes that he is being serious. She takes a pause for a while and says it's not possible. Even if he understands their structure, such protection spells are difficult to dispel. To attempt to ignore all of that and forcibly break through it would require overpowering it with an incredible amount of mana. Furthermore, it would require power capable of shaking the foundations of the structure itself. Suddenly, Lihan gets up excitedly and asks if she can tell him more about this. She refuses to say anything and tells him that in the worst case, he can also lose his life. Lihan requests her to teach him and also promises her not to push himself too far. He gives her some money as her counseling fee, and she agrees to teach him. She creates a spell and instructs him to gather an incredible amount of mana, so it will be best to use magic circles and mana stones. She asks him if he has learned how to draw a magic circle yet, and Lihan replies he is still in the process of learning it as it's part of his basic imperial geometry class. She then instructs him to stand in the center of the magic circle's point of release and gather mana. It will be incredibly difficult to handle that much mana, but the more difficult thing is the fact that he has to attack a single point all at once. He must not release the mana like a slow, steady stream of water, but like a strong burst created by a broken dam. She is sure that Lihan won't understand it even if she explains it like this. She calls him and asks if it sounds difficult, but Lihan smiles and says it doesn't sound too hard. She thinks he is not listening to her warnings and thinks it makes sense because if he was talented enough to be accepted into Einregard, then he would have been the most talented youth in his area. However, he is sure that there are no such things as geniuses, and arrogance is poison for young talents. She then sprinkles her Moonlight Nightstone powder and casts a spell. She calls for the moon to draw out the water. She has created a third circle spell, and Lihan feels like he pushed back in an instant. But it was an illusion because he was still there and definitely felt separated from them, which meant she had cast a spell on him. He also feels a strange sensation beneath his feet, and it feels like even taking a step will be dangerous. The mage thinks this might be an illusion spell she prepared for intruders, but this should serve as a warning for Lihan. She asks him not to move hastily, which might look the same, and Lihan completes the next part of her sentence and asks if he will fall into a maze the moment he takes a step. She is surprised to see that he has good instincts for a freshman and wonders if he is trying to show that there's meaning behind his confidence. She then tells him that his spell is enough to threaten him and asks if he still wishes to continue. Lihan observes that she is patiently teaching him things and is much better than the professors at the academy. She teaches him step by step, explains what he needs to learn, prepares a suitable goal, and also explains the reason she said it. When he thinks about the times he got beat up by Professor Velati, being taught like this almost makes him want to cry. The mage wonders why he is looking at her like that. Lihan gets up and says he will try to do it as she has taught him. He stands at a distance from her and takes out his wand to cast the spell. He remembers his instructions that he won't flow his mana like a stream, but like a dam. He uses his water attribute and prepares a powerful attack to throw it toward her. She shockingly looked at him, and even though it shouldn't make a sound, she definitely heard it. She can clearly hear the deafening boom that comes when a spell is broken. He breaks her temporary magic spell, and a surge of mana flows within her shop. After some time, she sits on the ground in bad shape, and all the furniture in the room has been broken. Lihan gives her hand to support him, but she is in a state of shock. She gives him her hand and thinks geniuses really exist in this world, and Lihan is one of them. On the other side, Professor Garcia and the headmaster are at the gate of the academy. She tells the headmaster that she should be fine alone. Furthermore, she is responsible for it this time, after all. The headmaster refuses and asks how he can let her stay there alone when something fun might happen soon. Professor Garcia is surprised to know that the headmaster is praying for Lihan to be late so that he can punish him. She favors him and says it might be best not to hold such expectations because Lihan is different from the normal students. But the headmaster says it is completely unrelated to one's talent because Lihan shouldn't have any money, has little time, and has a set limit of things that he can bring back. The smarter he thinks he is, the more his feet get tied. The headmaster hopes that the time comes soon, while Professor Garcia asks him to keep this to himself. Suddenly, they see a thing coming from a distance, and Professor Garcia wonders if it is a giant silhouette. But soon, they are shocked to see Lihan with a heavy load on his shoulders. He seems pretty tired and also has many wooden boxes carrying his mana behind him. The headmaster and Professor Garcia are shocked to see that not only is he carrying a mountain of things, but he is also carrying boxes with low-level manipulation. It should be difficult for him to carry all of those with just low-level manipulation, though. The headmaster clenches his fists out of anger because his plan to punish him seems to have failed. He thinks Professor Velati has taught him a lot of things. Professor Garcia asks him who taught him a physical enhancement spell, a spell with strong side effects, so freshmen are forbidden from learning it. Professor Garcia wonders if he learned it on his own in the library and steps forward to warn him, but the headmaster blocks her path and exclaims that a magician can never grow if they place so many restrictions on them. Professor Garcia just stares at the headmaster, and she knows that this skull is the one behind it. It is revealed that Gonadalt's Agile Steps were a unique spell, and most physical enhancement spells clearly differentiated the area being enhanced. This is even more common for the low-level physical enhancement spells that beginners learn. However, this spell requires someone to enhance 4 different areas despite being a first-class spell. Lihan thinks it's as difficult as what should be expected of a spell with that name. He figured out why the spell included the headmaster's name, and it was something that had happened last night in his dreams. He read the book and thought the spell name should be at least related to its effect, and the confusion is making the already challenging spell even harder to get right. He got angry and threw the book away, saying he was just wasting his time. He sat on the ground to have a different perspective related to the spell, and at that moment, he didn't know this himself, but his open-minded, flexible way of thinking was a much rarer advantage than his mana pool. He wondered when the headmaster created that spell or for what reason. He creates light in his hands to produce the spell again. He tried to create the headmaster's sculpture and thought he must have been young at that time. His eyes should be burning with madness, and since it's obvious his personality was awful then, too, so he must look aggressive with sharp features. The headmaster must have liked fighting, so he had an agile and trained body, and Lihan thought this was what God must have felt when he molded humans out of dirt. He also thinks about giving him some dark clothes and a staff that suits him. After a while, he finished making the headmaster's sculpture and thought of getting it up after this. Lihan thinks it might be possible since it's a dream. He stares at the sculpture for a while and sees a light coming out of its eye. Lihan is shocked to see that it really wakes up, and it gets up, staring at Lihan. He observes that it really looks strong, but thankfully, he doesn't move without being ordered to. However, now that he has an image of the person who created this spell, he can get a better picture. He moves his mana with his hands and thinks of the sculpture's movements, saying that if it's a physical enchantment spell that someone like the headmaster has made, then it will definitely work. He casts the spell, feet, sees the ground with every step, and can see the mana flow within his body. The energy wave surges through his arm and hands, and the same light from the sculpture is now brightening in his eyes. Lihan can now feel everything about his body feels completely different. The book bows before him, and it seems like it is congratulating him. The words again emit from within the book, and it seems like it asks him to go back to his bed. Suddenly, he remembers that every physical enchantment spell has side effects, which means this spell must have any. He is sure that a spell like this, which uses multiple distinct regions, would have side effects. But before he can ask anything, the book closes, and he wakes up on his bed. It was morning, and now, the next day, Lihan had used this spell even if he was uncertain about it. He had to use it because there were way too many things to carry. The headmaster stares at him and thinks he is using his spell and also the circle magic he learned from Professor Velati. In fact, he is expelling the mana from his body. However, Lihan is not doing just that but also using low-level manipulation numerous times over. A normal mage would faint due to mana exhaustion. But it's no fun when Lihan has so much mana. He stands in front of the gate and says he is back on time, and the headmaster sadly welcomes him back. Lihan observes he is upset, which means it's clear that he beat his traps. Professor Garcia seems worried about him, and asks him to go drink a stamina potion and rest. He also recommends that he get plenty of sleep. Lihan has already resolved himself for the side effects, but the fact that she's saying scared him. When he enters the gate, the headmaster wonders where he got all the money to buy all those things, but is unaware of the merchant who helped Lihan. The same day, in the afternoon, the students observe the boxes Lihan has brought, wondering what is inside them. Lihan comes to them, and they hurriedly ask him about his health, or if he is hurt anywhere. Lihan replies he is fine, so they shouldn't be worried about him. However, he is worried because he is too fine since he expected the side effects to last 2 days. Therefore, the fact that his body is completely fine only makes him worry more. Meanwhile, Yoner comes to him and offers him a mug of hot chocolate. She sits beside him and tells him that she took care of his horse while he was asleep. Lihan asks her if it is alright since his horse has a nasty personality. But Yoner didn't face anything and says his horse was really well behaved and was completely still the entire time he was taking care of him. Lihan is shocked that his horse behaved well with Yoner while he stayed aggressive with him. He stays quiet and thinks he will deal with him soon. Yoner says it's the beginning of the new week and asks him what schoolwork they have left now. Lihan replies they have finished the homework that Professor Yurgolm handed out. So all that's left is to take the White Tiger Tower's flag. The headmaster gave them the assignment in his basic magic character education course. The students don't know how it's supposed to teach them character, but he wanted their tower to take a flag from another tower he assigned them. He asks other students if any one of them attempted it, and they sadly reply nothing worked against them. They also tried to lure them with candies, but it also failed. They can't sneak in, nor they can bribe them. They can't create a counterfeit either. Lihan is glad that they at least tried something. Gainando appears there and asks if they just can't agree to swap flags with each other. The other students shout at him and ask how he can say something as ridiculous as that. Lihan interrupts them and says they already have agreed that the only way to do it is to ambush them, and he has a plan for this. The students get excited and say they believe him, but Gainando is still at the point where just exchanging their flags will be easier since they seem trustworthy as well. Lihan observed he is forcing on one thing, and it's rare for him to share his opinion this much. He asks him the reason he thinks like this, and he replies that the students of the White Tiger Tower were friendly with him and shared delicious bread and milk. Lihan is shocked to hear that they shared bread and milk in a place like this, meaning it must be a trap. He wonders if they were trying to bribe Gainando, and it isn't that bad of an attempt when they take into account their lack of information. Suddenly, he realizes something bad has happened. He calls Gainando and whispers something in his ears. Gainando gets happy and says he already knows that Lihan will be the only one who understands him. He excitedly left for the task Lihan had given to him. On the other hand, the students of the White Tiger Tower painted the exact same flag as their tower, and intended to exchange this with the guy from the imperial family, Gainando, and get his real flag. They are also surprised to see that the flag looks real no matter how closely they scrutinize it. They obtained this from the Turtle Tower, and gave them some rabbit meat in exchange. Meanwhile, a student rushes toward them excitedly and informs Marathi that the imperial prince fell for his prey. They agreed to meet tomorrow afternoon at the main gate. He brags that he gave him so much expensive food, so he should at least do this much for him. Marathi continues to stare at him quietly when his friend calls him and asks what is wrong with him. Marathi is confused about whether they should use that prince or not. Not to mention, it's strange that they listened to him and agreed to swap flags. But he is worried about Lihan that he won't fall for such a trap that easily. The students seem excited, and they request Marathi to trust the boy and Rego this time who has made a deal with Gainando. Marathi angrily looks toward them and thinks they all have empty heads. However, he believes he has to hold himself back, and he can't always give them the stick, but giving the carrot is important as well. He smiles and says he is positive that Enrego will handle things excellently. He is satisfied because they are using a fake flag, so they won't lose anything even if the plan fails. The same night, Lihan, Yoner, and Radford appear outside the White Tiger Tower. Radford is honored that Sir Lihan has called him personally for something like this. Lihan replies he wants the perspective of a professional thief and asks him to do his task. Yoner seems worried and says they should have called Nilia too. Lihan now remembers her and can imagine how she will react when she is let know about this. She must have been disheartened since they didn't call her and run away before he could explain anything. It's even painful just thinking about it, but they will explain everything to her later. For now, they just need to concentrate on what's in front of them, and Lihan asks everyone to stay attentive. Their opponents have let down their guards because of Gainando. Therefore, now they will proceed with their plan. Their plan consists of some steps, and step 1 is that Lihan and Radford sneak into the tower first. The second step is for everyone else to wait and only enter once Lihan gives the signal. It's their first time setting up an ambush, and being nobles, it's quite a difficult task for them. Lihan asks Radford to move along with him, and they are ready for an ambush. Lihan puts his hand on the door, and first, he will try to see what kind of spells they have used on this. But as soon as he touches it, he finds a large number of spells protecting the door. He moves backward from the pressure he just felt, and Radford worryingly asks him if he is alright. Lihan recipes he is fine, but just a little bit of shock. He tells his friends that it will be as difficult as they expected, and Radford tries to stop him, saying they shouldn't do it if it's difficult. Lihan takes out his wand and says they will do it because the only thing in their way is the spell protecting the entrance. On the other side, some senior students are working on summons at the greenhouse. A student is so tired that he falls asleep while doing his work. Another student wakes him up and asks what he will do if a summon escapes or something like this happens. The boy gets scared and says he will be careful now. The boy looks toward the jar in which a green summon is enclosed, but he is unaware of the crack produced in it. At the same time, Lihan gathers his mana in order to break the spell, and Radford is shocked to see such an enormous amount of mana. He gathered so much that he could sense it without even concentrating. He is now more impressed by Lihan and thinks his Sir Wardinas is really amazing. Lihan concentrates on breaking the spell, and after a while, an explosion occurs outside the White Tiger Tower. Meanwhile, the headmaster in his office hears the explosion, and he comes to know that the protective ward cast on the White Tiger Tower is dispelled. He wonders if those anti-magic people have again come there to attack the students. A guard informs him that the freshmen are responsible for this explosion. which means they are just doing the assignment he gave them. He wonders if the only person who can even temporarily stop it would be Lihan, or if he just blasts it away with his mana pool. He asks his guard about the other wards protecting the door, and he replies that the majority of them have stopped as well. The headmaster is now shocked that the majority of his spells are stopped when he casts so many. Meanwhile, Lihan calls everyone to get inside since the door is open now. All the students are rushing toward the door and Lihan can see that the wards are recovering on their own. They really are powerful spells, and if all of them end up recovering, then it might be dangerous for them. Meanwhile, a white tiger appears from within the lamp, and it grabs Gainando from behind. It drags him away along with him and throws him outside. Asan and Yoner stop to see him, but Asan tells her that he is not in danger, but just got caught by a trap. Lihan asks everyone to move quickly since the traps are restoring themselves, and it will be a mess if they all recover fully. Radford runs in front of them, and soon, they open the White Tiger Tower's break room. The students are amazed to see that it's different from their break room, and it's their first time being there. Lihan calls them and asks them to move since they don't have time to worry about that. Radford also instructs them to find the flag as soon as possible and get out of there. They split into various directions and looked for the flag. Lihan is relieved that there is no one in the break room since it would have been troublesome if someone had been there. Suddenly, someone calls Lihan from behind, and when he looks backward, it is Durju shockingly staring at him. He asks him what he is doing there. He came there to investigate because the dorm was getting noisy, but he was shocked to see all the students of the Blue Dragon Tower there. Lihan calls him and asks him to look behind him. Durju looks toward the other side, and Lihan takes advantage of the situation and hits him with his iron ball. He falls to the ground and gets unconscious, and the other students appreciate Lihan for his actions. Yoner comes to him and asks if he is sure this is alright since he was their friend. Lihan replies it was better for Durju because he would have been put in a troublesome spot if he got involved in this. He sits near him and says the other students from the White Tiger Tower won't suspect him if he looks like this since Durju doesn't need to become a loner in his tower like Nilia. Yoner is surprised and asks if he really needs to compare this to Nilia. Suddenly, Radford calls them and says they have found the flag, but not just one or two of them. There are multiple white flags. Lihan guesses they are all fake, and they can't tell them apart since it's so dark. He asks them to grab all the flags, but before they can do this, all the lamps in their surroundings light up, and the white tigers appear from them. They grab all the students from their coats and drag them away. Meanwhile, Radford grabs all the flags, and Lihan appreciates him and starts running. He asks everyone to run behind him and leave the tower. At the same time, Rowena and another student come downstairs because they hear some voice from inside the break room. Rowena doesn't believe the other guy because he is sure that no one is allowed into the White Tiger Tower other than its students. Suddenly, they are shocked to see the students of Blue Dragon Tower running in front of them. They recognize from their clothes that they are from the Blue Dragon Tower, while Lihan seems upset because, in the end, they found them out. Rowena is more shocked to see Her Imperial Highness Adenart there and tries to call her, but she turns her face and runs away. Rowena shockingly tries to understand what is happening there while the tigers are still running behind the students. All the students almost get outside, and Lihan is still behind them. He stops for a while when the tiger is almost reached there. It tries to grab him by its paw, but Lihan jumps in time and falls to the ground. The door closes behind them, and luckily, all the students are outside. They are relieved that they have survived. Meanwhile, they hear a voice from the tower that the students are coming to follow them. He asks everyone to get up and tells them that the students from the Tiger Tower are coming. He picks up Gainando and asks everyone to carry anyone who has been knocked down and run. He tries to wake Gainando up while he thinks he is on a carriage and instructs his coachman to ride slowly. Lihan hits him and asks him to wake up since it isn't a carriage. Meanwhile, the gate opens and the White Tiger students run behind them while abusing them. Lihan seems worried to see them all coming so quickly, and all the students are running as fast as they can, but at this rate, they will get caught. He looks toward Radford and says they might need some bait, and he asks him if he is planning to use Gainando as his bait. Lihan replies no when a student from the White Tower approaches them and asks why he hit Durju when he believed in his honor. He seems emotional and asks him why he betrayed Durju, and Lihan thinks he has finally gotten bait. He stands in front of him and says Durju is just an easy-to-use tool, and he rushes toward him to attack. Lihan takes out his wand and casts the spell Surge forth. A wave of water surges and ties his hands and feet. The water feels so heavy that the boy is unable to move. Meanwhile, some students approach him, and they are shocked to see Lihan did this to their friend. Gainando laughs and says they will never beat Wardnaz. Lihan looks toward them and asks them not to chase after them because he can cast as many spells as he wants. He warns them, saying they can avoid such attacks in the light of the day, but he doubts that this will hold true in the dark of the night. They seem scared of him, and Lihan thinks he should run before more people appear. But the boy from before shouts at them, says he is fine, and asks them to get Durju's revenge. He shouts at them and says they need to make Wardinaz pay the price for using Durju like a tool. Lihan seems worried and thinks he should have just knocked him out before they came. Soon after that, the students surround him from all sides, and Gainando asks Lihan if they are screwed now. Lihan closes his eyes and thinks of a way to deal with them. He plans to attack with a water orb for the left side and block the right one with his sword. After that, if he takes their vision and runs backward, then he can easily dodge them. Suddenly, Gainando sees someone behind him and tries to warn the students. But the students think he is trying to trick them and say he won't fall for their shallow tricks. Suddenly, a huge root-type thing appears from behind and holds one of them. The other student is scared to see him and screams loudly. Lihan surprisingly looks backward and is shocked to see a weird thing appearing there. Suddenly, an announcement occurs there, informing everyone about a summon that has escaped the greenhouse. They can hear a conversation between a professor and a student fighting each other to put the blame on each other. Lihan thinks it's just a pleasant conversation between a professor and a student who's failed their experiment. The other branches of the summon appear and catch the other students. Lihan wonders what he should do now because he can't fight a monster like this while carrying Gainando. In the meantime, the summon's branches move toward him and are about to grab him when Professor Garcia appears there and blocks it with her magic. It moves backward, and Professor Garcia asks Lihan to get behind her immediately since it's dangerous for him. She reveals that the summons escape again, and it seems like it's going to be a rough week for the freshmen. Lihan startled at the word again, but it's not the time to worry about that. He notices a summon is moving, so he calls the professor and tells her that the vine monster is trying to take back its friend. Professor Garcia again casts a spell and asks him to give her a second, and she will finish it. A sharp, bright light appears in the sky, and all the branches of the summon are cut. The students of the White Tiger Tower are still trying to free themselves from the broken branch. Lihan asks the professor about what has happened there, and she replies that the academy might have a near-perfect defense against intruders and outsiders. Still, it doesn't necessarily work for internal attacks. In short, they can't do much about the accidents that happen while trying to practice magic. This summon is simply one of such things since some students in higher year levels have failed an experiment. Things like this seem to happen often, and Lihan is shocked at her casual behavior. She acts like it's a minor incident, but the matter is serious because the students were attacked on campus. He then asks her about the other summons that have also escaped, and she casually replies they should be able to catch them all in a month or so. She advises Lihan to be careful until then, and Lihan is shocked that she just asks him to be careful, not other than that. It seems like, in the end, professors are still professors. The next morning, the students were informed again about the escaped summons, and they had to take caution on their own. The students seem worried and angry at the same time. They are unable to describe their feelings, and they are sure that their professors released them intentionally. Lihan listens to their conversation, but he is sure that the professors are just too lazy to catch those summons. There are a lot of magicians in the academy, and together, they can even take down a dragon if they try. They are the type of people who make their students take care of their mistakes, and Lihan wonders what they will do if the students themselves make some monsters. He puts the cup on the table and thinks it will be probably better if he just keeps that to himself. He calls the other students and says they should forget about this and eat breakfast, and he will make something for everyone. He picks up the vegetables, cuts them, pours them into a large container, and starts cooking. Meanwhile, Yoner writes the names of the students who want to eat, and Lihan exclaims that he put extra effort into this meal because they all worked so hard last night. The students get excited about hearing this and call him the best Wardnaz they have ever seen. After that, they all sit together for the meal, and Gainando exclaims that it wasn't all bad the previous night. He laughs and says seeing those students from the White Tiger Tower look so stupid was so refreshing. Yoner also smiles and says it was also fun to all work together, and it's also so nice to eat something so delicious together. She is happy and satisfied, hoping these days will last forever. Meanwhile, they again hear the announcement about the escaped summons and that all the students are advised to take precautions on their own. Assam gets worried about listening to this and says it's making him lose his appetite. while Gainando immediately asks if he can eat his share if he is not hungry. Asan forbids him from touching his stew. Otherwise, he will challenge him to a duel. Yoner laughs at their fight. She then calls Lihan and asks if he is going to be alright during his morning classes. His next class is with Professor Ingirdle, where most are the White Tiger students. He thinks about them and says he will be fine for sure. But after some time, when he reaches the class, all the students are staring at him furiously, and it seems like they will attack him anytime. In the meantime, Durju appears behind him and asks him to have a talk with him for a moment. He talks about last night's incident and says if he did this to be considerate of him, then it was unnecessary. When the Blue Dragon student ran away last night, some of his mates came to him and inquired about his health. He asked them about what had happened, and they told him about the Blue Dragon student. They were angry and also felt terrible for him because Lihan used him and threw him away. They asked him to hang out with them from now on, and they would protect him. Durju immediately realized that Lihan had made himself the villain for him. At present, he stands in front of him and says he can't really call someone a friend if they abandon him because they are worried about what others would think. He asks Lihan not to sully his honor like that, but he wonders if there's nothing honorable about stealing, but it's better to stay silent in situations like these. Meanwhile, some students appear there and angrily shout at Lihan that he is again trying to trick Durju. They come in between them and challenge Lihan that they won't let him close to Durju. Lihan stays quiet and thinks it turned out well for Durju. Meanwhile, Professor Ingrudel appears there, and everyone greets him. First, he also discusses the summons roaming the academy this morning, which is quite nonsensical. However, the students are forced to stay on campus, so he also began to ponder about the most effective way to help them. Lihan is getting worried because these things never flow in the right direction. The professor raises his hand and declares that he has come there after capturing one of the escaped summons, and they will use it as practice. Lihan gets worried and thinks this is not what he should have done, and they should have made procedures to keep them from escaping in the first place. However, the other students are getting excited and say they will never be able to defeat them if they run away in fear. They brag that a true knight must face fear and overcome it. Professor Ingirdle gets happy at their reaction because he is going to reconsider it in case they don't like it. But now he guesses talented swordsmen really are different. He asks Lihan for his suggestion, and he replies that it is an excellent idea for sure. In contrast, he is unhappy and doesn't want this, but it seems like he has no choice. The professor asks the students to get into groups of 3, and he wants everyone to draw a piece of paper from the box he has in his hands. Those with the same number will be in the same group. After some time, the results are announced, and it is revealed that Lihan, Durju, and Murati are in the same group since the 3 of them have the paper with the number 4. Lihan doesn't want to make a group with them, and it seems like his luck is awful today. Murati also has the same feelings and says thanks to him. Things were very pleasant back then. He is talking about the day when Lihan drugged him and his fellows and caused them to stay in the punishment room. Lihan says they were both at fault for acting like children, and now they should move on and put it behind them. Murati makes fun of saying move on, and Durju asks Lihan if he is serious about this. Since Giselle Murati and he are both from the north, so he knows what type of people the Murati house is. They never forget a grudge, and Durju is confident that he is plotting something against him as they speak, so he asks Lihan to be careful of him. Lihan observes from his warnings that group assignments are going to be difficult. Meanwhile, the professor calls the students and says it seems like everyone is in their group, so they should head toward the next step now. He then asks them to make a leader from their group, and he has already prepared a means for how to decide the leader. He reveals that the person with the red paint on their paper is the leader of their group who will issue commands while the rest of the group follows their orders to face the summon. Lihan looks toward his piece of paper and has a really bad feeling about this. He calls Durju and asks if he has red paint on his paper, but he says sorry to him, which means he doesn't have the red dot on his paper. Meanwhile, Murati looks at them with a satisfied smile on his face and shows the red mark on his paper. He asks them to start calling him captain from this moment onward, and Lihan calls him captain. He asks him to repeat, saying, him captain. Lihan puts a smile on his face and asks him to make sure to give proper orders if he wants them to stab them in the back. Murati also smiles and calls him henchman number 1 and says he will be looking forward to working with him. At this moment, Durju feels himself stuck in between them, and it doesn't seem like the task will be done in a pleasant environment. There is a saying in the north that the knights who face the blizzards beyond the mountains know no fear. Durju was one such person, and now he is currently terrified by the situation that is coming so far. Meanwhile, a student calls the professor and asks what kind of summon they will be facing. He refuses to tell him because if they want to learn how to face the summons, they will come across randomly, and then they shouldn't know what they are like ahead of time. The students are shocked to hear this because it seems like the professor is enjoying their situation. Lihan thinks it's just an irresponsible thing that the professors usually say. He then asks the professor to at least give them something that can help them take it down. But before he can answer him, a student interrupts and starts appreciating the professor, saying he is incredible. They make him sure that they will defeat any enemy they place in front of them and will show him the pride of knights. Lihan sighs disappointedly, and Marathi is also disappointed at the stupidity of his fellows. Lihan looks at him, and Marathi angrily asks what he is looking at. Lihan replies he just thought there's finally someone who thinks like him. He angrily asks him not to be ridiculous and just follows his instructions to the dot. Lihan replies he intends to do that as long as his instructions don't have any issues. Marathi asks him why he put them to sleep and handed them over to the headmaster. Lihan replies they weren't on the same team back then. But Marathi angrily asks him to stop talking. Lihan talks to Durju and says he is trying to resolve the misunderstanding, but he replies some misunderstandings can't be resolved. He asks Lihan never to mind and forgets to make things clear in front of him. The professors call them and say each group is to enter the building one by one, and the summoned monster will be waiting inside. Each group just has to exit from the other side of the building in their own way. After some time, Group 4, Lihan, Marathi, and Durju stand outside the building. Lihan opens its door and discovers that it's so dark inside and bright outside. He is sure that the professor must have set it up for them to fight the monster in a dark environment. He casts the spell and creates a light with the help of his wand. The building lights up the light, and Marathi is jealous to see that he has really got the skills. After a while, they see a big monstrous bull angrily looking toward them. Its eyes are shining with the lights, and it is coming toward them. Marathi says it seems like it is a spirit fused with a bull, but Lihan feels from its energy that it has given a strengthening magic potion, and it can be the bull from back then when they went to the forest and Professor Yurgolm sent for them. Durju calls him and asks what he is thinking about, but he replies with nothing. He needs to pull himself together and figure out what they should do now. He tells his group members that he feels two types of powers from it: the energy of the strengthening potion and the energy of a spirit. Durju asks him what they should do now, and Marathi exclaims, beating around the bush for something that is so simple. Lihan forbids him from raising his hand and says it will be hard to deal with it using simple attacks. He asks both of them if they know how to infuse a weapon with mana, and Durju replies he can do it. Marathi also replies he can do it too, but he is more jealous, wondering how he knows about it despite not being from a knight family. Lihan ignores his expressions and asks them to split up and attack the bull. Marathi calls Durju and asks him to ask Lihan about who is going to be in the center, because normally, the one who faces it up front is the one who will get attacked the most. Lihan replies the captain will surely be in the center, while Durju shockingly sees both of them and their silent fight. He is disappointed to see their childish behavior. He asks them to decide this with rock, paper, and scissors. They are prepared to attack the bull a while later, and Lihan is in the center at the end. He is now sure that today is not his lucky day. They have made a simple strategy: split into 3 directions and approach until the spirit bull reacts. Once it reacts, the student that's targeted will focus on running away from it, while the remaining 2 will damage it. Lihan seems worried because the main problem is getting away from it, since the most exhausted person in this hunt will be the bait. The ones attacking will have it easier. In the meantime, the bull reacts and screams loudly. The scream is so loud that it's getting painful for them, and they cover their ears to lower their voice. Lihan is ready to get attacked and thinks it looks like the bull won't go down that easily. In this case, as compared to approaching it, he casts a spell and attacks it himself. The bull gets distracted by the water waves falling around him, and Durju appreciates Lihan for his best decision. But he is shocked to see that the water balls are driving in a certain direction, and it is the side where Marathi stands. Lihan did it on purpose so that the bull would move toward Marathi. He stays calm and continues to move the water toward him, while Marathi is shocked at his action. A while ago, Marathi thought of something while he was choosing each person's location, and he planned to lure the bull toward Lihan intentionally. But now he is shocked to see that Lihan came up with the same plan as him. He runs from his place and comes behind Lihan so that the bull comes in his direction. There's no way he is giving up without fighting. However, Lihan is already prepared for such a situation and casts a spell to disappear and become invisible. Marathi is shocked to see that he has disappeared, and in an instant, the bull comes closer to him. He moves quickly and hits the bull's neck with his sword, but the cut was so shallow and powerful enough to lure it into another direction. The bull's cut instantly healed and is again ready to attack them. Marathi uses his mana this time and asks the bull to come to him. The bull rushes toward him, but before he can reach him, Lihan acts invisibly and attacks the bull from the other direction. It strikes the wall forcefully and falls to the ground by becoming unconscious. Durju and Marathi are shocked and don't understand what has just happened. Lihan reveals himself in the day by casting a spell and is saddened to see his broken wooden sword. However, he expected this because he poured so much mana into a wooden sword. Durju calls him and asks how he defeated the bull in just one hit. He looks toward the bull and informs them that it will wake up soon, so they should use the chance to escape. Durju follows Lihan and starts running, while Marathi's expressions are terrifying that he doesn't even want to look at him. He is angry because Lihan uses him again, and he is unable to understand him. Meanwhile, Durju calls Lihan and asks if it is okay what he is doing. Lihan replies yes and says it doesn't seem like they will resue this group again after this class. After a while, they come outside with another group. Lihan sits on the ground and thinks it is the last group, which means the class is over now. But there's something still bothering him. The professor calls all the students and asks them to gather around. Lihan thinks their group managed to defeat it after imbuing their swords with mana, but he wonders how other groups defeated the bull and came outside. The professor praises all the students and states that just escaping the bull itself should be praised, but there was also a group that managed to defeat it. Lihan regrets now because he didn't listen to the professor when he said they just had to escape the building. He never specifically mentioned that they had to beat the bull. All the students are sure that it must be Giselle Marathi who defeated the bull, while he stood there quietly with blank expressions. The professor asked the students how was the bull monster inside. A student replies it was stronger and faster than they thought, and they never imagined it would be immune to their attacks. Durju sees Lihan, who already regrets what he has done. Professor Ingirdle assumes that all the students came to the same realization after they escaped. He advises the students not to get afraid easily and to face their fear if they wish to overcome it. They must calmly analyze their foes. If they can't think of how to win, they must think of how to escape. He is glad to see all the students learned a lesson that couldn't be taught through words alone. Durju is shocked when the professor reveals that all the students will remain in the same groups for the rest of the semester because they are much more balanced than he initially thought. He shockingly looks toward Marathi and Lihan, whose expressions are no different than his. Durju can predict his future being struck between those two. Lihan calls him and asks if it is a good idea for him to apologize to Marathi for what happened earlier, but he replies it might be better just to use him as a middleman. After some time, students came to attend their alchemy lesson at the Sleepy Horn building. Yoner seems happy and says she is ready for this class now. She waits for Lihan since it's about time for his arrival. Meanwhile, Lihan arrives there, and she is surprised to see that the two students are escorting him in like he is a criminal. Lihan replies it's all a misunderstanding, and they came for him the moment his class ended and said they would protect him. A student declares that they must treat everything outside of the Blue Dragon Tower as a battlefield and protect Lihan. They call the White Tiger students monsters who are all outside, ready to hurt Lihan anytime. Yoner exclaims Lihan is stronger than they both combined. Meanwhile, Siana also appears there and says they are in a very dangerous predicament. Lihan greets her with respect and calls her the peerless genius of the Church of Framing, Sister Siana, Master of Alchemy. She offers Lihan a potion she is specially prepared to take down monsters. Lihan again praises him, saying he is in awe of her magnificent gift. Yoner and Nilia are surprised at his humble behavior, and Nilia asks her if Lihan is indebted to her. She replies that she was wondering the exact same thing before. Meanwhile, Professor Yurgolm enters the class and asks all the students to take their seats. He asks how they spent their weekend and if they all made his potion. The students put fake smiles on their faces and replied with yes, while in their minds, they only think one thing, that their weekend was horrible, thanks to Professor Yurgolm. Lihan feels like he can hear what the other students are thinking. The professor is surprised that they made the potion, which shouldn't be possible because he gave them the wrong recipe. Siana replies they all worked together and found a way to do it. The professor is impressed by their unity and appreciates their efforts. He gathers their potions and states if they have made the low-grade spirit befriending potion, then they have taken their first step as a beginner alchemist. He checks the potion's quality, which is not good enough, but it will still work. He throws a potion at a plant and causes a small fire. Professor Yurgolm shows them the fire and says since the power of the potion is weak, it's only causing a small fire. But the students are still happy with this progress. The professor then picks up the next potion and throws it on the plant, but this time, it causes a huge fire. He shockingly asks who has made this potion and checks the nameplate on the bottle. It says Lihan Wardenez has made it and stares at him angrily while Lihan doesn't understand why he is looking at him like that. The professor appreciated the students saying there were some well-made potion, too, but it was too easy for them to get arrogant because of this. He is happy, revealing that the real thing will start today, and they will be practicing on a real spirit. In order to become true alchemists, they need to focus on improving the potion's efficiency, and the easiest way to achieve that would be through spirit. Lihan wonders if this is what a spirit usually looks like. He checks his coat pocket, where he has kept the bone spirit given by the black mage, and thinks it may be the reason why black magic isn't popular now. Professor Yurgolm names his spirit as Ice Spirit, which he uses often and calls Mr. Rabbit. But he also warns them not to underestimate it just because it's small and cute and strong enough to crush all of them on its own. He is also sure that it will be hard for them to make contracts now, so they should start by approaching low-rank spirits slowly. It is revealed that the contracts with high-rank spirits can't be completed from the get-go, but trust needs to be built slowly, starting with low-rank spirits. The professor takes out some stones from a little sack and says he is amplifying their energy since the denser the energy of the spirits is in a place, the easier it will be to enter the spirit world. He asks the students to focus on getting closer to the spirits first. The only way to do that will be to show them their sincerity. Furthermore, he warns them, saying the spirits will realize if they approach them with an arrogant attitude. Lihan likes today's class and thinks it's the most useful lesson ever since school started. All the students have a potion in front of them, and the professor asks them to drink it. Yoner, Asan, and Lihan take their potion at the professor's command, and he wishes them all a good trip. After a while, when Lihan opens his eyes, he finds himself in the middle of fire and water oceans. The feeling is similar to the headmaster's black book. He assumes this is how it feels if it's not forced. He has fallen into the ice and fire spirits territory and finds both of them good enough. He walks toward the fire, thinking he will start now. Sometimes later, Yona returns to the class in a very happy mood. She really felt the spirits amazing, and is amazed to see that only a few seconds had passed in reality when she was there in the spirit world for so long. Asan tells her that he talked to a carp spirit, and it seems like his feelings got through. The professor shouts at the students and asks them to stop. He says they can go to their towers if they want to chat. After that, he stands in the center and guesses that the students must have realized how hard it is to create a connection with a spirit. From now on, he wants them to get closer to the spirits whenever they have the time to do so. He dismissed the class, and all the students left quietly. But the professor calls Lihan to come over to him. He asks him about his experience with the spirits and wonders if he has created a contract already. Lihan seems sad and says his experience was really bad. The professor gets happy at this and laughs loudly since this is how a new alchemist should be. He asks him about what happened there, or if the spirits didn't listen to him. Lihan replies all of them ran away upon seeing him. He discovered quite a variety of spirits, but they all had the same reaction and ran away. Professor is surprised that they ran away from him and remembers an incident similar to this he heard in the past. It's a story about someone who went into the spirit world for the first time after he became an archmage. It was easy for him to get into the spirit world since he was a powerful mage, but the spirits didn't like him. The reason was that the archmage had a powerful aura the spirits felt from his soul, which frightened them. Lihan asks what is wrong with him in this case, and Professor Yurgolm replies it's probably because of his mana quantity. However, he is fortunate because there's a solution for this. The archmage manages to befriend spirits in the end. Lihan asks what the archmage did, and the professor replies he used magic to capture spirits and befriend them forcefully. Lihan is shocked to hear that and wonders if he should also do this in order to befriend them. Lihan doesn't like this idea and asks the professor if the spirits aren't normally stronger in the spirit realm. The professor replies there was indeed a small problem like that, and laughingly asks him to do his best since the process can be quite fun. Lihan is pissed off while the professor is enjoying his failure. He is determined to steal more food next time he visits his cabin. After that, on their way to the towers, he tells his friend about his problem, and Siana is surprised and tells him that it's quite a big problem. She also had often heard cases of spirits fearing humans due to misunderstandings. Moreover, such a thing happened within her church. Lihan asked her if there was a way to avoid it, and she replied that the church used potions which is similar to the ones they use today in the class. Therefore, it's quite possible to appeal to the spirits with them. The other students are amazed at her knowledge, and Siana reveals a secret potion recipe handed down in the Church of Fremeng that specializes in spirits. She has even assisted in producing them before. She promises Lihan to make it for him if she can get her hands on the ingredients. However, she reveals that the recipe requires a considerably large amount of ingredients, and she gives Lihan a long list of ingredients. Lihan is really surprised to see so many ingredients and asks Siana if there is even a way for them to get all of them. She smiles and replies that Professor Yurgolm's research room is somewhere on the building's upper floors and that all of the materials listed should be there. She also promised Lihan to accompany him in secretly taking those ingredients. Lihan is shocked to hear a stealing plan from a priestess. At the same time, her fellows praise her and call her incredible. Lihan wonders if a priestess is even allowed to do that. He then thanks her for the offer, but says it's a bit dangerous. She replies that the academy promotes these sorts of methods, which is undeniably a lesson their professors are trying to teach them. Lihan wonders how she came to this conclusion, but he can't deny that because she is right. He also finds her offer tempting and thinks if they procure the ingredients, they can also use them for other things in the future. He plans to get a large haul in order to steal from Professor Yurgolm's research lab. Meanwhile, Milia calls him from behind and asks him to take her with him. Lihan smiles and thinks she wasn't like this in the beginning, but this academy has made her like this. After a while, he goes to Professor Vladi's class, and no matter how much things change, some things remain the same. Being hit by the professor is one of those things. He grabs the iron ball and observes that Lihan is not concentrating on his lessons today. Lihan wonders how he is supposed to react when he keeps increasing the difficulty as soon as he adjusts. At this moment, Lihan is not the only one feeling confused. Professor Vladi is also puzzled. He wonders why Lihan is having such a hard time, and a normal professor being able to break through a student's defenses should have been obvious. However, Professor Vladi didn't even consider it. Instead, he pondered it for a long time and came to a different conclusion. He stops the lesson, and Lihan gets happy thinking that they are taking a break. Professor Vladi exclaims that he now understands why Lihan was having such a hard time and asks if he is trying to add a spin like when he defeated the golem. Lihan's face is just expressionless, and he thinks the professor is just speaking nonsense, but he assumes that Lihan is trying to do too much, so he doesn't rush things. He again picks up the iron ball to continue the practice, while Lihan thinks that, for the first time, Professor Vladi is trying to put himself in a student's shoes. He wonders what he would do if he were in his place, and even if he were told not to, then he would still do it. It is said that those who are unable to take a step when the path is right in front of them lack the qualifications to become a magician. The professor again says he understands him, and Lihan asks why he keeps saying this. Vladi replies his impatience is welcome, and now he will make him concentrate. There is a most common question about what a professor should do to stop a student headed down a treacherous path, and the answer is simple. Teach them the moment they take a step down that path. The professors then teach them a horrible lesson that the students may die. Professor Vladi does the same thing, throwing an iron ball toward Lihan with anonymous power. Lihan tries to stop him, but it's too late. He is barely able to dodge the attack, but it somehow damages his shirt near his shoulder. He thinks he barely dodges because of his luck. Otherwise, the professor has made a plan to kill him. He is still under the effect of the last attack when the professor again throws another ball toward him. This time, Lihan creates a water ball and it collides with the iron ball. He pushes the ball toward the professor and steps backward a little. Lihan is drenched in the water, wondering if the professor will keep firing those balls or if he is seriously trying to kill his student. But there's a possibility because it's Professor Vladi. He stares at him back and thinks of killing the professor because he is also trying to kill him. Professor Vladi, unaware of his intentions, keeps firing the iron balls, and Lihan barely dodges them. He thinks to find a way to stop this. He takes out his wand and casts a spell, Surge, and the professor observes that he is trying to increase the number of orbs he is controlling. He thinks it's a good idea, but in the wrong direction, and this will just make it harder for him to control them. Lihan gathers all of his power and surges the water in all directions. He has used a second circle spell of a water shield. The spell itself isn't particularly difficult, but Professor Vladi is really impressed by him. The reason is that Lihan has never learned to create a water shield, and this much difficulty emerges in his talent, and he makes a spell he never knew. Professor again throws the ball toward him, thinking it's a good sign of his latent talents, but his flimsy shield is pointless once he pierces through it. He attacks Lihan's shield, thinking that the ball will pierce through it. Lihan also thinks the same and tries to cover his head to save him from hitting. But the professor is surprised to see that the ball isn't able to pierce it. He observes that Lihan is focusing on compressing and strengthening his shield. He smiles and throws the ball toward the professor, but dodges it with just slightly tilting his neck. When Lihan's attack doesn't work, he takes out his bone summon and instructs it to bite it, but he knows that the bone won't be enough. He then kicks a table and throws it toward the professor, thinking he has to take him down no matter what. Professor Velati just stares at him quietly and brings his red aura ball toward him. He throws it toward the bone, and it breaks into many pieces. After breaking the bone, it doesn't stop but continues to move toward Lihan, and also breaks his water shield instantly. Lihan drenches in water and sits on the ground disappointingly. Professor Velati steps forward, and Lihan is just shocked that he dealt with everything in just a second. However, he already knew that what he just did was actually self-defense. The professor keeps a hand on his shoulder and praises him, saying good work. Lihan just stares at him back, but is surprised in his mind at his appreciation. A few moments later, after countless questions, Lihan finally understood Professor Velati's intent. He just understands that the professor liked him floundering at the end because he pulled out every last option that he had. Lihan decides to light a fire next time, and the professor says it's natural to enjoy the charm behind adding spin to increase power. However, he will eventually learn that one day, so he doesn't need to fret. Sometimes, going backward can be a shortcut, but he advises Lihan not to feel too down, and their next lesson will be what he showed just now. Lihan wonders if he is going to skip the details again as he does whatever he wants. The professor moves his finger and throws a chair toward Lihan with his magic. He falls to the ground and angrily gets up, asking what he is doing. But he is shocked to see a large number of chairs are ready to attack him again. Professor Velati exclaims that from now on, they will be working on concentrating in chaotic situations. Lihan is free to do what he did once more, and he will raise the difficulty as needed. Lihan wants to ask him to stop, but he knows that it won't work. At night, Professor Zedar comes outside of her cabin to see the fields, but he observes someone is there. She is surprised to see Lihan in a miserable condition. She anxiously asks him why he looks half dead, and he replies that he had a really intense class with Professor Velati today. She asks him why he did this, and when Lihan asks what she just said, she changes the topic. Lihan has come there to get some food, and Professor Zedar asks him if he has any questions as he takes lessons in the academy. Lihan remembers and asks if getting beasts that can fly in the academy is possible. She is shocked at his question and wonders if he knows his horse is Griffin. Lihan says he wants to know out of his curiosity, and she is relieved that he doesn't know about the white horse. She then tells him that there's everything in this academy, from mountains to lakes and underground dungeons, and she is sure that Lihan will find flying beasts if he looks hard enough. Lihan asks if he can tame the beast animal if he finds one, and she replies that it's tough and hard even for experienced tamers to tame wild monsters. Lihan continues to wash potatoes and asks her if he can learn from her when she is free. He eventually wants to succeed in taming with her teachings. He wants to learn taming this badly because of his escape plan, but Professor Zedar thinks he has the motivation to tame monsters. She agrees to teach him everything and asks him not to regret it later since the lesson will be really tough. The next day, all the students come for the understanding of basic magic class, and Lihan feels sleepy. Yoner observes his condition and asks if he didn't sleep well last night, and he replies that he just had a nightmare where a professor appeared. His dream was horrifying, and Yoner consoles him, saying she won't ask him anything further. Meanwhile, Professor Garcia enters the class, and all the students greet her. Lihan really likes her because she doesn't give him anxiety like the other professors. She asks the students if they remember Professor Morton came to teach them black magic last week. The students get worried and wonder if he is coming again this week. But she reveals that for this week, another professor has come to teach them summoning magic. She introduces herself as Professor Mill, a summoning magic professor. The students are really happy to see her, and she thanks them all for being so welcoming. Professor Garcia states that just like black magic, summoning magic is also taught in their second year. But she brings the professor there because it will be helpful for them in case the summons attack them. Professor Mill starts the lesson by asking the students if they are interested in summoning magic. All the students raise their hands, and Lihan thinks it's because summoning magic is very useful. There are a lot of types of summoning magic, and it's so vast that no one knows all about it. They appear even in fairy tales, which means that someone will strike up big if they get lucky. Professor Mill is glad to see that the students are so interested in it, but only very few students there deserve to learn it. She states that summoning magic is difficult to learn, and if they take this class in their second year just because they're curious about it, they will have a hard time. Lihan really likes the professor and thinks this is what a professor should be like. His expressions suddenly change when he thinks about Professor Velati, and he thinks he is just a thug. Professor Mill continues the lecture and tells the students that summoning magic is connected to various academies. In order to summon their desired summon, they need to have all-rounded knowledge. Even non-living summons, which are comparatively easier to summon, are a touchy nut to crack. Therefore, she asks the students to rethink their choice if they are only interested in summons. The students talk to each other and say they will only know once they try. Professor Garcia calls Mill and asks her to give them all a chance because they are all talented students. She agrees and swings his wand, which appears as a scroll in front of every student. Yoner grabs hers and says it's not the one-time use scroll that they can tear up, but is a regular scroll with a magic circle inscribed on it. She calls the students and asks if they are taking the class Basic Empire Geometry and Arithmetics. Lihan thinks she turned the class atmosphere gloomy with that one sentence, and there aren't many students who like to deal with numbers. His point of view is that the stuff they learned here is easier than in his past life, while Gainando is about to cry, saying maths is too hard. Professor Mill listens to him and says he has no chance of using summoning magic. Gainando sits quietly, and she asks the students to pay close attention in class. Calculations are necessary when summoning and drawing magic circles. She then instructs the students to draw the scroll's magic circle in their heads, and Lihan just stares at the scroll continuously. It is revealed that magic circles are a type of circuit, just how electric currents flow in electrical circuits, the same way mana flows in a magic circle. The higher the difficulty level of magic, the more complicated and complex the magic will be. The magic circle is something that helps with that, and it consists of some steps like amplification, reduction, bypass, blocking, etc. It comes in various forms to circulate mana and take off the burden from the mage. Lihan understands how mana is being calculated and is suddenly reminded of a quill pen. He grabs his head and wonders why he is suddenly reminded of that. Professor Mill reveals that this magic circle is a circle that summons a quill pen. Lihan now understands why he thought of a quill pen. Professor Mill asks the students to start now. A student calls the quill pen to come out, and all the students start their practice one after the other. But instead of the quill pen, their scrolls are destroyed because it happens when the summoning isn't done right. Meanwhile, Adnart gets to succeed, and a quill pen appears in front of her. But it's not a quill pen but a thing similar to it. Professor Garcia is worried because Professor Mill won't be satisfied with just summoning similar things. This is where it gets complicated to summon magic. Summoning something similar means it's a failure, and it means nothing if it's not perfect. Depending on the amount of willpower put into summoning, there can also be a risk of the summoned item attacking the mage. Meanwhile, Asan summons a double leaf, and it attacks Gainando sitting in front of him. Gainando abuses him angrily and asks how he dares to use his quill pen to attack him. Asan apologizes to him and says it's a misunderstanding because the quill pen moves by itself. Gainando asks Lihan for help, saying Asan just tried to assassinate royalty. Lihan asks him to be quiet and continue to do his summoning. Meanwhile, a student from the White Tiger Tower observes that Lihan hasn't summoned anything yet. He has summoned a perfect quill pen already, and he is happy to see that none of the others can summon such an ideal quill pen as he did. He gets up from his seat, thinking he will take this opportunity to bring down those proud and arrogant Blue Tower students. He stands behind him and asks if he is still struggling to summon something. Lihan ignores him and continues to do his task. He gets angry and asks how he dares to ignore him. Yoner calls him and asks why he is making a fuss over a simple quill pen. He again calls Lihan and tries to show him his pen, but he again ignores him. He casts the spell and tries to take out the quill pen, but a tremendous amount of mana is poured onto the paper, and it seems like the circle has left the pen. Lihan is shocked to see that he has failed. A light appears from the window and hits Lihan, making him fall to the ground. Yoner surprisingly asks him what just has happened while Lihan's pen appears in front of him and it feels like something just exploded. When he gets up, he is shocked to see a large number of quill pens in front of them. The students are also shocked but realize that Lihan has just summoned these. Lihan picks up a pen and thinks its shape is good but is not perfect. He believes using the right amount of mana is still too hard for him. He is sad to see his scroll and thinks he won't be able to use it again. But he is surprised that the scroll is totally fine. He picks a scroll in one hand and a pen in the other hand, wondering how this is even possible. At this moment, Lihan doesn't know his mana control has improved much more than he thinks. One of his pens also falls into Professor Garcia's hand, and she is impressed to see that he is able to summon so many pens when the other students find it hard even to summon one. She hopes that Professor Mill thinks highly of him, but she seems in shock. Professor Garcia goes to her and tells her that Lihan has a large amount of mana, so he can make such mistakes from time to time. She replies that it's not a mistake, but that the student is actually talented in summoning magic. However, she looks at him and says he seems too arrogant. She thinks he has summoned this many pens just to show up, but Professor Garcia immediately defends him and says he is not like this. She stares at him angrily, and Professor Garcia just smiles at this. It is said that there are hierarchies to professors as well, and this is especially true when one professor used to be the student of another professor. Professor Mill criticizes her and says believing in her students and showing them affection are both good things, but they also need to learn to be mindful of their actions. She also asks her not to worry because there are countless ways to curb arrogance, and she will use them all on Lihan. Meanwhile, Lihan is teasing the White Tiger student, and he starts abusing him. Professor Garcia calls him and asks everyone to hold and sit on their chairs. After that, Professor Mill starts speaking and says the students must have learned that it's not as easy as they believe it to be. Furthermore, today's lesson was the basics of the basics. Normally, they would have to be able to do this without a scroll. However, she asks them to come to her class if they still wish to learn. She then looks toward Lihan and says talent is not the only important thing when learning magic, but the most important things are tenacity and patience. He again looks toward Lihan and says the most important things are tenacity and patience. Later late at night, Lihan and Gainando go to the Black Shadow building, which is as gloomy as always. Lihan thinks the professor should at least try to make the place look more appealing, because things like that are essential when they aren't popular majors. Furthermore, Lihan thinks about it more because he and Gainado are the only two who are interested in learning black magic. Meanwhile, they see two other students, and it is unexpected for them. Gainando gets worried and asks why those two are here to learn black magic. Lihan asks him why he hates it that much, and he replies he came here because the professor told him that he had talent. Meanwhile, one of those students abuses them and says they are too loud. He recognizes Lihan and calls him the notorious Swordsmanship. Lihan guesses from his uniform that he belongs to the White Tiger Tower. He has golden eyes and a strange aura, so Lihan asks him if he perhaps belongs to Nephilim. The boy brags and replies yes, saying the glorious progenitor's blood flows through his veins, and even evil individuals like Lihan can recognize it. Lihan thinks he is quite prideful of the fact that he is half angel, but even his angel blood isn't as pure as Tizailing's. He makes a plan and thinks that even though he seems hostile to him, he doesn't seem like the type of person who follows morality. He wants to take the opportunity to shake up the White Tiger Tower. He asks him why someone with glorious blood is working with Morati, but he gets angry and says he doesn't follow Morati's orders. He says his name is Laftel and asks Lihan if he is trying to insult him. Lihan again asks why he is so hostile toward him if he isn't following his orders. Gainando observes that Lihan is trying to make him angry. Laftel shouts at him and says he hates him because Lihan betrayed his honorable friend Durju. Meanwhile, Gainando recognizes him and asks if he is from House Growl, a house of knights in the south. House Growl, prideful of their angelic blood, is one of the strictest houses when it comes to justice, even amongst other knight houses. He also abuses Gainando and asks what he has to do with him. Gainando asks him why a member of House Growl is trying to learn black magic while his house is known for producing paladins. He replied that he needed to explain that, which is obvious to students of the Blue Tower. He reveals that he is learning black magic so that he can kill black magicians faster. Lihan and Gainando are shocked to hear his reason, and he hides behind Lihan. He then calls the other student and asks her why she wants to learn black magic. The girl gets up, and she is very tall compared to them. Gainando is scared by her presence, and Lihan guesses she must be a half-giant since she is so tall. She seems humble, opposite to her appearance, and introduces herself as Imig. She reveals that the reason for coming there is that she is interested in black magic and wants to get along with all of them. Laftel rudely replies this will not happen, but Lihan agrees and says they will get along for sure. Lihan really likes her since he didn't expect that from someone her stature to be so humble. They shake their hands, and Lihan hurriedly pushes his hand behind because she would have broken his bones if he hadn't poured mana into his body. He has to admit that she is incredibly strong. Meanwhile, Gainando also forwards his hand to greet her, and Lihan tries to stop her, but it's too late, and his screams can be heard throughout the tower. After a while, Professor Morton welcomed them and was happy to see so many students interested in black magic. He comments on Laftel that he seems especially enthusiastic about learning. Lihan feels so bad for the professor because he doesn't know Laftel's real intentions. Gainando has a bandage on his hand, which was done by Lihan. Professor Morton prepared a table for them and asked them to stand behind it. All the students stand behind it and request the professor to take care of them. The professor asks Lihan if he has found more of the bone summons, and Lihan replies with no. The professor suggests he should try to go around deep and darker places. Lihan seems scared of his expressions but holds himself. The professor asks them to remember their previous lesson and says that they will increase their understanding of curses instead. Gainando exclaims that curses are much more fun than summoning, and the professor surprisingly asks if he is talking about summoning magic. He seems worried and asks Gainando how the other students reacted to summoning magic. Gainando replies that they all liked it, and everyone except them went to the summoning workshop today. The professor gets angry and declares that they won't be learning curses today. Instead, he will teach them how to summon the undead. Lihan stays quiet and wonders if it is really okay for him to do this, and they have skipped a whole semester of curriculum for this. He gets up excitedly and says summoning the undead can be considered the highlight of summoning magic. He believes that the students are already aware of this fact. Laftel asks permission for a question and asks if they don't need bones to summon the undead. Professor Morton replies that they were cemeteries in the past, but now they only use officially authorized corpses. Laftel exclaims he has heard that there are still some black magicians illegally using cemeteries. Lihan and Gainando stare at him wondering if he can't hear the words coming out of his own mouth. Professor Morton ignores his question and says he won't ask them to summon a full undead because mishandling an undead can lead to the magician's death. Lihan wonders why he is saying this now, and Gainando tells the professor that he almost died at a magic quill. The professor declares that they will start with the easiest one first, summoning a bonehead. He casts a spell, and a black energy wave spreads all around. The magic spells appear in front of the students. Before they can understand it, a bone hand appears from within it. The students are amazed to see this kind of trick, and Professor Morton tells them that everyone wants to summon the undead because of their beautiful, amazing, grand appearances, but it's not easy. There are many factors to consider when summoning a monster with its own conscience, and there are many more aspects of undead monsters that are difficult to control. Therefore, they also need methods to get closer to the living dead, but they can't do any of those right now, so the professor suggests they should try to get close to them without worrying about the exact method. Gainando seems confident and says he will try to call the head of the undead. Lihan asks the professor if there are undead people who are easily scared as well, and he replies that they aren't scared since they are not alive, so the majority of them don't have fear. Meanwhile, the professor observed that the bone in front of Lihan was trembling with fear. He wonders why it is acting like this or if there is something wrong with today's ingredients. He then looks toward Gainando, who is getting beaten by his bone, which means everything seems fine, which means something is wrong with Lihan. He calls him and asks him to try summoning one himself. Lihan asks him again if it is fine, and he replies yes, saying that adjusting to the student's level is one of the benefits of black magic. Suddenly, the bone jumps from its place, and Lihan thinks this is not adjusting as much as it is just being impulsive. The professor creates a big scroll for him and asks him to chant a spell. Lihan puts the bone in the center and chants a spell, calling the bonehead to come out. All the students start looking toward the black aura coming out of Lihan's wand, and it spreads all around the class. The bone starts reacting, and its hand bows before Lihan. He wonders if his spell worked, but the professor isn't saying anything. Meanwhile, he thinks about the chant that a summoning spell chant is like the chains that restrain the summon. However, beginner magicians are incapable of properly handling those chains. The professor is prepared to attack the summon in case it attacks the students. He observes the summon moves even though Lihan didn't order it. He comes in their way and asks Lihan to move aside, saying he will cancel the summon. But he is shocked to see this bone again bow before Lihan and is trembling with fear. He also reaches the conclusion that Lihan has way too much mana, and he asks him for a way to lower it. Professor Morton asks him why he wants to lower it when he is blessed with this talent and says he doesn't need to get close to the undead and has to rule over them with his powers. Meanwhile, he hears Gainando's voice, struggling with his bone, and he seems pretty injured on his face. He asks the professor why he said Gainando was also on the talented side, and he replies that having talent doesn't necessarily mean that they will have an easy time getting close to the undead. After some time, they come out of class, and Gainando has a lot of bruises on his face and exclaims that the undead has no sense of nobility. He then asks Lihan to hurry and go to the summoning class because it should be fine as long as it's not an undead. Lihan knows that he is wrong because most summoned creatures, excluding spirits, tend to be ferocious. Meanwhile, Laftel calls Lihan angrily from behind and asks how he dares to slap him. Lihan replies that it happened just because of a mistake. A moment ago, during class, beyond just summoning, Lihan experimented with what commands he could give and to what extent. Professor Morton was surprised to see that he successfully commanded it to self-destruct. Laftel watched them from behind and got jealous because Professor appreciated Lihan. He abuses Lihan, but his bone summon reacts and jumps at Laftel, slapping his face hard. At present, Lihan apologizes to him, saying it was an unfortunate mistake that happened from the summoned creature acting on its own. But Gainando calls him and informs him that Laftel has already gone. The next morning, they both stand in front of Spirit Ritual Hall, Professor Mill's workshop and tower. Lihan observes that it's quite different from the Black Shadow building. They enter her office, and Lihan apologizes to her for being late and says he has prior arrangements to take care of. She replies that it can't be helped if they had prior arrangements, and there's no need to be sorry. While talking, she looks toward them and is surprised to see Lihan there. Lihan observed that she seemed surprised to see him there. He wonders if Professor Morton has said something about him to the other professors. Gainando asks her about the other students who arrived there before them, and she replies that they had already finished their lessons and returned with their assignments. He is shocked to hear about the assignment and says they already have enough assignments from the other classes. She snaps his fingers, and 2 books appear in front of them. Its title is The Theoretical Basic and Applications of Summoning Magic. The professor then asks them to take their seats. She asks them to read the book, annotate it, and then solve the questions. There are some questions on principles and their applications. Lihan really likes the content of the book and thinks he has seen his fair share of textbooks from his major, but this one is on the friendlier side. Most books are written to waste students' time, but this textbook is different. If he tries reading slowly, he can easily understand and remember the basics. He really likes Professor Mill's writing style and thinks she is a great professor. Professor Morton observes his expressions and movements that are quite unexpected. Usually, this style of teaching would invite complaints from the students, especially from the youngsters. However, the student who she expected to be the most arrogant is most quietly following the instructions. She remembers Professor Garcia took his side and said he wasn't like that, so she decided to keep her eyes on him a little longer. After some time, she gives them many books and asks them to make sure to read all of them and study them well by next week. Gainando picks up the book and happily says he has understood her instruction. Lihan is sure that he won't attend, and Professor Mill also thinks Gainando won't return there again. Lihan also picks up the book and leaves her, saying he will see her next week. She calls him from behind and apologizes to him for misunderstanding her. This time, she had a smile on her face and hoped to see him next week. Lihan doesn't understand why she apologizes to him and then gets shocked, wondering if she misunderstood him as a black mage. After that, they go to attend the headmaster's class, and he exclaims that the time of life lessons is there again. He asks them if they have done the homework he gave them all, and now they will take a look at that. Lihan thinks his homework was for them to take the flag from other towers, and there is no way they would forget that. The headmaster first says he will take a look at the Black Turtle Tower and Burning Phoenix Tower. 2 of their students get up and state that they exchanged their flags peacefully. Both towers have completed their homework, and the headmaster definitely doesn't like that since the matter has been resolved peacefully. He then asks about the Blue Dragon Tower, and Lihan gets up and shows the flag that they have obtained using a peaceful method. The headmaster praises him and turns toward the White Tiger Tower, which seems to be lowering its head. This is what the headmaster wants, and he calls his honorable knights if they have completed their homework. But no one replies and keeps lowering their eyes. They angrily stare at Lihan. He feels like someone's shooting lasers at the back of his head. The headmaster asks them why they haven't brought the flag, and Murati gets up, apologizing to him. He says they weren't able to capture a flag. White Tiger Tower failed to complete their homework, and Murati angrily thinks this will greatly lower their grades. The headmaster laughs and says it seems like they failed in the negotiation and declares that the objective of this class is for everyone to know each other and to study harmony together. All the students know that he is lying, and he again exclaims that he will make this time's homework very easy for all of them to understand. If they head all the way west from their academy, they will see a lake, and those who have seen it would know that it's as big as the sea. Furthermore, there is an island in the middle of the lake. The headmaster reveals that he hid a pass so they could go outside of the academy there. He can see that the students' eyes have suddenly changed, and he can see the hope in their eyes. The headmaster wants all the students to work together and bring that pass to him. After the class, Ganado seems angry and abuses the headmaster, saying they can even work with those white tiger guys. He points toward a guy and shouts at him, and in reply, he also shouts at Ganando and asks him to shut his mouth. The headmaster made their teams a while ago, and Phoenix and Turtle Tower would be on one team. Similarly, the Dragon and the White Tiger Towers will be one team. It's up to the students if they don't want to follow his instructions, but he warns them, saying they will have to face the consequences for failing to do so. Back to the present, the Phoenix and Turtle Towers are peacefully discussing their tasks. In contrast, the atmosphere between the White Tiger Tower and Blue Dragon Tower isn't good. Lihan can see their expression and thinks things will be very bad at this rate. He tries to persuade them, calls them the friends of the brave White Tiger, and asks if they can forget the misunderstanding between them and work together. A boy rejects his suggestion rudely and says their grades will be low because of him. Lihan observes that they are concerned about their grades, and he tries to clarify them, saying there's a misunderstanding about that. He says the headmaster took on teaching a class so he could educate students, so there won't be a chance if he just gives them an F grade because of a single mistake. However, they will really take an expressway to the F grade if they give up easily. Suddenly, Marathi appears there, asking everyone to wake up and asking them not to get deceived by his forked tongue. He asks his fellows if anything goes well for them whenever they get involved with him. He asks them to remember that they were even punished recently because of him, and the Blue Dragon Tower also ambushed them. He also asks them to remember who deceived Durju and Enrego, and at this, they all stare at Lihan angrily because he is responsible for all these incidents. Lihan closes his eyes and thinks he has to do another trick for now. He calls Durju and asks him to come over to him. He grabs him tightly and says if they don't work together, then another tragedy will occur. He threatens them, saying he will throw Durju into the lake this time round. The White Tiger students are shocked to see his actions. Yoner and Durju are also shocked because they didn't expect such a thing from Lihan. Durju's friends are worried about him because Lihan has done something this dishonorable so that he can get their towers to work together. He calls his fellows and asks them for help. Laftel also appears there anxiously and agrees to work with Lihan and requests him to let Durju go. They all swear upon their honor that they will work together with Lihan. Lihan looks toward Durju and says he will let it go just this time. He warns everyone to watch themselves from now on. Marathi is again angry because things are on Lihan's side again. All the students gather around Durju and inquire about his condition. Marathi is shocked because he didn't expect such a thing from Lihan. Although some complicated relationships were created in the basic magic personality education, it's not the main focus. The main problem is because of the White Tiger's unwillingness to cooperate. Siana comes to Lihan and asks when they are going to start the raid, and Lihan replies he is still thinking about this. Raiding Professor Yurgolm's lab is a really urgent matter, and Lihan thinks about the perfect timing for this. He makes a horrible scenario in his mind that if they go there and find Professor Yurgolm waiting for them, they will be having nightmares for around 1 month. He decides to find Professor Yurgolm's schedule without him knowing. The next morning, they finish their basic writing practice class. When it ends, all the students are about to leave. Professor Zedar calls Lihan, and he goes to her to inquire if she wants to discuss something. She forbids him from going to the hut today because she intends to bring her nephew to the market. She reveals that they will likely return by tomorrow, and Lihan's mind signals him for the raid. He wishes the professor a safe trip and wonders why they are going so suddenly. However, a positive thing clicks into his mind. Opportunities are always like this. He then goes to his friends and seems pretty quiet. Yoner calls him and asks what's the matter with him. He puts his arms on their shoulders and whispers in their ears that the day of the operation has been decided, and it will be tonight. Milya is surprised at his sudden decision, while Asan seems satisfied and says they will be able to get a good rest this weekend. They have been waiting for this moment for so long. Asan makes a slogan that they will do this raid for the sake of a peaceful semester that doesn't have homework. Everyone follows his chants and starts speaking behind him. Lihan quite sees them, wondering when they came up with this chant. There are two types of students at this raid: students who have already come out several times at night and students who haven't. However, they are confident because Lihan is their former, and all his friends who will be executing the operation have gathered there. Siana calls him and asks if he knows how to open the door of the Horned Beast Tower. Lihan looks at Radford and replies that they have already checked that out. Lihan asks everyone to follow quietly and that they will soon find out what they have prepared. After some time, they stand in front of a destroyed wall, and the others are shocked to see that because they never expected Lihan to prepare it to this extent. But soon, their misunderstanding was clarified because Lihan revealed that he hadn't done it. He is surprised by their expectation and says there are times when he wonders what kind of person they guys think of him. The original plan was for Radford to unlock physical locks, and Lihan would unlock magic locks. But the situation is now troublesome, especially seeing derbies in the Horned Beast Tower. This means someone went into the tower, and something that should have been outside has infiltrated the Horned Beast Tower before them. A student asks him what they should do then, or if they should go back now. Lihan smiles and replies that they are not secretly infiltrating the Horned Beast Tower. From now on, they have come there to stop the summoned monster that invaded the Horned Beast Tower, and to protect the precious belongings of the professor. If they get caught, they will make an excuse that they volunteered to go in together. The students really liked his idea and rushed to the tower, saying they would protect the professor's belongings. Lihan stands at the door and thinks this will speed up their search, but the students stop there because it's very dark inside, which feels a little creepy. Lihan casts the spell light and lights up the tower. Lihan suggests they shouldn't stay there. The darkness isn't the problem. The real problem is that they have only walked around on the first floor, and the second floor is completely unknown to them. Lihan observes that everyone seems nervous, but he can't blame them. They can no longer turn back. It would be the second floor after this step. Things might look normal on the outside, but they can't let their guard down. He stands in front of the stairs and casts his spell, wondering what is on the other side. Lihan pulls out his hand, and Yoner asks him about what is wrong with it. He replies that he can feel mana strongly radiating from it. He states that mana is contained in the space itself. He passes the door, and after him, others pass it. They are surprised to see a space expansion on the other side. Siana comments that an exceptional alchemist should also be an exceptional gardener, and the scale of this botanical garden is truly remarkable. Nilia is amazed to see so many plants in there and says there are more plants she doesn't recognize there than the ones she does. There seem to be a lot of dangerous plants, but fortunately, this place is a workshop building and not a dormitory. They shouldn't have to worry about traps like last time. Lihan asks everyone to calm down and look for the professor's path. Suddenly, they see a monster's track in the lab, and the students are scared to know that they are going to run into a monster. Nilia makes up a plan and suggests they should follow the monster's footsteps because monsters have keen senses, so they should be able to lead down a safe path. Lihan likes her idea and says they will do it, and praises her for the excellent idea. She gets happy at this and brags about her skills. After that, everyone followed in their footsteps, and as expected, the students were not attacked on their journey. But soon, they face a bull monster in front of them. Lihan instructs his fellows to be careful because that's not an ordinary bull, and Radford asks him what they should do now. The bull is blocking the stairs to the next floor, and for them to use the stairs, they need to take action. However, Lihan thinks there's no need for them to fight it. He assumes that the bull is hungry and maybe it will go away after it's full. Yoner replies they shouldn't do that. Meanwhile, the bull chews some grass but gets angry and destroys it. It is recklessly destroying the plants of the workshop, and if the professor were to see that, then they could end up being held responsible. Lihan jumps to attack the bull by casting a spell and uses black magic to paralyze the bull. The attack was successful, but the bull dodged it. Asan came forward for his help and cast the spell fire. Lihan forbids him immediately because they can't use fire magic around precious plants. He asks them to use spells that won't harm the surroundings. They all use the spell Paralyze, but it doesn't seem to be affected at all. They wonder what the professor feeds into this thing. Meanwhile, Siana comes up with some potions of weakness and asks everyone to throw them on the bull. They follow her instructions and start throwing the potions at the bull, but it changes its concentration from Lihan and starts rushing toward the other students. Yoner asks them to calm down and says their spells will work now because they have weakened their magic resistance. She asks everyone to use their curses one more time, and all the students again use the curse to paralyze. This time, their spells work, and the bull stops at its place. They are relieved that they can go now, but suddenly, the bull again starts moving. It jumps on a boy and makes him fall to the ground. He cries for help while Lihan is worried and thinks that someone will get hurt badly at this rate. He now decides to make the spell stronger and faster than before, and in this moment, crisis because of the opportunity became the driving force for his growth. His spell activated before he could even finish chanting. This small but peculiar change was a miracle that would astonish everyone in the future. At the same time, someone watering the plants is surprised to see such an immense light emitting from a side and wonders what it is just. Lihan's spell works on the bull, and it falls to the ground. The students come from all sides while the bull lies on the ground in the center. They are relieved that they are saved now and thank Lihan for his powerful spell. Lihan replies it's too early to relax. He feels something different now, like some oddly familiar magic activating. He asks his fellows to move because the bull can get up since he only paralyzed it. Suddenly, they hear a noise from the other side, and a girl asks others to look toward a side where something is approaching them. A tree approaches them and asks who they are to disturb this place. The students are scared to see a talking willow. Yoner asks if it is another monster. Lihan asks everyone to calm down, and the presence he can feel from this willow is not just an ordinary being. Considering its reaction, it has to be at least an administrator of this place. Lihan replies that they were protecting Professor Uragolm's plants. The willow gets happy to hear they are protecting the professor's plants when he is absent. He introduces himself as a phytology professor, and they can call him Professor Willow. He points toward the bull and asks if it was their doing, and Lihan replies yes. Professor Willow picks up the bull, saying it's an ox that Professor Uragolm raised, and he is such a clumsy dwarf. Lihan asks him if he has been taking care of the plants there, and he replies that he was requested to take care of this place today. He isn't happy with his task, but can't say anything because Professor Uragolm has to meet the Emperor's official. Lihan knows Professor Uragolm has gone to the marketplace with Professor Zedar. He asks him to confirm it by asking Professor Zedar later, and Professor Willow thanks him for letting him know. After that, Professor Willow stated that he wanted to reward them for subduing the ox to protect the plants. He asks them if they need anything in particular. Lihan asks him if he knows where they can obtain materials or reagents to practice alchemy. He replies that this place has too many dangerous things for them to use. Lihan observes that he won't tell them easily, so he should try another avenue. He apologizes to Professor Willow for making such an unreasonable request. He says he has grown too greedy for being in such a great place. He brags that he is also curious to see what will be inside Professor Uragol's laboratory. Professor Willow likes his idea, and he steps forward, asking the students to follow him to the third floor. He is ready to pick out what the students can take and will simply tell Professor Uragolm that the ox ate it. The students follow him and enter the third floor, which is so dark that they can't see anything. Lihan's light spell doesn't even work there, and Professor Willow asks them to be careful not to lose their path since it is rather complicated. Lihan observes that something is running at them. A door appears in front of Professor Willow, and the students are shocked to see that. Professor Willow opens the door, and the other side is so cold that the ice prevails everywhere. Professor Willow immediately closes the door and says it's better to close away this particular laboratory for good. After that, similar incidents repeated. Professor Willow summoned a few labs afterward, but the spaces inside the doors seemed to not be from reality. Lihan now understands why there weren't many traps on the first and second floors because the third floor is so strongly secured. He has recorded how to summon the labs, so that should do for now. He looks toward many sacks placed on the ground given by Professor Willow as a present after finding Professor Uragolm's laboratory. Lihan humbly thanks the professor and asks if he has given them too much. Lihan replies he is just thankful to him. He is happy that everything is going according to their plan and thinks he can get away without a hitch. However, life at the Magic Academy is never easy, so Professor Willow asks them to water the entire area before leaving. They are shocked, too, because everything is just going smoothly, but they again face hurdles in their way. Professor Willow asks them to water this entire area. Before, in Uragolm's laboratory, Professor Willow asked them to leave with their bags, and he would clean up the mess that had been made. Lihan thanked him and said he would be taking their leave. Lihan then sees him watering the plants. He calls the professor and asks if he can help him clean up the rest. He just intended to make a good impression on the professor. Yoner also offered her help and said she was good at watering plants. Professor Willow was happy to find such outstanding students. Their service touched him, and he asked them to follow him since he wanted to reward them. They were delighted at thinking the professor may have wanted to give them something. That was what they thought, but a professor was still a professor despite being a willow. He ordered them to water the entire area. Lihan had high expectations, but Professor Willow was still this academy's professor. Lihan tries to stop him and asks if he gave all those items as a reward and why they have to do this, but Yoner tells him that he's long gone. He now regrets that he got too greedy this time around and apologizes to Yoner because this is all because of him. She starts watering the plants and asks why he is apologizing, and Lihan asks if she doesn't think there's too much work. She smiles and replies she finds it fun to look after the plants. She always wanted to see so many rare plants, and Lihan's guilt now seems to lessen since she is so passionate about plants. He also picks up a cane and starts watering the plants. Meanwhile, there is a pond behind them, and some movements can be seen there. A few hours later, they were done watering the entire area, and it was tougher than Lihan exhausted. He is feeling even more sorry for Yoner. She smiles at him and asks if he found it fun, just like her, and Lihan thinks he doesn't need to be that sorry. Lihan asks her to go back since they are done there, while the bubbles inside the pond can see them. They hear a voice from behind someone saying he has been watching them. Lihan immediately takes out his wand and asks who he is. A big water drop appears in front of them and introduces itself as Farakis, a spirit of this pond. It asks them if they are the students of the dwarf, and Lihan and Yoner look at each other, thinking the spirit doesn't seem dangerous. He asks the spirit if he knows Professor Yurgolm, and he replies that he made a contract with him to look after this garden. He is happy to see young humans like them looking after the plants in this manner. Lihan wonders if this is why Professor Willow asked them to water the plants there so that they can gain the acknowledgement of the spirit. Faraki says he was thinking of helping them a little and asks if there is anything they need. He can also give them advice for their concerns. Lihan discusses his matter of spirits running away in fear of him and asks him about any solution. Farakis can see an immense amount of mana in Lihan and says it's interesting to see a tree spirit with him. Lihan looks toward his wand and says it was a present from an oak tree. Farakis reveals that the tree spirit of his staff is also scared of him, but it says he is a good human. Lihan stares intently at his wand and asks if it really said that. Yoner calls Farakis and asks if there is no way for Lihan to make a contract with spirits, and he replies that low-rank spirits will probably run away from him whenever they see him. He suggests he should look for high-ranking spirits instead, and it would be even better if they were fierce or violent spirits. Lihan thanks him for his advice, and Farakis says there's no guarantee that high-ranking spirits won't run away from him. He is just saying there's a higher chance of them staying. The more he talks, the more his words start becoming less and less trustworthy. Meanwhile, Yoner calls him and asks if he can make a contract with Lihan because he already knows that he is a good human. Lihan and Farakis stay quiet at this. Lihan forbids Yoner and says there is no need for him to make a contract with him. Still, she is at the point where such an opportunity doesn't come by so easily. Lihan is getting embarrassed because she requests a spirit to make a contract with her friend. He feels like his teacher is stepping in to help him find his friends. Farakis apologizes to him and says it's impossible because he has already made a contract with the dwarf. However, he feels sorry to send him away like this, so he wants to introduce him to a spirit that he knows. This spirit has a unique personality, and if Lihan tells it that he is there with Farakis' recommendation, then it will at least talk to him. Farakis hopes that this encounter will be helpful for him. Yoner and Lihan thanked him, and he said bye with a smile, advising them never to forget their love for plants. They come outside the laboratory at a darker place Farakis has sent to them, and Lihan thinks that spirit is kinder than most of the professors. Yoner remembers and asks him if he knows how Mr. Paraches was in the pond or if he knows where the spirit they are heading will be. Lihan assumes it's probably another water spirit, and they are likely under a lake or a river. Yoner hopes it's a river spirit because she hears most of them are wise. Lihan puts his hand on a wall and says if it is a river spirit, then they will be able to acquire the wisdom to live in this prison. Lihan puts the tile away and is shocked to see what is on the other side. Yoner asks him why he seems so shocked, and she is also stunned when he comes outside. They find themselves in the punishment room. Lihan thinks there is one thing for sure, that the spirit they are dealing with is definitely not going to be from a river. Yoner says this is the place where he was locked up last time and asks if they are locked up there, too. Lihan looks outside a door and finds out that this place doesn't seem to be in use for now. Yoner gets relieved and asks him to get out of there quickly. Lihan sadly reveals that there's no exit in there, and all the passageways are blocked. Yoner seems scared and asks him if there is any other way out since this place gives him the creeps. Lihan asks her to calm down because he vaguely remembers how this place works. Last time, he had a similar experience when he tried to escape with Radford. They again stand in a place like that and say this is a magical passageway. But unlike last time, there are no visible buttons or switches around. He takes out his wand and thinks he has no option but to break through the wall. He asks Yoner to take a step back and feels if sleight of hand doesn't work, then brute force will do. He just has to do what he did when he blew away the defenses to the tiger's tower. He can reveal the passageway beyond with just the right amount of power, but suddenly someone calls him and asks him to stop. They are shocked to hear the voice and look around, wondering who this is. The voice replies that he will not let his name be known to those who do not qualify and asks them why they have come to his shade. Lihan replies Mr. Farakis told them to visit him and that he would find a spirit willing to contract with him. The spirit observes Lihan, who is a young mage, and says Farakis still has a soft spot for his young mages. But he asks them to leave and refuses to make a contract with Lihan. They get disappointed, and when they don't hear his voice for long, Yoner asks him if the spirit is gone and disappointingly says he will definitely get a spirit soon. She guesses the spirit might be afraid of him like the other spirits. But suddenly, the spirit appears there again and shouts at Yoner, asking her what that is supposed to mean. They are now afraid of him because he seems pretty angry. Yoner says he is avoiding Lihan, and according to Mr. Farakis, the sheer existence of Lihan brings fear to other spirits. Lihan thinks Farakis didn't go far with this, but is curious about why he refused. He asks Lihan why he avoids him if he is unafraid, and he replies that he doesn't like meaningless fights. Yoner and Lihan look toward each other surprisingly and say they understand his reason, but the spirit can tell they don't believe him. The reason why the spirit doesn't want to form the contract is simple. It had recently fallen victim to contract fraud with none other than the headmaster of this school himself. Being rather prideful, this spirit refused to contract with the Lick at first, but after a fight that lasted a while, a week, a day, and a night, the spirit agreed to the contract on the condition that it would only have to do easy tasks. However, the task it was given was to surveil the students in the punishment room to ensure they didn't escape. However, the students at this school were not to be underestimated, and they attempted to escape so often that whenever the spirit had a moment, he would come to the unused punishment room just to rest. Carrying this trauma, he refused, but he was subjected to such humiliation that this proud spirit could no longer tolerate it. At this moment, the spirit is so angry that he says he finds Lihan's words quite insulting. He asks them if they too doubt his strength and dares them to see a portion of his strength. He points his finger toward Lihan and asks him to gather as much magic power as he can and transform it into an element. He asks Lihan to use the most destructive element, and Lihan knows that it would be fire for sure. He intends not to do what happened before and wants to compress it as much as he can. Lihan takes out his wand and casts the spell burn, and a magic fireball appears in front of him. He is relieved that his magic ball seems somehow stable. Suddenly, a huge lightning bolt appears from a side and hits Lihan's wand. Yoner is amazed to see he summoned a huge lightning bolt in such a place and wonders what is about to happen on Earth. However, the fire is still burning on the wand, and Lihan asks the spirit what he is trying to do. After a pause, the spirit shockingly exclaims that he failed to transform the element. It is said that element transformation is a type of talent that a spirit develops when it wants to show off its strength and convert an element into another element. To have the ability to interfere with magic or elements is to prove his strength. But this time, the spirit fails, and he is shocked because he can easily deal with even the element of a veteran mage. But he is unable to transform the fire magic of a young mage and wonders if there is something special about that magic. He then observes that the flame on the wand may look normal on the outside, but on the inside, it contains an incredible amount of magic power. It's as if he is looking at a dragon's flame, and a young mage in his first year made that huge wave. However, he is now more worried because this type of magic can be dangerous for his future life. It is said that the magic control of young mages is typically flimsy and is no different from a child holding on to a ticking time bomb. The spirit thinks Lihan has too much mana, and if that explodes here, then this punishment room aside, even those two will be in danger and may die. Now, this is no longer a matter of pride, and he needs to cancel that magic before he panics. Meanwhile, Lihan appreciates him saying the lightning bolt he showed them was really cool, and he asks the spirit if it is possible for him to open up the path for them so that they may leave this punishment room. The spirit shouts at them and asks Lihan not to move his staff. Surprisingly, he looks at his staff and wonders what he is talking about. The spirit again asks him not to move his staff. Lihan asks what the matter is, and the spirit thinks if he tells him how dangerous it is, he might get surprised, and the flame might explode because of it. He again talks to him arrogantly, and says he doesn't like people waving their staff in front of him. Yoner thinks the spirit is out of his mind, and he wonders how he can cancel that magic since he has weak magic control, so he shouldn't be able to cancel that strong spell easily. If he panics when the magic doesn't go away, then a huge explosion might occur. He thinks of trying his method after seeing that no choice is left. Suddenly, he reveals that he has changed his mind and will now make a contract with Lihan. Lihan wonders how he can change his attitude completely in such an abrupt manner and asks him the reason. The spirit replies he has seen his infinite potential, and that his mana is so great that it would be difficult for any mage to catch up to him. He also exclaims that he didn't know about his potential earlier and asks Lihan to make a contract with him quickly. Yoner asks Lihan what he is going to do now, and he thinks this spirit is definitely an exceptional spirit since Farakis recommended it. However, the state of his mind is a little questionable, while the spirit forces him to make a contract with him quickly. Lihan sighed since he was not in a position to be fussy over what spirits he made a contract with. He agrees and says he will make a contract with him, and the spirit immediately opens his soul and accepts him. It acknowledges him as his partner, and Lihan now has the authority to summon him. He asks him to remember that he is not his servant, and Lihan isn't his master. A huge bolt of lightning appears there, leaving a mark on Lihan's face. The spirit is called the Spirit of Lightning, Furkantra. After learning about its attributes, Lihan wonders if this is the reason its state of mind is unstable. Now that it can control Lihan's body, he can feel his doubts. Yoner thanks him for making a contract, and Furkantra brags that now that the contract is complete, he will show his true strength. Lihan asks him what he is trying to do now. Furkantra takes control over his arm, and the first thing it will do is help Lihan control his magic. He instructs Lihan to release that flame quickly right now, while Lihan wonders what he is trying to do now. Soon, the flame disappears, and Lihan still doesn't understand what's happening since the Furkantra seems to be in quite a rush. He then shouts at Lihan and asks if he knows just how dangerous what he did was. He asks Lihan how he can condense his mana to such an extreme, and because of that, this punishment room almost blows up. Lihan doesn't understand what's happening, but he assumes that it is really dangerous. Lihan gets sad and says it's too early for him to use fire magic, and the spirit says even though he is powerful, he is still at a very young age. He then asks Lihan if he is right, and before he can reply, Furkantra asks if they don't have any classes since the run has risen. Lihan and Yoner shockingly say they have a class for basic empire geometry and arithmetic this morning. They also have homework that needs to be submitted today. He remembers when the professor showed them the blueprint for the magic circle's creation he made when he was young, and he wanted them to take a look at this blueprint and calculate the total costs to create it. Lihan pulled an all-nighter to complete that homework and needed to submit it. He immediately asks Furkantra to please show them the way out. But he stays quiet for a while and then replies he can't do that. He is under a contract to protect this place, while Yoner and Lihan are shocked and worried at his refusal. Lihan thinks even if Furkantra helps them, he doesn't know if they can make it on time for class. He angrily asks him why he is of no help to them and why he even made a contract with him. At this moment, Lihan is an example of an anxious graduate student who has homework to be submitted. Furkantra replies that the punishment room is a special case, and if they are outside and summon him, he will be able to see what he is capable of. However, he opens the block path for them, says he can't go out, and asks them to keep his seal in there for a moment so that they guys can go out first. He unlocks the seal for them and opens up the way. Lihan asks Yoner to go, and Furkantra asks Lihan not to forget to summon him once he is out. They come out of there, and after some time, they have a route map to get out of there. Yoner suggests a route, but Lihan forbids her, saying that the path was blocked. This map was made on the spot, so it's hard to figure out how to get out using this. Meanwhile, the skeleton summons shoos him in a direction leading to the open path. Lihan thinks this place is really like a nest, and its structure makes it impossible for them to even dream of getting out. He asks Yoner to take the left corridor, but suddenly, they hear a voice saying that the side is just a waste of time. They look behind wondering from where the voice has come. The voice again calls them and asks if they are looking for a way out, and Lihan observes that there is someone in jail. He asks that voice about who he is, and the person on the other side recognizes his voice and asks if he is the student from last time. the one who got caught after escaping from the underground passageway. Lihan asks him if he is the senior who got caught while trying to steal from the dean's secret storage. Yoner asks him whom he is talking about, and Lihan replies he is the senior whose room was beside him when he was imprisoned there last time. The senior tells him that the way to get out of there isn't easy. Meanwhile, the summoned bone tries to say something, but Lihan asks it to stay quiet for a bit. The bone turns back and heads toward the other bones lying against the wall. Its parts join with the rest of the bones, while Lihan, unaware of the situation, keeps his focus on what the senior is saying. He asks Lihan why he tells him the way out, and he thinks this time he doesn't have any food that can bribe his senior. In the meantime, Lihan turns behind and is shocked to see the skeleton's body has joined except its head. Yoner gets scared to see him and thinks it's a monster. Lihan asks her to calm down and recognizes that it's his summoned monster. He asks the summon if it is part of the leopard skeleton, and if he has found its body and pieced it up. It replied with yes, and Lihan wondered if it was a good thing or bad. He observes that the leopard monster is asking him to find the bones that were hidden in the punishment room. Meanwhile, the senior calls Lihan from inside and asks if there is a bone monster that can be summoned. She also asks if it is a black magic skill that he learned from Professor Morton. Lihan replied yes and asked what she was asking him. She gives him a page and says that he asks her for advice on how to get out. But Lihan isn't happy even though he got the map. He thanks her and immediately leaves from there while following the map. The student in prison smiles at a new student who is learning black magic. She would love to see how he looks someday. After some time, Lihan and Yoner reach outside the class, but they are too late because the class has ended. Yoner sadly asks him what they should do with their homework now, and Lihan thinks he is not the kind of professor who checks on attendance. Still, if they were to hand in their homework, he may refuse them, saying there's no point in checking the homework of a student who doesn't care about being punctual. Yoner asks him to return, but she is shocked to see Lihan taking out his wand. She immediately comes in his way and tries to calm him down. She thinks Lihan is trying to attack the professor, but he clarifies to her that he is not trying to attack him. He reveals that he is aiming for the notebooks behind the professor. He intends to slide their homework in there, and Yoner asks if it is possible to do so. He replied yes and asked for her book. He casts the spell, and his target is the book lying in front of him. All the preparations are complete, and he will use the experience gained from all the sufferings he has experienced under the supervision of Professor Velati. He commands the notebook to move, and Yoner is surprised to see him using low-level control this easily. Lihan moves the notebooks and thinks just sliding them in is not enough, and he just needs to make sure he doesn't get caught. Lihan focuses his attention fully and can observe Professor Velati standing behind him and asking him to focus more. He wonders if he is too concentrated that he hears Professor Velati's voice. But he really stands behind him and says just inserting that into that pile of books is simple. Lihan turns backward, shockingly thinking that it wasn't his imagination. Professor Velati again asks him why he is looking away and asks him to stay focused. Yoner and Lihan are too embarrassed, and aside from the fact that he is unlucky enough to meet a professor at this time, he has never seen that professor who is beside Professor Velati. He smiles at Lihan and says he has got a barrier deployed, a barrier that would make a sound if anything touches it. It's quite a sophisticated and delicate barrier. Lihan now observes that there really is a barrier around the notebooks, and now he is focused. He can see it faintly. Now, when he can see it, he is sure that he can pass it. However, the professor behind him is sure that it is impossible for a student to get past that. Lihan casts the spell and slides the notebooks on the others without even making a noise. The professor, unaware of this, leaves the corridor. Surprisingly, the professor comes to Lihan and says it was a delicate barrier, and if he had been off by even a little, he would have sounded off the alarm. He asks Lihan how he did this, and he replies he learned this from Professor Velati. He smiles and asks if he is Lihan Wardinas, the famous student. He introduces himself as Kerman Ku, teaches illusion magic, and is also an expert on barriers. He forwards his hand and says he can't shake it with him because he has got some ethnic situation going on. Lihan really wants to learn illusion magic and thinks he should make a good impression on Professor Kerman. He makes sure that they will meet soon in Professor Garcia's class, and he will teach him just how interesting and fun illusion magic is. Meanwhile, Professor Velati comments that illusion magic is useless since it's impossible to deceive a mage of a certain level and above using illusion magic. Lihan is shocked to see that he is criticizing another person's specialty in front of his face. He is sure that Professor Kerman will mind it and react angrily. But he ignores Professor Velati and focuses on Lihan, asking him why he was trying to get past the barrier and slide those books in. Lihan is surprised at him ignoring his criticism and replies to him that they were late in submitting their homework. Professor Kerman is surprised that he did this to submit his homework and comments on him that he is surely a passionate mage, and if it were him, he wouldn't even have done Professor Alpen-Knighton's homework. Lihan is surprised and asks why he would do that, and the professor replies he is a mage who worked as the Empire's high-ranking administration official. He's more proficient in politics than magic, and Professor Kerman is unhappy with him because he took away half of his research budget. Lihan just sticks at the high-ranking administration official and thinks he will do his best to be in his good books from now on. Meanwhile, Professor Kerman advises him to be careful of Professor Alpen and not to let him drag him to become an official of the Empire. Professor Velati asks him not to joke around because Lihan would never choose such a lowly path in life. Lihan is surprised at their comments and thinks that his #1 dream is to become an imperial official. He decides not to speak of it even if someone tears his mouth open. After some time, they come outside of their tower, and Yoner is relieved that they are finally back. Lihan asks the students to gather and distribute the items. He calls them from behind and appreciates their good work. Asan hurriedly rushes toward him and says they have got big trouble and need his help. He informs him that Durju and Gainando have been kidnapped by a summon. Lihan runs with the other students immediately, and Asan tells him that it happened when they were on their way back after class ended. A summoned monster appeared out of nowhere and attacked them, and most of them were able to escape safely, but Gainando tripped over his own leg. Lihan asks him how Durju got caught, and Asan reveals that he was trying to rescue Gainando, and Lihan thinks he was really unlucky. Asan and the other students come to the main building, so they can ask the professor for help, but they are surprised to see the White Tiger students already there. They have come here to ask for help to rescue Durju, but the professors refused and asked them to deal with it themselves. The students are now worried and wondering what they will do, but it's not like anything will change just because they ask for help instead. Lihan was already expecting something like that to happen. Suddenly, he sees a side that seems like a trace left behind by the summoned monster's attack. He asks the students to go toward that side and rescue them from the summoned monster by themselves. He calls the Tiger students and asks them to join him if they want to rescue Durju. Lafdil is also among them and says he doesn't want to do what he says, but they indeed wish to rescue Durju. They decide to accompany Lihan in order to rescue their friend. The Blue Dragon Tower students are also with Lihan, and one of them asks him if they will be able to do it by themselves, and he makes him relieved by saying they should be fine. He remembers his spirit and thinks they can just use other methods if the professors don't want to help them. Lihan takes out his wand, and the students ask him what he is trying to do. Lihan leaves his wand and calls his spirit to come out of his lightning, rain, and thunder roar. A huge bolt of lightning appears there, and Lihan calls him, saying even though he is the guard of a fallen kingdom's bell tower, the people of a boat that roams the oceans are afraid of his name. Adenart is also surprised by him and thinks his summon looks like the majesty and prowess of the spirit. Lihan again calls Furkantra and says he has made a contract with him and has the right to call upon him. Meanwhile, the spirit comes out of his wand in the shape of a flower. Soon, it transforms into a little one, and the White Tiger students make Lihan's fun and say they thought it would be some kind of a great spirit. Lihan asks Furkantra why only a small part of his life has come forth, and he replies that he is trapped somewhere because of his orders. Lihan doesn't like his answer and says if he always has a reason for not being of help when he is in need, then how can he trust him? Lihan starts to miss the old mages who were arrogant and illogical, and he could just shock and burn them to death back then. Suddenly, Furkantra informs them that there is an enemy hiding there, and Lihan immediately uses invisible magic and disappears from there. He asks where the enemy is because he can't see anyone. The spirit informs him that the spirit is below him, and in the meantime, the summon comes out of the ground. It grabs one of the White Tiger students, while Furkantra says something is off because this spirit shouldn't have the ability to blend into the ground. It's probably because the mages of this place have gone and done something unnecessary, like giving it abilities. It asks Lihan to be careful because his mana will get sucked out like them if they get caught. Lihan is confident that he can get rid of it in an instant, but the spirit forbids him from using the fire magic because if something goes wrong, he might burn all the other students around him. Lihan looks toward the scared students and asks Furkantra to come out and help him. He refuses and says it will be tough with his current state, but there's still a way to do this. He agrees to teach him magic and just needs to use that. Lihan asks him if it won't be more dangerous to use the magic that he just learned. Furkantra says he wants to imagine lightning like how he did for the other elements, but he wants him to imagine lightning striking down from the skies. He reveals that to use magic, mana must be controlled after gathering it in a place. However, the image of lightning is the direct opposite. Because bolts of lightning can't stay in one place, it split into another direction after striking. Hence, it didn't seem like it would be suitable for the current situation. If the lightning strikes and splits out in different directions, then a really rare situation might occur that can be pretty dangerous, and Lihan is also aware of this fact. However, Furkantra tells him that it would be hard to imagine lightning that doesn't split up. Therefore, he will help Lihan and ask him to lend him his arm. Lihan replies it's materialized and asks if he can just lend him his arm now. But Furkantra reveals that he has already done it. Lihan thinks the batteries use the mechanism, and it wasn't that hard. Furkantra appreciates him, saying he is quite talented in handling lightning, and asks Lihan to focus on the incantation that he is telling him from now on. He reveals that the magic of spirits is violent and constantly changing. Even a new mage could use it with the help of Furkantra. He uses Furkantra's low-grade lightning, and this is the second circle magic that he is teaching Lihan. The constitution of that summoned monster is unstable due to the various experiments performed on it. Thanks to that, lightning will work better on it, and the currency spell will be good enough. He learns the magic and now will use it on the summoned monster. Furkantra advises him to manifest what he is imagining carefully. Lihan strikes Furkantra's lightning, and he is surprised to see there's way too much condensed magic power this time round, too. He is shocked this time, too, because Lihan has no idea what kind of situation he is in right now. He tries to stop Lihan from casting the spell, but it's too late now. Meanwhile, Professor Garcia appears there with Tizalin to help the students. She is surprised to see there are already so many students caught by the summoned monster. She wants to rescue them all, but before she can cast a spell, a huge bolt of lightning falls on the summoned monster. The pressure is so much that Professor Garcia backs off immediately. She wonders who used this immense magic power. However, it affects the summoned monster, and the students start falling down due to uncontrolled pressure. She uses her magic and saves them from falling. She asks the students if they are all right, but one of them seems pretty injured. Lihan is on the other side, and is happy to see that his magic spell totally fried the summoned monster. Lihan doesn't feel like the power output was controlled correctly, and when he asks Furkantra about this, he brags that this is not his fault. In the meantime, Professor Garcia finds him there and says she was wondering whose magic power it was. Instead of replying, he asks her about the students that were caught, and she replies that there doesn't seem like there is any major issue. She smiles and says they are just a little electrocuted. Lihan gets worried because they are injured because of his lightning magic. Professor Garcia uses her healing magic to recover them. Lihan looks at her, and based on her reaction, it doesn't seem serious. He didn't know she knew how to use recovery magic, too, because normally, professors don't know much outside of their specialization. The students get into consciousness and thank the professor for her help. She asks them to thank Lihan instead because he is the one who saved them. She tells everyone that Lihan bravely took down the vine monster and saved all of them. The students of White Tiger Tower seem embarrassed after getting help from Lihan. Lihan thinks the electricity injured them more than from getting their mana absorbed. He understands them being angry. He is about to apologize to them, but one of them comes forward and thanks him. It's infuriating for him, but he can't be considered a knight if he doesn't thank him for his help. They really thank him for his help, and they start to understand a little why Durju trusts him. Lihan is shocked at their thanks and says he will befriend them, but they promise him to do their best to cooperate with him on the lake homework. They thank him again and leave from there, while Lihan only thinks that at times like this, these guys really do a good job being professional instead of emotional. After a while, Professor Garcia calls him and asks if they can talk a little about the lightning magic he just used, and he asks Furkantra to explain everything to her. But he apologizes to him and says his summon time is up, and it looks like he has to resolve the matter by himself. Before Lihan can call him, he disappears from there, promising him to show his capability the next time they meet. Now, they both left there, and Lihan says things are a little complicated, and he doesn't know where he should start. In the meantime, Professor Velati appears there and cuts his justification, asking if he just used lightning magic. Professor Garisha and Lihan turn back to see him, and he has some ash in his hands. They call him interesting. Professor Garcia interrupts him and asks why he is asking about the lightning magic, and he replies it's needed for teaching. Professor Garcia shockingly asks him if he has been taking Professor Velati's classes and gets more shocked when he replies yes. She is worried about Lihan and thinks she respects all the professors there, but Professor Velati's classes cross the lines. It's way too brutal for any student to learn from him. But Lihan, a new student, managed to take his classes, which is more shocking for her. Professor Velati observes that she is worried, so he asks her to calm down and says Lihan has been able to follow his teachings successfully. He also says Lihan has learned the magic and managed to understand how to manifest a water shield by himself. His desire to learn more is at the level where he has to stop him. Professor Garcia is surprised to hear this and also takes pity on Lihan because she thinks his exceptional talent has become a poison to himself. He has made a class that should have been impossible to teach possible. She thinks if he is able to follow the lessons, then she can't stop him. She sadly requests Professor Velati to take good care of him, and he replies he has simply taught him just as he has always taught. She advises Lihan to do his best, and Lihan worriedly asks her what that means to her. She doesn't tell him anything, but after this, Lihan becomes very scared of his next lesson with Professor Velati. After some time, Asan and Janando go somewhere, having some food in their hand. They intend to give this food to Lihan because he always gave them good food, so now it's their turn. They have obtained this food from the black market. Gainando also exclaims that there wasn't much in the black market when he last went there. However, Asan went there a few days ago, and there's a lot more food there now, and it seems they have made a deal with the tigers. Meanwhile, some students of the White Tiger Tower block their path and say they will have an inspection. The boy introduces himself as Tutantha from the Turtle Tower and asks them if they are from the Blue Dragon Tower. It is said that the Tutantha household is a Mason Guild family that's quite famous in the Empire. From what Asan knows, they are a family of dwarf artisans, but this boy is an elf. However, he greets him and introduces himself as Asan from the Dalkard household, and they are trying to trade a specific item. They have some reagents stolen from Professor Urigom's research lab. Tutantha refuses and says they can't trade with them. Gainando and Asan are shocked at his refusal and ask why he said this. Meanwhile, Lihan appears there and calls them from behind, asking them what they are doing there. Gainando tells him about Tutantha, who refused to trade with them. Lihan asks him the reason, and he replies that they have set a rule, and from now on, the black market doesn't accept anything that isn't obtained through their hard work. Lihan observes this boy, who seems to be the leader of the Turtle Tower. He shows him some fruits and vegetables, says he grew these in his field himself, and asks if he can go in. Tutantha agrees to get him inside, and he says bye to Asan and Gainando and follows the boy to the black market. They are sad that they failed to repay him for his help again. On his way, Tutantha asks him how he grew all these items by himself when he belongs to a great house of Wardinas. Lihan replies that things like that don't matter, and that he is going to share these with their tower, too. Tutantha is surprised that he wants to share these items for free. He wants to ask him for something to eat, but his self-respect doesn't allow him to spread his hands in front of Lihan. Lihan observes his hesitation, offers him a potato, and says it's a potato that's received great praise, even from the princess, who's very fussy with food. However, Lihan now thinks that this is just what her followers believe, but according to him, she just has a good appetite. Tutantha refuses to take a potato and says he doesn't have anything to give him right now, while Lihan says he is okay with giving it to him for free. Tutantha gets angry and says Lihan is insulting him because a dwarf of Tutantha never accepts anything without working for it. He leaves him there and Lihan just looks at him surprisingly. After some time, he goes to see Radford, who seems pretty sad because his business has shut down in the black market, and it's a very hard time for him. Lihan sits in front of him and asks if he can tell him what has happened there. He replies that this black market has been growing bigger thanks to the leadership of Salco. But there also comes the problem. There were some problems related to the prices of things, or some claimed they were fake things. A small number of students have started to cause trouble, and the Turtle Tower students can't do much when others have conflicts with them, such as powerful towers like the White Tiger or the Blue Dragon Towers. Therefore, Salco Tutantha suggested strict rules, which stated that if they didn't work, they would not eat. Furthermore, stolen goods are prohibited so that prices can be fair. Lihan gets angry and slams the table forcefully, saying kind people are always suffering because of a few troublemakers. Thieves like them are going to starve to death because of troublemakers like them. Ratforce has the same sentiments as him, and he shows him something new that has appeared. He sees toward a side where Emerg from the Turtle Tower is playing cards with some White Tiger Tower students. She tells them there's an emperor card among 3 cards, and she will flip over and mix them up. And if they find the emperor card, then they will get double their best. Lihan asks Radford if Tutantha has allowed the gambling, and he replies that he doesn't like it, but he allows it. Meanwhile, the students playing with Imrig are lost and scream loudly. Lihan observes that she changes the cards while playing with the students. Radford warns him never to bet with Imrig, and Lihan can see she is really skilled with her hands. Meanwhile, Tutantha appears behind him, and it seems like he is looking for him. Lihan gets up from his place, wondering what he wants from him. Tutantha heard his fellow students get food from him without giving him anything and asked Lihan if it was right. Lihan recognizes those students as the ones he helped by making stew in the black market. He stands up from his seat. Tutantha immediately tries to clear him that he is not trying to blame him here. He tells Lihan the real reason he is here is that he actually wants to apologize for his friendly wrongdoing. Because living an idle life is irresponsible behavior, they, in reality, wanted to pay for what they ate. However, apart from their wish to pay back, their situation is tight at the moment. After listening to Tutantha pity their situation, Lihan feels bad taking from them, especially since they are not from Tiger Tower or his tower. Tutantha ensures Lihan that he cannot just let this go. He is determined to pay on their behalf. Lihan asks Tutantha how he is going to do that. Tutantha tells Lihan that he has heard that he goes around the academy at night. Furthermore, he has information that could be of help to him. He says Lihan will meet him tonight, and he will tell him everything. On a dark night, Lihan follows Tutantha. Lihan turns his face back and sees that there is no one else but them there. He tells Lihan that the path to the 3rd floor of the main building is not known to new students like them. He tells Lihan that, in actuality, every time they try going to the 3rd floor, the structure changes, but as a result of their hard work, some betterment occurs. The green-haired student sees 5 corridors. Tutantha remembers seeing a flight of stairs leading up to here, though. She sees the wall and realizes that they are blocked by walls today. Tutantha found the solution, and Lihan kept on seeing quietly. He sees that the hours and minute hands must be on odd numbers. The clouds cannot cover the moon, and he must hold the staff with his left hand. He tells Lihan about the 3 conditions that must be met. He informs Lihan that he needs to open the corridor on the 3rd floor. Lihan looks at the site with his own eyes as if he were expecting a magic academy. He tells Tutantha that he would not have believed it if he had not seen it for himself. They find it very fascinating, as he found it after all. Lihan asks Tutantha if he did ask him to come here to tell him this. Tutantha disagrees and tells him that it is just a preparation. He wants to introduce him to someone. Lihan asks him whom he wants him to introduce. Tutantha refuses to tell him right now, but he assures him that he will find out soon. Lihan wonders what that was. Tutantha informs Lihan that he asked other students what kind of person he was. Lihan, after hearing him, ponders asked Tutantha if he really asked him about him. However, he knows, based on the rumors going around about him, there is nothing good though. All of a sudden, a thought comes into his mind. He wonders if the person whom Tutantha is trying to introduce him could be the person he thinks. Suddenly, he sees 2 of the students from the White Tiger Tower. He hears Tutantha, who tells him that he is feeling right. It is actually a trap. He tells him to die, but Lihan knows that it is not how it is supposed to turn out. Tutantha asks Lihan what he is thinking about. Lihan tells him that he is thinking nothing. Tutantha asks Lihan what is wrong. Lihan questions Tutantha about what the others have said about him. Tutantha tells Lihan that he has heard that he gave food to others. So, what he wants from Lihan is for him to stop him from doing that. He believes that those people who don't procure their own food or clothing would not know how precious those things are. Lihan, after listening to him silently, tells Tutantha that he is saying something right. Tutantha asks Lihan if he agrees with what he has said. Lihan tells Tutantha that nothing in the sentence that he said was wrong. He agrees with the fact that those who don't work would not know how precious labor is, especially the professors. Tutantha looks at Lihan. He tightens his fist. He realizes that he misunderstood him, so he apologizes to Lihan. A few from the Tiger Tower said that he is a heartless, cruel, and evil mage. He concludes that the rumors were false, and he apologizes to Lihan for misunderstanding him. After hearing Tutantha, Lihan thanked him for realizing that the rumors were false about him. Although he has no idea what is happening, he knows that he can push for it and insist that they are fake rumors. They happen to see a giant stone statue in front of them. Lihan sees that the stone statue is a bit broken, but overall, he sees that it is a beautiful stone statue. He finds it strange as he has no idea what feels familiar. Tutantha asks Lihan if he can see how it is broken here, although he just repaired it last time. However, after seeing it, he could not let it be broken. Lihan realizes that Tutantha is a workaholic, so he asks Tutantha why it failed again. Tutantha holds a hammer in his hand to fix the stone statue. He tells Lihan that the stone statue continues to break even if he repairs it. As soon as he starts repairing the stone statue, he tells Lihan that it is the way to open the hidden door. Suddenly, the stone statue moves aside. They see the way. Tutantha pushes Lihan and tells him to go inside. He says Lihan as he feels that from this point onwards, he must go all alone. Lihan decides to go inside after trusting Tutantha. He tells Tutantha that he is just going inside, as he trusts him now. Tutantha assures him that he can trust him. As soon as Lihan steps inside, a deep black darkness surrounds the whole area. A lion statue opens its eyes, which are shining brightly. The lion statue sees a new student come. The lion statue sees that a new student has arrived. Lihan sees the lion statue in front of him. The lion statue tells Lihan that it feels nice to meet him. He introduces himself as the statue of a forgotten beast. He tells Lihan that the student who came in to repair the statue asks Lihan if he will make an oath and not speak of him to anyone around him. Lihan swears to him that he will not talk about him to anyone. Lihan tells him to excuse him for his questions. Anyhow, he asks the statue of the forgotten beast what he is doing here. He tells Lihan that he is simply killing time. He informs Lihan that the room he guarded was sealed off 187 years ago. He asks the statue of the forgotten beast why he should not speak of him to anyone around him. The statue of the forgotten beast tells him the reason behind this is that professors may put him back to work once more. Lihan concludes that he is truly wise. He calls the great statue he has that he knows what he wants to ask him. He explains to the statue that he has heard he possesses the required wisdom. He questions the statue if he knows the location of a stall in the main building's tower. The statue grins a little. He informs Lihan that he knows of 3. Lihan is happy to hear he is finally learning about it. Suddenly, he hears the statue who puts the condition in front of Lihan first to beat him in a competition. All of a sudden, a chessboard appears in front of Lihan. The statue of the forgotten beast tells Lihan to let them have a game. Lihan laughs as he sees that the statue of the forgotten beast must have been bored. On the contrary, Tutantha, who is repairing the statue, thinks while fixing it that the beast statue possesses an unfathomably formidable chess skill. Even he, who was never beaten in his family, could not secure a single point from it. He doesn't know how good Lihan is at chess, but he still believes that the loss is practically guaranteed. He thinks that naturally, he has to comfort him, and he must respect his pride. Meanwhile, he hears a voice. As he looks back, he sees Lihan standing, who has come back. He tells Lihan that he will guide him until he can beat it. So, Lihan asks him to let him know the next time he would like to re-challenge it. Lihan informs Tutantha that he does not need that because he already has the game. He is holding a piece of paper, a map created by the statue. Tutantha is stunned to hear that Lihan has won the game against the statue of Forgotten Beast, which he never could. Lihan tells Tutantha that the statue is much worse than he anticipated. So what he deduced after playing a match with the statue was that its skill was far below the level of the foreign professor who lived next door. He thinks maybe that professor was outstanding. Tutantha asks Lihan if he won. Lihan tells Tutantha that it said it gets to sleep, and it is all thanks to him. Tutantha finds it great to hear. He tells him they should return, and he will guide him. Tutantha asks Lihan how he won. Anyhow, he wants to talk with him regarding the dwarf gambit, the specialty of the Tutantha family. His strategy is to send his knight to f3 once the enemy gets one of his pawns. Lihan smiles and agrees, but he starts feeling something is wrong. On the way back, Lihan is tormented by Salko's chess stories the entire time, and the following Sunday morning, Lihan goes to the lake. He sees that the place is too vast and remembers that skill principle. He doesn't even know if he expects him to finish this assignment. He looked through the collected potions, wondering if any might help him cross the lake. All he had was Imperial Western wine and a campus potion, neither of which were of any use to him. The last night, after Lihan's return, he asks Gainando how he makes a low-level mana potion. Gainando tells him to cut off the base of a garlamardu and slice the remaining part into pieces the size of 2 joints of his pinky finger. He must immediately share his show-scented plant into multiple thin fragments by hand, doing this quickly before the garlamardu dries out next to him. Yoner tells Lihan to look at this. She shows him a wisdom potion. She informs him that the wisdom potion makes him smart just by drinking. Lihan asks Gainando what 14 times 19 is. Gainando tells Lihan that it is 417. He informs them that the correct number is 266. Lihan asks Gainando if he could repeat how he made a low-level mana potion. He thinks that if this potion worked as intended, he would repeat the same answer. Gainando tells them to cut off the base of Garlamardu and slice the remaining part into pieces with his pinky finger. Yoner asks him along with what now. They discover that it is not a wisdom potion, and he realizes it is not a wisdom potion but a confidence potion. All he had were those 3 potions. He sees that there are no sufficient potions for him to use now. He thinks that the problem is the lake. He wonders if he may craft a makeshift dingy with magic. Suddenly, he heard some leaves rustling. Someone told him to watch out. He turns his face. They tell him there is no need to worry, so they should push it down slowly. He sees 2 of the guys pushing the boat. One of them tells Lihan that he has done this countless times in his mother's hometown. A guy out of them tells the other to trust him, and Lihan sees that it is a dinghy. He was standing behind a tree, but after a moment, he came in front of it and told them it was the tigers. He shows his stick to them, and both of them abuse Lihan. One of the guys asks Lihan if he plans to take this boat away from them. They tell Lihan that he won't take his Baphomet away from him. He has even named it. Lihan warns both of those guys and instructs them not to move an inch from their place. Lihan ponders why he is even threatening them. He knows habits can sometimes be scary. Lihan tells them that it seems to be a misunderstanding. He clears them out that he is not here to steal his boat. He tells them he is just waiting to ask how it is going. One of the guys, whose name is Enrego, asks Lihan if that is the case. He questions Lihan about whether he is interested in this dinghy he made. He says Lihan, if he is so curious, he should take a ride on it. Lihan questions Enrego about whether he really made the boat himself. However, Lihan is not sure about all of this. The 3 of them sit inside the ship. Enrego starts rowing the boat. Lihan sees that the boat does not leak even with so many people on board. He considers those guys who fell for his lie too easily. He pretended to doubt their skills, so they offered to scout around. He remembers when the other student of the White Tiger Tower asked him if he doubted the honor of Enrego. Lihan learns that they even let a person they dislike sit in their boat with them. Well, contrary to what he thought, they might become friends. Lihan tells them to confirm the location of the island. He sits at the front of the boat and starts looking around. Well, he thinks that he will need a scope for this. In the meantime, he remembers a memory of him when Alrarlong told him that a swordsman who has reached a certain caliber uses mana to enhance their body. He already knew it may not provide as much strength as magic. However, it enhances oneself in a fight in a perilous situation. Lihan thinks if what Alrarlong said was true, he may be able to improve his vision with the power of his mana. As soon as he realizes this, a bluish flash surrounds the whole area. Lihan was not yet at the level where he could enhance a single organ, but he had a bottomless supply of mana, which allowed him to mimic the effect roughly. Seeing a mountain at the end of the lake, he comes to know that he has found the island. Both the White Tiger Tower students are stunned to hear that Lihan has found the island. Well, he believes that he was lucky because he saw the island. Now that they know the direction, they know that they can come back at a later time. Lihan looks at both students and asks them why they are holding wooden sticks in their hands. They both tell Lihan that there is no specific reason behind having a wooden stick in their hand. However, in reality, both were scared by Lihan's discharge of mana. Anyway, Lihan says to both of them that they must return for now. They agree to go back and then change the direction of their boat. The student of the White Tiger Tower who is rowing the boat concludes that everything is fine now after a little unsettling of the things before. Anyhow, he is now getting tired after all this rowing, so he thinks he needs to return as soon as possible. After a moment, Lihan asks the student what bothered him. The student tells Lihan that he thinks he has booked something. A few minutes later, Lihan senses the aura, which is a water spirit. With a drop of water, the other students from the White Tiger Tower ask Enrego what he has done. Lihan keeps staring at the object that appears to be a lot of water, while Enrego starts apologizing to him right away. He understands that it is a high-level ghost because it is incapable of communicating. Additionally, fear is the emotion emanating from the spirit. Lihan questions whether it's the person he's suspicious of. He realizes that the real culprit is not Enrego, but, in fact, him. After thinking deeply about it, he comes to the conclusion that he was surprised by his mana discharge. He instructs Enrego to get together and stand up because he needs strength. Enrego is a bit surprised after hearing from Lihan because he sees that Lihan is not blaming him. Lihan sighed to see that Enrego still thought it was his fault when it was not his fault. Lihan, just to raise the spirit of Angrao, says to him that everyone on Earth makes mistakes, but what matters is how a person reacts after it. He instructs Enrego to keep rowing the boat. Enrego tells Lihan to leave the rowing of the boat to him. Lihan thinks that it would be better if they could escape from here. He sees different giant balls of water that have occurred there. They all get shocked to see the abrupt change, and Lihan senses a sensation. After they see different giant water balls there, Lihan sighs. Enrego hugs his partner as he gets scared. Lihan activates his shield to guard his front. The three of them get surrounded by the water balls. Lihan yells at Enrego and asks him what he is doing. He orders him to just row as fast as he can. He tells Enrego not to even think about resting at the moment. In fact, he tells him to keep rowing. After some time, as both students continued rowing for a long period of time, Enrego thought that they had come far enough from that point. Lihan also thought the same. However, Lihan wanted to return, yet they ended up on the island. The three of them come out from the boat and step on the land. Enrego asks Lihan if they can rest for a little before continuing. He is asking for rest because he has been rowing for quite a while, and his arms are a little tired. Lihan agrees to let him rest for some time. The other students from the White Tiger Tower see the sand there, which is actually very soft. He feels like he would sink into it until it reaches his knees. All of a sudden, the student of the White Tiger Tower starts sinking into the mud. He starts screaming because he sees that he is sinking. He starts yelling that it is the trap of the headmaster. Enrego says everyone should run forward to get off this sandy beach. Lihan tells him to wait because if they rush into things like that, something bad will happen. In an instant, Enrego also starts sinking into the mud. He starts screaming and asking for help from Lihan because he is getting deeper and deeper inside the mud. Lihan sees both of them and realizes that it is too late for the two of them. Lihan holds an iron ball in his hand. Although he knows that basic control cannot lift people up, it can do some small tricks. He decides to move the iron ball and help them, so he hangs on to the iron ball. Lihan thinks that he just needs to keep moving the iron ball and use it to escape. Well, he sees that more than of their bodies are already submerged, so they cannot use it. In the meantime, Lihan also falls to the ground. He happens to see the boat sinking in the mud. He sees those White Tiger guys who are now no longer in his sight as they have completely disappeared. He realizes that it would be hard to try to escape with the boat now. Suddenly, he notices something. As he goes near it, he sees the sand moving. He keeps looking at the sand, and in an instant, an undead emerges from the sand. The undead looks at Lihan and is impressed by him because, as a new student, he did a great job at escaping. Lihan stares at the undead. He realizes that it was surely the headmaster's trap in that case. He bows down in front of the undead and tells him that he is feeling nice to meet him. Lihan asks the undead what he is doing here. He questions the undead if he is here to give him a task. The undead is amazed to see Lihan. He inquires from Lihan if he is not surprised or taken aback. Lihan tells him that he is surely taken aback and surprised, too. Anyways, the undead concludes that Lihan is a unique student. Anyhow, he decides to answer Lihan since he has asked a question. He says to Lihan that he wants him to sink to the bottom of the sand as well. After that, a trial that requires cooperation between all of them will start. He points his finger in a specific direction and tells Lihan to go now because the rest are waiting for him. Lihan understands the whole plan, and he takes out his magic stick. He orders the iron ball to move, and as soon as he orders the iron ball to move, it happens to hit the head of the undead. Undead gets in a rage after seeing the attack of Lihan. He asks Lihan what he just did. Lihan bows his head down and immediately apologizes to him for making a mistake. The undead remains aggressive. Lihan says the iron ball to move. The iron ball goes back to Lihan. The undead starts yelling at Lihan. He asks Lihan if he dared to make a fool out of him. Lihan remembers the term cooperation rather than trusting them all in a trial. He decides to try to defeat that undead. Lihan starts reading a spell that he hides in the night. He wishes to dominate the earth. The undead is surprised to hear the spell from Lihan's mouth. He asks Lihan how he knows how to use Master's magic. He questions Lihan if he steals that spell. However, Lihan also does not want to learn such a magic spell either. Lihan starts using his magic on the undead. The undead gets increasingly angry. Lihan takes out the skeleton sort of thing and tells him to go forth. The undead hits the skeleton and breaks it into pieces. While breaking the skeleton, says Lihan in an annoyed tone, everything about him bothers him. He asks Lihan if he did use his summon to buy time. However, for Lihan to hide himself with invisibility magic, he admits that he has some pretty good ideas for a new student. But he tells Lihan that this is where it ends, and he starts to shine heavily. He knows that since he has escaped to the island, he is now like a rat trapped in a corner. Lihan puts his sword on the undead. He points his sword at the undead. As soon as he puts his sword on the undead, a flashy light starts occurring in the area. The undead sees that Lihan has not run, but he has absorbed his mana too. He is stunned to see Lihan. Lihan uses the sword of the anti-magic faction called Morning Star, which is made up of black obsidian and can absorb mana. The sword used by the anti-magicist, Dawnstar, is filled with black magnetite. The sword can absorb mana. Lihan is holding that sword in his hand. The undead asks Lihan how he could use an anti-magic weapon. He questions Lihan if he has no dignity as a mage. Lihan rushes towards the undead and gives him a slash from his sword. Lihan tells the undead that his master is the one who has made him like this. The undead abuses Lihan. However, the undead knows that he will be unsummoned at this rate. He knows that he cannot go easy on him anymore just because he is a freshman. Now that it has come to this, he thinks that he should adequately consider him an enemy. In the name of his honorable master, he, Jorvan II, shall defeat Lihan. Lihan, after hearing Jorvan, comes to know about his name. He realizes that considering he has a name, some work has been put into this summon. He doubts if he should have gone easier on him. Jorvan says Lihan to show himself while calling him a mage. Lihan sees that Jorvan is about to attack him, and as soon as he starts preparing to attack, Lihan sees that the surrounding area's dunes have also started moving. Lihan grits his teeth and realizes that he cannot just wait around if he continues this area of effect attack. He knows that this time is not on his side. Considering the match, lightning magic is not a good choice. Plus, attacking like he did before won't work since he is not going to wait around for him to strike. Lihan realizes that he has no choice other than to use this. He activates his ablaze. Jorvan sees Lihan, who has activated the ablaze. He sees there he is, and he asks Lihan what he will do with only a first circle. The fire gets initiated all over the place, and the scene changes to the students of the White Tiger Tower who come outside from inside the sand. They have no idea how they made up to go out of the sand. Enrico is coughing and lying on the ground. He asks the other student if they were not sucked into the sand. He wonders how they made it out again. Enrico looks before him and sees Lihan approaching them. The two see a plaster on his arm. Enrico gets panicked after looking at the plaster. He runs towards Lihan and asks him if he is alright. He questions Lihan about telling them that the world has just happened. Lihan informs both of them that he ran into one of the headmaster's undead summons. Anyway, he ensures they don't worry because it is safe now. The other student of the White Tiger Tower goes near Lihan's arm to see what has happened to it. However, Lihan is not sure if he trusts him enough. The student tells Lihan that he can fully trust him and rest assured. Since he enrolled specifically to learn healing magic, he thinks that this much should not be extra. He sees that Lihan has taken care of it ideally by himself. Enrico, standing near them, tells Lihan that he has a question for him. He asks Lihan if he can deal with that summon by himself. Lihan tells him that he is right. He took care of the summon all by himself perfectly. The student of the White Tiger Tower cannot believe that he defeated one of the headmaster's summons himself. Enrico looks around the place. Just by looking at the place, he gets the idea of how fierce this battle is. He gulps to think about it. However, Lihan knows that they must be thinking that the struggle must have been a very honorable fight. Lihan exhales deeply about it. Well, in reality, it does not happen the same. He remembers that Jorvan was shocked to see him. He asked him how he could manifest this much firepower with mere fire circle magic. At this rate, Master's Island would burn ashes. Jorvan thinks that he must extinguish the fire first. Lihan throws a rock toward Jorvan. He sees the rock and wonders what it is. Lihan uses his sword, and Jorvan's mana starts escaping. He tells Lihan to wait. He calls Lihan a freshman and assures him that he will never forget him. Just before dying, he asks Lihan what his name is. Lihan tells him that he is Gaizel of the Marathi family. He tells Lihan to just wait. He won't go easy on him next time just because he is a new student. After saying this, he disappears. Lihan exhales deeply to see that. Finally, it is over. He hears the rustling of the leaves, and he turns his face back. The scene changes. Lihan recalls that he relaxed and let his guard down at that last moment. Both students look at each other. The other student tells Lihan that he could have just given up. He asks Lihan why he chose to continue to fight. Lihan tells them that it is because he doesn't want to go through the trial with the two of them. He believes that giving up is a dishonorable act. They see the honor of Lihan's household, and Enrico ensures Lihan that while his arm is recovering, they will become his arm. The other student from the White Tiger Tower asks Lihan to give him his backpack, which he will carry for him. Lihan stares at both of them and tells them they should eat food first. They both ensure Lihan that they will prepare food for him. Lihan makes the food. He presents them with a bowl full of meals and tells them to eat it. They both hold their meal bowls, and Enrico gets touchy when he sees him giving them the food. The other students know that they should be the ones to cook. Lihan was wondering what they would cook since they volunteered to help, but he was not expecting them to take out tree bark to eat. He thinks that it would be better for him to cook instead. Enrico starts eating food. He sees that the taste of the food is delicious. They both cannot believe when they will eat something this delicious. Lihan tells them to listen as they eat, and the three sit on the ground. As their boat has been destroyed, they are stuck on this island. He thinks they need to devise a plan to get off of the skeleton headmaster's island. He asks them if they know a way to make another boat. However, he guessed that getting off on their own would be tough. Lihan tells them there is a big problem. Enrico is surprised to hear Lihan because he defeated the undead of the headmaster. Yet there is a big problem for him. He thinks the problem must be serious, and then the other student of the White Tiger Tower asks Lihan what the problem is. Lihan tells both of them that the big problem he is talking about is that, at this rate, they will miss their lesson tomorrow. They are both stunned to hear that the big problem is about their lesson. Plus, he looks so serious just because of that. They wonder if Lihan is serious, or if he is joking with them. One of the students asks Lihan if he thinks it would be okay to miss a few lessons because of their unique situation. Lihan thinks they should not miss any lessons regardless of the situation. Enrico tells Lihan that he doesn't think there is any way for them to attend the lessons. Lihan asks both of them if they think there is any chance that the rest of the tigers will come to rescue them when they realize that they are missing. Enrico tells Lihan that even if the rest of the tigers know that they are missing, there is no way for them to come and rescue them. Lihan starts thinking something. However, he knows that, fortunately, the lecture on Monday morning is just basic magic personality education. Suddenly, he sees Enrico's happy face and tells Lihan that if the headmaster knows they are missing, he will probably come to rescue them. Enrico thinks that they need to hang on until the headmaster comes. Lihan tells Enrico that he is thinking wrongly because it will never happen that the headmaster will come to rescue them. He informs them that the skeleton headmaster will say to them that they are very noob if they cannot even do something that's simple. He is sure that the skeleton headmaster will suggest they work harder. Lihan sighed as he thought their only way was to swim. He sensed some energy while going inside the bushes. Lihan was stunned to see the water spirit. Lihan guessed that the undead was not the end as he saw the water spirit. He orders both of the students to gather. Suddenly, he sees that the water spirit is running away. Lihan says the water spirit should stop there, and both the students think they must also go after it. One of them has not even finished eating, so he tells Lihan to wait for him, too. Lihan is running after the water spirit attack. However, he thinks that the water spirit attack is too simple. Anyway, he is aware that the situation won't end if all they do is chase it around. In that case, he decides not to run after him. He tells the water spirit not to run and ensures that he has no intention of hurting it. Enrico is looking at Lihan. He wonders who will believe it. Well, Lihan stops the water spirit and asks if it is one of the subordinates of the headmaster. He says the water spirit does not even think of lying to him. He questions it to tell why it attacked them while they were resting. The water spirit points in a specific direction, and after pointing in that direction, it immediately flies from there. Lihan has no clue what the water spirit wants to convey. Also, Enrico asks Lihan what that was supposed to mean. Lihan comes to know what the water spirit wants to say to him. He realizes that the water spirit is angry because he burned the surroundings. Enrico asks Lihan what the water spirit is saying. Lihan lies to him and tells him that the water spirit says it attacked them because it got angry when he struck it with his oar. Enrico starts giving clarifications that he did not do that on purpose. He swears that if he knew it was there earlier, he would have rowed more carefully. In reality, the water spirit was puzzled about why he acted that way. The water spirit felt strange, but it was swept into the situation. Lihan tells Enrico that since the water spirit says it will forgive him anyway, he decides to settle things out now. He tells the water spirit that he has a question for it. Although now he knows that it is not a subordinate of the headmaster, Lihan believes that he must have seen what the headmaster did on this island. He asks the water spirit what kind of spell he used on this island. The three of them are standing in front of the water spirit. Lihan thinks there is no way they have seen all the headmaster has done. He thinks that the headmaster must have hidden another trap. One of the students saw that the water spirit was trying to say something. The water spirit makes a lock and a grave in the air. They recognize that the water spirit has made a lock and a grave. Lihan gets to know that the headmaster has sealed something there. He thinks that there is only one thing that could have been. Enrico whispers in the ears of the other students and asks them what he thinks the water spirit is trying to say. Lihan says to show the exit pass where it is. They reach a strange structure. They start going in there. Enrico ponders whether those stairs are the ones that lead to the dungeon below the beach. Lihan has no idea why there are such structures on a remote island. He wonders what is going on in the world here. Enrico starts looking at the place carefully and finds some writing from the headmaster over there. He immediately informs Lihan about the headmaster's writing. Lihan asks Enrico what the writing says. He questions Enrico if this is something about traps. Enrico glances at those paintings closely. He tells Lihan that it is nothing that he is assuming. Anyway, he decides to read those writings for him, and he starts reading those writings. Lihan is congratulated. The headmaster calls him a freshman and congratulates him on making it this far. Enrico reads that the headmaster has written that he must have been surprised by the sudden ordeals. It is clearly stated in the writings that it is all to make young magicians grow stronger. The headmaster is sure he must have learned to cooperate with the other towers on his way here. Well, he thinks they must let that be a lesson for them all and try to cooperate again. Lihan is informed that if he goes inside, an altar will be surrounded by stone pillars. If he places one of his fellows in it, then the seal on the altar will be lifted, and the exit pass will appear. After looking at that thing, Lihan wonders what happens to the one that goes in there. The student of the White Tiger Tower thinks that it is insane. He assumes that there must be another way. Lihan refuses and lets him know that there is no other way. He tells them that this is the kind of thing the headmaster wants them to do. Lihan knows that it is the kind of cooperation that the headmaster has in his mind. Lihan wonders what he should do because it is 2-on-1, and his arm is injured, so he is at a disadvantage. He realizes that if he wants to win, he has to surprise attack. While he is thinking, he sees that Enrico is running towards that thing. He sighed to see that Enrico was already on the move and that he was too late. The other students try to stop Enrico from doing that. The student asks Enrico what he is trying to do, and Enrico tells them that he will sacrifice himself. However, he will never forgive the wicked things that Lihan has done. After hearing about Enrico Lihan, he realizes he still holds a grudge against him. Enrico continues to say that if Lihan had not helped back then, they would still have been trapped in the dungeon. He yields this exit pass to Lihan and finds the next exit pass by himself. The other student, along with Enrico, whose name is Dukama, also decides to go with Enrico. Lihan sees that even those guys have hearts, so he decides to watch them in that case. He sees the water spirit coming closer to him. He wonders if the water spirit is telling him to stop them. However, he doesn't know the reason for the water spirit because it is telling him to stop them, but he assures the spirit that he will do it. He activates the Surge Forth. Lihan hits them with it after it gets enabled. Dukama and Enrico fell on the ground after being hit by it. While lying, they both look at Lihan. Enrico asks Lihan what he did that for. He questions Enrico about whether he is trying to stop their noble sacrifice. Lihan did what the water spirit asked him to do. He believes there must be a reason he wants to stop them, but the water spirit nods its head. Lihan wonders if it could be what he doubts. The seal won't open when someone enters. The water spirit nodded its head yes. Lihan abuses the crazy headmaster as he learns that even making a sacrifice is one of his traps. He tells Dukama and Enrico that he thinks that sacrificing one of them is not the solution. He starts looking at the altar because if sacrificing one of them is not the solution, then the only suspicious thing in this room is the altar. He sees that the altar is too well maintained, which means he wants them to look at it. Lihan holds his magic stick in his hand, thinking that he must do it. Just like when he destroyed the Tiger Tower's barrier, he starts performing his magic skill on the altar using his magic stick, and a heavy, flashy light occurs in the whole place. Dukama and Enrico cover their eyes so that the light cannot harm their eyes. Lihan sees that the water spirit falls to the ground, and he keeps on doing his magic on the altar. After a while, he sees that his magic does not affect the altar as he thought. He comes to the conclusion that it is no ordinary altar. Dukama and Enrico run towards Lihan. Enrico asks Lihan what he did. He tells them that he tried to dispel what was cast on the alt, but he failed. Dukama asks Lihan if this is really the case. Well, Lihan finds it weird that it did not have any effect. Perhaps he knows that it is not the same type of spell as what is cast on their dormitories. He remembers the only way that is left now, but he knows that if he gets caught using it, then he might really die. Lihan instructs everyone to step back, raises his magic stick in the air, and activates the surge forth. He remembers that Professor Velati said that making it spun was a bit excessive, but he thinks it won't be a problem if he doesn't get caught. He wonders what he will do if he gets caught. They see that the altar has been broken. Dukama and Enrego are stunned to see it broken. Enrego wonders what magic spell it is. He remembers that Lihan made a giant water bomb and fired it. He has seen Lihan use water magic a few times, but has never seen it in this store. He glares at Lihan while thinking about how strong he is. Lihan puts his magic stick on the ground. He knows that he has used that once, which drained much of his power. He thinks that he should make sure not to overuse it. Suddenly, a book drops. Lihan wonders what it is. The book opens, and a flashy light surrounds it as soon as it opens the area. Lihan puts his hand in front of his face to cover up his face. Dukama and Enrego are watching Lihan. Enrego asks Lihan what is wrong with him. Dukama also asks Lihan if he is okay. Lihan stops them from coming near him. He ensures them that he is fine, so they must go ahead and look for the exit pass. They both agree to follow his instructions. Lihan grabs the book and wonders why he is doing it. He has no idea why he is teaching him all these spells. He recalls the Gonadalt's sharp hands, a second circle body strengthening spell that makes the magician's hand uncannily sharp. Lihan questions himself if he is making fun of him for recklessly breaking the altar. Lihan starts thinking about whether there is another meaning to this. Enrego looks around to see if he is lucky enough to find the exit pass. He finds the exit pass and starts waving it in his hand. He tells Lihan that he did it. Enrego tells Lihan to take the exit pass because it is of him as promised, and he can have it. Lihan holds the exit pass in his hand. He sees it carefully and knows it looks the same as the previous one. It seems all the exit passes are the same, so Lihan asks them if they can go and bring him the flat chunk of stone. Enrego asks Lihan why he wants the chunk of stone. Dukama doesn't get the point of it, but he urges Lihan if they can't just do it after some rest. Lihan tells them that they must do it now. On Monday morning, in the basic magic character education, they discuss with each other to find out where Lihan is. Asan tells them that they last saw Lihan when he was with a few students from Tiger Tower near the lake. He is 90% sure he has kidnapped him. Marathi thinks that it is nonsense. He clenches his teeth and wonders why he cannot see those guys. He wonders where they are and what they are doing. Anyway, he realizes that firstly, he needs to get out of this situation. Suddenly, the headmaster appears and says good morning. The headmaster asks them what they all are doing, yelling so early in the morning. Asan bows down his head. He tells them they are greeting each other. Marathi tells them they are happy to see each other after the weekend. He thinks it will be troublesome if the headmaster finds out about this. He knows it will be better if they solve this problem alone. They were all the same mind without saying anything. The headmaster sees that they guys are no fun. He asks if he got an exit pass. The headmaster is disappointed. Their seniors used to finish all of their assignments on time. He guesses it cannot be helped, and he decides to give them another chance. He tells them all that they must go to the lake. The scene changes to Marathi fellows talking with each other. One of the fellows says to the other that he has never thought the headmaster would be so kind. The brown-haired fellow tells the black-haired fellow that he is worried out of his mind. Marathi grits his teeth. Marathi thinks the headmaster must have an ulterior motive, but he has no idea what it could be. He doesn't want to admit it, but he wonders if Lihan has already figured it out if he was here. The headmaster feels weird and asks where that little dragon is from Lihan's house. He thinks it would be lucky if he had some reason to skip class today. However, if he had gone to the island first, that would have been unfortunate. He would have been trapped in the underground dungeon for the entire weekend. Still, he thinks that it would be fun for him. They reach the shore of the lake. The headmaster tells them to form pairs and move across. The headmaster already expected that his students would not have finished their assignments. He knows that some students would run away even if he told them to go to the island. This was all done to prevent anyone from feeling that not even a single student would be suspicious if he gave them an impossible assignment and then helped them. The headmaster tells all of them that their suffering starts now. Just thinking of them screaming is already making him excited. The headmaster gets sad about it. They all see the island. The headmaster sees that no one is sinking, and he wonders how they are not sinking. He can sense Jorvan II's magic. He has been unsummoned. He thinks that the only one who could have done this is Lihan. In the meantime, Lihan happens to appear there. He looks at the headmaster, who abuses him in return. The headmaster tells Lihan that because he is full of himself, he has missed the chance to teach a valuable lesson to his students. The three of them run towards Lihan after seeing he has arrived there. Asan asks Lihan if he is okay. Along with Lihan, they see Dukama and Enrego. Asan tells Lihan that they thought that he was kidnapped. The students of the White Tiger Tower wonder how they could kidnap him. The friends of Dukama and Enrego run towards them after they see them safe and sound. They both grab them by their arm and turn their face towards them. One of the fellows of them asks both of them if they are fine. He questions if Lihan didn't cast any weird spells on him. Enrego tells his friends that, in reality, Lihan did not cast any weird spell, but he helped them. He informs his friends that if Lihan had not defeated the headmaster's summon, they would still have been stuck underground. One of Dukama's friends, Enrego, thinks that Lihan is controlling their minds, so they may be taking sides with him. Meanwhile, their other friends know that not even the headmaster would have done that. The headmaster appreciates Lihan because he has done a great job of defeating his summon meant for the class. He asks Lihan if he is happy now as he thinks he must be pleased after all this. Lihan bows down his head in front of the headmaster. He apologizes to the headmaster, who tells Lihan that he wants to use that summon to teach him all a valuable lesson by trapping him underground the moment he steps on this island, but he defeats the summon. The fellows of Dukama and Enrego come to know that they are not lying. The headmaster sighed. He knew that Lihan had the exit pass, so he could only praise him for that. The headmaster snaps his fingers. Meanwhile, Lihan sees that his arm is healed, and he thanks the headmaster for healing his arm. Lihan tells the headmaster that he has not done it alone. In fact, he got it with the help of Dukama and Enrego. Dukama and Enrego start feeling shy. They tell the headmaster they have not done anything, so all the credit goes to Lihan. Dukama believes that they have not done anything. It was all Lihan himself. However, the headmaster already knew because it was obvious. Lihan thought he did not need to say that out loud. The headmaster tells Lihan of House Wadanaz that he shall award him special points for completing his assignment first. The headmaster moves his hand forward to let him have a look at the exit pass. Lihan puts the exit pass on the hand of the headmaster. Suddenly, the exit pass disappeared. All the students there were shocked to see that the exit pass had been disabled. Asan runs towards the headmaster, asking him if he is trying to steal it back. But Gainando reminds the headmaster that this is not what he promised earlier. The headmaster asks them what they mean by mentioning the promise. The headmaster points his finger towards them. Moreover, he suggests they remember exactly what he said before. He reminds them that he said there is an island on that lake, and he has hidden an exit pass there, so he instructed all the students to cooperate and bring it to him. Now that Gainando thinks about it and realizes what he means, Asan also realizes that the headmaster did not say anything about giving it to them. The headmaster thinks that they have learned how important it is to listen closely when others speak, which he thinks is a very valuable and important lesson they learned today. Lihan sees that the headmaster is impressive, and the headmaster stares at Lihan. He tells Lihan to speak something as he is involved, so he asks him what he thinks of this. He questions Lihan if he does think that he tricked him. Lihan clears the headmaster that he doesn't think he has tricked him, because, in the first place, he doesn't want the exit pass at all. So he believes that he has nothing to complain about, but the headmaster still wonders how he can be so cool about it. He knows that people tend to become arrogant when talented, but the opposite is the case with Lihan. He sees that Lihan is humble and admirable. Also, he sees that he is not having fun. The headmaster claps and tells Lihan he will get another chance someday. He tells everyone that it is time to return, and they all start returning to their destination. While going, Lihan realizes that he never thought that the headmaster would get tricked by it, but he guesses that it is a good thing. He knows what he gave the headmaster was not the actual exit pass. He remembers the last night he, Dukama, and Enrego were making the exact copies of the exit pass. Dukama and Enrego asked Lihan if he thought they could do it. They doubted if the headmaster would be deceived or not. However, Lihan determined it was worth trying after he made copies of the exit pass and was relieved. He knows that what he gave the headmaster was not the exit pass, but, in fact, the counterfeit he made. Enrego asks Lihan if he is prepared for this situation and tells him to be quiet. Enrego again questions Lihan if they can receive something this valuable. Dukama knows that Lihan only made a few but gave one to both. Lihan suggests both of them use it wisely. He instructs them to especially not use it when the headmaster is in the academy. Lihan knows that it is obvious that he has to pay their accomplices handsomely. He is still considering whether the fake exit pass will work. Looking at the situation, he thinks that the headmaster did not expect a situation where they would make fake exit passes. He thinks he should confirm if he can use it by watching those two try using theirs. However, the real exit pass is on him anyway. In an instant, Lihan sees that the bridge has gone. It looks like the bridge has disappeared when everyone crosses over. Lihan thanked the water spirit because he knew they would have struggled if not for him. He sees that the water spirit is embarrassed, and suddenly, a thought pops up in his mind if he has gotten close to the spirit. He thinks this might be his chance. He is about to ask something from the water spirit when it suddenly jumps towards Nilia from the turtle tower. Nilia holds the water spirit. The water spirit starts juggling her. She asks Lihan what is wrong with this guy. She asks the water spirit if he wants to make a contract with her. She tells him to go and make the contract with Lihan. She keeps telling him to go to Lihan instead of staying with her. The water spirit, in the end, made a contract with Nilia. Well, Lihan thinks he should not worry about that for now. He opens the door where Professor Velati is sitting. Professor Velati stares at Lihan, who immediately greets him. Professor Velati knows that Lihan used the lightning magic last time. Lihan agrees with Professor Velati, as he cannot lie to him. He realizes that Professor Velati already knows about it and tells the professor that he has been ready for this ever since he struck that plant monster with lightning. Professor Velati tells Lihan that he has also heard about everything else he has done. He is aware of the news that he has defeated Gonadalts and summoned Jorvan II. After getting to know that Professor Velati is mindful of everything, Lihan wonders why the Skullhead is spreading that news to everyone. However, he asks Lihan if he hurt his arm, and he tells him there is an unexpected situation. Professor Velati goes near Lihan. He holds his arm and tells him that it is always like that in battle. However, his enemies care not about his excuses. Lihan understands what Professor Velati wants to make him know. Professor Velati tells Lihan that he has prepared something. He takes out his magic stick and realizes it is what he thought. He activates his Surge Forth, thinking he should block before Professor Velati attacks. Professor Velati turns his face in the other direction, enables his powers, and hits Lihan. Lihan saw that Professor Velati attacked before he even cast his defense, although this had never happened before. He wonders if he is telling him to evade this instead of blocking it. Lihan dodges Professor Velati's attack. He looks at Professor Velati, who again hits Lihan. Lihan screams and immediately gets down to pick up his magic stick. Lihan knows he invaded it, but wonders if he was always this good at dodging. Professor Velati sees that this much is easy for Lihan. He snaps his fingers. The darkness surrounds the whole place. Lihan realizes that Professor Velati is now doing it in the darkness. He is sure he can deal with it. Lihan tightens his fist and closes it. Suddenly, a black cloth is in his hand. Lihan asks the professor what it is, and he tells him to cover his eyes. Lihan goes near the professor and puts the black cloth on his eyes. The professor tells Lihan that he is not telling him to cover his eyes, but is asking him to cover his own. Lihan immediately says sorry to Professor Velati. He sees that the place is already too dark, so he asks the professor if putting the piece of cloth on his own eyes is necessary. The professor assures Lihan that he can do it and blindfolds his eyes. He is standing in pitch black darkness. He realizes that he really cannot see anything. He hears some sounds that he knows he has to detect. He senses the magic energy around him. He knows that Professor Velati is confident in his ways of teaching. Professor Velati believes it is the students' fault if they cannot keep up with his class. This confidence only grew when he met Lihan. He was delighted when he realized that he could use lightning, which was one of the most challenging elements to master. But he had heard some shocking news today that Lihan made the mistake of injuring his arm during the battle. Professor Velati thinks if he had been a boy of House Wadanaz, he would have wanted to learn the skill of invasion. However, things started to go in a strange direction, resulting in the current predicament. Unfortunately, Lihan was once again able to confirm Velati's values. He managed to evade everything in total darkness. The professor wondered what it was when he heard that man talking about the joy of teaching. But he thinks that now he knows what it is. He believes that teaching is enjoyable. Professor Velati starts gathering all of his powers to direct them towards Lihan. Lihan thinks that may be incorrect, but he can feel the power of other elements. He wonders if it is accurate. He asks the professor about it, but sees that Professor Velati is not answering. He realizes that he is a fool for expecting common sense from him. Lihan knows that he can't dodge everything in this situation. He decides to try to get hit in the least painful way possible. The current attack the professor hits Lihan with was appropriate for third years. Lihan's guess was incorrect, so he snapped his fingers. Without any doubt, the immense volume of mana that this boy held was not his only talent. His true talent was his ability to learn everything taught to him. The professor sees that Lihan has passed the trial, but does not expect to pass this on the first day. Lihan is huffing rapidly. He tells the professor that the credit goes to him entirely. Although it is overshadowed by his immense volume of mana, his outstanding talent is surprising. Professor Velati looks at Lihan, who seems to be tired. The professor gives him a thing wrapped in a cloth, and Lihan takes that thing from the professor. He wonders if the professor is worried about him, though he has never thought that the professor would be this kind of a man. Lihan thanked the professor. Lihan had no idea what the professor had given him. He ponders whether it is some kind of medicine or something. He opens the cloth and sees that the thing inside the cloth is a book about the use of basic lightning magic. Professor Velati tells Lihan to read the book until the next class, and Lihan agrees to do the same as instructed. However, he thinks about whether they have a test next week. Anyway, it seems like the upcoming week will be very busy. Lihan hears some noise from outside. He realizes it is quite noisy outside, so he asks the professor if something is happening there. Professor Velati informs Lihan that the professors are handling some summons that have escaped. Lihan asks the professor why he is telling him now. He has no idea what the reason is because of what the professor is telling him. Professor Velati tells Lihan he is telling him because it is their duty. It could have disturbed the test, so they are taking care of it. Lihan stares at Professor Velati and decides to leave from there. He says to Velati that, in this case, he must be going. As he leaves the area, he thinks he should not have asked about it. Lihan grew even more disappointed in the professors. Anyway, he opened the book to see what was written inside it. He sees that the book is better than he thought. He notices that the book does not only cover magic, but in fact, it also has some notes for safety. He concludes that the book is extremely nice and useful. He looks at the back of the book to see the author's name, but he sees that no author's name is mentioned. He wonders if the book was written in the Magic Academy anyway. Anyway, he thinks it will be easy to study. While he is on his way, suddenly, someone puts his hand on his shoulder. Lihan instantly turns around to see who the person is. He sees it is Professor Kerman, who tells Lihan that it is good to see him. Professor Kerman asks Lihan if he is here to take the basic magic comprehension class. Lihan nods yes and tells Professor Kerman that he is right. He came to take the basic magic comprehension class. Professor Kerman thinks it is good, and they must go inside together to take the class. Lihan looks at Professor Kerman's face. Seeing someone as cheerful as he is friends with Professor Velati is surprising. They both start going to the class. On their way, Lihan asks Professor Kerman if he teaches illusion magic. Professor Kerman tells Lihan that he surely teaches illusion magic because illusion magic has more uses than one would think. The barrier spells used to stop intruders showing hallucinations to enemies are just the tip of illusion magic. He tells Lihan that some magicians combine it with space magic to create bizarre illusion mazes, and some magicians combine it with magic to make their enemies faint when their eyes meet. After hearing it, Lihan feels like it is amazing. It sounds like it will be good for stealing. Professor Kerman, after looking at what Lihan did before, feels that Lihan has a talent for illusion magic. He asks Lihan if he is interested in it, and Lihan asks Professor Kerman if he is talking about him. Lihan knows as long as he is in this academy, learning is inevitable. So, he believes that what matters is the kind of person the professor is. He looks at Professor Kerman, who seems to be a nice and a good man. He knows illusion magic looks pretty good. Professor Kerman asks Lihan, apart from Professor Vagrek, if any other professors teach him outside of class. Lihan agrees with him and tells him that Professor Yurgolm, Professor Thunderstead, Professor Willow, plus also Professor Millet. Professor Kerman is stunned to hear the many names of professors who are teaching him. Suddenly, a summoned bad dog comes out of Lihan's shirt. Lihan says the bad dog to come back. Professor asks Lihan from where he got the summon. Lihan tells Professor Kerman that he got the summon from Professor Mortem. Suddenly, something starts shining near there. Professor Kerman sees the black magic hitting him. He falls to the ground, wondering how many professors have their eyes on Lihan. Just hearing all of their names is enough to make him feel like he is being crushed. Lihan sees the professor is thinking something, and he calls the professor to make him attentive towards him. After seeing that summon, the professor says he is sorry and tells him that he is lost in thought. Anyways, he suggests that Lihan not be too hard on himself because Sarkhan is a rare and invaluable monster. Lihan is a bit surprised to hear him, so he asks Professor Kerman if that is not the summon of a leopard. Professor Kerman gets confused and immediately tells Lihan that it is the summoning of a leopard. Lihan thinks he must find out what a sarkhan is after class. Professor Kerman sees that Lihan has so many private classes, so he thinks Professor Vagrik's class alone should be enough to stress him out. However, it is tempting to take Lihan as a student, but he still feels it is important to ask him about his opinion. So, he concludes that he should ask Lihan for his opinion. He asks Lihan if he is fine with it and suddenly turns his face back. He shows Professor Kerman a spell book that the headmaster gave him. He asks Professor Kerman if he could please take a look at it. Professor Kerman is stunned to see that Gonadaltz, the crazy headmaster, privately teaches him. Lihan tells the professor that he has questions about illusion magic. He constantly thinks he has to look good in front of him. Professor Kerman smiles and tells Lihan that he doesn't need to learn illusion magic. In the meantime, Professor Kerman, after saying this to Lihan, sees that they have arrived at the classroom. Lihan tells the professor to wait, but Professor Kerman opens the classroom door of basic magic comprehension and tells Lihan that he will see him in the class. Lihan has no idea why Professor Kerman suddenly acts like this. He wants to learn the illusion magic from him. Professor Kerman wishes him good luck, and he decides to cheer him up. Another professor has been invited to teach basic magic comprehension. The students start asking Professor Kerman questions, and one of the students asks the professor if there is a way to dispel the illusion of the stairs. Another student asked the professor if she could cast an illusion spell on bread and make it look like it had honey on it. Another student asked the professor if a first-year walk through an illusionary barrier could be possible. The professor waves his hand towards them. He tells everyone that it is good that all of them are active in the classroom, but he requests them to calm down and allow him to show them the wonders of the world of illusion magic. He tells everyone that they should first know what illusion magic is. He thinks he shall demonstrate this rather simply. He instructs everyone to look closely, and a pin-drop silence occurs there. He stops talking, and Gainando gets confused. He ponders why Professor Kerman is not talking. Yoner sees that Professor Kerman is not even moving. Lihan feels something is wrong. He doesn't know what is wrong, but he feels something is off. He feels the professor is not there. Lihan keeps looking at Professor Kerman. He doubts if the professor has already swapped himself into an illusion while everyone watches him. He knows that if he tracks the professor's mana, then he should be somewhere nearby. Gainando asks Lihan why he thinks the professor is standing still. He wonders if the professor does need to go to the washroom. Lihan thinks that Gainando is joking. Lihan tells Gainando that the professor is behind him. Instantaneously, Gainando turns his face around and activates his Petrify skill. He saw that he had deflected his skill before he could attack the professor with Petrify. Professor Kerman appreciates Gainando as he notices him, but tells Gainando that he should not carelessly cast a curse. Lihan stands up from his seat and apologizes to the professor. The professor says to Lihan that it is fine because it all happens. Professor says his copy to dispel. He says everyone as everyone saw without any of them seeing a thing. He easily sneaked off. He informed everyone that it was what they all could do with illusion magic. They can become invisible to find their enemy or create illusions to disturb their enemy. He says them as he knows they are all freshmen, so they will start with the basics. He decides to select a few of the students who saw through his illusion for a demonstration. He tells them that if they could see that something is off, they would be able to learn low-level dispel illusions. He instructs everyone to try to dispel the illusion cast here. Lihan sees the wooden chest, which was not here before. He has no idea when the wooden chest came here. He was expecting the same from the professor. Professor Kerman told one of the students to go first and try what he had just instructed. The student tests her skills to make the illusion magic disappear. As soon as the girl uses her powers, the lock on the wooden chest breaks. The girl is surprised to see it opening, and Professor Kerman laughs. He advises the girl never to let her guard down because if an illusion magic has been cast, a trap will likely be hidden. He calls the next student, and Lihan comes forward. He decides to show him how it is done. He knows the wooden chests are illusions. He sees what they currently look like, but he knows, in reality, what they should look like. He activates his disappear illusion, and with the spell of him, the wooden chest disappears. They see that Lihan is amazing as he did it on the first try. Professor Kerman appreciates Lihan because he did it on his first attempt. But he tells Lihan that he does not need to struggle to also be good at illusion magic. Lihan sees that it is the first time someone reacted like that. He wonders if he did something wrong, or maybe if the reason behind it is that he has too much mana. This was the first time Lihan had to get serious, and the scene changed to a few months later. Professor Kerman waves his hands to the students sitting in the classroom. He tells the students that they will end the class here for today. He wishes everyone good luck. While Kerman was leaving the classroom, Lihan ran towards him. He asked the professor if something was wrong with him. Professor Kerman smiles and assures him that there is nothing wrong with it. He was about to tell why he had said that before but decided to spill it. However, he tells Lihan that there are too many professors with their eyes on him. Lihan gets a bit confused after hearing from the professor. Although he already has excessive mana, he now sees it as the professor. Well, he thinks that the latter sounds worse. Professor Kerman tells Lihan that he already has a lot of classes to attend, so it will be hard for him to join his class as well. He advises Lihan that he must also have some time to rest. Moreover, he assures Lihan that he is worried about his health. Lihan never thought that there was a professor as kind as him. He decides not to miss this chance. He tells the professor that he is determined to attend his classes. Professor Kerman looks at Lihan's face. He approaches Lihan and puts his hand on his shoulders. He agrees to let him attend his class if he wants to attend. Lihan thanked the professor for allowing him to attend the class. However, Professor Kerman suggests Lihan not overdo it. Lihan told Professor Kerman that he didn't need to worry about him too much because he also didn't think he should attend any more classes. Paradoxically, at that moment, Professor Kerman was the one with a premonition that, in the end, things wouldn't go Lihan's way. Also, for the sake of Lihan's mental health, he decided not to say that to him. On Tuesday, Lihan knows that the test in basic magic comprehension has questions about all his other classes. He wonders if he needs to prepare for all of that. Yoner taps on the shoulder of Lihan. She asks Lihan if he is okay, and he tells Yoner he is okay. Lihan thinks that he should not be thinking about this right now because they have a test for basic writing training today. Professor Zedar hopes that everyone is all ready for the test. She tells them that she is excited for today after seeing their reactions. She tells them to bring their horses here. She decides to see how close they get with the horses. Yoner asks Gainando if it will be fine to free them. Gainando tells Yoner that they tried to run away last time. Lihan is also worried about this. He knows about the horse with the dirtiest temper on the lot. He sometimes wonders if it really is a horse with how much stamina it has. He wonders if Professor Yurgolm gave it some potion. Anyway, he realizes that it is a relief that he found a way to control it. Lihan is holding the rope of horse Gainanda and starts shouting. He makes everyone attentive and tells everyone to look there. He sees Lihan has tamed that violent horse as expected of Lihan. Even his horse has elegance. Lihan knows that they have no idea that this horse wants him dead. He does not see a lot of people from the third tower successfully tame their horses. He believes that they are too lazy. Professor Zedar makes everyone attentive. She tells everyone that she will tell them what today's test is. Professor Zedar tells them to follow this path with their horses. She informs everyone that it will lead them to a make lake to pass, so he instructs them to make their horses drink from it and come back. Professor Zedar tells them that she will measure how long it takes them with this sundial. She asks everyone if they have any questions. Gainando whispers in her ear to Lihan that she would not know if they just made them drink water from a well. He asks Lihan if he is thinking right. In the meantime, Professor Zedar clarifies that if anyone dares to lie to her, she will shove them into the lake. Gainando gets the point of Professor Zedar well. She orders everyone to get off. Yoner, while sitting on the horse, asks Lihan if he is not riding his horse. Lihan tells Yoner he is not riding it because it could tire the horse. Anyway, he knows that the magic tools on it will drain its stamina too much. Yoner starts thinking about what he means to say. Anyways, after hearing Lihan, she thinks she should hop off, too. She gets off the horse, and Lihan looks at Yoner. He says Yoner thinks it is fine for her to ride on her horse. She holds her horse and cuddles it, thinking that her Balmy would also get tired. She decides to walk together with her horse, Balmy. After looking at Yoner, Lihan wonders why he is the only one. Suddenly, the horse of Gainando comes at a fast speed. He asks everyone why they returned. Gainando tells Lihan that he is not controlling the horse. He starts screaming and asks Lihan to help him. Lihan learns that it is not only him. He tells his horse to be nice to him because he has at least taken care of him. He gives the horse his love sugar cubes. Suddenly, he sees Tutantha, who starts yelling at Lihan. Lihan turns his face towards Tutantha and asks what is wrong with him. He asks Lihan what he fed the horse. Lihan tells Tutantha that he gave it some sugar. Tutantha comes in front of Lihan and asks him why he gave it sugar. One of Tutantha's fellows tells Lihan that he should have brought that sugar to the market and sold it. Tutantha tells Lihan to calm down. He informs Lihan that horses love carrots. He gives Lihan carrots so that he can feed his horse. Furthermore, he tells Lihan that sugar is a rare commodity, so he tells Lihan to give these carrots to the horse instead. Lihan holds the basket of carrots. He has no clue why they are all of a sudden giving him these, but anyway, he thanks them for giving those carrots to him. Tirtantha says to Lihan that it is nothing. Moreover, he tells him to come to the market next time. If he does, then they will play some chess. After saying this to Lihan, Tirtantha and his fellows left. Lihan learns what Tirtantha wants. Yoner sees the carrots and tells Lihan that he can save some sugar now. Lihan starts feeding carrots to his horse, but the horse is not ready to eat carrots. He wonders if it would be obvious if he swapped his horse. Lihan is holding his horse's rope and moves along his horse. He reaches the lake, and Rowena turns his face as he sees Lihan has arrived. He suggests Lihan be careful. Lihan asks him what is wrong and why he suggests being careful. Rowena makes Lihan see their green-haired fellow who is trying to make her horse take a sip of water from the lake. Lihan saw that the water level went down. He feels that it is evil. Lihan looks at Rowena to see if he has found any solution. He tells Lihan that it just kept going lower and lower they reached. In the meantime, Adenard happened to come there. She goes near the bucket filled with carrots. Rowena says to Lihan that Her Highness is happy to see him. Lihan sees that she is looking at the carrots constantly. He wonders if she does want to feed her horse some. He gives her one carrot, and she grabs it from him and takes one bite of it. The carrots are for horses, and their traits are unripe. Lihan tells Yoner that he gave it to her for her horse. Yoner makes him keep quiet. She tells Lihan to pretend like he did not give her anything. The scene changes when Lihan tells them he will use manipulation magic to get water. He activates his spell Surge, and with his magic, he starts leveling up the water. Rowena is impressed by Lihan and sees he can use magic quickly and easily. He thinks that if they use that method, there would be no failures. A giant bubble of water is near Lihan's horse. The horse of Lihan popped the bubble of water, and the three of them looked at the horse. Rowena asks them what it was just now. They see Lihan go near his horse. Yoner asks Rowena if the ball of water evaporates right before it touches the mouth of the horse. Lihan thinks they need to bring the horse directly to the water to count. Yoner believes it is hard to do. Yoner looks at Lihan's face and asks him what they do. Lihan calms her and informs her that he has already prepared something in advance for such a situation. He shows something to Yoner, who is surprised after seeing that thing is a long rope that Lihan has with him. They all go with their horses to the lake a short while later. Yoner cannot believe that Lihan carried such a long rope with him. Lihan tells Yoner that if they use each other as support, they can withstand the tides regardless of how fast they are. In a loud voice, Lihan asks to tell him how he is. He questions if he can feed his horse water. Rowena is standing down. He tells Lihan that they need to go pretty far down, but the water level does not go any lower. Lihan also starts pulling his horse to let him drink the water. Well, he thinks it is a relief as they can complete the task quickly then. The interpretation is not so fast. Lihan tells his horse that he will give him some sugar cubes, so he asks the horse not to resist so much. The horse starts drinking water so that he can get sugar cubes. Lihan exhales deeply because it is going smoothly, which is good at this rate. Suddenly, he starts feeling something. Lihan wonders what that feeling is. It feels like an unsettling scheme of the professor. Lihan ponders if there could be something more. They see the waves of water coming their way, and they all get panicked to see this sight. Nilia, standing with her horse, ponders if the river is flooding. Yoner is also stunned to see that Lihan abuses those professors. He instructs everyone to get away. Instantly, he enables his deploy shield to protect everyone from getting hurt by the waves of water. Yoner thanked Lihan because of him. Everyone was safe. Only he and his horse are there. Lihan finds it tremendous and decides to keep this spell and get out. But before he can get out of this, the Lihan horse gets stuck in there. He starts drowning. Lihan sighs to see that his horse is drowning. Lihan sees that he has no choice, so he has to go inside it, too. Yoner is screaming, so she decides to go and help Lihan, but Nilia grabs her and stops her from going inside. She stops Yoner by saying that if she goes inside, she will be swept away by the water tides. Nilia decides to go to the professor. As she tries, she sees her rope is not getting lost. She ponders why she cannot get the rope loose. Rowena tells Nilia to pull on the rope, but she cannot because the rushing current breaks the rope. Rowena starts yelling Lihan's name. He starts shouting and asking Lihan if he can hear him. In a loud voice, he tells Lihan to abandon the horse and get out by himself. Rowena does not see Lihan anywhere. He wonders if the current has already swept him away. After a short while, they see Lihan's horse, now up from the ground level. They all get shocked to see the water shield on the other side, which is not very thick but still in place. This is a weird situation, but Lihan is holding the horse in his hand. He tells the horse that he will throw him right to the bottom of the river. The horse grits his teeth to hear Lihan. He believes it is hard for him to survive by himself, yet he wonders if he is trying to save him. Lihan realizes that he must stay focused and use all his mana to maintain the water shield. If he knows that if he relaxes, then they will be swept away immediately. They see Lihan holding the horse in his arms. He successfully gets out of the trouble and puts the horse on the ground. He seems dead tired, and as soon as he gets the horse off of his arms, he shouts the name of Professor von Jagom. He is huffing rapidly. Yoner, standing beside Rowena, asks him why Lihan keeps looking for Professor von Jagom. Rowena himself has no idea of that. Long story short, the students still cannot understand what is behind Lihan's angry shout. The horse goes near Lihan. He interprets if he is right and wonders if he is hurt anywhere. The horse of Lihan starts feeling warmth for Lihan. As soon as he goes near him, Lihan, in the ear of the horse, clears him that no matter how kind he acts, he will let go of neither the bracelet nor the belt. The horse is shocked to hear Lihan's wrong assumption. Lihan starts opening the mouth of the horse, telling him that he already knew that these were his true colors. He questions the horse if he thinks that he will be fooled. Yoner and Rowena look at Lihan and his horse, who are acting strangely. However, Yoner is happy since Lihan does not seem to be hurt. Rowena agrees with Yoner as he is also excited to see him safe and sound. Yoner is happy to see that Lihan is doing as normal. Rowena also sees that Lihan is doing fine surely. The green-haired fellow of Lihan panicked, thinking about how Professor Thunderstep could do this. Gray-hair guy keeps looking on to Professor Zetter. After reading stories about her adventures, the green-haired girl has always admired her, but she will no longer admire her. Meanwhile, Gainando sees a bird flying above them. Gainando tells the green-haired girl to wait and look over there. The bird is flapping its wings. It slows its speed and lands on the ground. Professor Zedar thinks she is not late, and a green-haired student tells her professor that she refuses to accept the test. Gray-hair guy also lets her know that he would rather get an F than put his friend's life in danger. Professor Zedar knows about it. She has already heard that the river's spirit has been acting up. She knows that the horses could have died, so she came here to stop it. She told them to wait a little bit. Gray-hair guy keeps looking on to Professor Zedar. The professor asks what is wrong with him, and he tells the professor that it is nothing. Nilia also steps in there. She sees it as if Lihan has gotten closer to the horse. He tells Nilia that he did not get closer to the horse, but it is trying to fool them. He looks at the horse from the corner of his eyes and sees the horse exhaling rapidly. He says to Nilia that they must not fall for its deceit. However, to Nilia, it looks like it is just showing affection. Professor Zedar tells them all to wait. She inquires them what the white horse does now. She starts turning blue and wonders if that thing has just accepted him as its master. She sees Lihan patting the head of the white horse. Creatures such as griffins have the features of eagles and lions, and they also have strong prides. They will never bow down to someone evil or unworthy. She knows that the creature should not easily give its loyalty to someone, and yet it accepts a first-year student as its master. She asks Lihan what he did, and Lihan questions the professor about what she means. Yoner asks Lihan if he doesn't know the meaning of this. Yoner tells the professor that when the river spirit acted up, the horse fell in, and Lihan picked it up and got it out. Professor Zedar quietly listens to her. Lihan tells Yoner that it is not a big deal. Professor calls Lihan a fool and tells him it is a big deal. Lihan saved the life of Hori, even though it risked his own life. Because of that courage and honor, the griffin accepted him as its master. Some arrogant magicians mistake magic or knowledge to be the key to taming one of these creatures. But the true key is that right there. A heart that cares about others more than themselves. However, the true key is the right thing there. A heart that cares about others more than themselves. Lihan tells the horse that he will not take those off, so he tells the horse to stop. Professor again calls Lihan a fool and tells him that it is getting frustrating. She spits the thing she was eating. Lihan looks at Professor Zedar and asks her if something is wrong with the thing she is chewing. He asks Professor Zedar why she suddenly threw it away. She clears Lihan that there is nothing wrong with that. Anyway, Lihan asks the professor about the name of that horse because that horse does not like any of the names that he tried to give it. So he asks her to tell him if there is a name that she gave it. She tells Lihan that the name of the horse is Fingriff. In this way, Lihan comes to know the horse's name. He looks at Fingriff and concludes that he has a unique name. After a long time, he finally knows his name and asks Fingriff if he is not happy about it. Well, the translation is of hate. Lihan knows it was a horse with a bad temper. The scene shifts to a peaceful site where all the horses are with their owners. The horses are drinking water. Green-haired student says to gray-hair guy that it is not how he is supposed to have his horses drink. He knows she is saying it right. It is only the real deal when they feed it while the river spirit's acting up. Lihan goes to the professor, who is sitting at a side. Professor looks at Lihan and asks him if he is here to ask about his score. However, she assures him that he doesn't need to worry because it is 100 for him. Lihan refuses and tells the professor he is here to ask about something else instead of the score. He asks the professor if she could tell him about the monster known as Sarkin. He sits with the professor on the ground beside her. Professor looks at Lihan's face. She tells him there is nothing much to tell him about Sarkin. She informs him that it is the king of leopards. According to legend, it was born between the Rocky Mountains and leopards. He asks the professor if it is a dangerous monster. She tells him that it is surely dangerous and asks Lihan why it would not be. She questions Lihan about whether he also believes that ordinary leopards are dangerous. He asks her what she thinks would happen if she made one into an undead. Instead of answering, Professor in return questions why someone would do that. Just because it is an undead does not mean it loses all its wild behaviors. If it sees a chance or gets angry, it will attack without warning. Lihan closes his eyes to imagine it. He asks the professor if it would not be worse than what the headmaster did. Even the headmaster did not gift him a monster like that. Professor Zedar asks Lihan if he wants to make some undead monsters. Lihan refuses her because he doesn't want to make some undead monsters. She tells Lihan that it would be best if he chose one that would be useful to him. She inquired from Lihan if he knew what was last year's third highest cause of death for black magicians. She informs him that it was choosing a monster that was not on par with them as their undead summon. After listening to her, Lihan thinks he should be good at it from now on. Professor Zedar believes that he should have learned a lot from this test. She is sure that those who are lazy should have learned the consequences of laziness. Plus, she knows hard-working people should have seen their work come to fruition. She tells everyone that if they have learned what they are lacking, then they don't. She suggests they not stop there. She instructs everyone to keep working hard to fix it. She tells everyone that it is not just about taming animals. They also cannot master magic in just a day. Lihan thinks that the professor has delivered a good speech, but the lazy ones are not there. They could not even get out of the start. The professor told her students to tell the lazy ones that the class was over now, so she would see them next week. She thanked everyone for joining her in the class. After the class is over, all the students are on their way back home when Tutantha calls Lihan. Lihan stops and looks back at Tutantha. He asks Tutantha what the matter is. Tutantha tells Lihan that he has a favor to ask him. He informs Lihan that it is something that needs his skills. Lihan has no idea why Tutantha, who holds a lot of pride, is talking to him like that. Lihan asks Tutantha if something is going on. He allows Tutantha to say it freely if something is bothering him. Tutantha tells Lihan that he needs his cooking skills. Lihan is surprised to hear that a dwarf called Muhadin is a priest of the Sisanya order. The Sisanya order loves knowledge and academia. They are well known in the empire as one of the orders full of academic enthusiasm. Tutantha tells Lihan that because of that, the priest has only been reading books, and he also has a lot of problems with not eating. Lihan thinks that it is probably because of the academy's poor environment. Tutantha tells Lihan that it is not it. He further knows that he is already someone who ate little. The problem is that another priest from the order used to care for him. But here, there is no one to do that. So, he tells Lihan that he was thinking of a solution. Lihan wonders why he is asking for help. Tutantha tells Lihan that he heard that he has excellent cooking skills. He informs Lihan that he has asked the priests from the Phoenix Tower, and they have complimented him on his cooking skills. Moreover, he also informs Lihan that not only that, but even Rengid, who comes from a family of cooks, says that his skills surpass his. Lihan wonders if they cannot do that themselves. He thinks it would not hurt to have them indebted to him. He asks them if they have the ingredients, and Tutantha tells Lihan that they need to go and pick them up to the storeroom under the main building. After hearing Tutantha, Lihan wonders if he is talking about the storeroom of the main building. Lihan tells Tutantha that he is busy and is leaving now. As soon as he turns his face, Tutantha leaps on Lihan. He grabs the clothes of Tutantha. He tells Lihan to wait because they urgently need his help. He tells Lihan that he even infiltrated the tiger tower. He looks back at Tutantha and reminds him that he just said he needed his cooking skills. He assures Tutantha that he will cook for him if he brings the ingredients. Tutantha sees that Lihan has figured them out. Tutantha grabs Lihan's leg. One of Tutantha's fellows knows that they were asking him to help them for free. He assures Lihan that he will change his mind if he sees this. He is holding a box in his hand, and Lihan wonders what could be inside the box. He opens the box and informs Lihan that it is a grimoire with forbidden black magic. He asks Lihan what he thinks, and Lihan is stunned to see it. He tells him to close it because it is a curse immediately. He instantly closes the box, and after he closes the box, a pin-drop silence occurs there. Lihan tells Tutantha that there was a curse the moment he opened it. Tutantha sees that Lihan knows a lot about these and recognizes them at a glance. Lihan wonders what nonsense Tutantha is spouting. Tutantha tells Lihan that, according to the information from the Tiger Tower, he likes this kind of stuff. He abuses those tigers and decides to trap all of them in a room once a day. Lihan asks them where they found it. Tutantha tells Lihan that they found it on the library's 4th floor. He further informs Lihan that there was a bottomless hole, and they found it there. The library of the Magic Academy is nothing like an ordinary, peaceful library. The floors above the 1st and 2nd were a dungeon or a labyrinth. Lihan questions them why they were up there anyway, as it is not even at the main building. Tutantha tells Lihan that they went there because they have a goal. The actual reason is that they are creating a map of the academy, which would be helpful to everyone. It sounds interesting to Lihan until they see they are pretty organized, and he wishes he could swap towers. Tutantha tells Lihan that they found the book while looking for a complete map, but it does not live up to his expectations. The fellow of Tutantha says in Tutantha's ear that the curse may be a problem. Lihan is looking at both of them. He is not worried about what they will think. Tutantha replies to his fellow, saying it would not be a problem for Lihan. However, the fellow of Tutantha believes that since it is a curse that absorbs mana, even Lihan would not like it. Lihan tells them to wait and say again what they were saying. The fellow of Tutantha tells Lihan that a mana absorption curse occurs, and all the others who tried to read this book faint due to mana exhaustion. Lihan decided to give it a read. Rengid, after listening to Lihan, reminded Tutantha what he had already told about Lihan, that he liked curse stuff. Lihan grabs the box in his hand, opens it, and takes out the book. He puts the box on the ground after taking the book from it. He sees that it is not that much. It seems to be absorbing mana, but he feels nothing. Something is happening with Lihan, but is not making any such difference. As expected of Lihan, they see that the curse is not even working on him. Anyway, Lihan finds the book quite surprising. Lihan was basically surprised for 2 reasons. The first reason was that this was not a black magic grimoire, but a blood magic grimoire. A technique that uses blood to increase his mana significantly is actually dangerous since it uses blood, but it has a precise use. The second reason why Lihan is surprised is that the book has the same handwriting as Professor Velati gave him. He takes out the book that Professor Velati gave him and compares both of them. He sees that the book even has a similar cover. Well, he knows that Professor Velati would not write a book with this much detail. Tutantha asks Lihan what he thinks of it, and Lihan tells Tutantha that it is interesting. The book says that the spells contained within consume a lot of mana, to the point that they require the help of blood magic. He thinks that these might be in good synergy with him. He decides to help Tutantha go to the kitchen. However, he clears Tutantha that he has a condition. The scene changes to the night, and Ratford tells Lihan he will try his best. Lihan is present inside with Ratford, Tutantha, and his fellows. He asks Ratford if Nilia is not here. Ratford thought that he had told her, but Lihan realized that it looked like he had some explaining to do later again. He decides to give a briefing before they depart. He informs them that there are various underground facilities, such as storerooms, but someone guards them. He lets them know that they are blind, but their detection skills are exceptional. He believes that it should be impossible for him to hide from them if he is detected. Tutantha wonders how Lihan left unscathed. Lihan asks them how they guys shake people off when he has been detected walking during the night. He knows he can turn invisible, and Tutantha tells Lihan that he sacrificed one of them. Then they escaped while they were distracted. Lihan saw that they had used such an ignorant method. He thinks that he should try it out with the Tiger Tower. A short while ago, the headmaster asked them. Even so, he thought it made sense for him to mistake him for a new student. Because of that, 2 students almost managed to escape. Warehouse Keeper tells the headmaster that even if he says that, he cannot differentiate well just by the quantity of mana. The headmaster tells the warehouse keeper not to focus too much on the amount of mana, and he needs to confirm if they are an intruder using other methods, too. He offers to lend him a summon if he finds it too hard, but he instructs him never to let Lihan go if he ever sees him. No wonder the path to the pantry was strangely easy to go through. He thinks he must have tightened the security due to the mistake made last time. Rengid sees a walking suit of armor. Lihan asks Rengid if he knows what this is. Rengid tells Lihan that he has seen it before, and a few students got caught by it. Even attacking it is useless because it restores itself immediately. Lihan is looking at that thing from behind the wall. He wonders if there is no way to defeat it, which seems to be an inorganic type that is similar to Jorvon II. Inorganic summons would be dispelled if they take a certain amount of damage. Ratford tells Lihan that he will get caught like this. Lihan knows the main problem, which is that he cannot use lightning magic, which is the most effective right now. Unless he wants to announce to him that he is here, that is. The headmaster knows that this loud sound of thunder must be of Lihan. Lihan doesn't think it has been detected yet. It would be better to avoid it. He asks Rengid if it goes after its target. Rengid tells Lihan that he is not sure. It differs occasionally. The fellow of Tutantha tells them to wait over there. He sees another set of moving armor. They know that they are all surrounded on all sides, and he puts his hand on his fellow. The fellow of Tutantha tells him that he will lure them. He tells the fellow of Tutantha not to spout nonsense and tells him to come here. The walking armor goes to the room. Lihan grabs the mouth of the fellow of Tutantha and tells him to keep quiet. Lihan feels that it is good because one crisis is down. But he sees that this place is a classroom, and that is what it was used for. Ratford asks Lihan what the matter is, and Lihan tells them that it is nothing. Rengid wonders if anything is helpful here. He also wants to take a look. Lihan feels something out of place here. He thinks that he is overthinking it, and nothing seems to have changed. He knows that they probably won't be able to hide here for long. Lihan makes everyone attentive towards him. He tells them that he will defeat it with magic once the armor comes in here. He wants all of them to run away quickly. He informs them that there will be a vast ruckus after all. They see Lihan, who is incredible, and one of Tutantha's fellows falls to the ground. Rengid gets panicked to hear the noise. He ponders what the thing is. He sees there is someone there. Suddenly, a paper appears on which the new students are instructed to be quiet. The fellow of Tutantha, while sitting on the ground, is getting scared by seeing the letter. It is further written in the letter that he is not a spirit. In fact, he is a senior, and the unknown one who wrote the letter called them stupid new students. Lihan wonders what he meant by saying senior. The fellow of Tutantha says the unknown. If he is their senior, then why is he not showing himself to them? He asks the unknown to show their face and asks if he is actually the headmaster's subordinate. Again, some lines appear on the letter, and they are all instructed not to be ridiculous. It is mentioned in the letter that he doesn't want to go to the punishment room. Even what he is doing now is already putting him in great danger. Lihan saw that the seniors would go to the punishment room if they came into contact with them. This headmaster seriously puts a lot of useless procedures into place. Whatever the case, the unknown tells them to lower their voice. Also, don't suggest rubbish like trying to defeat the armor with magic when he is a new student. Lihan thinks it is an opportunity, and he asks the senior to tell him how they can shake off that armor. Well, he doesn't know when he will be able to meet another senior again. So Ratford asks the senior the best way to get to the kitchen from here. The fellow of Tutantha asks the senior if he has any clues for the test on basic empire geometry and arithmetics. The senior tells them to keep it down. They don't even know what that armor is. Lihan says everyone should stay calm and listen to what their senior says. He tells the senior what that armor is, and the senior tells them that the walking armor is the skeleton headmaster's summon. He informs them that it can move all day and detect heat. It is pretty notorious among the students. Lihan guesses that there is no way to run away from it. However, they did not just let it trap them all over. He informs them that they can confuse it with either fire magic or deceive it with an illusion that produces heat. If he can cover himself enough so that heat does not leak out, he can trick it. He tells everyone that the classroom is safe because he covers it with an illusion. However, if he talked loudly, then the magic would be rendered useless. So, just shut his mouth. Lihan comes to know that this is the reason why he feels something is out of place. Tutantha sees that the senior is writing something on the paper. He gets panicked and asks what he is doing. The senior writes that he is going to the kitchen. Lihan asks the senior if he is also going over there to steal food. Lihan is surprised to hear it. He asks the seniors if they are still starving. Tutantha tells Lihan that he is a senior, not a new student, so he asks him why he would do that. The senior said he was right. He was going to the kitchen to take a chemical reagent hidden in the kitchen. Lihan doesn't think this is the case, though. Their future looks ominous. The senior tells them that all the suits of armor have passed by them. The senior tells them that they should start moving. Lihan asks the seniors if they can learn illusions and magic to trick the suits of armor. He is talking about learning it now. The senior tells Lihan that it is not a spell that a new student could understand, even if he taught it to him. But since he wants to learn, he decides to explain the basic illusion of pathite to him. The fundamental illusion of pathite is a spell that summons an illusion that contains heat. The senior tells them that he doesn't use magic to change the environment. He only uses it like smoke to deploy it like a veil. He believes that it should be sufficient to avoid being detected by the armed. He thinks that summoning this alongside the illusion consumes quite a lot of mana. Lihan starts thinking something after reading these points of the senior. The senior wonders if Lihan is speechless after seeing the difficulty. Well, he guesses that it is too difficult for new students. He thinks that they are not proficient in controlling mana, nor do they have enough of it, so he feels that they won't be able to use it. Lihan comes up with a way. He holds his magic stick and activates the heat, distort the air. As soon as he enables it, something strange starts happening there. Lihan asks the senior how it looks. The senior writes his answer on the paper, and tells him that it looks a bit lacking, and the color seems a bit off. Well, the senior thinks what he is doing right now is embarrassing. He believes that he should not be critiquing the talents of his juniors. It seems to the senior that he has talent in the fire element. He wonders if Professor Garcia also says the same thing. Lihan tells the senior that the professor forbade him from using fire magic. He is wondering just who the person behind saying this is. Moreover, he tells the seniors that they don't know when they will return, so they should move to the kitchen. The senior shows them a place and informs them that this place is nicknamed the Kettle Kitchen. Ratford sees the kitchen after all. The senior makes them attentive and instructs them to look over without screaming. Something strange is kept inside the cabinet. The senior calls the first-year students poor. He thinks they must be drooling at the sight of it. He grabs those things in his hand and starts seeing them carefully. He thanked the senior as he saw that it was well made. The senior is surprised to see Lihan's reaction. He wonders if Lihan is even evacuating. He ponders who the guy is, and Lihan finds the needed ingredients. He tells them that it is his turn to help them, and the senior asks them what it is. Lihan tells the senior they are trying to cook a nutritious dish for a friend. The senior is surprised to hear him. He does not understand why he said he would cook him. Because he knows it should be a type of alchemy. He believes this should not be something a first-year student can do. Tutantha tells Lihan that it is okay. He thinks there should be no problems. Lihan is relieved to see that it is okay because it is trustworthy. He knows that Tutantha is not someone who would do something carelessly. Tutantha puts his hand inside his pocket and is about to give the family secret that he recorded in as much detail as possible. He believed he could do it, so he relied on him. It is not likely for Lihan as he has done experiments more complex than this. The senior reminds Lihan that he has tried his best to stop him. Lihan turns his face back. He ensures the senior that it is fine. The senior concludes that Lihan is an insolent freshman. Well, whatever, the seniors know that they all have to learn their limits. He tells them not to cry when all the liquid in the cauldron splashes over him. A few moments later, they all start seeing it closely. Lihan saw that it was done. Tutantha was expecting the same from Lihan. They all start getting happy. The senior is unable to believe it. He is surprised to see it because he thought he was a freshman. He asks Lihan what grade he is in and tells the senior that he is right. He is a freshman. He tells Lihan that a freshman like him should not exist. Lihan asks Tutantha if it is done. Tutantha starts mixing the recipe and tells Lihan that their family specialty is beer candy. He tells Lihan that the beer candy is nutrient-packed and easy to preserve. He could preserve it at room temperature for months, and just a few scoops have enough nutrients to last him for 2 days. He makes Lihan eat it. After eating it, Lihan finds it very tasty, and its taste is similar to taffy. Tutantha informs Lihan that it also recovers his mana. He tells him that his family's ancestors, who suffered from a beer shortage after being trapped in their mines, created it to replace the beer. That is how it got its name. Lihan learns about the history. Since they got what they needed, Lihan tells them that they should go back now. Lihan gets hit on his head by a paper by his senior. He wonders what this is for. The senior tells Lihan to keep quiet. He informs Lihan that the warehouse keeper is right outside. He tells everyone to hide in the corner immediately. Senior decides to cast the spell. Lihan asks the senior if they can fool the warehouse keeper with this. The senior tells Lihan that he doesn't know about it. He instructs Lihan to keep quiet. Lihan knows the warehouse keeper is outside, but doesn't understand why it is not coming in. The warehouse keeper stands outside the door and starts doing something strange. Lihan senses some feeling. He tells the senior that the warehouse keeper is casting a spell. The senior knows that he has cast a spell, but does not understand how Lihan knows about it. He knows that because he installed something outside, but he has no idea about Lihan. Lihan tells the senior that he learned about it because he senses the mana moving. The senior asks Lihan if he can feel that from here. The students were expecting the same incredible skills from Lihan. Even the senior was impressed by his exceptional talent. The senior tells Lihan that he guessed the warehouse keeper planned this out. He knows the warehouse keeper usually walks by, so he wonders why it is doing this now. Not only is it casting a spell on this door, but it is also casting on all the other doors. He also has speed, which is incredible. He senses spatial magic, which is the type of magic that is infamous for being the most difficult. The paper on which the senior wrote his messages fell on the floor. Lihan sits on the ground near the paper and asks the senior what is wrong with him. All of a sudden, the doors open, and Lihan sees that both of the doors open simultaneously. Pin drop silences occur there. Lihan asks the senior if it is him. He questions the senior about what he is doing. The senior tells Lihan that he will know when he sees it, and he instructs Lihan to exit through the back door. Lihan ponders where that came from as he has no clue about it. Tutantha tells Lihan that he will go first because there might be any danger. As soon as he goes from the back door, when he opens the door, he sees Lihan standing there. He is shocked to see Lihan again, thinking he has gone through the back door and wondering what is happening. The senior informs them that it connected all the doorways. He tells them that it is the spell of the warehouse keeper. Lihan asks the senior if there is no way out of this. He sees the answer of the senior written on the paper that there is no way out of this. Lihan closes his eyes for a moment and thinks he will return to the punishment room again. All the fellows of Tutantha refuse to let Lihan return to the punishment room. Well, they all already knew that this could have happened. He tells him to don't forget about their promise. They see that Lihan is not fazed by knowing he is going to the punishment room. He wonders how first-year students could be like that. Well, now he feels embarrassed for joking around for no reason. The senior tells them that, in actuality, there is a way. They all get excited and happy to hear that there is a way. The senior further informs them that he needs the help of all of them. He takes some beer candies and starts eating them. He starts feeling better after eating those beer candies. The senior tells them he was running low on mana after using magic the whole time. Tutantha asks the senior if it is possible, and the senior ensures Tutantha that there is no need to worry. He needs to observe. As a third-year student, the senior, who is invisible, holds the stick in his hand, symbolizing what it means to be of pure silver. He feels that he needs to appear presentable to this freshman. He begins to cast spells, dictating them with his mouth. He says, "O senses, be strengthened, O space, be perceived." Furthermore, he says the O flame is shaped like an arrow fly. Lihan sees that the senior is using 3 spells at once. The senior says the arrow is to go forth, and the arrow hits the door. Radford sees that the magic spells of the senior are comparable to those of Lihan. Lihan sees that the shape of the arrow is incomplete, and he is losing control of it when firing. He believes that he needs to hone it more. All of a sudden, a thought pops up in Lihan's mind, which is why he thinks as Professor Vladi would. He believes his mind has been contaminated. An explosion occurs when the arrow hits the door. Lihan wonders if the attack on the senior worked. After the flash of the attack dims, they see that the door is still intact. The attack did not work. They hear the senior pleading with them to save him, and the senior starts eating more beer candies. He is sorry to them because he knows very well that it is embarrassing. However, the spell cast on the warehouse was bigger and stronger than he expected, so he used up too much of his mana. Tutantha is getting red with the aggression which is piling up in him. He asks the senior if he really cannot do anything even after eating the beer candy. The senior calls first-year students and tells them they have no idea how demanding this spell is. Lihan goes near the door and tells the senior to teach him the spell. He decides to give it a try to cast the spell. The senior, after hearing Lihan, gets a bit surprised. He clears Lihan that it is not like he will be able to use it even after he teaches it to him. However, the senior knows that Lihan successfully cast Pahate's low-level illusion in one try. Also, in a single attempt, he used alchemy to make the beer candy. The senior decides to teach the spell to him. He tells Lihan to wait a bit as he will try to write it in as much detail as possible. Lihan thanked the senior for cooperating with him and understanding him. The senior informs Lihan that this spell requires at least 3 pieces. First, a second circle spell, which is called the Strengthened Senses. Strengthened Senses are an enchantment spell that quickens his reflexes. Not only has that, but just as its name suggests, his 5 senses are heightened, which is essential against magic that distorts his senses. The next one is a first circle, which is called Space Recognition. It is a support spell that allows a person to perceive the surrounding space accurately. Combat mages usually use it, but it is essential against space magic users. Plus also, it is more complicated than a second circle, even though it is a first circle due to its characteristics. Finally, a spell with a moderate destructive power. He tells Lihan that he needs to find one weak point of a distorted space and pierce through it. Lihan knows that he cannot learn a second circle spell right now. However, he thinks that he could learn Space Recognition, which is first circle magic, with just these descriptions. He believes that he could replace Strengthened Senses with Gonadalt's Agile Steps. Also, he could replace the final one with Gonadalt's Sharp Hands. He gets up and tries it. The senior calls Lihan an arrogant freshman. He thinks that Lihan will also fail this time, and he should feel how much he suffered. He is constantly wondering if Lihan won't be able to do it. An hour later, after they have all left that location, the scene changes. Radford praises Lihan and says he had never imagined he would succeed on his first attempt. Lihan thanked the senior because he felt that he taught him even better than the professors. He sees the paper is on the ground, and even the senior is not replying to him. The senior thinks that he has learned magic in vain. He is confident because he is particularly good at it among the third-year students, but he thinks that he is wrong. All the fellows of Lihan wonder if the senior has left because he has no more business with them. The senior writes on the paper and informs them that he is still present here. One of Tutantha's fellows thinks that the senior is tired after using so much mana. Now that Lihan feels about it, he asks the senior how he kept the invisibility spell up when he was low on mana. He doubts if he is using a cursed artifact like him. The senior tells Lihan that he is not the one who cast it. They are stunned to hear it, and Lihan wonders if it is the skeleton headmaster. He asks the senior if the headmaster cast it to make him avoid contact with first-year students. He asks the senior why the headmaster did this. Anyway, the senior did not answer him. However, he knew that this freshman was shocking, but there should be plenty like him in this academy. He guessed that he might meet one in his entire life, a genius that is out of their league. He thanked Lihan by writing it on the paper. Further, he says to Lihan that usually, people who meet at night in this academy don't ask about each other's name and their house, but he wishes to know theirs. He asks Lihan if he will tell him his name. Lihan realizes that this senior either has poor hearing or lacks interest in others. They are all bewildered by hearing him. Although Lihan's name was called, he put several tomes across that night, but still, the senior did not bother to notice it. Well, Lihan thinks that it should not be a problem while he is about to tell the senior his name. The senior tells Lihan that he should tell him his name first. The senior tells Lihan that he is Balpatan from the House Marathi. After knowing he is Balpatan, Lihan lies to him and tells him that he is Gainando. Nonetheless, Einregard is a place full of intrigue and trickery. To survive, he must use unconventional means. The next day, in the introductory swordsmanship class, Professor Ingirdle says to everyone that this work is fine as he will be checking how well they are doing so far. He informs everyone that he has brought some guests from outside. He shows them the active duty knights who will be their opponents of them. The White Horse Knights are one of the most respected knight orders in the Empire. They travel through the most dangerous lands in the Empire with just a set of armor and a horse. Professor Ingirdle believes that, as such, the knights should be loyal to teaching these young students. One of the White Horse Knights, whose name is Viklins, thinks that coming here was a mistake, although Ingirdle was the one to request it. He heard that they all had trained in swordsmanship from each of their own houses, but he still thinks that it would have been enough for them to spar with apprentice knights. The students find it so cool to hear that there will be a spar with an adult knight. Viklins asks Professor Ingirdle, who is next to him, if they need to do what he told them before. The professor told Viklins that he had gotten it right. They just need to spar with them without killing them. Viklins ensures he has got his point. Lihan hears the conversation between them. He realizes that Professor Ingirdle is like Professor Velati. Professor Ingirdle tells the three of them that they will be sparring with one of them, so he instructs them to gather together in the groups they made before. He looks at the face of them and concludes that this won't go well. He feels awkward. He tells Marathi that he will follow his orders for this test. Marathi asks Lihan if he is planning on doing something again. Lihan tells him that he is taking him wrong, and he tells him that they won't be able to get a single point at this tea time if they don't work together. Marathi questions Lihan about whether he wants him to trust him. He doubts Lihan, unsure when he will stab him in the back again. Lihan clears him that he will not stab him. It happens because, at times, he doesn't understand his orders. Durju thinks that it would be better if those two just stopped talking. He asks the professor who will be facing the knight and questions if they will decide by drawing lots. The professor refuses and tells them he has already chosen who each of them will face. He informs them that their opponent will be Sir Vikelins. Sir Vikelins sees the students and tells them he feels nice and is pleased to meet them. Marathi says welcome to Sir Vikelins. Sir Vikelins steps towards them. He comes into the battleground. He says all of them should use their tools to attack him. He also allows them to use magic if they can use it. He also tells them that he won't be going easy on them beforehand. Lihan can already tell just by looking at him that he is on a similar level to Ulrar Long, or maybe even more potent. Lihan cannot see any openings. He sees that Vikelins is like an iron fortress. He believes that winning is impossible, but he is determined to do whatever he can to get those points. Lihan starts casting a spell. He says, "O feet, let their bodies move free." As soon as he casts this spell, his body begins feeling lighter. Durju thanked Lihan, who, in return, told him that there would be some side effects, but they had no time to worry about that. He casts another spell and says, "O space be perceived." Durju sees Lihan and wonders if he is casting more spells. Lihan grabs his stick and starts casting another spell. He says, "O heat distorts the air." He recites a spell of O's hand again and splits his enemy. He doesn't know what is effective against an on-duty knight, so he decides that Lihan will use all the spells he knows. Vikelins looks at Lihan and asks him how many spells he can use. He thinks running out of mana will be dangerous for him. He sees the face of Professor Ingirdle, who is still smiling. He wonders why Professor Ingirdle is not stopping him. Lihan orders Durju to attack Vikelins. Durju immediately bounces at Vikelins to hit him, and Marathi also leaps towards Vikelins. Marathi realizes that his legs feel lighter than usual. Although he hates to admit it, he knows this spell is fantastic. The two of them collectively hit Vikelins, but suddenly, they see Vikelins has disappeared from there. They are worried to see that Vikelins is not present there, and Durju wonders if Vikelins is gone. Instantly, Vikelins, from behind, slashes at Durju. Durju falls on Marathi, who has already fallen on the ground after getting a straight hit from Vikelins. Lihan activates his Surge Forth. He knows it is elemental magic, so he thinks he needs to dodge it. While the magic of Lihan is approaching Vikelins, before he can dodge it, he gets hit by it. Vikelins tightens his fist. However, he appreciates Lihan's magic, which is excellent. He calls Lihan by the name of the young magician. Lihan once again casts his Surge Forth spell on Vikelins. He raises his stick in the sky. Lihan knows that space recognition is a nice spell, but he is also aware of the fact that usually, it is harder to control more than a handful of water balls, but he thinks that it has become much easier now. Vikelins sees the magic of Lihan, which he believes is incredible. He wonders, after seeing Lihan, if all of the first-year students of this academy can use that level of magic. But he realizes that he is feeling wrong because it is impossible. Talents like that are not familiar, so Lihan is a special case. The professor thinks that he should talk with Professor Velati. He believes that the current level of Lihan cannot be mistaken for that of a first-year student. He thinks that it must be because of Professor Velati's overwhelming classes, which are too dangerous. Professor Ingirdle thinks he is the only one who can protect these kids. Professor Ingirdle's misunderstandings grew even worse. The fight is going on between Vikelins and Marathi. Durju also joins Marathi against Vikelins. Sir Vikelins hits Marathi so hard that he makes him fall to the ground. Lihan sees that the situation is getting worse, plus he is also unable to see the openings. Sir Vikelins stares at Lihan, who is already wondering if they cannot do anything, even with the three of them. He is thinking of a way he should adopt. Suddenly, he comes up with an idea. He decides to use that as he thinks that maybe by using that, he could win. Sir Vikelins saw Lihan. He heard that he was from House Wadanaz. He stares at Lihan and realizes he has been having that same spell without moving from that place. He guesses that Lihan is only as skilled as a first year, even if he is from a renowned house. Out of nowhere, he hears Lihan's voice from behind him. Lihan is standing at the back of Vikelins and casts the spell for rushing forward of Perchuntra's Thunderbolt. Vikelins is shocked to see Lihan at his back. He comes to know that the one in front of him is an illusion. However, he did not notice that Lihan made an illusion of himself with Pahate's low-level illusion and used invisibility to slip out. Lihan sees that the way he thought of it finally worked. Lihan is now counting on Perchuntra. Viklin sees the spell of Lihan, which seems like the fourth magic circle. He sees that Lihan can think clearly in the middle of combat. It seems like his talent has not been given enough credit. A flashy yellow light hits Viklin from Lihan's magic stick. But Viklin is still safe and sound. Lihan sees that the magic did not work on him. He grits his teeth and decides never to go on Perchuntra ever again. Viklin steps towards Lihan. He calls Lihan a young man. He tells Lihan that he is rather impressed even though he is young, so for him to stand here would be an insult to someone of his skill, so he decides to fight him sincerely. Lihan's expression starts changing. He is shocked to hear Viklin's. He tells Viklin's that he thinks there has been a misunderstanding. Viklin's runs towards Lihan at full speed. Lihan realizes that he has to use that now. He immediately holds his magic stick tightly and uses his spell to gather, compress, and explode. Professor Ingirdle is looking at Lihan with a blank face. He is surprised to see that a freshman is using that spell. He wonders who he learned that from. However, no one taught Lihan that spell. Instead, after studying the book Basic Blood Magic and its applications for a long time, Lihan understood the spell on his own. He learned about the Fiblicus, which are great and stupendous magic missiles. Most magic missile spells are first circle, but he sees this one differently. The user instantly draws out and condenses a huge volume of mana, a process no other magic missile uses. It is a spell that suits someone like Lihan, who has an ocean of mana. However, Lihan never thought he would use it in real combat without any practice. He raises his magic stick and is constantly praying that it works. He, after giving it a try, starts feeling something. He wonders what this weird feeling is, if it is because he did fail. But he sees that it is wrong because he successfully cast it. However, Lihan realizes that the shaking is too much. He feels like it is about to explode. He keeps looking at Viklins and sees that this is not the kind of magic missile he is shooting. Lihan knows that it is a spell that explodes at close range. As soon as he goes near Viklins, the explosion occurs. Durju and Marathi fell to the ground. They wondered what had happened to Lihan. However, they could not see anything in the smoke from the blast. They are thinking about Lihan if he is okay. On the contrary, Lihan stands up and steps outside from the smoke. He resents that the book failed to describe it accurately. He knows that he could have been the one who got hurt. However, he barely managed to survive by controlling the explosion area. He thinks his opponent should be dead, but suddenly, he sees Viklins, who stands at the side of Lihan. Lihan sees that Viklins is safe and sound, and that nothing has happened to him even after the attack. Viklins asks Lihan if he would like to join the White Horse Knights. Before he can complete his sentence, Lihan removes his sword and puts it on Viklins' throat. Viklins thinks he still has a long way to go. He wonders how he could let his guard down just because he got rid of his staff. He admits his defeat in front of Lihan.